Kingdom Rising, Book 3 in the Outcast series. Written by R.J. Simmons. Prologue. Smoke still clung to Riggs' clothes as he stumbled out of the tunnel's mouth, the echo of the explosion still roaring behind his ears like a war drum that refused to fade. The ground had heaved beneath them as they fled, the very earth convulsing in protest. Dust choked the air, a thick, suffocating cloud that clung to his lashes and coated his tongue. Pebbles rained from above, and the fractured slope behind them steamed with the heat of the collapse. He turned back, eyes wide and frantic, scouring the rubble for any sign. A Hyundai reaching, a voice shouting, anything. But there was nothing. No shifting stone, no silhouette, no Kale. "Blast it," Riggs breathed, the words catching in a throat gone raw. His voice cracked like dry timber as he stared at the ruin behind them, vision blurring. "We should have dragged him with us." Captain Stonegrave stumbled up beside him, hacking into the crook of his arm as he wiped soot and blood from his weathered face. He blew the charges, sealed the exit, bought us time. Riggs didn't answer. His fists trembled, jaw locked. "He was my friend, my brother in everything but blood. We should have forced him through." Stonegrave looked at him hard, jaw tightening beneath layers of grit and grief. "He made that call, and if he hadn't, that tunnel would have been our tomb. We escaped because he stayed." Riggs gave a slow nod, but it felt like his bones were betraying him, the gesture hollow and weightless. His eyes returned to the ruined hillside, the stones still shifting in faint aftershocks. "I should have stayed," he muttered. "I should have." "You survived," Stonegrave snapped, the sharpness in his voice cutting through the haze. "So did I. That means we don't waste it. We move." Riggs drew in a deep, shuddering breath, forcing his limbs to obey. He wiped the dust from his palms, but the heat of the blast still ghosted across his skin like an unwelcome memory. Then came the howl, long and low, too close for comfort. "Incoming," Stonegrave muttered, eyes narrowing toward the sound. "Pursuers, dogs by the sound of it. We've got a head start, but not for long. Let's not waste it." Without another word, they turned and plunged into the brush, where thick roots tangled underfoot and low-hanging moss draped from the trees like cobwebs spun by giants. The trees pressed in tight, but ahead lay the lowlands, a sprawl of stagnant pools, mist-wrapped trees, and half-sunken earth. The marshes were uncharted, unnamed. Locals whispered of things that lived in the depths, scaled, eyeless beasts that hunted by sound alone. But Riggs welcomed the danger. Better the unknown than a cell. "The marshal slow the dogs," Stonegrave said, pushing through the undergrowth with growing urgency. "We'll cut north, stay low in the wetlands for a few days, then cross into the eastern border." Riggs glanced over, panting. "You've been through there before?" "Aye," Stonegrave grunted. "Years ago. My father had ties that way, traders and middle-tier nobles, folk who've gone quiet or tried to vanish from court life. If luck's still on our side, a few might still remember the name Stonegrave, might even owe us something." They fell into silence again, save for the occasional splash of water or the crunch of broken branches beneath their boots. A marshbird let out a haunting call somewhere in the murk, and Riggs felt the sound crawl along his spine. "Then what?" he finally asked, voice low. "Then," Stonegrave said, ducking beneath a drooping branch, "we scrape together what coin we can, buy passage, and get to the Water Kingdom." Riggs frowned. "That's where you're headed?" "Eventually, that's where I have to go," Stonegrave replied, his voice carrying a weight Riggs hadn't heard before. "I lost my commission, my standing, everything that gave me a name, but my mother's line runs noble water. If I can reach the right court, make the right case, maybe I can earn a place again. Maybe I can stop being the man who ran." Riggs nodded slowly, saying nothing for a long moment. Then, "And for me, she's there, Alora." Stonegrave glanced sideways at him, not mocking, just listening. "She ran to the Water Kingdom. Her father forbade it, said I wasn't worthy of her, said I'd drag her down with me." Riggs gave a bitter half-smile. "But she said she'd wait. She said she'd meet me there, no matter what." He hesitated. "That was months ago." Stonegrave's voice softened, just a touch. "Then we find out if she kept her word." They pressed on. The shadows grew longer as dusk bled into the fog, wrapping the marsh in an eerie hush. Every breath carried the scent of wet rot and unseen danger. But the two fugitives didn't falter. Behind them, the sky still bore the stain of Durian Keep, smoke curling into the heavens like a warning or a funeral pyre. But ahead? Ahead was mystery, freedom, maybe even redemption. Riggs walked faster now, boots squelching through the muck, his hands clenched with new purpose. For Cale, buried beneath the stone he'd brought down. For Alora, waiting somewhere across the sea. And for whatever lay in between. Chapter 1. Into the marshlands. One sharp clang, then another, then the full fury of the alarm. Riggs looked back over his shoulder through the trees of the swamp. He could still see the massive prison gates as they burst open, guards flooding out with torches and steel. Dogs surged at the ends of chains, snarling as handlers struggled to restrain them. The men fanned across the yard in practiced lines, moving with purpose. Cale's final shout echoed in Riggs's mind, "Go!" followed by the crash of the collapsing tunnel. Riggs swallowed hard and forced himself to look away. He couldn't go back. Couldn't even let himself imagine Cale beneath the rubble, alone in the dark while the ceiling came down. The guilt pressed so tightly against his ribs it made it hard to breathe. Stonegrave grabbed his arm. "Eyes front, Mr. Riggs," he said crisply. "Our welcome is wearing thin." Riggs pulled free and quickened his pace. The marsh waited ahead, dark, wet, and shifting. The ground turned soft almost immediately, sucking at their boots. Reeds towered over them, rustling like whispers as they pushed through. Behind them, the dogs bayed louder. Stonegrave straightened his posture as soon as the reeds swallowed them, shoulders squared, chin lifted, hands clasped briefly behind his back as he surveyed the muck ahead. Hours ago, he'd been a fellow prisoner, covered in dirt and fear like him. But here, in the shadowed wetlands, something changed. He carried himself now like a naval captain on the quarterdeck, stern, measured, superior. Riggs recognized it for what it was, an act, a mask worn to stay one step ahead. Stonegrave always seemed to need the advantage. He lifted one leg free of a patch of thick mud with a disgusted shake. "Worse than the ocean," he muttered. "Every direction water and not a drop fit to drink. Give me open sea over this any day." He nudged a floating clump of reeds with his boot and watched a pale spider skitter free, and far fewer creatures waiting to bite you. Riggs forced a breath through his tightening chest. The marsh felt wrong, heavy, humid, alive in a way that made his skin prickle. Shadows slid through the water around them, too quick to see clearly. The ground trembled from time to time as if something large moved beneath it. The perfect place to lose pursuers, or to die without anyone noticing. "We shouldn't stay near the edge," Stonegrave said. "They'll follow the most solid ground first." We pressed deeper. Riggs nodded, though the mud already sucked at his ankles with every step. The reeds scratched at his arms, sweat stung his eyes. Still, he pushed forward. The bells behind them faded into hollow echoes. The dogs' cries thinned, swallowed by distance and the marsh's thick, wet air. Only then did Riggs speak. "Stonegrave, once we get out of this place, I'm heading northwest." Stonegrave raised one eyebrow, a gesture precise enough to feel rehearsed. "And what awaits you there?" "The sea." Riggs wiped mud from his wrist. "I need to reach the coast. Find a ship heading north." Stonegrave's expression remained neutral, but something flickered in his eyes. Calculation. North is no small journey. It's the only one that matters. Riggs slowed his pace, breath catching in his throat. "Alora, she said she'd wait for me. On Alcamet. I have to find her." Stonegrave gave a polite, almost sympathetic nod, as if acknowledging a hopeless endeavor from a junior officer. "Noble of you." It didn't sound like a compliment. Riggs tightened his grip on the nearest reed to steady himself. "I owe her that much. After everything that's happened, after losing Cale, I can't let her down too." Stonegrave cleared his throat softly. "Sentiment is a burden out here, Mr. Riggs. Best set it aside until we're off this mire." He flicked a hand toward the water. Snakes, spiders, and muck thick enough to swallow a man whole. Romantic notions tend not to survive long. Riggs didn't answer, because he knew Stonegrave was wrong. The only thing keeping Riggs standing, through the guilt, through the exhaustion, through the sucking mud, was that promise. Alora's voice in his memory, soft but steady. "I'll be waiting. On Alcameti." He would reach the sea. He would find a ship. He would go north. Nothing, not guards, not soldiers, not this cursed marsh would keep him from her. A sudden splash in the distance made him flinch. Something thick and heavy had slipped beneath the water. Stonegrave adjusted the torn collar of his prison-worn coat and resumed his careful stride. "Do mind where you step. The marsh has a history of eating the inattentive. Riggs followed, dragging his boots free of the muck and pushing deeper into the shifting wetlands. Behind them, the dogs bayed again, closer this time. Riggs forced down a shiver. They needed to move faster, and they needed to reach the sea before the marsh, or their pursuers claimed them. They found shelter in the hollow of a rotting log just after dusk, if shelter was even the word for it. The thing had probably fallen years ago, eaten from the inside by worms, and time until only a thick outer shell remained. The air inside smelled of decay and mildew, but it was the driest spot they'd seen since sunset. Riggs crawled in first. The wood gave under his palms, soft as damp bread. Stonegrave followed with rigid posture, somehow keeping his rigid posture even while stooping low to fit inside. The marsh settled around them with a chorus of wet croaks and distant splashes. Mosquitoes found them immediately, clouds of them drifting in through the jagged openings in the log. The sound of their buzzing was constant, maddening, a thin needle whining in Riggs's ear no matter how he shifted. He slapped at his neck for the 10th time and whispered, "This is miserable." Stonegrave answered calmly as though discussing weather on a quiet ship deck. "The marsh offers no comfort, only survival." A mosquito landed on his cheek. He removed it with a neat flick of the fingers. "Assuming it permits even that." Riggs hugged his arms around himself, resting his forehead against the inner curve of the log. Every muscle in his back ached, the guilt pressed harder in the darkness. In the tunnels, at least he'd been running. Moving kept the memories back. Now there was no movement, just stillness, and Cale's last moment lodged behind Riggs's eyes like a shard of glass. He tried to push the thought aside. Outside, the frogs quieted all at once. Riggs stiffened. Stonegrave noticed. "Listening is good," he murmured. "It's the only thing that may keep us alive tonight." Riggs swallowed. "You think we've lost them?" Stonegrave didn't pause. "No, they'll search until we're either caught or the Fire Kingdom's border is behind us. More likely the former." His tone held no drama, just crisp, assured certainty. "You being their political prisoner complicates matters. They'd prefer not to face Hakote's wrath for losing you." Riggs felt his stomach twist. "I wasn't political." "Every prisoner is whatever the captor claims they are," Stonegrave replied softly. "Hakote does not tolerate failure, not from his guards, especially not when it's a personal matter." Riggs closed his eyes. For a moment, he listened only to his own breathing, shallow, tired, hungry. Hunger gnawed at him like a slow, steady fire. They'd had nothing since before the escape. Every step today had drained him faster than the last. His stomach growled loudly in the quiet. Mosquitoes buzzed around his face. He pressed his jaw against his sleeve just to keep his teeth from chattering, not from cold but from sheer exhaustion. "We're burning energy too fast," he whispered. "We won't last long if we don't get food and water." Stonegrave reached for their water skin and lifted it, tilting it against the faint moonlight that filtered through the cracks. Empty. He made a small click of annoyance with his tongue. "Drat! It must have leaked." Riggs frowned. "I didn't notice any leaks." Stonegrave shrugged in the constrained space, the gesture precise, overly casual. "Stoppers come loose. Marsh humidity, rough handling, any number of things." His tone was polite, dismissive, too quick. Riggs watched him a moment longer, and something about it didn't feel right. Stonegrave knew how to handle a water skin. Every motion he made was deliberate. It was possible the stopper had loosened, possible but not likely. Riggs shifted his gaze back to the swamp water outside, dark and murky under the moon. "We could drink from the marsh," he said, though even saying it made his stomach turn. Stonegrave's answer came sharp and quick. "Absolutely not. Filth like that will open your insides before dawn. Disease, parasites, death in every drop." Riggs knew he was right. Drinking that water raw would kill them faster than dehydration, but he'd heard stories. "Some waterbenders can purify water." Riggs whispered, "Pull the sickness out, make it clean." Stonegrave turned his head toward him, brow lifted. "I've only heard of master healers accomplishing such feats, rare even among them." His tone was thoughtful, but something else glinted behind it. Interest, maybe? Cautious hope, or calculation. Riggs felt something shift in his chest, something instinctive and uncomfortable. "I can try," he said. Stonegrave nodded once, a crisp, approving gesture. "If you feel able, it would be advantageous." Riggs crawled partially out of the log and knelt beside a shallow patch of water. The moon reflected faintly on the surface, revealing strands of algae and floating bits of rot. The smell alone made him gag. He closed his eyes, steadying his breath, and reached. The marsh water rose slowly, trembling as though resisting him. Riggs felt it immediately, the strain, the cold tug behind his ribs, the deep ache stirring inside his arms. The rot writhed inside the suspended water, clinging to itself like living tar. He pushed, slowly forcing it out. Dark sludge peeled away, falling into the mud with a wet slap. His muscles shook. His vision wavered. Sweat rolled down his neck despite the cool night air. He'd never felt so hollow so quickly. Finally, what remained in the air above his hands was faintly clear. Not beautiful, not completely pure, but probably drinkable. Slowly, he guided the water into a stream and into the waiting water skin Stonegrave held ready. Riggs fell forward onto his elbows, chest heaving. Every part of him trembled violently. Stonegrave inspected the small amount, barely half a skin, but it was water. "Excellent," Stonegrave said softly. Not grateful, just pleased. "Well done, Mr. Riggs." He lifted the skin and drank. Long, deep swallows. More than half as Riggs watched, unable to speak through the ringing in his ears. Finally, Stonegrave lowered the skin and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Ah, that will do for the moment." He offered the remainder to Riggs. Riggs drank what was left, hardly more than a mouthful. It hit his empty stomach with sharp, twisting relief. He lowered the skin, wiped his mouth, and sagged back against the log. Stonegrave lay beside him, already settling in with military straight posture, even while half reclined. "Rest now," he said mildly. "We've a long march at first light." Riggs curled onto his side, the hunger clawing at him, the exhaustion and anchor pulling him under. Mosquitoes bit at his arms and neck as the countless sounds of the marsh whispered around them. Kale's final shout rocked through his memory. Alora's promise steadied him. "I'll be waiting." On Alcamiti. Riggs shut his eyes with a resolve. He had to reach the sea, no matter what this marsh or Stonegrave took from him first. Morning came in a gray, reluctant haze, the kind that didn't feel like daylight so much as the world begrudgingly admitting another night had passed. Riggs crawled out of the rotting log on stiff limbs, his clothes damp with dew and his skin covered in new mosquito bites. Every inch of him ached. Stonegrave emerged after him with the same rigid posture as always, chin lifted, spine straight, as though he were stepping onto the deck of a ship rather than out of a soggy hollow in a dead tree. The marsh was colder now, muted. Fog clung to the water in thin sheets. Then they heard it, a faint bark and then another, then the muffled shout of a guard. Riggs froze. "They're still on us!" "Of course they are," Stonegrave said crisply. They pressed on, weaving through tall reeds and patches of water deep enough to swallow a man. Hunger hit fast, sharp, twisting, relentless. Riggs's stomach burned with it, his legs trembling beneath him. Stonegrave stopped at a toppled log half buried in muck, nudging it with the toe of his boot. "We need strength. Look inside." Riggs pulled the splintered wood apart. Inside, pale grubs writhed and fat worms twisted through the damp rot. Years ago, he would have gagged. Prison had changed that. Stonegrave knelt beside him, plucking a thick white grub between two fingers. "Remember, food is fuel." He popped it into his mouth without hesitation. Choose fuel over pride. Riggs reached in and grabbed a handful. The texture was awful. Soft burst, earthy, bitter, but after the first bite his body surged with desperate gratitude. He kept eating until the crawling in the log blurred into the crawling in his stomach. It wasn't enough, but it was something. He wiped his mouth on his sleeve and pushed to his feet. The marsh still felt endless, but he could walk again. Stonegrave uncorked the water skin and lifted it with neat precision. Empty. Riggs nodded slowly. "I'll try again." Stonegrave gave a small approving nod, far too quick. "Just enough to keep us moving, Mr. Riggs." Riggs knelt by the nearest pool, a dark patch of water surrounded by thick reeds. Even from a few feet away it smelled rotten. His arms were sore, his head felt light, but they needed water. He needed strength if he was ever to reach the sea, to reach Alora. He lifted his hands. The water responded sluggishly this time, rising only a few inches before trembling. The filth inside fought him, thicker, more stubborn. Riggs pressed harder, every muscle in his body screaming at him. His breath turned shallow and his vision blurred. He managed only a small amount, barely a quarter of a skin, before the strength left him entirely. Riggs slumped onto his side, panting. Every breath shook through him. He tasted blood in the back of his throat. Stonegrave took a long drink, longer than the meager amount justified, then handed Riggs the remainder with polite efficiency. "Finish it, quickly now." Riggs drank. The cool water soothed and stung at the same time. He leaned back against the mud, letting his eyes drift shut for a moment. Just one moment. The surface of the water behind him rippled. Silently. Riggs didn't hear the approach and only noticed when he felt the chill of Warner rush over him. Some instinct screaming of danger. He turned just as a crocodile burst from the water, a massive creature, scales glistening black with mud, jaws wide enough to take his arm clean off. The teeth flashed, wet and jagged. Riggs rolled aside, barely escaping as the jaws snapped shut where his torso had been. Mud splashed up over him. His heart hammered painfully against his ribs. Stonegrave shouted, "Riggs!" but took a careful step back rather than forward, maintaining a margin of safety between himself and the beast. The croc swung toward Riggs again, tail sweeping through the reeds. Riggs didn't think. He jumped and landed on the creature's back, grabbing the thick ridges running down its skull. The croc bucked violently, thrashing through the water, trying to dislodge him. Riggs's grip faltered immediately, his arms too drained for this kind of fight. Still he held on. The croc twisted its head, jaws gaping to clamp down on his leg. Riggs squeezed his knees inward, threw his weight forward, and wrapped both hands around the creature's snout, forcing its jaw shut. The beast surged into a roll, Riggs's head submerged, mud filled his nose and mouth. The world spun violently as the croc rolled a second time, trying to crush him under the water. His lungs burned and his grip began to slip. He felt consciousness pulling away from him and knew he had one chance. With the last shred of strength he had left, Riggs reached out, not with his hands, but with the cold, aching pull behind his ribs. The water answered. It whipped upward in a sudden, violent column and struck the croc beneath its belly. The force catapulted the beast out of the water entirely, slamming it into a nearby tree with a sickening thud. The croc dropped to the mud with a stunned hiss, blinked slowly, then dragged itself backward into the marsh, vanishing into reeds. Riggs collapsed face first into the mud. Stonegrave called his name, sharp, authoritative, but the sound grew distant, too distant. Riggs tried to push himself up. His arms buckled and his pulse slowed to a dull throb in his ears. Alora's voice flickered in his mind, soft, warm, promising. "I'll be waiting, on Alchemete." He reached for the thought, trying to hold it, anchor himself to it, but darkness swallowed him before he could. Riggs woke to the feeling of someone's shadow falling across him. His eyes opened slowly. His vision swam at first, mud, reeds, the dull red of dawn through mist. But then the shape leaning over him sharpened into Stonegrave's face. Stonegrave crouched beside him with his usual rigid posture, one hand resting on his knee, the other brushing mud from his sleeve with neat, almost compulsive precision. Despite the exhaustion in his eyes, he stood as crisply as an officer waiting for a report. Riggs blinked. "You stayed?" Stonegrave cleared his throat. Naturally. Even half-conscious, Riggs could tell there was nothing natural about it. Stonegrave was the kind of man who calculated every decision twice before taking it. Staying beside a half-dead companion in a marsh full of predators wasn't something Stonegrave would normally do, not unless it benefited him. A part of Riggs wondered, quietly, bitterly, did he stay because he cares? Or because he needs me to purify the water? Stonegrave straightened. "Come along now, Mr. Riggs. We must keep ahead of our pursuers." Riggs pushed himself upright, though it felt like lifting a boulder. His head pounded. His arms shivered with every movement. The memory of the crocodile slamming him into the mud replayed in flashes. But he was alive. He had Stonegrave to thank for that, or maybe only for not leaving. For days, they kept on like that, forward, forward, always forward, stumbling through mud that swallowed their ankles, ducking beneath low branches, forcing their way through choking reeds. The dogs' barks rose faintly from time to time, carried on shifting winds. Each time they did, Stonegrave's polished calm thinned just enough to show the nerves underneath. But they stayed ahead, barely. With no food, their strength ran thin. Soon, even lifting their feet felt like dragging anchors through wet sand. Riggs's ribs ached with hunger, and Stonegrave's complaints grew sharper. "I was not meant for this terrain," Stonegrave muttered one evening as they approached a small rise in the marsh, a mound of earth barely high enough to escape the mud. "Too damp, too treacherous. There is no dignity in slogging through filth." Riggs didn't argue. He didn't have the breath for it. They dug into the mound with their hands, creating a shallow burrow just wide enough to curl inside. It offered a little shelter from wind and insects, but not from hunger. Riggs's stomach twisted violently, demanding something. Anything. "I don't see any grubs this time," he whispered. Stonegrave flicked mud from his cuff. "Nor do I. So what do we do?" Before Stonegrave could answer, something thudded into the mud in front of them. A rabbit. Riggs jerked forward, startled. The animal lay motionless, its neck broken cleanly, its fur streaked with thin, fresh cuts. Talon marks. Stonegrave stared. "What in?" A gust of wind roared overhead. Riggs looked up. A great shape descended from treetops, wide wings beating, feathers gleaming wet in the marsh mist. It landed with a force that shook the mound beneath them. Mako. Fully grown now, larger, broader, more fearsome than he had ever been in Riggs's memories. His lion-like body rippled with muscle beneath tawny fur, wings long and dark as storm clouds. His head gleamed bronze in the half-light, hooked beak razor-sharp, amber eyes bright and unsettlingly intelligent. His talons dug into the earth like knives. Stonegrave stumbled back, eyes widening. The crisp facade cracked for the first time. What is that?" Mako's feathers flared. His head snapped toward Stonegrave with an unmistakable warning glare. "He doesn't like you?" Riggs murmured. Stonegrave swallowed hard. "Yes. Gathered." Mako turned toward Riggs, and the hard edges of his posture softened. He stepped forward, lowering his head slightly. Riggs reached out with trembling fingers, brushing them through the griffin's warm feathers. Recognition hit him like a blow. He'd only caught glimpses of Mako through the ceiling grate, flashes of wings, feathers drifting down between iron bars, the thrum of his wing beats when he passed overhead. But he knew. "You found me," Riggs whispered. Mako let out a low, rumbling sound, half purr, half growl. Stonegrave took another careful step back, attempting to hover behind Riggs without looking like he was hiding. "I mean no harm," he said stiffly, voice pitching higher than usual. "No harm at all." Mako ignored him. Riggs picked up the rabbit. "We'll have to eat it raw," he said. "There's nothing dry enough to burn." Stonegrave opened his mouth to protest, then looked to the rabbit and closed it again. Food was food. They ate quickly. The meat was cold and metallic, but the boost of energy was immediate. Stonegrave wiped his mouth with a stiff motion and exhaled sharply. Then his eyes slid toward the waterskin. Riggs felt his stomach sink. "No," he said, voice thin. "Not yet. We require hydration to continue," Stonegrave interrupted, tone steady, firm. "Hakote's men are not far, and I'd prefer to stay ahead of them." Mako's feathers flared again, but Stonegrave didn't look in his direction. Riggs's arms ached just thinking about bending water again. Every attempt left him hollowed out further. He wasn't sure how many more he had left in him before something inside him snapped, but Stonegrave watched him with polite expectation, the kind that left no room for refusal. Riggs let out a slow breath and knelt beside the nearest pool. "Just a little," he whispered. Water rose and Riggs felt himself growing weaker all over again. For 3 more days they pressed through the marsh, surviving because Mako made sure they did. Every morning, as the fog drifted low over the water, the griffin appeared out of the gray sky with something clutched in his talons. A rabbit, a marsh pheasant, once even a half-grown boar he dropped with a thud at their feet. Riggs would carve what they could eat with a chipped shard of stone he had fashioned into a knife. They consumed it raw, tearing into the cold meat. It turned Riggs' stomach, but he needed the energy. Out here, weakness meant death. Mako returned again at dusk, wings beating slow and heavy, dropping another kill. He never landed close to Stonegrave. He kept the man at the very edge of his wingspan, watching with intense, judging eyes. Stonegrave tolerated the griffin's glare with stiff-backed endurance, though Riggs caught the way the man's hand hovered near the makeshift knife whenever Mako approached. Still, the food gave them strength to push on. Riggs's water purification became less of a burden now that he had meat in his stomach. It came easier. Still draining, still dangerous, but manageable. Enough to fill their skin and keep them upright. For 3 more days, survival felt almost possible. Then one morning, Mako simply didn't appear. No flap of wings. No thump of another fresh kill hitting the mud. Just silence. Riggs scanned the treetops for hours, searching for any sign. A shadow, a shape, a cry, but the canopy stayed empty. Stonegrave said nothing at first, merely adjusted the collar of his tattered coat and kept walking. It wasn't until midday that he offered a crisp, almost casual remark. "Well, it appears your guardian has departed. Creatures like that do as they please, I guess." Riggs's heart sank. He wouldn't just leave. Stonegrave hummed noncommittally. They found no grubs that day, no worms, not even insects sturdy enough to eat. Hunger returned quickly, sharp and twisting, and the marsh seemed determined to hide even the scraps of food it once offered. The next morning, Riggs knelt beside a soggy patch of earth, digging at the muck with bare hands, searching for anything alive enough to swallow. His fingers trembled from weakness and cold. That was when Stonegrave tense and the faintest bark echoed across the reeds. Then another, then the pounding of boots through mud. Riggs shot upright, blood running cold. "They've caught up," Stonegrave said. The naval brightness left his eyes, replaced by the sharpness of a man calculating survival odds with brutal efficiency. He drew his knife. "Ready yourself." Riggs barely had time to breathe before the soldiers crashed through the reeds. The first guard lunged with a sword already drawn, blade flashing. Riggs dodged, jabbing forward with a broken branch he'd fashioned into a makeshift weapon. The years in the prison arena flooded back. Footwork, timing, survival by instinct. He blocked, sidestepped, twisted away from a strike that would have taken him at the collarbone. Another guard circled from behind, dog snarling, froth flying from its jaws. Riggs spun, kicking the dog aside, used its momentum to duck under a thrust and slam his branch into a guard's knee. Stonegrave fought too, though always with precise caution, never stepping too far into danger. His footwork was crisp, controlled, every motion efficient. He kept the soldiers at a distance, striking only when he saw an opening. But the enemy had steel and training, and they had a dog. The beast caught Riggs on the thigh. Teeth sank through skin and muscle. Pain tore up his leg like fire. Riggs screamed, punched the dog's muzzle, tried to pry its jaws open, but its grip tightened. The guard charged, sword raised, point aimed at Riggs's throat. Riggs threw up his arm, but he had nothing left. No strength, no bending, no hope. The blade began to fall. Then the sky screamed. Mako descended like a storm. He struck the guard with the force of falling stone, pinning him to the mud. His talons dug deep, ripping through armor. His beak clamped around the man's neck and tore clean through it. The body spasmed once, then went still. Blood soaked into the marsh. Riggs gasped for breath, still struggling with the dog on his leg. The creature's teeth were locked in a death grip, refusing to release even as the guard who commanded it now lay dead. Riggs kicked, pushed, punched, nothing worked. His leg throbbed, his vision blurred. He stumbled backward toward the water. He didn't even realize he had reached the edge until the mud gave way beneath him. Then something massive surged up from the depths. A crocodile, longer than a wagon, jaws wide, teeth glinting, lunged upward and seized the dog. The beast bit the dog in half with a single snap, dragging the back half into the water. The front half, jaws still clenched, remained attached to Riggs's leg like a grotesque trap clinging to him. Riggs stared, stunned, as the croc vanished into the murk. He had been 10 feet from it digging for worms and never knew it was there. Mako landed beside him, feathers flared, eyes sharp. He scanned Riggs from head to toe, ensuring the danger had passed. Only one soldier remained, and Stonegrave was still locked in combat with him, blade flashing, boots slipping. Mako watched. Stonegrave struggled, and Mako did not move. Riggs understood. Mako didn't care if Stonegrave lived. Riggs forced himself to stand, though his injured leg trembled violently. He met Mako's eyes and nodded once, breath shaking. "Go help him," he whispered. Mako lunged. The last guard didn't even have time to scream. When the marsh finally went quiet, only the buzzing of flies remained. Riggs leaned against a tree, panting. Stonegrave wiped blood from his cheek, trying to maintain composure. "Well," Stonegrave said, clearing his throat, "at least now your creature can fetch us more food." Mako turned his head sharply toward Stonegrave, amber eyes narrowing. Then he looked at the half-dog corpse Riggs's was prying free of his leg and then back at Stonegrave. The message was unmistakable. You already have food. Stonegrave paled and Riggs couldn't help the weak laugh that escaped him. They looted the bodies. Daggers, a short sword, a bow with 3 arrows, scraps of dried meat, a full water skin, 2 small bags with some coins, anything useful. Then, with Mako at their side like a guardian fallen from old stories, they moved deeper into the marsh, knowing the Fire Kingdom would not stop coming, but finally able to fight back. As the days stretched on, the marsh thickened around them until the world became nothing but reeds, fog, and shifting water. Daylight turned gray. Shadows twisted in every direction. The air grew heavier, damp enough to cling to Riggs's skin like a cold hand. They kept moving because stopping meant death, but moving hardly felt better. Every patch of reeds looked the same. Every twisted cypress root mirrored another. Mud swallowed their boots with each step, dragging at their legs until Riggs felt like he was sinking even while upright. "We passed that stump before," Riggs murmured, voice hoarse. Stonegrave stopped, straightened the already straight line of his back, and pressed his lips into a thin line. "Impossible," he said crisply. "I've maintained a consistent bearing." Riggs pointed at a distinct, warped tree with a trunk forked like a snake's tongue. "There. We saw that yesterday." Stonegrave stared long enough for the truth to settle through his polished exterior. His jaw tightened. "Marshes distort direction," he said stiffly. "Sometimes entire sections seem to shift with the tide. Regardless, we continue. Forward motion is the key to survival." But forward motion felt like circles, and Riggs couldn't tell north from south anymore. The sky hid behind low clouds. The sun diffused across the swamp, offering no direction. Even the air felt the same. Damp, stale, lifeless. He dragged himself onward beside Stonegrave, stepping through water that reached his knees. Mako padded alongside them for a time, wings tucked, head low and watchful. Hours blurred, and their breaths grew ragged. Their legs shook, and every direction looked like the one they'd just come from. The marsh felt endless, like a place meant to swallow the lost. Riggs stumbled against a log and caught himself on his palms. "We're not getting out," he whispered, the words slipping out before he could stop them. "We're walking in circles. We're going to die here." Stonegrave didn't turn to face him. "Nonsense," he said, voice crisp, steady, disciplined, more officer than man. "We will proceed until—" Mako screeched. The sound cut through the marsh like a blade, sharp, wild, commanding, and Riggs froze. Stonegrave did too. Mako beat his wings once, splashing mud in all directions, and shot upward. He soared ahead, then perched on the twisted limb of a tall, dead tree. His amber eyes locked onto them, waiting, watching, signaling. Riggs stared up at him. "He wants us to follow." Stonegrave exhaled slowly. Creatures of intelligence often display unexpected initiative. Mako screeched again, louder this time, almost impatient. Then he took off, gliding low over the reeds. They followed. Mako traveled in bursts, flying ahead, landing, looking back to ensure they hadn't strayed, then flying again. Each screech echoed like a lifeline through the marsh. Riggs didn't know how long the griffin guided them. An hour, maybe 2. The sun climbed, though it never broke the clouds. The reeds thinned, the ground firmed beneath their feet, the air shifted, cooler, salt-tinged. Then suddenly Mako burst out of the last line of trees and rose into open sky. Stonegrave's breath caught. Riggs stumbled out of the marsh behind him and saw it, a clearing, a broad, sloping stretch of grass and sand, and beyond that, the sea. Its surface shimmered a deep blue-gray, stretching endlessly in every direction, meeting the horizon like the world simply fell away there. Waves rolled against the shoreline with the steady pulse of something alive, something grand and eternal. Riggs's throat tightened. The sea, he had reached it. Mako circled overhead with a triumphant screech, wings carving arcs through the sky. Stonegrave stepped forward, boots sinking into sand instead of mud for the first time in days. He stared at the water as though seeing an old friend, then quickly masked the emotion behind a composed expression. "At last," he said, voice steady but softer, "we are free of that blasted mire." Riggs followed his eyes, not to the waves, but farther down the coastline. A town sprawled along the shore, larger than anything he'd expected. Buildings climbed up the low rise of a hill, rooftops slanted and weathered from sea wind. Fishing nets hung from poles. Smoke drifted from chimneys. Boats dotted the harbor. Real ships, masts rising like skeletal fingers against the sky. And above the town walls, snapping proudly in the breeze, the banner of the Stone Kingdom. Not Fire Kingdom, a place safe from their pursuers. Riggs exhaled shakily, his legs nearly buckled. "We made it," he whispered. "Stonegrave, we made it." Stonegrave clasped his hands behind his back and nodded once, the gesture practiced and formal. "Indeed we have." The tension in his shoulders eased slightly. His eyes scanned the horizon with the calculating reflex of a man who always planned the next move, the next advantage, the next escape. But Riggs didn't care what Stonegrave was plotting. They were free, truly free, and the sea, his path north to Allura, waited for him. Mako landed beside them with a soft thud, wings folding along his back, eyes bright as firelight. Riggs placed a hand against the griffin's warm feathers, gratitude swelling so sharply it almost hurt. "Thank you," he whispered. Mako lowered his head in acknowledgement. Ahead stood a town with ships, and somewhere far northwest, Alchemet, a place he hoped Allura was waiting for him. Riggs took a step toward the sea, toward the path he had fought so hard not to lose. He would reach her. Chapter 2. Dishonest Company. Mako didn't say goodbye. He simply lifted his wings and launched into the air a few hours before sunset, sending a spray of sand across the dunes. The powerful beat of his wings stirred Riggs's hair as he climbed higher, higher, until his shadow stretched thin across the beach. Riggs shaded his eyes with a hand. "He's going hunting again," he murmured, more hope than certainty. But Mako didn't loop back toward them the way he always had. He didn't circle to wait for them or cry out to keep them close. He flew straight east, cutting across the morning sky in a long, determined streak of feathers and muscle. Stonegrave watched him with stiff posture and a narrow, assessing gaze. "I'd say your creature knows you're safe now," he said. Safe. Riggs wasn't sure he felt safe. Not without Mako. There was a hollow space in his chest where the griffin's presence had been. A quiet ache, like the kind left behind by someone you didn't realize you depended on until they were gone. "He'll be back," Riggs said softly, but something in his own voice betrayed doubt. Something deep inside him whispered he may not see Mako again, not anytime soon. Stonegrave clapped him once on the shoulder with a gesture that felt rehearsed. "Come, the town won't walk to us." They crossed the stretch of sand toward the port. The town was larger up close, almost a small city. Weathered docks stretched into the sea, ropes creaking, masts swaying gently in the breeze. Stone Kingdom architecture rose along the slopes. Stout buildings of pale stone, roofs of red clay, banners flapping from poles. Merchants shouted across the squares. Fishermen hauled in day's catches. Seagulls swooped in loud circles above the boats. Stonegrave slowed as they reached the first narrow street, his eyes scanning the signs and storefronts. Riggs noticed the shift immediately. The straightened spine, the hands clasping neatly behind his back, the slight squint of someone aligning memory with the present. "You've been here before," Riggs said. Stonegrave allowed a small, confident smile. "A few times. It's a minor port, but useful. In my shipping days, I found it a convenient stop." Riggs caught the hesitation. "Shipping?" Stonegrave cleared his throat. "Navy, Mr. Riggs. Water Kingdom Navy." He said it with the crisp certainty of a man reciting a title he'd once worn proudly. Captain of the Royal Crest. They used almost all their coin renting a room at the inn, a cramped space above a noisy tavern with thin walls and low ceilings. But after weeks of running, it felt like a palace. When their meals arrived, Riggs stared at the plate in disbelief. Vegetables, bread, a slab of salted fish, and a bowl of warm broth. He lifted a piece of bread to his mouth and froze. He had forgotten what warm food smelled like. When he finally took a bite, flavor burst across his tongue so intensely he had to shut his eyes. Prison had stripped food down to necessity, just enough to keep a man alive, never enough to make him human. This was different. He savored each bite slowly, carefully, as though chewing too fast might break the spell. Stonegrave, in contrast, ate with the neat, efficient discipline of an officer, cutting his food into uniform pieces and consuming each with a measured pace. His eyes drifted across the tavern with practiced watchfulness. Riggs ate through half his plate before asking, "Will you go back to the Navy now?" Stonegrave paused, fork hovering midair, then he lowered it with deliberate slowness. "That is complicated," he said. "I would not call myself a welcome man in the ports of the Water Kingdom." Riggs frowned. Stonegrave exhaled through his nose, a captain's controlled sigh, a misunderstanding, a few debts. Riggs raised an eyebrow. "Debts?" Stonegrave offered a polite smile, the kind that didn't reach his eyes. "Let's say I was overconfident in certain financial matters." He straightened his sleeve, brushing off imaginary lint. "Had the royal crest not been captured when it was, I suspect command would have been removed from me at the next port call. Unpleasant business, all told." Riggs stared. "You were going to lose your ship?" "Possibly," Stonegrave said briskly. "Best avoided by remaining away for a time. Let them believe me dead or imprisoned. Gives me space to gather what I owe." He said "oh" like a man refusing to say gambling, like it might stain the air to speak it aloud. Riggs leaned back in his chair. "So what now?" Stonegrave's eyes drifted toward the open window overlooking the street. Across it, a crowd had gathered, a handful of sailors and merchants rolling dice on an overturned crate, laughter rising in sharp bursts. Stonegrave's gaze sharpened, his posture shifted. Riggs saw it instantly, a hunger, an itch and compulsion Stonegrave tried to disguise behind polished manners. "I believe," Stonegrave said casually, "that a game of chance is an excellent place to learn what ships are arriving and departing." Riggs frowned. "You're going to gamble." Stonegrave offered a gracious smile. "Information, Mr. Riggs. Ports run on information, and dice provide fertile soil for such things." He stood, adjusting his torn coat into something resembling formality. "Finish your meal. I'll return shortly." Riggs opened his mouth to protest, but Stonegrave was already descending the stairs. Not for information. Riggs knew that now. Stonegrave couldn't help himself. Gambling was in his bones. The door swung shut behind him. Riggs took another slow bite of his long-awaited meal, heart sinking. He had made it out of the marsh, and he had reached the sea. He had hope again, but Stonegrave was going to be trouble. Stonegrave returned sooner than Riggs expected, cheeks slightly flushed, posture rigid with a practiced air of confidence. The kind of confidence he put on when he thought he had good news, or when he was bluffing for his life. With Stonegrave, it was sometimes hard to tell the difference. "I have something promising, Mr. Riggs," Stonegrave announced as he slid into the chair across from him. "A captain I once sailed with. By fortune, or perhaps providence, he's in port." Riggs set down the last bite of bread, his heart lifted. "A ship?" Stonegrave nodded. "He trades among some islands north of here before turning toward the northwest. It will not take you all the way to Alcamete, but it will bring you closer, considerably closer." Riggs felt his pulse quicken. Closer was enough. Closer meant a chance. "You're sure?" "Quite." Stonegrave smoothed his coat, a habit he fell into when he wanted to appear more respectable than he was. "Some of the dice players belonged to his crew. They recognized me immediately." This wasn't necessarily a good sign, but Riggs forced down the doubt. The marsh was behind him, the sea ahead. He had come too far to let hesitation drag him back. "Let's go," Riggs said, standing. Stonegrave offered a crisp nod and led the way out of the tavern, down the slanted street toward the docks. The ship that waited for them was large enough to survive deep waters but low in the waterline. Lean, dark-hulled, built for speed rather than cargo. The crew aboard worked with a roughness that felt different from the disciplined Fire Kingdom sailors Riggs remembered watching as a child. These men laughed too loudly, watched too closely, and moved with sharp, predatory purpose. They had the look of men who'd fought for every coin they possessed. A man emerged from behind the rail, tall with a broad chest and a mess of dark hair tied back with a strip of faded cloth. Tattoos snaked up his forearms. His grin was wide. "Stonegrave," the man boomed, spreading his arms. "You miserable barnacle! Thought you were dead!" Stonegrave returned the smile, precise and diplomatic. "Captain Varren. A pleasure." The punch came hard and fast. Captain Varren's fist collided with Stonegrave's jaw, snapping his head sideways. Stonegrave nearly toppled off the dock but caught himself with the reflexes of a man who'd been struck before. Riggs moved instinctively, but two crewmen stepped between them with lazy, practiced threats in their posture. Stonegrave massaged his jaw and straightened his coat with forced composure. "I assume this is about the money." 100 gold pieces, Varren snarled. 50. Stonegrave corrected politely. "And I said I would repay you." Riggs blinked. 50 gold pieces? How? Stonegrave cut him a sharp look. "Stop talking." Captain Varen spat over the side of the dock. "You owe me 100, with interest." "Of course," Stonegrave murmured smoothly. "Naturally, but I didn't come here to dispute old debts. I came seeking passage." Varen laughed. "We're near full, Stonegrave. I've no use for more hands, or half-starved runaways." Stonegrave adjusted his collar. "Riggs is a healer." Varen waved a hand dismissively. "Useless. Sick men get dropped off at next port. Plenty of replacements." Stonegrave's eyes sharpened. He wasn't done. "He can purify water." That stopped Varen cold. The laughter on the deck faded as several sailors turned to listen. Riggs swallowed, suddenly uncomfortable. "What does that matter?" Varen stepped closer. His grin returned, slower this time, predatory. "What does it matter? Lad, do you know what happens when a calm hits the open waters? When the wind dies for weeks?" He tapped the side of his head. "No motion, no rain, and the barrels run dry." Stonegrave finished the thought with a crisp, clipped tone. "A man like Riggs can keep an entire crew alive. He's a filter." Riggs stiffened. "A what?" "A filter," Varen repeated. "Someone who can draw the rot out of seawater. Rare. Very rare." He pointed at Riggs. "Most who claim they can do it are liars, charlatans who don't last one voyage." Riggs looked between them. His heart pounded. "I don't know if I can purify seawater." "Then let's see what you can do," Varen said. He tossed a dented tin cup toward Riggs's feet. Another crewman lowered a rope bucket into the harbor, sloshed it full of seawater, and dropped it beside him. The water was foul with oil, fish guts, and floating debris from the docks. Riggs knelt beside it. He could feel Stonegrave's attention like a weight pressing between his shoulder blades. Not concern, expectation, calculation, the pressure of a man who needed this to work. Riggs lifted his hands. The water rose slowly, not violently like the marsh, but heavy and resistant, thick with salt and filth. He gritted his teeth, forcing the impurities out. Black streaks and green scum peeled away, dropping back into the bucket. His arms trembled. His vision dimmed at the edges. He focused harder. Alora's voice flickered in his mind. "I'll be waiting." On Alcamete, the last of the sludge fell, and what remained shimmered faintly in the air. Clear, light, drinkable. Riggs collapsed back onto one hand, gasping. Captain Varen whistled low. "I'll be." Stonegrave offered a victorious nod. "Impressive, Mr. Riggs." Varen clapped Riggs on the shoulder, hard enough to sting. "You're hired, lad." He turned to Stonegrave. "Both of you, welcome aboard the Sea Scourge." Riggs didn't know the name. To Riggs, it was just a ship and his first real hope of reaching Alora. He stepped toward the gangplank, and behind him, Stonegrave smiled in quiet triumph. Ahead, the crew smiled for an entirely different reason. Riggs had traveled on ships before, on Hakote's transports, treated as an honored guest and noble son might be. But life aboard the Sea Scourge was nothing like that. This ship wasn't built for comfort. It wasn't built for courtesy. It was built for speed, for weathering storms, and for slipping unseen across the waves. His assigned space below deck was 18 inches wide. Not a bed, not a cot, just enough room to hang a hammock between two beams. Riggs stared at the narrow gap between two ropes. 18 inches isn't space, he whispered. It's barely anything. A sailor laughed, a man named Torin, tall and rail-thin, with a scar curling beneath his eye. "Welcome to life at sea, lad. Pick your hammock neighbors wisely." Riggs blinked. "Why?" Torin pointed to either side. "If your neighbors work the same watch as you, you'll all be in your hammocks at once. Means 18 inches stays 18 inches. He jabbed a thumb toward the row across from them. "But if your neighbor's on the opposite watch, their hammock's empty while you sleep, and you get a bit of breathing room." Riggs considered the logic. "So I'm supposed to choose who sleeps next to me based on who's awake when I am?" "Exactly, or you end up nose to armpit with a sweaty deckhand for the voyage." Torin grinned. "Believe me, you don't want that." Riggs nodded and hung his hammock. The canvas creaked as he tested its weight, then sagged uncomfortably beneath him. The ceiling overhead was so low he could touch it with a bent elbow. The lower deck was 4 foot 4 inches high, exactly 4 foot 4, as Torin and several others had repeated proudly, like a badge of suffering. Riggs could barely stand crouched. Every step was hunched. Every motion felt contained, compressed, smothered. When he straightened even slightly, the crown of his head brushed the beams. "I'm going to break my back down here," Riggs muttered. "Better your back than your neck," Torrin replied cheerfully. "Necks are more valuable." Riggs couldn't tell if that was a joke or a threat. Food, at least, came easily to him. While the crew ate hardtack and salted fish twice a day, Riggs received fresh fish, generous portions, and as often as he wanted. Captain Varan made it clear. A filter eats as much as he pleases. They needed him strong. Strong meant capable of purifying water when the ship needed it. So every few hours, someone tossed him another raw or barely cooked fish, still warm from the hook, and he ate until his stomach stretched full. He didn't complain. Strength mattered now more than comfort. The crew eyed him with a strange mix of envy and superstition. "Watch him," one man whispered. "He touches water, makes it clean. Heard the last filter we had went mad. That's just a tale. No, I heard his bowls gave out and he died." Riggs tried not to listen. He also tried not to look too closely at the cargo, but curiosity won out. Crates and barrels filled the hold, stacked tight against the ribs of the ship. Most bore painted marks or branded seals. Symbols Riggs didn't recognize, others he did. A merchant's crest from the western coast, a noble house sigil from the Sapphire Isles, a shipping guild emblem from the Water Kingdom itself. Too many symbols from too many origins. Even for a trading vessel, it was too many to belong on the same ship. Riggs ran his fingers along one crate. The wood was fresh, barely weathered. "Strange, isn't it?" Torrin said behind him. He leaned against the wall, smirking. "Cargo from all over," Riggs swallowed. "They trade widely?" Torrin's grin stretched wider. "You could say that." The tone was light, but there was nothing light in the look behind his eyes. Riggs forced a smile and walked on, but questions gnawed at him, unsettling ones. Why did every crate look hastily loaded? Why were some markings half scraped off? Why did the crew carry blades openly on deck, even when the sea was calm? Why did they watch the horizons not for storms, but for sails? He didn't know for certain. Not yet. But the truth pressed against the back of his mind like a tide waiting to pull him under. He might not be aboard a merchant vessel or a trading ship or anything remotely honest. He might be sleeping 18 inches from a pirate's hammock. Riggs learned how discipline worked aboard the Sea Scourge on his 4th morning at sea. It began with a shout from the quarterdeck, sharp and cutting through the wind like a blade. Sleeping on watch, Riggs was coiling rope nearby when the sailors dragged a man forward. Toller, a quiet seaman with gray in his beard and shoulders stooped from years at sea. He'd never once looked Riggs in the eye, but he'd helped him correct a knot 2 days ago. Now he stood trembling, eyes wide, pleading breathlessly. Captain Varon, I swear it was only a moment, just a moment. My eyes closed." "A moment is enough to lose a ship," Varon said, his voice a low growl. "Enough to lose lives." Toller collapsed to his knees. "Please!" The first mate kicked him in the ribs. "On your feet." Riggs watched, heart pounding, as they hauled Toller to the center of the deck. His shirt was ripped off, exposing a back scarred from older lashings. Varon motioned toward the grating, a large, square iron lattice used for draining seawater over the deck. "Secure him." Toller was tied face down to the grating, ropes drawn tight around his wrists and ankles. His breath came fast and panicked, fogging in the cold morning air. Riggs took an involuntary step forward. "Captain, maybe there's another way." Stonegrave grabbed his arm. "Quiet," he whispered, posture stiff and unflinching. "This is the sea. You sleep on watch, everyone could die. He earned this." Riggs stared at him. "Earned?" But Stonegrave's face remained unreadable, polite, distant, an officer's mask. Varon lifted the cat-o'-nine tails. 9 knotted cords, tips weighted with lead beads. A weapon designed to break skin, break flesh, break men. "Toller," Varon said calmly, "you've served on my ship for 6 years. You know the cost." Toller sobbed once, just once, before the first strike fell. Riggs flinched. The crew didn't. A few even leaned closer and one laughed. The second strike tore a scream from Toller's throat. The third ripped skin and the fourth drew blood. After the fifth, Riggs stopped counting. By the end, Toller's back was a lattice of open, bleeding wounds. He was unconscious, limp against the ropes, breath shallow. When they untied him and dragged him below, no one seemed troubled. Men went back to their duties as though they had witnessed someone swat a fly. Stonegrave dusted his hands together. A sailor who sleeps at his post might doom a crew. This punishment is merciful compared to the consequences. Riggs felt sick. Merciful? Stonegrave shrugged, crisp, unbothered. Better a beating than a sinking. Afterwards, Riggs made his way below deck. The sick bay was barely more than a cramped storage area where a half-blind old sailor named Henrik pretended to be the ship's healer. Henrik grumbled as he slapped rough, salt-stiffened bandages across Toller's ravaged back. "Should have taken it like a man," Henrik muttered. Screamed like a child, never seen a grown sailor squeal like that. Pathetic. Riggs clenched his jaw. "He's hurt." Henrik snorted. "Aye, that's the point." He left Toller face down on a bloody cot, mumbling something about finding rum. Riggs waited until Henrik's footsteps faded, then he knelt beside Toller. The man trembled in pain, even unconscious, breath sharp and uneven. Blood pooled beneath the makeshift bandages. Riggs placed his palms over the worst of the wounds and he felt the pull, the cold tug that always answered him, deep in his chest. Water gathered within the wounds themselves, the blood thinning, impurities drawing outward into clotted dark droplets. The swollen edges of torn flesh softened, the deepest gashes stopped bleeding, and the flesh began to mend. Color returned to Toller's cheeks. It drained Riggs. Every pull drained him, but he pushed through it. Toller's breath leveled out, and his trembling eased. He would live. Riggs sagged backward, sweating, heart racing. Captain Varen's voice cut through the silence like a knife. "I'll give you one warning, Riggs." Riggs looked up sharply. Varen stood in the doorway, arms crossed, expression unreadable. "You heal a man without my order again," the captain said, "and I'll have you lashed to the grating." His tone didn't rise. It didn't need to. "You're here to filter water, nothing else." Riggs's stomach dropped. "But he would have died." Varen stepped forward, eyes hard. "And if he dies, I replace him. There's never a shortage of men looking for a berth." "But filters?" He tapped Riggs's chest with one finger. "Filters are rare, too rare to waste on a simple sailor." Riggs felt Stonegrave's gaze from behind the captain, calm, calculating, as if silently agreeing. Riggs lowered his head. "Yes, Captain?" Varen nodded once and left. Stonegrave followed a heartbeat later. Riggs stayed in the dim hold, sitting beside the sleeping, bandaged man. He had used his gift to save a sailor's life and learned the price of compassion aboard this ship. By the time they were several days away from the Stone Kingdom port, Riggs no longer felt like a passenger, or even a runaway. He felt like part of the ship, part of its labor, its rhythm, part of its survival. The sea scourge relied on him now, and he felt it in every bone. Their water barrels were half empty by morning on the 4th day. By evening of the 5th, the crew gathered around them as if waiting for a miracle they had never been granted before. Riggs provided it. He kneeled beside one barrel at a time, drawing seawater up from the buckets the crew hauled over the rail. The brine stung his skin, the salt bit into the raw spots on his palms. But when he called, the water came. He pulled the rot and impurities from the seawater, drawing it clean enough to drink. And he did it again, and again, and again, hour after hour, until his arms shook and sweat stung his eyes. Every day was the same. The ship rolled, the sails snapped, the crew shouted and laughed around him, and Riggs bent water until he could barely stand. It reminded him of prison, hauling stone blocks, carrying crates, dragging weights across gravel, his body pushed to exhaustion every waking moment. But unlike prison, he was fed generously. Fresh fish, salted fish, sometimes cooked, usually raw, and as much as he could swallow. Over time, his muscles grew harder, his body recovered quicker, and the burn in his limbs changed from pain to power. Something was different, stronger, deeper. Something had changed inside him while in prison. He couldn't explain it. Sometimes when he reached for water, it surged to him before he even lifted his hand. Other times, he felt an echo of something behind his ribs, a pressure, a heat, a sense that he wasn't tapping a well, but uncorking a storm. He didn't know what that meant, and he didn't tell Stonegrave. He certainly didn't tell Captain Varen. He just kept working, and the barrels never ran empty. One afternoon, Captain Varen clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to rattle his teeth. "Double rations tonight," Varen roared. "Every man aboard gets his fill." The crew cheered like they'd just conquered a kingdom. Riggs blinked. "Double rations? Why?" Varen grinned, showing his teeth. Because thanks to our little filter, we have water enough for 2 crews. Might as well celebrate before we hit the Northern Isles. Northern Isles, Riggs's pulse quickened. And after that? Varen's expression flickered just slightly. We continue northward, in due time. Riggs stared at him. I was told we'd head northwest. We will. Varen clapped his cheek lightly. Patience. Riggs turned away, unsettled. Stonegrave stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, observing like an officer surveying a deck he technically had no authority over. Riggs approached him. You said they'd take us northwest soon. Stonegrave's expression didn't budge. And they will. These voyages have a rhythm. You must learn it. Riggs frowned. You sure about that? Stonegrave's voice remained perfectly calm. Too calm. I would not mislead you. But Riggs saw it now, the glint of evasion in his eyes, the careful placement of words, the assurance that meant nothing. Stonegrave was leading him on. He wanted Riggs to stay on this ship. He needed Riggs on this ship. A filter was worth more than gold out on the open waters. Riggs looked down at his hands. Salt crusted under his nails. The skin was rougher but stronger. He wasn't sure how far his power reached now, but he knew it had grown, more in months than it ever had in years. He kept waiting to hit a wall, to find the limit of what he could do. He hadn't found it yet, and something inside him wondered if he wouldn't. He kneeled beside another barrel, lifting seawater with a flick of his fingers. The water responded eagerly, almost hungrily, curling upward in a smooth ribbon of blue. He purified it in seconds. The crew watched, awestruck. Even Varen watched, hiding something like greed behind his grin. Stonegrave watched too, silently, and Riggs couldn't tell whether it was pride or relief. He had become indispensable, valuable, a resource worth keeping. But every day they sailed north. The commotion of cargo shifting below deck grew stranger. The crates all bore different markings, different origins, different stories. Riggs wasn't blind. He wasn't ready to accept it yet, but he saw the truth circling them like gulls over a carcass. This wasn't a trading ship. It was something else, something darker. He just didn't know how dark. By late afternoon, the last of the Sea Scourge's cargo had been offloaded into the port town's warehouses. Crates of spices, bolts of cloth, barrels of dried fruit, and other goods Riggs suspected hadn't come from a single honest source. The crew worked with an eerie efficiency, passing crates hand to hand with laughter that didn't match the labor. Captain Varen oversaw it all with his arms folded and an expression somewhere between satisfaction and hunger. When the final crate thumped onto the dock, Varen clapped his hands once, sharp and decisive. "That's the lot of it," he said. "Now we fill her up again." Riggs watched him closely. "Fill her with what?" Varen's grin stretched wide. "Whatever we find at sea." The words sat wrong in Riggs's stomach. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, the ship cast off and turned its prow toward deeper waters. The sails unfurled, catching a stiff breeze that carried them north, farther and farther from the safety of the Stone Kingdom port. 2 days later, they spotted the vessel. It was a small transport ship, hardly more than a coastal trader, with a crew size so modest Riggs could count them from deck to deck. It sailed alone, lightly loaded, the kind of vessel that skimmed between small ports to deliver goods quietly and cheaply. Varen's eyes gleamed the moment he saw it. "Barely worth the wood it floats on," he said, "but we've room in the hold, and she's alone. No escort, just begging to be taken." Riggs froze. Taken. The word echoed in his mind like a dropped stone hitting well water. A few sailors murmured to one another, excitement building. Hands drifted toward blades. One man cracked his knuckles and laughed in anticipation. Riggs turned to Varen, voice low. "What do you mean, taken?" Varen glanced at him. "I mean we'll board her, relieve her of her cargo, and put her crew ashore or overboard, depending on their manners." Riggs felt the world tilt. "This is piracy." Varen shrugged. "Call it what you like. I won't be part of it." Riggs tried to keep his feet steady, but anger shook his voice. "You told me this was a trade route." "I said we traded," Varen replied smoothly. "And so we do. We simply skip the buying." Several crewmen laughed. Stonegrave stepped forward then, posture rigid, face composed. "Mr. Riggs," he said quietly, "you should do as you are ordered." Riggs stared at him, stunned. "Stonegrave, you knew." Stonegrave's expression didn't shift. "This ship provides us passage and protection. We owe our service in return. Best not complicate matters." "No," Riggs shook his head, breath tightening in his chest. I won't. I didn't survive prison to become a pirate. Varen's grin faded. That a refusal? Yes, Riggs said. It was mutiny, and it came easier than he expected. The response from the crew was immediate. They fell on him in a wave, hands seizing his arms, shoving him to the deck. His cheek struck the wood, and boots pressed into his back. Someone wrenched his wrists behind him. Metal cuffs clamped around them with a finality that made Riggs's stomach drop. Chain him, Varen ordered, voice cold and efficient. Below. Put him in the cell with the iron grate. Stonegrave watched, jaw tight, but didn't intervene. He didn't protest, didn't even look away. Riggs stared up at him through the tangle of arms and hands restraining him. Stonegrave. Best to stand down, Stonegrave replied. You brought this upon yourself. The betrayal stung more than the hands dragging him. The crew hauled him toward the hatch, down the steep, narrow stairs into the belly of the ship, where the air turned damp and stale. They shoved him into a cramped iron-grated cell barely large enough to sit upright. Someone slammed the metal door shut, and chains rattled as they locked it. Moments later, above on deck, the shouts began. Not the playful banter Riggs had grown used to. These were sharper, hungrier, and cruel. The ship lurched violently to one side as the sea scourge collided with the transport. Riggs pressed against the bars, straining to see through the narrow cracks in the wooden boards overhead. Shadows moved quickly, men running, blades drawn, ropes thrown across the gap between ships. Screams followed. Pitiful, terrified screams. Riggs closed his eyes, breath shaking, chains biting into his wrists. He had refused to become a pirate, and now he was locked below while a pirate raid unfolded above him. Unable to stop it, unable to run, unable to do anything but wait and pray the sea did not claim him next. Night fell heavy over the sea scourge, turning the lower decks into narrow veins of darkness where the lanterns struggled to reach. Riggs sat slumped against the iron-grated wall of his cell, his wrists chafing beneath the cuffs, salt from dried seawater burning old scabs. The ship creaked around him like a restless beast, never still, never quiet. Somewhere far above, the crew laughed and celebrated the plunder they'd taken from the little transport ship. Riggs tried not to listen, but the sounds traveled through the boards anyway. Boots stomping, tankards clinking, rough voices boasting about who struck first and who screamed loudest. He pressed his hands over his ears, but it made no difference. He was a prisoner again, a different cell, wearing different chains but the same helplessness. Footsteps broke the monotony. Soft, measured, deliberate. Riggs looked up just as Stonegrave appeared outside the bars, holding a small lantern that cast a thin halo of light across the cell. Mr. Riggs, Stonegrave said quietly, adopting the tone of a captain visiting a rebellious midshipman. I thought you'd appreciate some company. Riggs stared back at him, suspicion and hope knotting together in his chest. You knew, he said, voice rough. You knew they were pirates. Stonegrave exhaled, looking wounded. Almost convincing. I assure you, I did not. I believed Captain Varen was still a traitor. A rogue, yes, but an honest one by comparison. Riggs wanted to believe him. He truly did. Stonegrave had been the only familiar presence in the marsh, the only one who spoke to him like he mattered. But the image of Stonegrave standing motionless while the crew chained him down lingered in his mind like a bad taste. You stood there and watched them drag me below, Riggs whispered. You didn't even argue. Stonegrave's face tightened with controlled regret. And what should I have done? Fight the entire crew? Varen's men would have slit both our throats and thrown us overboard. I needed time. I still do. Riggs swallowed hard. Then let me out now. Stonegrave looked at the lock, then back at Riggs. For a heartbeat, Riggs thought it might actually happen. But then Stonegrave shook his head slowly, as if enduring a conversation with a stubborn recruit. Not yet. We're in open water. No land for miles. If you come topside now, they'll kill you, or they'll kill us both. But once we near a friendly shore, yes, then I can slip the key and we can make our escape. It sounded rehearsed, almost polished, like something Stonegrave had repeated in his mind until he believed it. Riggs let his head fall against the iron grate, too tired to argue. Fine, Stonegrave nodded, relief smoothing his expression. Very good. Trust me a little longer, Mr. Riggs. I haven't abandoned you. He left without waiting for a reply. Weeks crawled by, then months. The ship sailed north, then east, then south again, following lines only the captain understood. Riggs lost track of days and nights. The only measure of time he had was how many times he was hauled out to purify water and shoved back in his cell afterward. Some of the crew sneered at him when they brought him up. Others eyed him with fear, like he was something unnatural. None treated him human. He worked until his arms shook, until he nearly collapsed on deck, until they dragged him back below and tossed him onto the hard boards. His meals never changed. Fish, always fish, raw or barely cooked, where before he ate his fill, now they gave him just enough to keep him functioning. His bending grew stronger, but his body felt hollow. Like the power expanded faster than he could keep up with. Stonegrave visited when he could, always at night, always with a lantern held low, always whispering assurances that freedom would come as soon as we reach a friendly port. It had become a phrase Riggs could recite himself, down to the exact cadence Stonegrave used. One night, Stonegrave arrived carrying something wrapped in cloth. He slid it through the bars. Riggs hesitated. "What is it?" "Something to ease the monotony," Stonegrave said. "The captain's supper, what he graciously left behind." Inside the cloth was a scrap of salted beef, a heel of bread, and a few slices of dried fruit. Riggs stared at it, stunned. His throat tightened. Months of nothing but fish made the smell alone overwhelming. "You eat with the captain?" Riggs asked. Stonegrave cleared his throat. "It is advantageous to be in his good graces." Riggs wasn't sure if Stonegrave meant it was safer, or simply more pleasant to dine at the captain's table, but he ate the scraps anyway, savored them more than he expected, and felt warmth fill him for the first time in weeks. Stonegrave smiled faintly when he saw the change. "Rest while you can. When the next chance comes, I'll free you, on my honor." Riggs looked at him through the bars, uncertain whether Stonegrave still possessed any honor at all, but he nodded anyway, because hope, even misguided, was the only thing keeping him from breaking. The first impact hit like the fist of a god, so sudden and violent that Riggs thought the ship itself had cracked in two. Wood splintered overhead in a sharp, deafening crack. Dust and seawater rained down through the gaps between the boards. For a moment, the entire lower deck shuddered, trembling like a living thing struck at the heart. Then came the shouting. Riggs pushed himself upright, chains clinking against the iron grate. "What's happening?" he whispered, even though there was no one there to answer him. A second impact followed, this one heavier, deeper, a thunderous blow that tore another wooden beam loose. The ship lurched sideways. Riggs slid across the floor until the chains pulled him up short and jerked him painfully backward. Voices echoed through the lower deck, sailors screaming orders, boots thundering downstairs, the unmistakable ring of metal on metal. Then a third impact. Stone. Riggs recognized the sound, knew it instinctively the way he knew the pull of water inside his chest. Stonegrave wielding their gifts, hurling boulders with enough force to punch through oak and iron both. A voice from above roared, "They're trying to board on the port bow." Riggs's heart dropped. The Stone Kingdom had found them. Water surged in through the walls, thin at first, then quicker, then in long, gurgling streams that spilled over the boards and soaked his ankles. The ship was taking on water fast. He strained against his chains. "Stonegrave!" Riggs shouted, though the roar of chaos swallowed his voice whole. Another explosion of shattered wood sent a wave of seawater flooding the lower deck. Riggs scrambled back against the bars, chest rising and falling in shallow, panicked breaths. If the ship sank here, chained as he would drown long before anyone reached him. Footsteps thundered toward him, a single set, fast, desperate, cutting through the sloshing water. Stonegrave burst into view. His boots splashed through water up to his shins, his coat soaked, hair plastered to his forehead. He looked wild in a way Riggs had never seen. Eyes sharp, breath ragged, stripped of all the polish he normally wore like armor. "Riggs!" Stonegrave seized the bars. "Hold on, I'm getting you out. Apologies for the delay, I had to break into the captain's cabin for the keys." Riggs could barely speak. "The Navy?" "Attacking from both sides," Stonegrave said, fumbling at the lock with trembling hands. "The scourge is finished." He managed to pull a ring of keys from his coat, searching frantically for the right one. Riggs noted a bulging bag tied to his waist, and suspected the keys were not the only thing he lifted from the captain's cabin. He kept trying different keys to find the right one, but before he found it, another figure appeared behind him. A pirate, broad-shouldered, face carved with old scars, eyes burning with fury. His blade was already drawn, water dripping from the edge as he lifted it toward Stonegrave's back. "Traitor," the pirate snarled. "Helping a prisoner when the captain needs every hand? I'll gut you." Stonegrave moved faster than Riggs had ever seen. A flash of steel, quick, precise, and the pirate staggered, choking, before collapsing face first into the rising water. Riggs stared in shock. "Stonegrave!" "No time," Stonegrave snapped, voice shaking for the first time since Riggs had met him. "We must move. If I can just—" But the stairwell behind them erupted with shouting. Men in heavy stone-colored armor poured down the steps, boots splashing into the water. Stone Kingdom soldiers. Stonegrave spun toward them, just as a half-dozen spears leveled in his direction. "By order of the Stone Kingdom Navy," the soldier barked, "you are under arrest for piracy, and for the crimes committed under this vessel's flag." Stonegrave froze, as if his spine snapped back into the posture of his former life. His chin lifted instinctively, shoulders straightened, a ghost of his old rank flickering through his stance. But he didn't resist as two soldiers seized him, wrenching his arms behind him, binding him with rope and iron cuffs. He twisted once, trying to look back at Riggs. "Wait, there's a man locked. Riggs is—" A soldier slammed a spear handle into his ribs, silencing him. They dragged him toward the stairs, ignoring the rising water and the groaning hull. Riggs pressed himself against the bars, heart hammering as the water reached his waist. "Stonegrave!" he shouted. Stonegrave jerked his head toward him one last time, eyes wide, not with fear, but with regret. Then he vanished up the steps, swallowed by the soldiers and the chaos above, and the lantern flickered out as Riggs watched the water rise higher. Chapter 3, Still Not Free. Hands seized Riggs before the water could rise any higher. Two Stone Kingdom sailors hauled open the rusted grate and dragged him up from the sinking dark. Cold seawater spilled out with him, as if the ship itself exhaled its last breath. Riggs's legs were numb, his wrists raw from the chains, and the shriek of splintering wood by stone still echoed faintly from above. The sea scourge groaned underfoot. Dying. He stumbled into blinding light as they pulled him topside. Rain mixed with seawater. Wood splintered. The pirate vessel was already listing severely, its decks slanted, railing nearly underwater. The Stone Kingdom ship had pulled alongside, its hull towering above the shattered pirate craft like a stern judgment made of iron and timber. The pirates, including Captain Varen, were forced into a huddled line on the Stone Kingdom deck. Every one of them sat on the planks with their hands bound behind their backs, surrounded by armed soldiers who kept their spears level and impersonal. Varen still wore that same vicious grin, though blood stained his lip now. Stonegrave sat among them, soaked and cuffed, posture straight despite the humiliation. His gaze flickered to Riggs with a brief flash of apology. Too quick to read, too late to matter. Riggs barely had time to register the sight before a soldier nudged him forward. "Captain Halveth wants you." On the Stone Kingdom ship's yardarm, sailors rigged a noose. Rope creaked in the wind. One of the pirates looked up and began to weep. Behind them, the sea scourge gave a long final groan. A massive stone projectile had torn a hole through its midsection. Now water surged inside with unstoppable force. The ship sank slowly, bow first, slipping beneath the waves until only the tip of its mast remained, and then even that vanished. The pirates watched their home die. The Stone Kingdom sailors watched justice carry out its own sentence, and Riggs didn't know which group unsettled him more. He was pushed into the captain's cabin. The space was small, barely wide enough for a desk, a cot, and a single round window. But the man inside seemed too large for it, as if the room had been built around him instead of the other way around. His shoulders nearly brushed both walls. His forearms were thick as timber posts. His presence filled the space with the quiet certainty of someone who had commanded respect. Stone Kingdom Gege, through and through. "Sit," the captain said, his voice deep enough to vibrate through the floorboards. Riggs obeyed, lowering himself onto the wooden chair across from the desk. His clothes were still dripping seawater onto the planks. The captain reached into a drawer and slid a paper across the desk, a wanted poster. Fire Kingdom parchment. ink smudged from damp, and in the center, Riggs's own face. He felt a cold coil tighten in his stomach. The captain studied him with a thoughtful expression, one eyebrow lifting. You know, I had my suspicions. Fire Kingdom patrols don't swarm these waters unless someone here has annoyed Hakat more than usual. Riggs swallowed. I didn't ask for that poster. No one does, the captain said. But don't worry, we're no friends of Hakat. If he wants you badly enough to shout your name across the seas, that only gives me more reason to keep you safe. Riggs let out a slow breath, though it did little to steady him. Thank you. The captain nodded, and for a moment the room fell into a quiet rhythm. The gentle sway of the ship, the distant shouts of sailors finishing their grim work above, the steady hum of a man thinking several steps ahead. Riggs cleared his throat. Captain, if it's possible, I'd like to be set ashore soon. I need to head north. There's someone waiting for me, far northwest, beyond these waters. The captain leaned back, and the wooden chair creaked beneath his weight. I'm sorry, lad. I can't. My orders are explicit. I'm to patrol this stretch of the coast for another 6 months. No landfall, no deviation, no exceptions. 6 months. The number struck Riggs like a stone to the chest. The captain must have seen it, because his tone softened. Not gentle, but earnest. I'm not trying to keep you prisoner, but I can't put you ashore. Not while I'm under orders from the capital. However, Riggs lifted his eyes. If you'll serve aboard this ship until my patrol ends, proper cruise work, paid work, then I'll see you safely to port near the Stone Kingdom capital. From there, I'll personally help arrange passage to wherever you need to go. Northwest, far north, wherever this person is. Riggs felt the wooden edges of the chair press into his palms. Alora. 6 months was an eternity when she was waiting for him. Yet he had no other path, no other ship, no other shore, and if he tried to escape, he didn't want to think about what the Stone Kingdom might do. So he met the captain's eyes and nodded, though something inside him ached bitterly. I'll serve, Riggs said quietly, until your patrol ends. The captain extended a hand, massive, heavy, calloused. Riggs shook it. When Riggs stepped back onto the deck, the world felt colder. The rain had thinned to a mist, drifting across the planks as the Stone Kingdom sailors assembled the condemned pirates in a rigid line beneath the yardarm. Their wrists were bound behind them, ankles tied, faces pale in the muted light. No prayers, no last words, no ceremony, just consequences. Captain Varen stood at the head of the line, chin lifted in defiance even now. The rope was already around his neck. He spat at the deck and muttered something under his breath that Riggs couldn't hear. The Stone Kingdom captain gave a single nod. The noose tightened, the plank dropped. Veron jerked once and was still. 2 sailors cut the rope, letting the body fall limp to the deck. Then, with practiced indifference, they seized him by the legs and dragged him to the railing, pitching him into the sea. The splash swallowed the sound of the next noose being fitted. Riggs swallowed hard and forced himself to breathe. Another pirate was marched forward, another rope secured. Another body dropped, kicked free, discarded. It continued without pause. One life after another severed at the neck. Lifeless bodies cast into the waves with no more ceremony than throwing out spoiled cargo. It was a grim efficiency born of countless such hangings. As the third man fell, the Stone Kingdom's first lieutenant, a broad-shouldered officer with a neatly trimmed beard, approached the captain. Sir, the lieutenant said quietly, there's an issue. The captain didn't look away from the next rope being tied. Speak. One of the prisoners is insisting that he is not a pirate, claims he was held captive like Mr. Riggs. The lieutenant lowered his voice. Normally I'd ignore such a plea, but this one, he carries himself like a man of breeding, says Riggs can vouch for him. The captain raised an eyebrow. Does he now? The lieutenant nodded. If it were a mere sailor, I'd have dismissed it, but a gentleman on a pirate ship? It seemed worth at least mentioning. Riggs's chest tightened. He didn't need to ask. He knew who it was. Stonegrave. The captain exchanged a brief look with his lieutenant before turning back. Bring him forward. 2 soldiers hauled Stonegrave out of the line. His wrists were bound, his coat torn and soaked, but he stood straighter than most condemned men. Chest lifted, chin high. That old naval dignity clung to him, even in chains. Captain, Stonegrave said, voice steady but hoarse. I am no pirate. I was held against my will aboard the Sea Scourge. Mr. Riggs can confirm this." His eyes slid to Riggs, pleading, desperate, but still composed enough to appear reasonable. The captain raised a hand to silence him. "Enough. You'll speak when asked." Stonegrave's jaw tightened, but he went quiet. Riggs felt every sailor's gaze shift toward him. He could tell the captain what he suspected, that Stonegrave was one of them, that he'd gambled, plotted, and sat comfortably at the captain's table of a pirate lord. In truth, up until the very moment the Stone Kingdom ship struck, Riggs himself had believed Stonegrave was part of the Sea Scourge's crew. And why wouldn't he? Stonegrave had never denied it, never claimed innocence, and never mentioned being captive. The man was calculative, coldly so, always thinking 10 steps ahead. Perhaps saving Riggs in the swamp had been self-preservation, not loyalty. Maybe freeing Riggs during the attack was the same, an act to place himself on the right side at the last possible moment. Riggs felt the weight of that thought pulling him toward silence. But then another memory surfaced, unbidden. The marsh, suffocating and endless. Selfish reasons or not, Stonegrave had saved his life more than once. Riggs met Stonegrave's eyes through the damp air. Eyes that begged, eyes that feared, eyes that hoped. He drew a slow breath and decided to stick with the facts. Riggs said, "He boarded with me, and I never saw him do anything that would make him a pirate. He was the one who was trying to set me free when your men boarded the ship." A ripple passed through the Stone Kingdom soldiers. The captain studied Riggs for a long moment, weighing the words, the tone, the man who spoke them. Riggs didn't blink. "I see," the captain said at last. "Very well." Stonegrave exhaled a shuddering breath, shoulders sagging in visible relief. The captain raised his hand, halting the executioner's progress down the line. "Unbind him," he ordered. "He'll stand trial in port, not hang at sea." Stonegrave spoke then, "They took my things." The captain gave a dismissive nod. "Return his things. We'll sort it out when we land." A sailor began to protest, raising the bulging sack. "But Captain, it's—" The look the captain gave him silenced him instantly. The lieutenant nodded, signaling 2 sailors to cut Stonegrave's wrist ropes. They hauled him away from the condemned line, separating him from the pirates. The executioner moved on, tightening the noose around the next man's neck. Riggs turned away as the rope snapped taut, but he heard Stonegrave murmur, barely audible, as he was led below deck. "Thank you, Mr. Riggs." Whether it was gratitude or another carefully kept mask, Riggs couldn't yet tell. Riggs waited for the hanging to be complete, then asked permission to go see Stonegrave. The first lieutenant nodded in agreement. Stonegrave's cabin was barely more than a box built into the corner of the officer's deck. No window, 1 narrow bunk, and just enough floor for a man to stand. A guard sat outside the door, bored but watchful, tapping the shaft of his spear against the floorboards in a slow rhythm. The guard knocked once. "Stonegrave, you've been granted a short visit." Riggs nodded and ducked inside. Stonegrave stood as he entered, straightening his coat despite how torn and stained it was. He tried to smooth his hair as if meeting an admiral instead of a man he'd escaped prison with. "Riggs," Stonegrave said, voice warm and oddly formal. "Thank you for telling the truth." Riggs stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The space felt even smaller when sealed, thick with the smell of salt and damp wood. He met Stonegrave's eyes. "I'm not sure I told the truth." Stonegrave hesitated, hands folding behind his back. "Regardless, you told what needed to be said." Riggs didn't answer that. Instead, he took a slow breath, leaning against the wall. He nodded towards the bag hanging once again at Stonegrave's side. "I'm guessing that was Varen's?" Stonegrave shrugged. "He owed us for our services, even if they were forced." Riggs shook his head slightly. "How much did you take?" Stonegrave hesitated slightly, and then opened the sack. Riggs expected to see coin, but instead the bag was full of precious gems of all types. A fortune. Riggs paused for a second, then shifted his eyes back to Stonegrave. "I want something from you." Stonegrave blinked. He was clearly disappointed with where this was going. "You want half?" Riggs's voice lowered. "I don't want anything to do with that bag. It's blood money as far as I am concerned. No, I want silence. You can't tell them about my filtering." Stonegrave grinned slightly. Riggs pushed on. "I won't spend another 6 months bent over barrels day and night. I won't spend the whole voyage eating nothing but fish. If I never eat another fish in my life, it'll be too soon. and I won't be used the way Varen used me. Not again." Stonegrave's gaze flicked toward the door, then back. "You have my word. I won't say a thing." He meant it. Riggs could read Stonegrave well enough by now to know when the man was telling the truth, or at least when he believed his own lie. Riggs gave a short nod. "Good." Before either could speak again, heavy footsteps approached. The guard rapped on the door. "Riggs," he called, "Captain wants you on deck, now." Riggs stepped out, leaving Stonegrave's room in darkness. The deck was bright with noonday sun, seawater sparkling in every direction. The Stone Kingdom crew moved with practiced order, lines coiled cleanly, sails tied in perfect symmetry. It felt different from the chaos of the Sea Scourge, calmer, sharper, built on rules rather than fear. The captain stood near the helm, his massive frame silhouetted against the sky. When Riggs approached, he turned slightly, expression unreadable. "You asked to speak with me, Captain?" Riggs said. "Yes." The captain opened the leather satchel at his side and withdrew a weather-beaten parchment. The Fire Kingdom wanted notice. He tapped Riggs's drawn face with one thick finger. "You were more than an assistant to Hakote's son, weren't you?" Riggs inhaled slowly. "Yes, Hakote groomed me for something more political. I worked closely with his son." He paused. The captain grunted in acknowledgement, folding the parchment away. "I don't care what you were to them, only what you can do for me now." He eyed Riggs from head to toe. "Can you read and write?" "Yes," Riggs said, "in several languages. The Southern Islands. I still struggle to speak their dialect, but I can read it." A hint of approval flickered in the captain's eyes. "Good. I lost one of my midshipmen in the battle last night. A shame, he was a reliable lad, but the post must be filled." Riggs blinked. "Midshipman? Sir, I'm a bit old for that, aren't I?" The captain's lips twitched. "You are, but age matters less than skill, and I need someone who can read, write, keep track of supplies, translate manifests, and not faint at the sight of a wounded man." Riggs remembered Toller's back. "I don't think that will be a problem." The captain nodded. "Then you'll mess with the other midshipmen, stand your watches with them, and learn the duties. It's not comfort, but it's more than most aboard receive." He stepped closer, casting a long shadow over Riggs. "But understand this clearly. You are under naval authority now. Until the day I release you, you follow orders." Riggs met the captain's gaze. It was stern, but not cruel, rigid but guided by something resembling a moral compass. It felt nothing like Varen's threats or Stonegrave's manipulations. "I understand," Riggs said quietly, "and I'll follow your orders." "Good." The captain turned away, voice settling back into command. "Find the first lieutenant. He'll see you to your duties." Riggs moved across the deck, the boards warm beneath his feet, the wind sharp against his face. He wasn't free. Not yet. But for the first time since escaping Hakote's grasp, he felt as if the world wasn't closing in. He was under orders, under watch, under naval discipline. But at least those orders belonged to men who believed in law, not lawlessness. The midshipman's mess was little more than a cramped room with a long table wedged between storage crates. Riggs ducked under the beams as he entered. He was still getting used to the Stone Kingdom ship's ceilings, barely 4.5 feet high in the lower decks. Every time he forgot, a low beam reminded him with a skull-sharp knock. 3 midshipmen were already seated, passing around a dented pan filled with something grayish and steaming. If steam was the right word, more like drifting sadness. "The first course of our holiday dinner," one of them muttered as Riggs sat. "Caught 3 rats this morning. Cook skinned them and tossed them in whole. Said it's a treat." Riggs blinked. "For what holiday?" The midshipman shrugged. "It's not a real holiday, just what we say whenever the food's not as bad as usual." Another lad groaned and pushed the pan away. "It's barely food. Tough little bones in every bite. Last week I cracked a tooth. It's so bad I'm almost looking forward to our regular ration of soup." Riggs almost laughed, but it was too familiar to be funny. "That's nothing," he said, leaning forward, elbows on the table. "You want to know what is real bad food?" 3 pairs of eyes turned to him. He hesitated for half a breath and then leaned in. "In Durian Keep, they fed us the same gruel every night. The guards would." He caught the memory as it rose, sharp and visceral. They'd mix whatever they could find lying around. Scraps, peelings, rotted fruit, bones, anything. His voice dropped to a flat line. "Sometimes from the dog troughs, And that is the more palatable ingredients. I'll spare you the rest. Mix it all together into a lukewarm mush and boom, dinner. The midshipman stared at him, horrified. One swallowed hard. Gods, you ate that? Riggs shrugged. If you didn't, someone else eats yours. Then they're stronger for the arena fights, and you're the first to fall. He looked around the table at these young men, not even full grown yet. Taste doesn't matter. Food's fuel. No one complained about the rats after that. The door creaked open, and Stonegrave entered with a scowl carved into his face and an apron tied around his waist. Badly. Move, he grumbled, hauling a pot half his size toward the counter. Make room, or I drop this and burn all your feet. One of the midshipmen glanced at Riggs and whispered, That's the pirate? Captive, he claims, murmured another. Now cook's assistant. Or more accurately, prisoner on parole with kitchen duty. Stonegrave clattered the pot down and shot Riggs a look that said he hated every second of his parole, but he hated showing it even more. Careful, he said with that practiced naval diction. This is delicate work. Riggs peeked into the pot. A watery soup with floating onion skins stared back. Right, Riggs said. Delicate. Stonegrave lifted his chin. A man of refinement can make anything tolerable. One midshipman muttered, Tastes like bilge. Stonegrave didn't break character, but a vein ticked in his jaw. Riggs hid a smirk behind his cup. The mighty Captain Stonegrave, reduced to chopping roots and stirring pots under guard. Somehow it fit him. Demeaning duty, but done with ill-tempered dignity. As the meal wound down, Riggs felt, for the first time since arriving aboard, the faint shape of belonging. Not comfort, not safety, just a place. He was a midshipman now. Stonegrave a paroled cook, and life aboard the Stone Kingdom ship was beginning to form its new harsh rhythm. Riggs didn't yet know that in only a few weeks the sea would demand more of him than any prison ever had. But for now he scraped the last rat bones from his plate, wiped his mouth, and prepared for the next watch. The Stone Kingdom ship cut through the late afternoon haze when the lookout called down from the masthead. Crippled ship to starboard, broken spars, listing hard to port. Riggs shaded his eyes. A small brig drifted in the waves. One mast snapped, the other slanted at an angle as if hanging by a thread. Its sails hung in tatters, barely catching wind. From a distance, it looked ready to sink. Colors? The captain called. None flying, sir. Riggs felt the tension building among the crew long before the captain made his decision. The captain stood firm at the rail, studying the brig with an intensity Riggs had come to recognize. Bring us alongside, he ordered. Boarding party. The sailors surged into motion. Grappling ropes were coiled. Shields were taken up. Midshipmen, including Riggs, were ordered into supporting formation, ready to assist or defend, depending on how the first minutes unfolded. The two ships closed the distance until Riggs could smell the stench drifting from the crippled brig, unwashed bodies, stale air, and something metallic beneath it all. Blood. Odd, the first lieutenant muttered. No crew on deck. The captain didn't hesitate. Board. The first half of the boarding party crossed on thrown planks, shields raised. Riggs followed moments later with the second wave, boots thudding across wet timber. The brig's deck was empty, unnaturally so. No bodies, no wounded, no movement, nothing, until the hatch burst open. A flood of pirates, dozens, then more, far more than any honest brig could hold, poured out of the lower decks, roaring with bloodlust, weapons flashing in the dying light. The Stone Kingdom sailors reeled, the first several shoved back immediately by the sheer momentum of bodies erupting from the hold. It's a trap, someone yelled. Then steel rang across the deck as the fight exploded into chaos. Riggs barely had time to draw his blade before a pirate lunged at him, swinging a cleaver meant to tear through bone. Riggs pivoted, dropping low, letting the blade pass overhead as he slammed his shoulder into the man's stomach. The pirate toppled backward, and Riggs didn't hesitate. He stomped once, sharp and direct, driving the air from the man's lungs, then pierced his chest with his blade. Another pirate charged him, a hook in place of a left hand. Riggs parried, turned the man's wrist, and hit him with a quick elbow to the jaw. The man crumpled. But the pirates kept coming, climbing up the hatch like a stream of ants spilling from a cracked nest. Riggs fought through them, moving with the speed and precision he hadn't used since the arena. Every step was balanced, every strike controlled. But now he seemed different. He seemed so much faster that he was back in the arena. Was it just being healthy and well-fed, or had he really grown this much? Another lunge from the attackers focused his attention. He used the deck rail like a springboard, vaulted past two oncoming attackers, landed behind them, and took them both down with clean, efficient blows. He felt alive, sharp, burning at the edges and pulse raging. Everyone seemed to be moving at a slow pace, as if the world had turned down the speed of time. Arena lessons had taught him to fight like a storm, but stay measured like a blade, and the crew noticed. Midshipmen who had doubted him stared openly as Riggs cut a path through the mass of bodies, reaching the thickest part of the fight, where the pirates were swarming toward the captain. The Stone Kingdom captain fought like a man hewn from bedrock, slow to move, but devastating once he did. His fists landed like hammer blows, his blade cleaving men nearly in two, and each pirate who faced him stumbled back or fell outright. But weight and strength couldn't turn back a flood. Not alone. A pirate with twin daggers barreled toward the captain's unguarded side, blade raised to plunge beneath the ribs. Riggs didn't think. He moved. He sprinted, planted one foot on a fallen crate, and vaulted upward in a tight, twisting leap. The move was instinct, one he'd used in the arena countless times. His strike was designed to please the crowd, but when used correctly, it was devastatingly lethal. As he descended, he drove his heel onto the pirate's collarbone with all the force his body could muster and wrapped the other foot around the back of his head. Then he twisted his whole body. Bone cracked, and the man collapsed instantly. The daggers clattered harmlessly to the deck, and Riggs landed on his feet like a circus performer. The entire fight around them hesitated for half a breath, just long enough for the captain to finish his opponent and look up. His eyes met Riggs's, and for the first time since Riggs boarded his ship, there was genuine respect there. Around them, Stone Kingdom sailors rallied, spurred by Riggs's charge. Morale surged, the tide turned. Pirates were forced back toward the brig's railing. A final coordinated push sent the surviving attackers scrambling to surrender or leap into the sea rather than face the captain's justice. In minutes, the deck was theirs. Breathing hard, bruised and sweating, Riggs stood amid the aftermath, surrounded by sailors who stared at him with something approaching awe. One whispered, "He moves like a viper. Have you ever seen someone strike so quickly? I swear he killed half the men we took down." Another said, "True. Even the captain didn't take down that many." And the captain stepped toward Riggs, towering, broad-shouldered, still catching his breath. "That finishing move," he said, nodding at the pirate who still lay dead at their feet. "What do they call that in the South?" Riggs rubbed his ankle, wincing. "In the arena, they called it the drop," the captain chucked. "Truly awful name." Then the captain's lips curved. Not a smile, but the closest thing he ever gave. "Well, Mr. Riggs, regardless, our ship is better for it." A few sailors murmured their agreement. Riggs lowered his gaze, breath still steadying. He had fought without bending. Just skill, discipline, and the instincts honed in a place meant to break men. He had earned these men's respect, and on a Stone Kingdom warship, respect was worth as much as armor. Months later, he found himself descending into the hold with the quartermaster. The hold always felt cooler than the upper decks, the air heavy with the smell of damp wood and salted rope. Riggs followed the quartermaster down the narrow ladder, lanterns swaying gently overhead as the ship rode a long, rolling swell. The quartermaster stopped beside two water barrels marked with chalk. He tapped one with the toe of his boot. "These two have gone bad, sir," he said, addressing Riggs with a nod of respect appropriate for a midshipman. "We'll need to bring them topside for the captain to inspect before striking them from the ledger. Until then, they're off limits." Riggs could smell the truth even before the barrel lids lifted. Sour rot, bitterness rising through the wood like something sick pushing to escape. "How low does that leave us?" Riggs asked. "Lower than I like, sir," the quartermaster said. "We'll manage another week, maybe two, but refilling is inconvenient out here," which meant dangerous, which meant stopping near coasts that might not welcome a Stone Kingdom ship. The ship needed every drop it could keep. A thought, uninvited and unwelcome, tugged through Riggs's mind. Could I purify this if I wanted to? He pushed the thought aside for the moment. Riggs straightened. "Quartermaster," he said, With the captain's permission, I'd like to take charge of the water stores, at least until we reach our next port. The man blinked in surprise. Sir, that's steady work. Dull, truth be told. That's fine, Riggs replied. I'm comfortable with dull, and it would keep him close to the barrels each night. Very well, sir, the quartermaster said. I'll bring it to the captain. The captain approved the appointment before the noon watch. See it done with precision, he said. This ship runs on order. Keep the records sharp. Riggs saluted. Yes, Captain. Managing the water stores gave Riggs long, uninterrupted hours below deck, quiet stretches when most of the crew slept and he could move unseen through the lantern-dim aisles. At first, he intended only to inspect the barrels, but sometime near midnight, when the wind howled through the rigging and the ship's beams croaked in the dark, Riggs loosened the lid of the first tainted barrel and stared down at the murky water. Months ago, he'd been in the swamp, crouching in mud and reeds, hands shaking as he lifted a few handfuls of water at a time. Purifying even a mouthful had nearly cast him into unconsciousness. He'd eaten worms and grubs just to keep his strength long enough to bend a cup or two clean. But now, he reached into the barrel. The water responded instantly. It rose toward him, not sluggish or resistant, but ready as though the water itself recognized him. A pull answered his breath, a swell behind his ribs that felt deeper, older, more powerful than anything he'd known in that marsh. Rot peeled away like threads unspooling. Impurities dissolved. The water brightened in the lantern light. And when he finished, when the barrel sat clean before him, Riggs felt only a slight tremor in his fingers, hardly more than the effort of climbing a ladder. He exhaled slowly, almost fearfully. He had purified an entire barrel and remained standing. I've gotten stronger, he thought, much stronger. He tested a second barrel a few nights later, same result, barely winded. Something inside him was changing, growing, and he didn't know why. 2 weeks later, the captain frowned over the quartermaster's new water tally. These numbers aren't possible, he said. We should be down a quarter more. Have you miscounted? The quartermaster straightened stiffly. Sir, with respect, I do not miscount. The captain grunted, troubled. Riggs stood silently nearby, eyes lowered, hands behind his back in proper naval posture. He breathed evenly, calmly. His face revealed nothing. Very well, the captain said at last. For now, we trust the numbers. Keep me updated daily. The quartermaster saluted. Aye, Captain. Neither man looked Riggs's way, and Riggs offered no explanation. He would not reveal his secret. Not after the sea scourge. Not after months of being used until he collapsed. He would control his bending on his terms. Strengthen it quietly. Quietly enough that no one, not even the captain, would know the truth until Riggs chose to reveal it. For now, the water stretched farther than expected. The captain dismissed it as careful rationing. The quartermaster chalked it up to error. And Riggs, deep below deck in the lantern glow, continued to grow stronger in ways no one else could see. Chapter 4, Extended Duty. Over 5 months into the 6-month patrol, Riggs had settled into the rhythms of naval life. He stood his watches, shared duties with the other midshipmen, read and recorded the captain's dictations, and endured the strict Stone Kingdom drills that shaped the ship's discipline. The routines were grueling, but clean, predictable in a way that piracy never had been. But beneath the surface of those long days, something else had been growing inside him. A pressure, a depth, a sense that the water itself listened to him now in ways it never had before the prison, before the swamp, before the sea scourge. He didn't understand it, and he didn't know where its limit lay. Late one morning, the lookout's voice shattered the quiet routine of rigging inspection. Fire Kingdom sails! Port side! Riggs spun, heart hammering. Far on the horizon, a red-sailed warship cut across the water like a streak of flame, sleek, fast, unmistakably hostile. Even from a distance, its sails glowed faintly, almost pulsing with heat as Fire Gahaga boards stoked flames along its rigging. The Stone Kingdom captain strode onto the deck, a mountain of a man even here in open air. Battle stations! Stone Gahaga forward! Riggs climbed partway up the ratlines to see better. The Fire Kingdom ship was already gaining, the wind at its back. A streak of fire arced through the sky. One, then another, then a third, each launched by Fire Gahagi in violent bursts. The first missed and exploded in the sea. The second scorched across their bow. The The third hit squarely, and the sails ignited instantly. Flame ripped through the canvas, racing along the rigging faster than the crew could smother it. A torrent of heat rolled across the deck, driving sailors backward. The air thickened with smoke. Screams cut through the chaos. Stonegrave hurled stones in counterattack. Massive chunks launched from crates stored along the bow. Several slammed into the Fire Kingdom vessel with bone-shattering force, but it wasn't enough. More flaming projectiles streaked toward them, and the forward mast was seconds from collapsing. Riggs felt the familiar pull blossom behind his ribs, the deep, internal pressure that always signaled the rise of his bending. But this time it wasn't the controlled spark he was used to. It swelled with startling force, rising through him like a tide finally breaking through a weakened seawall, too vast to be contained. His breath trembled as he descended the ratlines, each rung vibrating beneath his hands. "Captain!" he called out, voice raw with urgency. Captain Halveth tried to shout over the roar of the fire and wind, waving him back. "Stay clear, Riggs! Keep away from the flames!" But Riggs barely heard him. Flames raged along the rigging, climbing higher by the second, devouring ropes and sailcloth in a hungry ascent that would soon reach the very topmast. There was no time to wait for orders, no time to debate, no time to gamble on caution. He sprinted to the rail, boots slipping on the heat-warped planks, and planted both feet wide for balance. The fire crackled overhead, casting violent orange reflections across the water, and Riggs thrust out his hands in a single decisive motion. He called to the sea, and the sea answered with breathtaking speed. The water beneath the ship convulsed, then heaved upward as if some enormous creature stirred in the deep. A vast swell surged toward them, rising higher and higher until it formed a towering wall of water, 20 men tall, perhaps more, its crest curling with sheer elemental weight. The force of it was so immense that the deck shuddered and Riggs staggered backward, feeling the pressure of the wave in his bones before it even reached the ship. The firebenders hurled arcs of flame, but the wall acted as a giant shield, snuffing them out. The crew shouted in terror as the wave towered over the deck, and then Riggs pulled it down. The wave crashed across the ship with the sound of a world splitting open. Every plank, every man, every spar was drenched in a violent torrent that tore heat from the sails and scattered flames into steam. Fire vanished in an instant. Smoke billowed into nothing. The entire vessel rocked violently, nearly capsizing under the weight of Riggs's call. Dozens of sailors lay stunned, dripping, staring wide-eyed at the man who had summoned something only mentioned in Water Kingdom myths. The Breaker's Wave, the kind water gehag of legend once used to drown armies. Riggs's breath came in ragged, uneven bursts, each inhale scraping his throat as if the very air resisted entering his lungs. His hands trembled uncontrollably, drained from the first surge of bending, yet the Fire Kingdom ship still barreled toward them. Closer now, far too close, its sails carving a screaming line across the horizon. He drew in one more breath, forcing his shaking body to obey him despite every warning it screamed, and he reached for the water again. This time, the sea didn't simply rise. It lunged. A second wave erupted from the depths with a violence that stole the breath from every sailor on deck. It surged skyward, twice the height of the first, its crest foaming white and furious, as if the entire ocean had decided to leap forward and tear down anything bold enough to float upon it. Riggs thrust both hands forward, ignoring the shouts around him, the desperate cries of the Stone Kingdom crew begging him to stop, to hold, to think, but he was already past the point of hesitation. The wave was committed. It was alive. It struck the Fire Kingdom ship broadside with a force so immense it seemed to snap the world in half. The vessel didn't merely tilt or reel from the impact. It rolled violently, flipping onto its side in a single terrible motion before disappearing entirely into a mountain of crashing water. Men were hurled screaming into the sea as the hull split down the middle, breaking apart under the weight of the ocean's fury. And then, as the great swell finally rushed outward and flattened across the open water, a profound silence followed, broken only by the distant rumble of the dissipating wave and the shattered remnants of the enemy ship sinking into the deep. Riggs sagged to his knees, the deck tilted in his vision. Someone shouted his name, distant and warped. He felt the last of his strength drain out of him. like water escaping a shattered barrel. The world blurred and the deck rose to meet him. He collapsed, stunned and unconscious to the soaked planks of the Stone Kingdom warship, and heard nothing at all. Riggs surfaced from unconsciousness slowly, like a man rising through deep water toward a distant glimmer of light. His eyelids felt heavy, his limbs heavier, and his tongue carried the metallic taste of exhaustion. He became aware first of the gentle rocking beneath him. Not the chaotic lurch of battle, but the steady rhythm of a ship cutting calmly through open sea. Then came the realization that he was lying on something soft, far softer than anything he'd slept on since before prison. He forced his eyes open and blinked against the warm light of a lantern hanging from a low hook on the bulkhead. Polished wooden beams arched overhead. Salt maps and navigational charts lay pinned to the walls. Shelves held carved stone tokens, a sign of Gahaga officers, and an ornate water compass sat on a nearby stand. He was in the captain's cabin, in the captain's own bed. A voice spoke from the far side of the room. "Welcome back to the land of the living, Mr. Riggs." Riggs turned his head and saw Captain Halveth seated at his desk, quill in one hand and a heavy ledger open before him. The man looked even larger in the enclosed space, broad-shouldered and solid as a carved pillar. But there was no anger in his expression, only a mixture of curiosity and something resembling awe. Riggs tried to sit up, failed, and settled for shifting his weight. "Captain, sir, how did I get here?" "My men carried you," Halveth said. "You collapsed after drowning the Fire Kingdom ship in one spectacular display of bending. Frankly, I'm surprised you woke up so soon." Riggs flushed, rubbing his temples as memory came back in violent flashes. The first massive wave, the second that capsized the enemy ship, the overwhelming force roaring through him like a tide. Halveth leaned back in his chair, studying him. "Tell me something honestly. Why didn't you tell me you were a water Gahaga?" Riggs closed his eyes for a moment, searching for the right words. "Because I didn't want to become a filter again. On the Sea Scourge, they kept me alive so they could force me to purify water day and night. They fed me nothing but fish and drove me to exhaustion every time the barrels dipped. I didn't want that life again. Not here, not ever." Halveth's eyebrows shot up. "Wait, you can filter water too?" Riggs winced at the captain's volume. "Yes, sir." Halveth let out a low whistle that seemed too soft for a man of his size. "Riggs, that display out there was the largest surge of water Gahag bending I've ever witnessed, and I have served with men who trained in the Royal Academies." Riggs shifted uncomfortably beneath the heavy blanket. "I've never trained anywhere." The captain blinked. "Who did you learn from, then? Which master?" Riggs met his gaze, the truth laid bare. "No one. I learned alone, in a prison cell." Halveth stared for a long moment, his expression an evolving mixture of disbelief, respect, and something closer to concern. "You're telling me the most powerful waterbending I've ever seen came from a man who learned while chained in the dark?" Riggs nodded, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Yes." Halveth closed the ledger slowly, his fingers pressing against the leather cover with deliberate care. "God's alive? You're something rare, Riggs. Something I doubt even Hakat understands. And if he doesn't understand it, then you are far more dangerous to him than any soldier we could muster." Riggs swallowed, suddenly unsure if this was reassurance or a warning. Halveth stood, crossing the small space to pour water from a jug into a clay cup. He handed it to Riggs with surprising gentleness. "Rest. You'll need your strength. Whatever lives inside you, whatever it is that makes you different, the sea clearly recognizes it, and the sea clearly favors you." Riggs took the cup, the cool water steadying his hands. As Halveth returned to his desk and resumed writing, Riggs lay back against the pillow, exhaustion settling into his bones again. When Riggs woke again, he was no longer in the captain's bed, but lying on a folded blanket near the wall, the captain's cabin washed in the pale gray of early morning. Captain Halveth stood at the small window, shoulders squared, watching the horizon with the steady calm of a man returning home after a long voyage. "You're awake," Halveth said without turning. "Good, you'll want to hear this." Riggs pushed himself upright, the last threads of exhaustion still clinging to his muscles, but nothing like the crushing weakness from before. "Sir, we're nearly home," Halveth said, finally turning to face him. "Just a few hours now. Our patrol is at an end, and a successful one at that. Not many ships can say they sank a Fire Kingdom warship on their way back to port. Riggs exhaled, a long, slow breath that eased something locked tight inside his chest. Home for them meant something different for him, but it meant land, a city, freedom, a chance, finally, to head northwest, to Allura. Halveth continued, slipping into the practical tone of a captain teaching a new officer. We'll drop anchor in the straits outside the harbor first. That's protocol. No ship docks until a physician crosses over to evaluate the crew. Plague spreads faster by sea than by any other means. Riggs nodded, absorbing the rhythm of naval life with a quiet respect he hadn't expected when he first boarded. What happens next? Once we're cleared, Halveth said, we enter the harbor proper. I'll release any sailor whose enlistment is complete and who does not wish to rejoin the next mission. Others will take shore leave. We'll refit, fresh sails, new timber, fresh water, and I'll meet with the Admiralty to receive our next orders. Riggs's pulse quickened, but he kept his expression neutral. And passengers? Halveth glanced at him over his shoulder. Passengers have no obligations. Once the ship docks, they are free to go. Riggs felt something rise within him, light and sharp and unexpectedly dangerous, a fragile spark of hope that pushed against the heaviness he had carried for so long. 6 months at sea aboard this ship, not counting the long, bruising days on the pirate vessel before it. 6 months of fear and secrecy, of bending only in the shadows and waking each night with the taste of iron and smoke in his mouth. And now, open sky stretched unbroken above him, land glimmered at the edge of the horizon, and a path north finally lay within reach. For the first time in what felt like years, the future did not look like a wall. Maybe he could reach Allura before winter swallowed the northern coast in ice. Maybe she still walked the cliffs of Alcamet, watching the sea with that fierce impatience of hers, waiting for a ship that never came. Maybe, just maybe, he wasn't too late. Halveth left him to dress and come topside. When Riggs stepped onto the deck, the ship was already leaning toward the wind, sailing between towering stone cliffs that framed the approach to the harbor. The morning fog thinned into pale ribbons, revealing the crescent-shaped inlet beyond. Riggs gripped the rail, staring. The Stone Kingdom harbor sprawled before them in layered terraces carved directly into the cliffside. Granite buildings stacked one atop another, connected by winding stone paths and arching bridges. White gulls wheeled overhead, dipping toward nets in the flicker of fish markets far below. Tall sea towers stood like sentinels along the outer ring, their beacon fires faint but steady in the daylight. Ships of all sizes dotted the water, merchant cogs, fishing boats, a handful of royal frigates with blue and gold banners rippling in the breeze. The whole city smelled of salt, smoke, and distant spices. And beyond the harbor, rising above the mist, glittered the pale blue spires of the King's Fortress, a reminder of how different the Stone Kingdom was from the Fire Kingdom's rigid iron or the Water Kingdom's shimmering architecture. All carved stone, all permanence, all weight. Riggs had never seen it before, yet it stirred something in him, a sense of standing at a crossroads, the world reshaping in front of him. Halveth joined him at the rail. The physician's ferry should be out soon. Once we're cleared, we dock. You'll have your chance to find your way north from here. Riggs nodded, gripping the railing tighter as he stared at the city nestled between the cliffs. You're close now, Halveth added quietly, to whatever it is you've been chasing. Riggs swallowed. Someone, not something. Halveth turned, studying him with a softened expression. Someone worth risking the sea for, I hope. I wouldn't be here otherwise, Riggs said. The captain nodded once and went to issue docking instructions. Riggs remained at the rail, eyes locked on the winding roads above the harbor, roads that led to inns and markets and ship captains seeking crew or passengers heading northward. He was hours from freedom, hours from leaving this ship behind, hours from heading northwest toward Allura, toward the promise they had made. The ferry came into view just as the sun finished burning away the morning haze, but it wasn't the small, white-patched physician's boat Riggs expected. This ferry was larger, broad-hulled, briskly rowed by 6 men, and carrying not medical chests but 2 sharply dressed figures seated beneath a canvas awning. An Admiralty representative and his clerk. Riggs's stomach tightened. The ferry bumped gently against the warship's side, and a ladder was lowered. The representative, an older man with silver threaded through his beard, climbed aboard with crisp efficiency, clutching a bundle of rolled papers sealed with blue wax. His clerk followed with inkpots, quills, and a blocky satchel. "Captain Halveth," the representative said in a tone that suggested he'd worn out the word formality years ago. "In your cabin, if you please." Halveth nodded once, no more. "Mr. Edrin, this way." They disappeared below deck. The door shut and remained shut for a long time. Riggs stayed at the rail, watching the harbor swell into view, the cliffs glowing gold, the city waking in tears above the water. His heart thudded with restrained optimism. Every second felt like a rope pulling him closer to land, closer to northward currents, closer to Allura. Then he noticed the barges. 3 of them, pushed along by rowers, heading straight toward the warship. One carried crates, another bundles of rope and linen, and the third was full of men. Dozens, packed shoulder to shoulder, wearing the simple clothing of farmers, dockhands, and laborers. Not hardened sailors, not soldiers. The Stone Kingdom was preparing to retrofit and resupply before the ship even reached the dock. They were gearing for war, immediately, urgently, hungrily. Riggs frowned. "They work fast." The sailor overheard him as he strode past. "Aye, too fast. Something's off." Before Riggs could ask what he meant, a sailor approached and cleared his throat. "Midshipman Riggs, sir, Captain Halveth requests you in his cabin, at once." Riggs's breath caught. That wasn't a good summons, not when the Admiralty was involved. He descended the narrow steps, boots thudding softly on each rung. When he entered the cabin, the smell of ink and salt greeted him. Papers lay stacked in uneven piles across the captain's desk, and Halveth sat behind them with his large hands steepled in front of his mouth. His face was grave. "Sit, Mr. Riggs." Riggs obeyed, slowly. Halveth exhaled, the sound deep enough to vibrate the desk. "I have some bad news." Riggs felt his heartbeat slip, like a foot missing a step. Halveth gestured to the mound of papers. "The Fire Kingdom is everywhere, spotted along our northern shores, our southern passages, even near the Central Islands. It's as if someone kicked a hive and the angry swarm spilled out across the entire sea." Riggs felt cold. "Hakot? Possibly," Halveth said. "Possibly not. But the Admiralty believes these deployments are intentional, coordinated, and in response to something." He tapped the papers in front of him. "Every functioning ship is being commissioned, immediately. Every crew must be brought to full strength. Resupply begins today, and no ship may lose a single able-bodied man." Riggs stared. "Sir, you promised I could leave when we reached port." Halveth rubbed a hand across his jaw, looking older than Riggs had ever seen him. "I did, and I meant it. But press gangs are sweeping the city. Every man who can lift a rope or blade is being conscripted, voluntarily or otherwise. And the Admiralty has decided that includes passengers who have served aboard warships during active patrols." Riggs's throat tightened. "But I didn't enlist." "You traveled under my authority," Halveth said, "on an armed ship during an active patrol. That is enough for the Admiralty to claim you." Riggs's hands curled into fists. "You can't let them take me. I need to go north. I need to find—" Halveth lifted one hand, cutting him off. "There may be another reason you should stay." Riggs froze. Halveth studied him, weighing how much of the truth to offer. Then he spoke quietly, almost gently. "Rumor has reached the Admiralty. Hakot is searching for his daughter." Riggs's breath vanished. The captain continued. "We've intercepted whispers from fishermen, traders, travelers from the southern edge of his domain. Apparently she fled an arranged engagement, some political match Hakot arranged, and escaped toward an island in the northwest. Alchemate." Riggs felt his entire chest ignite. Halveth's eyes sharpened. Apparently she was betrayed and Hakot learned of her location. He sent a convoy to retrieve her. She burned 3 Fire Kingdom ships to charred heaps before escaping. That is remarkable. No one knows where she is now, but the number of Fire Kingdom sails we've seen suggests they are hunting for her. And as we encountered one of their ships on our patrol, Riggs finished in a whisper, they might believe she is in Stone Kingdom waters. Halveth leaned back. Precisely. Riggs stared at the captain, barely able to form words. You put it together, didn't you? Halveth raised one eyebrow. I'm no fool, Mr. Riggs. Hakot frantically searches for a daughter who ran off with someone he did not approve of. And you, an escaped political prisoner with a death sentence over your head, want nothing more than to go northwest, conveniently where Alchemate lies and where Hakot's daughter vanished. Riggs swallowed hard, unable to deny it. Halveth folded his arms. Your best chance of finding her is aboard my ship. We'll be patrolling the very waters Hakot is scouring. If she's alive, and I strongly suspect she is, she'll appear somewhere in our path. Riggs stared down at his hands as the last vestige of hope collapsed and reformed into something heavier but sharper. Duty, not freedom, would lead him north. Patrol, not passage, but north all the same. After a long silence, Riggs whispered, "What about Stonegrave?" Halveth snorted. "Every able-bodied person is being gathered, even from prisons. Murderers, swindlers, deserters, they're being offered freedom if they serve. Stonegrave will receive the same treatment. But don't think for a moment he's returning as an officer. He'll be placed among the sailors, one hand among many." Riggs nodded slowly. It was not the future he had imagined when the harbor came into view, but it was a path that may lead him to Allura. Captain Halveth leaned back in his chair, the lantern light catching the deep lines across his forehead. For a moment he seemed to weigh something privately. Then he said, "There is one more matter we must discuss, and I would rather you hear it from me before it reaches the men." Riggs tensed, unsure if this was going to worsen the news or soften it. Halveth folded his arms across his chest. "My first and second lieutenants are being reassigned to command their own vessels. It is common practice during wartime, but the timing is inconvenient." Riggs blinked. "Both? Sir, that leaves you without any senior officers." "It would," Halveth said, "if I had not sent a request with the Admiralty reports. I included my full logbook, notes on the engagements we survived, accounts from the crew, your conduct, your abilities, and—" he gestured vaguely toward the deck above them. "Your recent display with the sea." Riggs felt his pulse quicken. "Sir?" Halveth's expression softened with something approaching pride. "I have requested you be promoted to first lieutenant." Riggs stared at him, unsure for a moment if he'd misheard. "Me?" "You," Halveth said firmly. "It is rare, but not unheard of, and your qualifications are, frankly, undeniable. After the pirate brig incident, the Fire Kingdom battle, and the wave," he said, giving Riggs a pointed look, "the men would follow you into the gates of Hades with a smile." Riggs tried to swallow the shock blooming in his chest. "Sir, I was a prisoner less than a year ago. And now you are the most capable fighter and the strongest water gehag aboard any ship I have ever commanded," Halveth replied. "Your past does not concern me. Your capability does." Riggs opened his mouth, closed it, and then slowly said, "And you believe the Admiralty will approve this?" Halveth grunted. "I would not have sent the request if I thought for a moment they'd deny it. They want officers who can win battles and keep sailors alive. That is you, Riggs." It was dizzying. Command had always been something other people were groomed for. Men like him had been tools, not leaders. Yet here Halveth was, placing a future in front of him Riggs had never imagined. Halveth lifted the stack of papers, tapped them once into order, and set them aside. "Your first duty as my new first lieutenant will be to break the news to Stonegrave." Riggs stared at him for a heartbeat. Then an involuntary grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Sir, I'll try to be gentle." Halveth's answering smile was brief but genuine. "I expect you will fail spectacularly." Riggs laughed under his breath, feeling for the first time since the marsh a sharp, living thread of satisfaction twist through him. He didn't want Stonegrave humiliated, but there was something deeply satisfying in imagining the man's expression when he learned the truth. He would serve as a common sailor for the foreseeable future. Riggs stood, straightening his shoulders. "I'll see to it immediately." "Do that," Halveth said. "And Riggs?" "Yes, Captain." Halveth held his gaze. "You earned this. Don't let anyone, including yourself, believe otherwise." Riggs nodded, feeling the weight of the words settle and anchor inside him. "I won't, sir." And as he stepped out of the cabin to begin his new duties, he allowed himself one final thought. He was no longer a fugitive clinging to survival. No longer a prisoner defined by someone else's chains. He was an officer, and he was finally beginning his search. He would find Allura, no matter how many Fire Kingdom sails dotted the horizon. Riggs had never dined at an officer's table before, not as a noble, not as a guest, and certainly not as a sailor. Yet that evening, As the crews of newly conscripted men continued climbing aboard outside, he climbed the short ladder to the officer's wardroom, still half expecting someone to stop him and say there had been a mistake. The wardroom was modest. Polished boards, lanterns swinging gently with the swell, a long table bolted to the deck with a pair of benches on either side. A set of freshly hung Stone Kingdom banners lined the wall, and new chairs had been fetched to accommodate the expanded command staff. Captain Halveth sat at the head of the table, his massive frame almost too large for the space. Beside him sat the newly arrived Second Lieutenant Marin Drave, a lean, sharp-eyed man with sandy hair and the straight-backed posture of someone raised on protocol. Opposite him was the Captain of Marines, Roland Vane, resplendent in a lacquered breastplate decorated with symbols of the Stone Kingdom. Vane's posture was stiff and immaculate, his mustache groomed to points that seemed designed to intimidate. 50 Marines now filled the lower berths beneath them, and Vane wore that number like armor. Riggs offered a polite bow as he took his seat. Halveth nodded, and the others did the same, Drave with a welcoming smile, Vane with a curt, ceremonial dip of his chin as though he supervised his own reflection. Stonegrave entered a moment later, carrying the first tray of roasted fish and a pot of stew, his former captain's posture betrayed only by the tightness around his eyes and the stiffness in his jaw. With no guard shadowing him anymore, he moved freely, but his station as a cook's assistant was still a humiliation he wore like a chain. He set the food down, forced a respectful nod, and retreated. Riggs tried not to look at him too long. The man's pride was already threadbare enough. As the officers served themselves, Lieutenant Drave leaned forward with easy interest. "Mr. Riggs, I realize we've had little chance to speak. Where do you hail from?" Riggs hesitated. He could lie, but for what purpose? He had survived Veron's chains, Hakat's dungeon, the marsh, the sea, and pirates. Hiding now felt pointless. "I was born in the Water Kingdom," Riggs said quietly. "In the capital, technically." Vane snorted, lifting his ale. "Capital born almost makes you one of those nobles who think they can float above a ship without touching a deck plank." Riggs gave him a faint smile. "Not quite. I grew up far from the Water Kingdom. Although born in it, I spent my youth in the Fire Kingdom as a type of assistant to a nobleman's son." Drave tilted his head. "But you are Gehege, and from the capital? You must have trained under someone reputable." Riggs took a slow breath. "No one trained me." Halveth lifted an eyebrow, but said nothing. Riggs continued, "And as for my lineage, I suppose it's no secret worth guarding anymore. I am the bastard son of Admiral Weyton Stonegrave." Captain Vane choked on his ale. Halveth looked mildly amused. Drave looked as though someone had dropped a live ember into his lap. Vane wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, sputtering. "Admiral Stonegrave? The Admiral Stonegrave, commander of the 1st Brigade, one of the most revered officers in the entire Water Kingdom?" Riggs nodded, uncomfortable beneath so many eyes. "I've never met him, and I'm not sure he knows I exist." Vane leaned back, wide-eyed. "Gods above, to think the Admiral's blood sits at this table, and a Gehege stronger than any I've ever heard of. Remarkable." At that moment, Stonegrave re-entered, lowering a fresh tray of soup bowls onto the table. He kept his eyes down, but the tension in his shoulders suggested he had heard enough to piece together the conversation. He gave Riggs an odd look, one of a mix of concern or maybe curiosity. After he retreated back into the corridor, Vane lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Is he one of your father's kin? The disgraced one with the permanent scowl?" Riggs let out a slow breath and shook his head. "I've never spoken to him about the details. What I do know is that he married into the Stonegrave line, some distant branch of my father's family, or so I assume. His original name was Uklin, and when you marry a Stonegrave, it's customary to take the wife's name. That name carries a great many assumptions about honor and reputation, assumptions that, as we've all seen, don't always match the truth." Drave made a faint noise of understanding. Convenient, then. Borrowing a legacy to polish one's reputation. "Something like that," Riggs said softly. The conversation shifted to charts, resupply schedules, patrol assignments, and admiralty orders. But Riggs felt the air thickening around him. While they talked, he sensed the ship rolling beneath them, a sharper lurch than before, and he braced his hand on the table as it listed unexpectedly to starboard. The soup bowls slid, the ale mugs tipped, and the great central tureen began to drift toward the edge. Instinct rose in him, clean, powerful, immediate. Before a single bowl could hit the floor, Riggs lifted one hand. The liquid obeyed. The mugs halted in midair, suspended inches above the table. The bowls hovered as though the ship itself had paused, each perfectly steady despite the tilt. The tureen's contents arced upward in a rippling crest before settling gently back into the pot. A collective breath filled the room. Riggs lowered his hand, guiding each mug and bowl back to its proper place without flourish or pride, simply as though such bending were as normal as breathing. Captain Vane's jaw dropped. "By the deep, that was extraordinary," Drave whispered, "a level of control I have never witnessed." Halveth only nodded, hiding a small, knowing smile behind his hand. "Gentlemen, I did warn you, Mr. Riggs is unique." Riggs said nothing. He only returned to eating, the faintest flush warming his cheeks. 12 months aboard Halveth's ship had reshaped Riggs's world. Seasons came and went, storms rose and broke, and the Stone Kingdom's patrol routes became as familiar to him as the pathways of his own memories. He knew the ship's timbers by sound, each groan and shudder. He knew the faces of every man aboard, from the youngest deckhand to the oldest marine. And he knew the sea, its tempers, its quiet moods, and the cold, hard truths it whispered. Tonight, the sea whispered danger. Captain Halveth stood beside him on the quarterdeck, one massive hand wrapped around the rail as he peered through the spyglass toward the dark cut of coastline ahead. 3 Fire Kingdom ships, Halveth muttered, passing Riggs the glass, docked in a Stone Kingdom cove. Bold of them, too bold. Riggs lifted the glass, steadying it against the wind. The moonlight was thin, but enough to reveal the silhouettes of 3 vessels nestled tightly inside the rock-framed inlet. Their sails were down, their decks dark except for the faint flicker of guarded lanterns. "They're sailing right along the neutral boundary," Riggs said, studying the waterline. "If we strike and they manage to slip away, the Water Kingdom could claim we crossed into their territory by chasing them. Even a single mile beyond that line could turn a battle into an international offense." "That's the fear," Halveth replied. "We cannot misstep, but we can't let 3 Fire Kingdom warships sit in our cove like barnacles either. If they reinforce, we lose the coastline." 2 allied Stone Kingdom ships waded to port and starboard, their lanterns shuttered, sails trimmed for the faintest forward movement. The crews stood ready for orders, their silence part tension, part practiced discipline. Riggs adjusted the spyglass, tightening the focus. When he swept it across the deck of the nearest Fire Kingdom ship, something caught his eye. Small barrels stacked near the mainmast, marked with a symbol he hadn't seen in nearly over 2 years. A mark burned into his memory. Thistle-shaped brand, black pitch around the lid, and thin iron rings hammered crudely into place. Riggs's pulse quickened. "Captain," he said quietly, "those barrels, I know them." Halveth straightened. "How so?" "From my time in Durian." Riggs handed him the spyglass. "Blast powder from the deep tunnels, the kind they used for collapses and rapid mining. Unstable, volatile, stronger than anything most naval commanders have seen." Halveth muttered a curse under his breath. "If one of those barrels ignites," Riggs nodded, "the whole ship goes. And if that ship goes, the blast could cripple the other 2 or force them to abandon the cove." He turned fully toward Halveth. "Sir, let me take a detachment of Marines. We can row in under moonlight, climb aboard the lead ship, and set the powder alight." Halveth's jaw tightened. "You'd have minutes to escape, maybe less." Riggs managed a small, confident smile. "We won't need more." The captain held his gaze for a long, heavy moment. "Very well, choose your Marines. Captain Vane will accompany you. And Riggs," Halveth's voice lowered, "make sure you return." They rowed in under a moon thin as a blade, 3 boats gliding over the dark water with scarcely a ripple. Riggs sat at the prow of the first, Captain Vane at his side, both wrapped in oil-dark coats to mask their silhouettes. Behind them, 20 Marines crouched low, clutching ropes, short-bladed boarding spears, and the determination of men who trusted their commanders. The cove's cliffs rose around them, closing out the wind, muffling the world into a tense stillness. Riggs watched the Fire Kingdom ship grow larger until its hull loomed like the side of a fortress. "Quiet, ropes," Vane murmured. The Marines cast their lines upward, iron hooks catching the railing with soft clicks. Riggs climbed first, hands swift, breath steady, his body moving with the memory of 100 arena climbs and escapes through the depths of Durian's pits. Riggs crested the rail with the grace of long practice, swinging his legs over and dropping silently onto the deck. His boots touched wood without a whisper. The ship's lantern, hung crookedly beside the mainmast, flickered in the wind, throwing thin, wavering bands of light across the planks. It illuminated just enough to show the shapes of 2 Fire Kingdom guards slumped against the bulkhead, their heads tilted forward in sleep. One clutched a spear loosely across his lap. The other's hand still rested on the butt of a short blade, fingers limp. The sounds from below deck drifted upward in muffled pulses, snoring, low murmurs, the clatter of dice. More than a score of men, by Riggs's estimate, all blissfully unaware. He raised a hand, fingers spread in a silent command for caution. The Marines dissolved into the darkness instantly, their discipline showing in how seamlessly they vanished between crates and coils of rope, each man taking his place without a word. In moments they looked like nothing more than shadows cast by the failing lantern. Riggs glided toward the sleeping guards, drawing the knife from his belt, not for killing if he could help it, but for silence. He struck fast. His hand clamped over the first guard's mouth as his forearm pressed hard against the man's throat. The guard jerked awake, eyes going wide, but the Marine behind Riggs leaned in smoothly and tapped the man's temple with the hilt of a club. The guard slumped without a sound. The second woke at the movement, but too slowly. A Marine came from behind, slipping an arm around the man's neck, while another cupped a hand over his mouth. A short struggle, barely a breath of noise, and then he too sagged to the planks, unconscious. Riggs lowered them gently to the deck, laying each man flat so no loose weapon would clatter and betray their presence. Only when all movement stilled did Riggs exhale. He signaled the Marines onward and shifted toward the foredeck, his steps light and deliberate. The barrels waited in the shadows, tall and iron-bound, arranged in neat rows beside the hatch. Even in the dim light, their markings were unmistakable. He crouched beside them. Up close, the scent hit him immediately. Bitter resin, acrid chemicals, and the faint mineral bite of crushed ore. The mixture was unmistakable. He had hauled barrels like these for years, sealing them with tar in the underground tunnels of Durian, working with numb hands and bleeding fingers while guards paced overhead. Blasting powder. A memory flashed, the scrape of stone on stone, the suffocating dust, the sound of a whip cracking in the dark. Riggs swallowed hard, the taste of iron creeping up his throat. He drew a striker and a strip of oil-soaked linen from his coat. Vane joined him, eyes wide. "Are you certain?" Vane whispered. "Positive," Riggs said. "Once it catches, we run." He lit the linen and it flared. Riggs shoved it deep between the barrels and sprinted for the rail. "Move," he hissed. The Marines scrambled after him. One guard stirred and shouted, but Riggs was already airborne, diving over the side. He hit the water hard, the cold shock ripping the breath from him. He kicked toward the nearest boat as Vane and the others splashed down, pulling themselves in with frantic urgency. The Fire Kingdom ship began to glow from within. Then it shuddered. Then it roared. A towering column of fire erupted upward, full of shattered planks and burning tar, the shockwave slamming across the water so violently the boats nearly capsized. Riggs gripped the gunwale as the heat rolled over him in a breath-stealing wave. The blast ripped through the cove with a sound that seemed to split the night itself. The first ship didn't merely break, it was torn clean in half, its midsection blasted outward in a spray of burning timber and shattered planks that rained across the water. The second vessel ignited almost instantly. Flames roared up its stern as if a giant hand had poured fire down its back, turning the aft deck into a blazing inferno. The third ship heaved sideways under the shockwave, its hull smashing against the jagged rocks with a groan so deep it sounded like the vessel was crying out in pain. Panic erupted across the cove. Surviving Fire Kingdom sailors shouted over one another, voices cracking as they barked desperate orders. Men cut lines with trembling hands, tried to haul burning sails down, or stumbled across buckling decks while masts split open and rigging collapsed in molten, glowing clumps that hissed when they struck the sea. The entire cove had become a cauldron of flame, wreckage, and terror as the Fire Kingdom ships scrambled to flee the trap closing around them. "Row!" Vane bellowed. The boats shot backward through the waves as the first Stone Kingdom ship surged forward, lanterns flaring open, sails snapping wide. The second Stone Kingdom vessel followed, Marines shouting in disciplined unison. 2 damaged Fire Kingdom ships limped out of the cove, trying desperately to clear the rocks and catch the wind in their torn sails. Riggs watched from the small boat, drenched and exhausted, chest burning with the memory of tunnel smoke and iron dust. Halveth's warship tossed a line towards their boat as it curved in intercept. The Marines grabbed it and the crew on the ship hauled their boat in. Then the ship cut across the water in pursuit, lanterns blazing like stars. The hunt had begun. The Stonegrave name. The chase had driven them through the entire night, the enemy vessels first veering east in a desperate attempt to slip back into Fire Kingdom waters. But when it became clear they would never cross the border before being overtaken, the ships abruptly swung west instead, hoping to outrun pursuit long enough to reach the relative safety of Water Kingdom territory. 3 Stone Kingdom warships cut hard across the waves in pursuit of the 2 struggling Fire Kingdom vessels fleeing the cove. Dawn crept up behind them like a bruise spreading over the horizon, painting the clouds in muted reds that felt too close to blood for anyone's comfort. Riggs stood beside Captain Halveth on the quarterdeck, salt wind tearing at his coat as the ship groaned into the chase. The Fire Kingdom ships, damage smoking at their sterns, sails uneven, were slowing with every league, their silhouettes jerked and listed in the rising swells. "They won't last much longer," Lieutenant Drave said, lowering his spyglass. "Between the blast damage and the wind turning against them, they'll have to make landfall or fight." "They won't make landfall here," Halveth replied. "Not with us at their backs." Halveth turned to the man at the wheel. "Helm, 2 points starboard. Don't let them angle us toward the northern shoals." "Aye, Captain." The ship answered the helm's wheel, timbers creaking as they shifted course. Riggs kept scanning the waters ahead, letting instinct and experience guide his search. Then he saw it. Far ahead, so far the rising sun barely lit the shapes, a long, dark line stretched across the sea. Immense shadows moved just beneath the glare, too many to count. A fleet. "Captain," Riggs said quietly, lifting the spyglass. Halveth took it immediately, eyes narrowing as he scanned the horizon. Lieutenant Drave's voice carried from the mainmast. "They've run us straight into reinforcements. Sir, if that's a Fire Kingdom fleet." But the lookout shouted before Drave could finish. "Not Fire Kingdom! Water Kingdom colors! A whole fleet of them!" Relief rippled through the Stone Kingdom crew like the sudden ease of a pressure storm breaking. Halveth lowered the glass, jaw tightening in recognition, but not relaxing. "So the Water Kingdom is this far east? Sailing in neutral waters. Interesting timing." The Fire Kingdom ships ahead of them reacted first, desperately trying to break away, turning sharply to port. But the Water Kingdom fleet shifted like a single creature, hulls gleaming blue and silver as their sails unfurled in perfect unison. Then Riggs saw the beams. Along the rails of the largest Water Kingdom ships, teams of Watergehag were lifting massive timbers, 2-foot-thick beams, each the length of a fishing barge and sharpened at the front until they looked like wooden spears meant for giants. They were suspended over the sea, their weight held aloft entirely by bending. The Watergehage stood poised, hands raised, feet planted wide. The Fire Kingdom ships didn't stand a chance. Halveth whispered, "I've heard stories of this, but never seen it." Riggs had only seen illustrations, old stylized ink drawings in Water Kingdom books describing battles from centuries past. "Spinebreakers," Riggs murmured. As he spoke, the Waterga thrust their arms forward in a powerful synchronized motion. The beams dropped into the water with enormous force, submerging completely, and then the sea hurled them forward. Not gliding, not drifting, but propelling at a high speed, driven by dozens of Watergehage bending the entire sea into a guiding force. The beams shot through the waves like living spears, leaving roiling wakes behind them as they cut deep beneath the Fire Kingdom hulls. Riggs held his breath. A heartbeat later, the beams struck. Wood buckled. Water surged upward in a burst of foam. The first Fire Kingdom ship jolted violently, its hull splitting along the lower deck. Men screamed across the water before the sound vanished beneath the roar of the sea pouring in. The second ship was struck by two beams at once. It pivoted sharply, masts snapping, and began to sink almost immediately, stern rising as the bow plunged. The waves echoed with the groan of dying ships. Within minutes, no more, the two Fire Kingdom vessels were nothing but debris and desperate swimmers clinging to driftwood as the Water Kingdom fleet circled like blue-armored wolves. A horn sounded from the lead Water Kingdom flagship, long, deep, commanding. Then flags unfurled along their rigging, blue cloth marked with silver glyphs spelling a clear, unmistakable message. Prepare to be boarded. Riggs felt the air tighten around him. Halveth nodded gravely. Signal them acknowledgement. Aye, Captain, shouted Drave. The Stone Kingdom sailors scrambled to raise their own flags in reply. Riggs's pulse thudded faster. Water Kingdom ships. Not merchants, not scouts. A full war fleet. A fleet from the most powerful naval force in existence. The Water Kingdom flagship moved toward them with the slow, irresistible majesty of a rising tide. Even among a full fleet, the kingdom stood apart, superstructures carved from pale blue timber, reinforced with silver bands, its sails a deep sea blue that shimmered like scales as they caught the wind. Dozens of water gahage lined its rails, silent, poised, each wearing armor lacquered the color of the ocean after a storm. Riggs had heard countless stories about the Water Kingdom's flagship, but none of them came close to preparing him for its sheer presence. The vessel radiated authority the way the sun radiates heat, effortlessly, undeniably, as if command itself was woven into the grain of its timbers. When its vast shadow swept over the Stone Kingdom warship, the effect was immediate. Every sailor on deck straightened unconsciously, pulled upright by the weight of a ship so enormous it made their own vessel look like a children's skiff bobbing beside a leviathan. A smaller barge lowered from the kingdom's side. Its oars dipped in perfect unison as it rowed toward Halveth's warship. 3 men stood aboard. A lieutenant in blue lacquered armor, the captain of the kingdom, and another man. Tall, broad-shouldered, robed in storm blue with a cloak pinned by the emblem of the 1st Brigade, he looked carved from the same relentless stone as the sea cliffs. Silver threaded his black hair, his posture radiated authority, and his expression held the calm of a man who had weathered more battles than most sailors lived years. From his side he heard Drave whisper, "It's Admiral Weyton Stonegrave!" Riggs's breath stalled. The Marines aboard Halveth's ship stood at stiff attention, but when the Admiral climbed aboard he waved away all formalities with a sharp flick of his hand. "No bows, no salutes," Weyton Stonegrave said, scanning the deck. "We do not have the luxury of ceremony today." He turned first to Halveth. "You are the captain of this vessel?" Halveth nodded. "Aye, Admiral." "Good," Weyton said, and then his eyes shifted past Halveth toward the rail where Stonegrave the cook's assistant stood, apron still tied awkwardly at his waist. The Admiral's face hardened. "So it is true," he said, voice sharp as breaking ice. "You have my son-in-law on board." Riggs's heart thudded once, painfully. Son-in-law? Stonegrave froze, eyes wide, all pretense of dignity dissolving. "Admiral, I can repay the debt, I swear it. I even have the money on me." Weyton's glare cut him in half. "Repay the debt? Fool, I settled your gambling debts 2 years ago." Stonegrave blinked in shock. You did?" "I did," Weyton snapped. "Your coin means nothing to me. The debt I care about is the stain you left on the Stonegrave name. That, Euclid," he spat the original name like an insult, "cannot be repaid with a purse of silver." The deck fell into a hush the moment the Admiral stepped forward, his boots striking the planks with a slow, deliberate rhythm that commanded attention more effectively than any shouted order. Salt wind whipped the edges of his long coat as he came to a stop before Captain Halveth, broad shoulders framed by the towering sails of the kingdom behind him. "Captain Halveth," he said, voice firm enough to cut through the crash of the waves, "this man is coming with me." There was no plea, no explanation, only the heavy finality of an order that brooked no argument. Stonegrave stood frozen where he was, eyes wide, jaw working uselessly, as if he were trying to swallow words that refused to form. For a fleeting moment, Riggs felt something sharp and dark twist inside him, a bitter sting of long overdue justice settling into place. Stonegrave, who had always carried himself like the victim of some cosmic misfortune, now looked very small beneath the Admiral's gaze. But then Weyton Stonegrave turned. His eyes found Riggs, The Admiral's expression shifted almost imperceptibly, hard lines around his mouth easing, his posture straightening with something that wasn't quite softness but wasn't command either. It was recognition layered with a weight Riggs didn't understand. "And this is true as well," Wayton murmured as he stepped closer, studying Riggs with an intensity that made the space between them feel suddenly charged. Riggs's breath caught in his chest. His throat tightened until speaking felt impossible. "You know my name?" he managed, barely above a whisper. Wayton Stonegrave's expression gentled, still stern, still commanding, but touched with something warmer. "Of course I know your name. Your mother kept me well informed of your upbringing." His voice lowered almost imperceptibly. "She refused to leave the Fire Kingdom, no matter how many times I begged her to return home." Riggs felt the ground tilt beneath him. He had imagined this moment in a dozen impossible ways over the years, but never like this. "Admiral," Captain Halveth began carefully, choosing his words like a man stepping across thin ice, "Riggs is under my command until—" "He will come with me," Wayton interjected, the finality in his voice cutting Halveth off with surgical precision. Riggs shook his head immediately. His voice came out hoarse, scraped raw by shock and emotion. "No, sir. I made a commitment to Captain Halveth, and I keep my word." The Admiral paused. Not the polite hesitation of a man considering an argument, but a genuine, stilling pause, as though Riggs's refusal had caught him completely off guard. A breath escaped him, quiet and almost amused, softening the hard planes of his face. "How wildly different you are from my son-in-law," he said, glancing briefly toward Stonegrave, who looked as though he might faint under the weight of the comparison. "It is a rare pleasure to finally have a man of honor in the family." Family. The word struck Riggs like a physical blow, unexpected, disorienting, and powerful enough to make his lungs forget their purpose. For years that word had been nothing but a wound. Hearing it spoken now, with weight and sincerity, left him momentarily hollowed out. Wayton turned to Halveth again. "When do you plan to return to port?" "We have 6 months remaining on our patrol orders," Halveth answered. "Unless the Admiralty chooses to 6 months," the Admiral repeated with a nod. "That is acceptable, no longer. When you return, Riggs is to be ready for retrieval." He stepped closer to Riggs then, meeting his eyes with a level of gravity that made the deck seem too small to contain the moment. "I will send one of my own ships to escort you to the Stonegrave estate. We have much to speak of." Riggs managed a stiff nod. He didn't trust himself to speak. Shock, disbelief, and a rising tide of emotion threatened to spill over if he did. Wayton straightened, offered Halveth a curt salute. 6 months, Captain," and motioned for his officers. He descended the rope ladder into the waiting barge. The oars dipped into the water in perfect unison, and the boat glided away with smooth, practiced strokes. Within moments, the Admiral's silhouette grew smaller. Then the ship's shadow swallowed him. Then he was gone. Riggs remained standing at the rail as the distance widened, frozen in place long after the last ripple faded into the sea. Captain Halveth approached quietly, his voice pitched low. "You all right, Lieutenant?" Riggs swallowed hard, the words sticking in his throat. I don't know, sir." Halveth nodded once slowly as one sailor recognizing another man sailing through a storm in his own mind. Riggs stared out across the water, his thoughts a chaotic tide, shock and disbelief swirling with anger, with raw curiosity, with a longing he hadn't allowed himself to feel for years. And beneath it all, something fragile and terrifying began to take shape. Did he just gain a father? The Stone Kingdom capital was nothing like the city Riggs had imagined from sailors' tales. He had pictured rigid stone towers and military discipline bleeding into every street, but instead, he stepped onto a pier framed by bustling markets, bright awnings, and vendors calling out in 3 different dialects. Terraced buildings climbed the cliffs like stacked shells, and water channels carved into the rock glimmered as they carried fresh water through the city. Riggs had never set foot here before, not as a child, not as a prisoner, not as a sailor. The place was new and overwhelming, and the noise of it struck him all at once, a reminder of how small the world had been for so many years. Riggs wasn't given long to absorb the weight of everything that had just happened. As he stepped off the gangplank and into the bustling stone harbor, His eyes caught on a familiar figure standing stiffly beside a stack of crates, strangely out of place in clean clothes and without his usual cook's apron. Stonegrave, Stonegrave, watched the crowd with a level of impatience that practically radiated from his posture, his attention flicking constantly to the horizon and back again, as though bracing for disappointment. Riggs approached slowly, unsure of the reception he would get. Stonegrave noticed him immediately, his expression breaking from restless scrutiny into a strained smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He gestured to a narrow bench beneath a dockside awning. "Riggs, good. You're finally here, and earlier enough in the day to miss the rush of fishing boats docking. It means we can speak before the city swallows us whole." Riggs sat beside him, still adjusting to the unfamiliar steadiness of solid ground after months at sea. "I didn't expect to see you waiting." Stonegrave tugged sharply at his cuffs, an anxious habit that betrayed far more than his words. "Yes, well, circumstances changed." Riggs arched a brow. "The Admiral sent you?" Stonegrave let out a long, theatrical sigh, the kind he usually reserved for burned stew pots and impossible orders. "He did. Ordered me here 2 months ahead of schedule, in fact. I was placed on harbor duty like some sentry dog, told to watch every incoming ship and under no circumstance miss yours. Let me assure you, I have known humiliation before, but being dismissed from his flagship and stationed here to fetch you like a common courier was, without exaggeration, a fresh and particularly exquisite kind of misery." Riggs blinked. "So he didn't come himself?" Stonegrave let out a short, dismissive laugh. "Of course not. He came for me because honor demanded it. A Water Kingdom officer carrying his family name, reduced to a cook on a Stone Kingdom vessel?" He shook his head. "He could stomach many things, but not that kind of stain on the Stonegrave line. A prisoner of war? Fine, there is dignity in that, but being humiliated in another kingdom's galley? Never." Stonegrave's expression softened into something more thoughtful. "But when it comes to collecting you," he made a vague gesture toward the horizon, "he believes men should carve their own path, even family, especially family. He wouldn't rob you of the chance to prove who you are on your own feet." Riggs tried to reconcile that with everything he'd heard and everything he hadn't. Stonegrave continued before Riggs could respond. "Still, the Admiral did give me a command of sorts. No ship in the Navy, mind you. He refuses to assign me one." His grimace deepened. "So I am on half pay, but he has allowed me use of a private vessel belonging to the Stonegrave Holdings." Riggs frowned. "A private vessel?" "Yes." Stonegrave rubbed his temples. "He expects me to carry cargo, run small trade routes, and support his daughter, who, by the way, was not pleased to discover her husband still lived. She had apparently hoped I was either dead or missing long enough for the law to show mercy and allow her to marry again." Riggs bit back a smile. "And you're here to pick me up." Stonegrave nodded miserably. "Yes, to bring you to the Stonegrave family estate. Or estates, I should say. A vast expanse of islands in the northern waters of the Water Kingdom, all owned and governed by your father." Riggs had heard of those islands, whispers of sprawling lands, old wealth, and a lineage that rivaled minor kings, but hearing Stonegrave say it aloud made it feel unreal. "I never imagined," Riggs began softly. Stonegrave waved a hand. "None of us imagined half of this, least of all me." Riggs studied him. "It wasn't coincidence we met the Admiral's fleet 6 months ago, was it?" "No," Stonegrave said, leaning back on the bench. "Your performance with the wave spread everywhere. It reached the Fire Kingdom, the Stone Kingdom, even the nomadic tribes of the far south. And attached to the tale was the fact that I, your brother by unfortunate marriage, was held aboard a Stone Kingdom warship. So the Admiral came for you. He came to wash a stain from the family name," Stonegrave said bitterly. "And your trading ship?" Riggs asked. "The one the Admiral gave you?" Stonegrave shook his head. "It's not a Navy ship. It's a small private vessel the family uses for coastal trade. Barely enough crew, barely enough space." He paused for a moment. "I must beg a favor. I know you are anxious to be on your way, but I ask you for 2 more weeks to prepare. Just 2. The journey north is long, and the Admiral insists I fund it myself. I've had some trouble lining up suppliers, so I need 2 weeks more to gather goods, negotiate cargo, and find a way to make the trip profitable." Riggs stared at him, surprised despite everything. "He forced you to pay for the trip?" He did, Stonegrave said tightly. Said blood handles its own obligations. Or, in this case, marriage blood. You're my brother now, so apparently this is my burden to bear, and seeing as he paid my debts, I didn't feel arguing with him was wise. Riggs sat back slowly, the weight of the moment settling over him like a rising tide. So we leave in 2 weeks, Stonegrave smiled. Obviously happy Riggs agreed so quickly. Yes, 2 weeks, no more, I swear it. A week later, Stonegrave appeared on the pier with a swagger Riggs mistrusted immediately. The man held 3 ledgers under his arm and wore an expression suggesting he had managed to wrestle the world into temporary cooperation. He didn't even offer a greeting. Riggs, Stonegrave declared, I've done it. The voyage north is officially paid for. Riggs folded his arms. I thought you were still wrestling traitors for crumbs. Stonegrave lowered his voice with dramatic secrecy. I no longer need crumbs. I have real cargo. Riggs waited, knowing Stonegrave only paused this long when he wanted admiration. A passenger, Stonegrave finally said. A woman, gravely ill, and her caretaker. Riggs's brow furrowed. Ill how? In a deep, unnatural sleep, Stonegrave said. One she hasn't woken from in years, perhaps longer than a decade. Riggs felt a quiet unease, but said nothing. Stonegrave rubbed the bridge of his nose as though reliving the irritation. The representative I spoke with right after your arrival turned down every offer I made to take his cargo north. I even tried leveraging your need to search those waters, figured a touch of sympathy might loosen his grip on a deal. He scoffed. No luck, man was stubborn as barnacles. He leaned closer, lowering his voice as his tone shifted to incredulous triumph. But then, today of all days, he returns with another fellow in tow, and suddenly he's the one making me an offer. They want us to transport a woman and her caretaker to the northern waters. He threw up both hands. Just like that, my luck finally turns. Honestly, Riggs, I'm half tempted to hit the dice tables tonight before it cools. He cleared his throat, smoothing his coat as the excitement faded into something more focused. The caretaker's name is Devlin. The representative handed over coin, good coin, and not in the small, stingy amounts traders usually try to haggle with. Enough to pay the crew, outfit the ship, stock provisions, everything we'll need. More than enough, actually, and he insists on paying me in full before we even cast off. Stonegrave shook his head, still stunned. All of it, Riggs, up front. You ever heard of such a great offer? A wealthy family? Riggs asked. That's the interesting part. Stonegrave leaned closer. Devlin says the money came from someone else, a patron, someone he met once, someone who refuses to be named. He doesn't even know who to report to when the woman arrives safely. Riggs frowned. Then why the secrecy? No idea, Stonegrave said. Only that Devlin insists no one can know who she is, where she's being taken, or even that she's alive. And he is desperately loyal to her, that much is clear. Riggs shifted slightly. And your family would approve? Stonegrave grimaced. The Admiral may think it is less than noble, but my wife told me to make this trip profitable or not to come back. You don't talk much about your wife? I guess technically my half-sister, Riggs said. Stonegrave snorted. Trust me, when you meet her, you'll understand why I don't. She runs the family business with an iron grip, and she's already furious I managed to lose all of our personal funds, dishonor the family name, and still had the nerve to be alive and come home. If I return without a profitable venture, she'll strip my hide and tack it above the hearth. Riggs gave a quiet laugh. Sounds pleasant. She's brilliant, Stonegrave said defensively. Terrifying, but brilliant. And she insisted I find a profitable route before taking you north. So when they offered this opportunity, I knew she would want me to accept. Riggs nodded, absorbing the mix of fear and pride in Stonegrave's tone. So what happens next? We load the woman tonight, Stonegrave said. It's almost sundown. Devlin insists on complete secrecy. He's hired porters, a cloaked physician, and even arranged our berthing at an unused slip at the far end of the harbor. The harbor master has been compensated to keep his mouth shut. Riggs raised an eyebrow. A nighttime loading with covered lanterns? That won't draw suspicion at all. Stonegrave shrugged. Not if done correctly. Devlin wants her moved unseen. That's all. As if summoned by the conversation, the sound of wagon wheels rumbled along the cobbles. Both men turned. A small procession approached. 3 hooded lanterns, a curtained litter on a wagon, and 2 escorts walking beside it. Devlin walked closest, old, modestly dressed, carrying himself with the weary calm of a man who had shouldered responsibility far too long. His eyes carried grief that time had not thinned. But the second man, he drew Riggs's attention immediately. Tall and lean, yet unmistakably powerful, with curly black hair framing a stern, weather-worn face, one sleeve pinned showing a missing arm, and a short beard that sharpened his features. A long spear was strapped across his back, a dark feather tied at the blade's base, and even with only one arm, he carried himself with a presence heavier than any armor. Though Riggs didn't know his name yet, he knew immediately that this man did not belong to the world of merchants or town guards. The wagon slowed to a stop and Devlin approached with a respectful bow. "Captain Stonegrave, thank you again. Ladis and I, we are grateful." Stonegrave puffed his chest. "A pleasure, truly. Profit is profit." Riggs nearly elbowed him. Ladis moved to the litter and placed a hand gently on the draped shape beneath the cloth. His voice softened, losing its hard edge. "You deserved more peace than the world gave you," he murmured. "I hope where you're going you find a measure of it." Devlin's throat worked. "She will be safe, I promise." Ladis nodded once. "Your son did more than I can ever repay. I will never forget that, and I'll always live my life in a way that honors his sacrifice." Riggs's head lifted at that, her son, but the details remained out of reach. Before Riggs could ask anything, Ladis stepped back. "I cannot go further," he said. "My path lies elsewhere. But the woman is your charge now. Treat her with the honor." Devlin nodded, eyes shining. "Safe travels, my friend." Ladis clasped Devlin's forearm once, then slipped back into the night, spear glinting as he vanished between lantern shadows. Riggs watched him go, unsettled by how quietly powerful the man seemed. Devlin turned to Stonegrave. "Captain, please, let's bring her aboard quickly. She should not be exposed to the night air." Stonegrave snapped into motion, and Riggs helped with the lanterns as a team of 4 porters lifted the covered litter from the wagon. They moved swiftly and silently toward Stonegrave's small trading ship, carrying the woman aboard and disappearing below deck with almost ritual care. When they were done, Devlin exhaled with profound relief. "Thank you," he told Riggs softly. "All of this, it matters more than I can say." Riggs offered a steady nod. "She'll be safe." Devlin managed a tired smile, then he vanished down the gangplank after her. Stonegrave clapped Riggs on the shoulder. "There, we have our profit, and now we can set sail north, to your father, to the estate, and—" He paused, eyeing the dark sea, "to whatever waits for us at the far end of this." The voyage north carried them through calmer waters, long stretches where the sea turned glassy and the days passed without storm or interruption. In that quiet, Riggs found time to speak with Devlin, the man who hovered over Elian's sleeping form with unwavering devotion. At first, their conversations were simple: weather, currents, Stonegrave's uneven seamanship. But as the days lengthened, Devlin began to speak more freely, sharing fragments that had weighed on him for more than a decade. "It happened during the annual recruitments," Devlin said one evening, his hands tightening around the railing as though the memory still tried to pull him under. "The Fire Kingdom marched into our village the way they always did, but this time," he exhaled shakily, "this time they came eager for blood. The first group of soldiers killed a man right in front of his boy, shot his mother through the chest, left her bleeding in the street. The boy struck back, killed the soldiers where they stood. To my shame, I drove that boy and his friends out afterward. I thought I was protecting the village from the repercussions." Riggs remained quiet, letting him speak. Devlin's eyes drifted across the dark water. "I wasn't near Elian when the arrow struck her. I only saw what was left behind. Her body in the dust, everyone saying she'd been killed. We honored the 2-day ritual of letting her lay at rest in her home. A superstition, really. A Sand People belief it gives the soul time to say goodbye, so it doesn't haunt those left behind." He paused, staring out over the water. "I was the one who took her to be buried in the dunes." His voice thinned, but when I laid her on the sand, she wasn't cold. He swallowed hard, looking older than the sea breeze should have made him. "And in some twisted way," Devlin murmured, "sending those boys away might have saved their lives. While I was out in the dunes preparing her grave, the Fire Kingdom returned, angrier, more numerous. They burned half the town and dragged off everyone still breathing. He closed his eyes. If those boys had been there, they'd have been taken or killed with the rest. Riggs tensed. She wasn't dead. Not even after 2 days, Devlin went on. Something kept her warm, alive, though only just. He exhaled. I took her away before the fire troopers returned again. Been with her ever since. Riggs looked toward the lower deck where Elian rested. That must have been difficult. It was duty, Devlin said simply. She deserved better than to die forgotten. I was a friend to her family. I had known their boy since he was a baby, and I sent him away. I sent Elian's boy away. Looking after her is the least I can do. A good boy, Devlin went on, his voice carrying the warmth of old memories and the ache of loss. Brave in that way only the young can be. Always volunteering for the sand runs, sprinting across the dunes with messages for the village before anyone else could even stand. Too eager, too kind for a place like ours. The sort who'd take the long route through the ravines just so an older runner wouldn't have to strain his knees on the climbs. Riggs let those words settle, absorbing each one carefully. A boy who ran messages in the Deadlands. A boy from a village attacked by the Fire Kingdom. A boy whose mother was struck down with an arrow. The threads began to form, faintly. Riggs asked softly, "What happened to him?" Devlin's expression tightened, grief pulling at the corners of his mouth. "I learned only recently that he died helping his friends flee," he said quietly. "You actually met one of those boys, men now, the day we loaded her onto Stonegrave's ship. His name is Latus. He and the other survivor told me what happened during their crossing towards Stone Kingdom lands. Mounted fire troopers came after them, archers on horseback, tireless and ruthless. The boy, he broke away from the others, turned himself into a decoy, and drew the riders off so his friends could escape." Riggs's heart thudded once. "He saved them," Devlin whispered, "but he paid the ultimate price for it. One of them found his charred body in the dunes afterwards." Riggs's throat tightened. The story was familiar, achingly so. A village boy who ran messages. A mother felled by a Fire Kingdom arrow. A selfless runner who acted as a decoy. It couldn't be. He wouldn't assume, but the pieces trembled into place. Still, Riggs forced himself to ask calmly, "What? What was his name?" Devlin looked at him, grief softening his eyes. Cale. The world seemed to tilt under Riggs's feet. Cale. Cale, who had slept in the cell across from him for 10 years. Cale, who had carried hope through the darkest hours with stubborn, impossible bravery. Cale, who had saved Riggs's life in the tunnels. Cale, who had given himself so Riggs and Stonegrave could escape. Cale, Elian's son. Riggs stared down at the deckboards, swallowing hard. Devlin didn't notice the shock. He only continued quietly. "He was the best of us. I used to slip him extra letters on his runs. Said he didn't mind. Said the longer route let him think." Devlin gave a faint smile. "A good boy. A good man." Riggs finally found his voice, roughened. "I knew him." Devlin's head jerked toward him. "You knew my Cale?" Riggs nodded, unable to disguise the sorrow. "He survived the escape. He was captured, imprisoned, for years." Devlin's face went pale. "He lives?" "He lived for a while," Riggs whispered, "and he saved me, more than once." Devlin shut his eyes, a tremor running through him. That sounds like him." Riggs took a slow breath. "He died buying Stonegrave and me a chance to escape the tunnels beneath Durian." He paused, voice tightening. "He didn't run from danger, he faced it." Devlin's shoulders sagged with grief, but pride too. "He seems to have made a habit of offering up his life for those he cared about." Riggs nodded, gaze drifting downward toward the lower deck where Elian slept. He owed Cale. He owed him more than he had words for, and now Elian, Cale's mother, rested aboard their ship, alive and unaware that Cale had lived a life of selfless sacrifice. Riggs felt the obligations gathering like storm clouds. To find Alora, to care for Elian, and to honor the family he had just discovered. He wasn't sure how he would shoulder it all, but he would find a way. Nearly 3 weeks later, the morning sun rose behind them as Stonegrave's ship cut northward, its sails catching a warm wind that smelled faintly of citrus and salt. Riggs had been told the Stonegrave estate lay somewhere among the far northern waters, a cluster of islands scattered like jewels across a turquoise sea. He was not prepared for what he saw. At first it appeared on the horizon as a pale smudge. Then it rose, higher and higher until the crew gathered at the railings, murmuring in quiet awe. Even Stonegrave, whose usual commentary never stopped long enough for surprise, stood silent. The island wasn't an island at all. Not in the way Riggs imagined islands. It was massive, a small continent unto itself, towering from the ocean with cliffs so high they seemed to scrape the clouds. Tropical palms crowned the heights, green and shimmering in the early light. Waterfalls spilled like silver threads down the rock faces, their mist drifting across the sea in soft curtains. Warm air rolled off the land in gentle waves. Birdsong echoed faintly from the high canopy. Everything felt alive. Riggs leaned forward, unable to look away. He had heard of wealth. He had seen glimpses of Water Kingdom grandeur when traveling with Hakat's entourage years ago. But nothing compared to this. Stonegrave noticed his expression and couldn't stop himself from smirking. "The family holdings," he said softly. "My wife grew up on that cliff there, the one with the 3 terraces. Hard woman, but she came from the finest ground under any kingdom's sun." Riggs didn't answer. Words felt clumsy here. As they sailed closer, details sharpened through the sea haze. A great harbor opened in the cliffs like a carved crescent, its waters a clear blue-green that shimmered all the way down to the sandy floor. And guarding the harbor, stretching nearly a mile into the sea, was a breakwater unlike any Riggs had imagined. It wasn't simply functional. It was art. Colossal stone blocks fit together with uncanny precision, each one carved with wreaths, crestwork, and sweeping motifs of waves and serpents, symbols of the Stonegrave house. Vines of flowering plants curled around the carvings, tended by gardeners who walked its length with baskets and shears. Families strolled along the top of the breakwater, as if it were a promenade in a wealthy capital. Children leaned over the outer wall throwing crumbs to darting silver fish. Merchants carried crates, craftsmen pushed carts, and sailors on shore leave laughed in clusters, drinking coconut water from carved shells. This wasn't simply a harbor. It was a statement. Heritage, power, wealth built over generations and displayed without apology, and at the center of the inner harbor, moored near the fortress-like dockyards, stood a ship Riggs recognized instantly. A leviathan of pale blue hull plating, reinforced with bands of sea steel that gleamed like polished frost, the Admiral's flagship, the Kingdom. Its masts towered so high that Riggs had to lean back to see the tops. Banners snapped in the wind, deep sea blue with the Stonegrave crest shining in white. Crew lined the decks in sharp formation. Officers strode the gangways with practiced ease. Even anchored, the Kingdom radiated authority. It seemed to watch the harbor, unblinking like a guardian carved from iron and tide. Riggs exhaled, unsure how to feel. He had spent half his life not knowing his lineage, the other half wishing to forget it. And now, here he was, entering the seat of a family he'd only recently learned even knew he existed. He wondered whether his father was aboard, whether his sister waited on the island, whether there was truly a place for him here. Stonegrave clapped him on the shoulder. "Welcome to the Stonegrave main island. Your blood runs deep in those cliffs, Riggs." Riggs didn't respond. He couldn't. His eyes were fixed on the harbor, the people, the splendor, the impossible beauty of the place. The ship began its slow turn toward the inner channel. "Prepare to weigh anchor," Stonegrave called. A shout echoed through the crew. Lines were coiled, sails were trimmed, and Riggs stood at the prow, watching the home he'd never known draw closer with every breath of wind. The anchor booms lowered. Crew members took their stations and the ship slid into the harbor, gliding toward the heart of the Stonegrave world. Chapter 6. The Family Estate. The dock rose above the water like the prow of a sleeping titan, stone-carved, sun-warmed, and alive with movement. Sailors shouted greetings as Stonegrave's trading ship eased toward the berth, and merchants lifted their eyes from crates and ledgers to watch. Riggs stepped onto the dock with a slow, careful breath, taking in the air of the place. It smelled of salt, fruit trees, and wet stone, strangely familiar, though he had never set foot here. "Riggs," a deep voice rumbled. He turned. The Admiral stood before him. Admiral Weyton Stonegrave was taller than Riggs remembered from the deck of the Stone Kingdom ship, or perhaps the land agreed with him more than the confines of a ship ever had. His shoulders were broad, his uniform crisp, the silver in his dark hair framing a face carved with authority and years at war with sea and men alike. Yet his eyes, the same gray-blue as the surf breaking against the cliffs, softened when they looked upon Riggs. Beside him stood a woman in her late 30s, dressed in the fine blues and whites of the Stonegrave estate. Her posture was perfect, her expression calculating, and her arms folded with a merchant's instinct for numbers rather than warmth. "Riggs," the Admiral said again, this time quietly, almost reverently. "Welcome home." Before Riggs could answer, Stonegrave stepped off the gangplank with a flourish. "Maris," he said brightly, spreading his arms as if expecting an embrace. Maris Stonegrave did not move. Her gaze skimmed over him like someone assessing damaged goods. "Did you make a profit?" Stonegrave blinked. "That's your greeting? After. Profit," she repeated, arching a brow. "Or loss, which is it?" Stonegrave faltered. "We broke even, possibly slightly ahead." "Define slightly." Her voice was cool, unyielding. "Coin amounts. Ledger values. Not feelings." Stonegrave cleared his throat. "Enough to justify the voyage." She sighed sharply, frustration flaring in her eyes. "If you left here breaking even, you cost me money, that is all." Riggs watched, torn between amusement and discomfort. For a moment he wondered if this was the Stonegrave legacy, the cold weight of numbers, the unyielding demands of wealth. Then Maris turned to him and her demeanor shifted, only slightly but enough to notice. Her eyes warmed, her posture eased, and she inclined her head in a gesture bordering on respect. "You must be my brother," she said. "Riggs?" He nodded, unsure how to respond. She extended a hand, not coldly, not warmly, but with the cautious sincerity of someone greeting a stranger who might soon matter. "I've waited a long time to meet you," she said. "Likewise," Riggs answered quietly. The Admiral smiled, the lines around his eyes deepening. "Come," he said, "walk with me." Riggs followed as his father led him along the stone path toward the great breakwater. Maris remained behind, already questioning Stonegrave about expenses, cargo manifests, and the cost of provisions. They walked until the din of the harbor softened into the steady whisper of waves. The breakwater loomed beside them, colossal stones carved with wreaths, serpents, and flowing crestwork. As the wind shifted, Riggs caught the faint scent of flowers placed in recessed niches along the structure. People walked the length of it with reverence, some carrying offerings, others simply touching the stone as they passed. "It's beautiful," Riggs murmured. "It is our legacy," the Admiral said, placing a hand on the warm stone. "And our graveyard." Riggs looked sharply at him. The Admiral didn't hide his solemn pride. Some hearing the name Stonegrave assume it must have come from the Stone Kingdom, but it was ours long before the kingdoms were drawn. Our ancestors believed they were born of both land and sea, half earth, half tide. When they died, they wished to be laid to rest where the two meet. He gestured across the sweeping barrier. They were set at the water's edge and covered with stones to keep the waves from washing them away. Stone graves. Over generations, the graves became walls, the walls became a barrier, and the barrier became this. Riggs stared up at the breakwater again, its vastness dwarfing the harbor. "How many?" he began softly. "Thousands upon thousands, too many to count," the Admiral replied. "A lineage long enough to hold a kingdom at bay if it chose to rise against us." Riggs now understood the design, the artwork, the reverence. This was not merely a harbor wall. It was the resting place of generations, an unbroken chain of blood and history holding back the endless sea. The Admiral turned from the water, reaching into his coat for a linen. He pressed it to his mouth as a cough seized him, deep, rough, shaking through his ribs. When he drew the cloth away, Riggs saw a smear of red blossomed against the white. A sting of alarm shot through him. "Father," Waite and Stonegrave folded the linen calmly and tucked it away. "The sea is a harsh mistress," he said, voice steady. "She takes her due from all of us." "It's more than the sea," Riggs said quietly. For a moment, the Admiral looked older, years older, before the weight of command settled back across his shoulders. "We will speak of it later," he said softly. "Now is for introductions, for you to see where you come from." Riggs nodded. But as they turned back toward the estate, the image of crimson on white linen stayed with him, refusing to fade. The Admiral's home rose from the cliffs like something half-grown from the stone and half-carved by hands long gone. Terraced gardens clung to ledges, their flowers glowing in the warm island sun. Columns shaped like sea serpents curled along the outer walls, and waterfalls from the higher cliffs cascaded down channels carved into the bedrock, filling shallow pools that lined the walkway to the entrance. Riggs followed his father through an archway of pale gray stone carved with the names of ancestors, 1,000 years of Stonegraves chiseled into the cliffs themselves. Inside, it was no less impressive. The interior was a palace, vaulted ceilings, mosaic floors of river stone polished smooth, tapestries dyed in indigo and sea green. And yet the Admiral walked these halls not as someone showing off, but as a man who belonged to the bones of this place. They entered a modest dining hall, modest by the estate's standards. High ceilings, a long table of dark wood, and lanterns hung in delicate nets of silver thread. "We'll eat here," the Admiral said as he took his seat. "The Great Hall is for ceremonies and feast days. This one is for family." Riggs hesitated before sitting. The word family still felt foreign on his tongue. Maris arrived next, a ledger tucked under her arm. She sat with an efficient grace and placed the ledger to her left, almost as if she needed its presence at the table to maintain balance. "Stonegrave won't join us," she said without looking up. "Father dismissed him. He's been sent to restock his ship and prepare for whatever errand he insists on running after this." Riggs almost smirked. It was easy to tell which of them held authority here. Servants brought dishes, spiced fish, warm bread, fruits chilled in blocks of clear ice. But the Admiral didn't reach for his plate. He folded his hands on the table. "I won't waste your time," he said. "Either of you." Maris straightened, sensing seriousness. Riggs leaned in. "I am sick," the Admiral said simply. "Sicker than you realize. I don't know if I have years left. Perhaps months." Riggs froze. It felt like an anchor dropped straight through his chest. He had spent years dreaming, imagining even once what it would be like to have a father. And now that he had one, he was already losing him. Maris whispered, "Father." But the Admiral lifted a hand gently. His voice remained steady. "I am not telling you this for sympathy. I am telling you because there are things that must be done before I am laid to rest with my ancestors." The weight of the breakwater outside pressed into Riggs's mind, the graveyard of Stonegraves stretching into the sea. Maris's frustration bubbled to the surface. "And what? You plan to make Riggs your successor? I've spent my entire life running this estate, every ledger, every ship, every business tie, and now that you're dying, you're going to hand everything to a man who has never held a merchant's ledger?" "Maris," the Admiral warned, "no." She turned to Riggs, anger mixing with something like hurt. "He arrives with our blood in his veins, and that alone means he gets to inherit everything? Do you have any idea what this place demands?" Riggs stared at her, shocked, then shook his head sharply. "Stop," he said. "I never asked for any of this." Both of them blinked. Riggs pushed back slightly from the table. "Do you think I came here to claim gold? Houses? Ships? I've lived half my life in chains. I don't care about coin or estates or the Stonegrave name." His voice roughened. "I came here for family, not a fortune." Maris blinked, eyes widening slightly. Riggs continued, "And even that," he gestured vaguely around the hall, "wasn't why I begged Stonegrave to bring me north. I came here because I'm searching for someone I care about more than all this stone and wealth put together." "The girl," the Admiral murmured, "Alora." Riggs nodded, surprised he knew her name. "And there's another thing. The woman Stonegrave carries on his ship, the one in the deep sleep. I owe her, and I owe her son. I will not sit here on this island wearing a cloak of riches while she needs help." Maris stared at him, in surprise, in confusion, and slowly, in something like respect. "You truly mean it," she said. "You don't want the estate." "I don't," Riggs said plainly. He turned to his father. "Give it to her." He motioned toward Maris. "She's the one who deserves it, not me." Maris opened her mouth, then closed it again, speechless for the first time since he'd met her. The Admiral laughed softly, not mocking, but warm, proud. "You are more Stonegrave than you realize," he said. "Our family was not born from wealth. It was born from duty." Riggs swallowed. The Admiral leaned back, studying him. "Your sister is capable. She will lead the estate with my blessing. But you, Riggs, you will carry something else, something heavier." Riggs felt that weight already forming in the air around him. Responsibility, legacy, blood. But something else too, perhaps the first flicker of belonging. Maris looked at him again, and for the first time her expression softened with sincerity. "I misjudged you," she said quietly. "Badly." Riggs gave a small shrug. "You don't know me." "And now," she said, "I want to." The family dinner continued, quieter, gentler, but Riggs could not shake the feeling that something monumental had shifted. He had expected to feel like an outsider the moment he stepped onto the estate, an intruder among marble halls and ancient wealth, but instead a strange, undeniable sensation settled over him. He felt claimed. Not by the grandeur of the place or the centuries of prestige it represented, but by something far older and far more personal. By blood, by lineage, and by a father he feared he might lose long before he ever truly had the chance to know him. The meal had ended, though no one had touched much of it. The Admiral remained at the head of the table, posture straight despite the exhaustion Riggs could now see lurking beneath his eyes. Maris sat to his right, fingers laced tightly together atop her ledger, and Riggs sat across from them, trying to ignore how hollow his stomach felt. The Admiral tapped the table lightly. "There is one more matter," he said, "one Stonegrave told me of during his months here before retrieving you." Riggs looked up. "What matter?" "You are searching for a woman," the Admiral said quietly. "A woman named Alora." Riggs's breath caught. "Yes, the same woman the Fire Kingdom is tearing the seas apart to find." Riggs nodded once, not trusting himself to speak. The Admiral rested his hands together. "He told me you were not merely searching, but in love." Riggs shut his eyes briefly, then opened them. "Yes, I lost her when Hakkot imprisoned me. We swore we'd find each other again." Maris watched him with a new expression, something gentler, more understanding. The Admiral gave a small nod to someone behind Riggs. A door opened and an attendant ushered in a sailor who looked wildly out of place among the polished floors and ornate carvings. His clothes were ragged from salt and sun, his boots worn thin. He paused just inside the doorway, swallowed nervously, and bowed, awkwardly, as if unused to such expectations. "Captain," the attendant announced softly, "this is the survivor." Riggs turned sharply. "Survivor of what?" The man swallowed hard. "A ship, sir. I survived a ship that sank some months ago." The Admiral's voice grew low. "Tell him." The man stepped forward, twisting his hands. "We were sailing west of the Alchemite chain, calm waters, clear sky. Then they came." "Pirates?" Maris asked. The sailor shook his head. "Not exactly. They didn't want cargo, didn't board us for plunder. They went straight for the passengers who could bend." His throat bobbed. "Water, stone, fire. It didn't matter. They took every Gahag aboard." Riggs's pulse hammered. "Alora?" The sailor nodded slowly. "Aye, she was on the ship, and when they stormed our deck, she fought, fierce as any soldier." He shuddered. "They knew her by name. They wanted her alive." Riggs felt the blood drain from his face. "How do you know it was her?" The man hesitated, sobering, thinking. "She had red hair," he offered. Maris folded her arms. "Half the islands have red-haired women." "Right," he said quickly, nodding. "But she also, well, when she's angry, she looks at you with a glare that feels like it'll scorch your very soul into ashes." Riggs leaned back, breath escaping him. "Yes," he said shakily, "that's her." Maris chuckled. "I think I like her already." The sailor nodded grimly. "They took her, left the rest of us to drown. I lived only because I found one of our boats still floating in the debris, days adrift. I thought the sea'd take me. Then a Stone Kingdom cutter found me." Maris looked genuinely stricken. "They're hunting Gahaga, not treasure." The Admiral's eyes darkened. "And if they wanted her alive, they are more dangerous than pirates." Riggs stood abruptly. "I need a ship, now. If she's alive, I can still reach her." The Admiral raised a hand. "And go alone? Chase shadows? Let the sea swallow you like so many others?" Riggs's jaw tightened. "What choice do I have?" "A better one," the Admiral said. He rose, slowly, but with the authority of a man who had commanded fleets. "You join the Water Kingdom Navy," he said, "as a captain." Riggs stared, stunned. "You would not be bound to a single route," the Admiral continued. "You would have authority to scour every coastline from the southern sands to the frozen north, under royal command. Your order would be simple. Find these raiders and bring them to justice." Riggs's breath came fast. "I'd have a ship?" "A ship," the Admiral said with a faint smile, "and men, and provisions, and the Maritime Council's blessing to go anywhere the search demands." He paused. "It is what our family has always been, commanders of the sea." Riggs swallowed hard. And what of the woman Stonegrave carries? The one in the deep sleep? I need to get her to skilled healers, and it must be kept secret. Maris glanced up sharply. She had not expected that question. The Admiral nodded. She will remain here. I have the finest healers in the Water Kingdom, perhaps the world, within these walls. They will tend to her. Then his brows knit. You say she must be kept secret? Riggs nodded. No one else can know she's alive. The Admiral considered him for a long moment, then nodded once. If that is what you wish, I will honor it. Riggs bowed his head in gratitude. The Admiral's stern expression softened into something warm. And it may be wise to send a second ship with you. For protection. You are my son after all. Riggs blinked. A second ship? The Admiral straightened. Stonegrave will receive a naval commission, a small warship under your authority. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He will sail as your escort. Maris burst into an unrestrained smile, half delighted, half wicked. Oh, please, she said. Let me be the one to tell him. The Admiral chuckled. Riggs couldn't help but laugh, tired, overwhelmed, but grateful. The Admiral's laughter, warm, full, proud, did not last long. A sharp cough tore its way up his throat, cutting the sound off abruptly. He reached for the back of his chair, steadying himself as the cough deepened, harsher than the one Riggs had seen earlier. He pressed a hand to his chest, fighting for breath. Father! Maris moved to rise. The Admiral waved her away, though his fingers trembled. I'm fine, he rasped. Riggs didn't believe it. Neither did Maris. Another cough struck him, and this time he reached for a linen with a practiced motion. He pressed it to his mouth. When he lowered it, there was blood, more than before. Riggs took a step toward him. You should see a physician. I will, the Admiral promised, voice hoarse. He glanced toward the doorway. Hazrin is on duty. He's expecting me. He attempted to stand straight, but his frame sagged for the briefest moment, just enough for Riggs to see the truth of it. This man, who commanded fleets and bore the Stonegrave name like a mantle of iron, was struggling. Maris caught his arm. Let me take you. He touched her cheek lightly with the gentlest of smiles. I have walked these halls longer than you've been alive, my girl. I can reach a physician's chamber without losing my way. She hesitated, then nodded. The Admiral turned to Riggs. We will speak more tomorrow, about your command, about the woman you seek, about everything. Riggs nodded solemnly. Tomorrow! The Admiral left the dining hall, with slow, steady steps, proud to the last, but Riggs heard the faint cough fading down the corridor. Silence settled over the hall like dust. Maris remained standing for a long moment, staring at the doorway. When she finally sank back into her chair, her hands trembled. It's hard to see him like this, she whispered. He's always been indestructible in my eyes, like a cliff in a storm. Riggs sat across from her. I didn't know him before today. I only heard stories. I'm sure they don't do him justice, Maris murmured. Then she sighed and closed her ledger, pushing it aside as if suddenly aware of how little numbers mattered. Riggs watched her quietly until he finally asked, Maris, why didn't he try to find me, or contact me, even once? Her eyes moved to him, soft, sad, apologetic. I'm older than you by a few years, she said quietly. Just a child when my mother died. I didn't handle it well. I was angry at everything, at everyone. She forced a small, brittle laugh. Especially at Father. Riggs stayed silent, sensing the weight of memory pressing down on her. When he met your mother, Maris continued, staring down at her hands, I was furious. I didn't want him to move on. I didn't want him to love anyone else. Her voice shook. I made his life miserable. I was cruel. I was grieving, and I didn't understand anything outside that grief. Riggs frowned softly. That is understandable. Maris shook her head. Maybe, but that grief shaped everything. She swallowed. Your mother wanted to stay with Father, truly, but he was terrified of hurting me, terrified that letting her into the family would break what little stability I had left. Riggs let the words sink in. It was a knot he had never considered, one part love, one part fear, one part miscalculation that shaped his entire life. And then you were born, Maris said quietly. Riggs leaned forward. What happened then? Bitterness, she whispered. Your mother felt abandoned, unchosen. She told Father she would raise you as Hakat's bastard, not his. Maris blinked back sudden emotion. I have only seen my father cry twice, once when my mother died, the second when he received that letter. Riggs closed his eyes, feeling the ache of it. "But once she declared you Hakots," Maris said, "it became too dangerous for Father to even inquire about you. If Hakots suspected your bloodline," she drew a shaking breath, "he would have killed you." Riggs nodded slowly. "He nearly did." Maris stared at him in horror, but Riggs continued gently. "When he found out, he imprisoned me. I was his son's best friend. Would have executed me otherwise." Maris pressed a hand to her mouth. "Then Father was right to stay away. It would have doomed you." Riggs didn't answer at first. Then Maris looked at him with a mixture of regret and shame. "I think your mother sent letters to torment him. Little updates about your life. Where you lived, what you learned, who you were becoming." Maris looked away. He read every one, treasured them, hurting over them. Riggs swallowed against the tightness forming in his throat. "It must have been both torture and mercy," Maris said. "He knew you, but he could never reach you, never hold you, never even speak your name aloud in these halls." She folded her hands in her lap, her voice dropping to a fragile whisper. "I would apologize for my part in all this, but I was just a child. I didn't understand what my anger would cost." Riggs reached across the table, gently resting his hand on her forearm. "Maris," he murmured, "the sea changes without asking anyone's permission. Storms rise, tides turn, and none of it is the fault of those caught in the water. You were a girl in pain. You can't blame yourself for a tide you were too young to control." Her eyes shimmered as she nodded. "You really are his son." Night had deepened across the island, the moon spilling silver across the terraces and garden pools. Riggs moved through the quiet corridors of the estate without needing a servant to guide him. Something in the stone itself seemed to pull him toward his father's chamber. He found the door slightly ajar. Voices murmured inside. He stepped through. The Admiral rested propped against a tall mound of pillows, his breathing a rough, uneven rasp that seemed to pull the very air from the room. Two healers in flowing sea-green robes stood beside him, their sleeves trailing like kelp in the surf as they worked. Their hands moved in slow, deliberate circles over bowls filled with shimmering water and crushed herbs, coaxing thin streams of liquid into the air. The water rose obediently, bending into pale mist-like ribbons that drifted around the Admiral's chest in a fragile, wavering pattern. Riggs lingered in the doorway, watching in silence. The motions they made were familiar, precise, traditional, the foundational shapes every healer learned. The intent was there as well. He could feel it in the gentle pressure of their concentration. And yet, something was off. The water moved, but it moved without depth, without resonance, without the subtle harmony that true healing demanded. It obeyed technique rather than purpose. It felt hollow, like music played perfectly but without a heartbeat behind it. To Riggs's eye, they looked less like seasoned healers and more like skilled apprentices doing their best to imitate masters they had never truly studied under. One of the healers withdrew her hands, closing the herb bowl. "That is all we can do tonight, my lord. The water has done what it can for now." The Admiral nodded wearily, accepting it with the duty-worn stoicism of a man used to bearing pain. Riggs stepped forward. "May I? Try?" The healers turned, startled. The Admiral blinked as if he hadn't heard correctly. "You?" Riggs hesitated only once. "I'm not trained as a healer, not formally. But I may be able to help." The Admiral studied him. Behind the exhaustion, curiosity sparked. "Very well," he said quietly. "Show me." The healers stepped aside. Riggs approached the bowl of water on the bedside table. He placed his hands above it, not touching, not forcing. Simply listening. The water answered. It pulled upward in a single fluid ribbon, rising with slow grace. The healers sucked in breath, recognizing instantly that this was no apprentice's touch. Riggs closed his eyes. The water bent to him as if drawn by breath, swirling through his fingers, around his palms, spiraling upward in thin, perfect arcs. He felt its shape, its memory, its desire to heal. Not by command, but by invitation. He guided it gently toward the Admiral's chest. The water slipped past fabric and skin as if neither offered the slightest resistance, sinking gently into the Admiral's lungs, not to drown or smother, but to permeate, to seek out the torn places, the inflamed patches, the heavy pockets where old blood clung stubbornly. Riggs guided it without effort, shifting its temperature with a thought, coaxing it cooler or warmer as needed. He altered its density so it could soothe one moment and scour another, reshaping it in delicate currents that curled and folded through damaged tissue with the precision of a surgeon and the grace of a tide pooling over smooth stone. None of it felt forced. It rose from him as naturally as breath. It was like painting with liquid light, every stroke gentle and deliberate. Like sculpting with air and letting the form reveal itself beneath his hands. Like hearing the deep voice of the sea and answering it, not in defiance, but in harmony, speaking a language he had never been taught yet somehow always known. The healers could only stare, their eyes wide and unblinking. Even the Admiral went still, not in fear, but in something closer to awe, as though he were witnessing a legend he'd only ever heard whispered about in old sailors' tales. Riggs exhaled deeply, drawing the water back into a soft sphere in his hands. It glimmered faintly with a pearl-like sheen, now clouded with what it had drawn from his father's lungs. He tipped it back into the bowl, and the water settled without a ripple. The room fell into utter stillness, the last wisps of water settling back into the bowls with soft, silvered ripples. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then the Admiral drew in a breath, slow at first, then deeper, fuller, until his chest expanded with a clarity it had not known in far too long. The rasping was gone, the tightness gone. His breath came smooth and steady, like a man waking from a long, suffocating nightmare. He stared at Riggs in open disbelief, eyes widening as the realization struck. I haven't breathed like that in months." The healers exchanged stunned looks. One bowed her head in humility and left without a word. The other lingered only long enough to murmur, "Remarkable," before following. Riggs stepped back, suddenly self-conscious. "I'm sure the real healers would have done the same," he said awkwardly. "When they arrive," the Admiral stared at him. "Those were the real healers. The best healers in the world as far as I know." Riggs blinked. The Admiral laughed softly. A rough sound, but warm this time. "Boy, I can barely bend enough water to fill a cup. My gifts have always leaned toward battle, barriers, wave strikes, tactics, not healing." He shook his head slowly, eyes shining with something like wonder. "But you bend water as though it is a part of you, as though it obeys simply because it knows your hand." Riggs felt heat rise in his face. "I only did what felt right. And that is exactly what fills me with pride." The Admiral murmured. Riggs looked down at his hands, water still clinging to his fingertips. He was not merely bending water, he was shaping it, commanding its purpose, inviting it to heal where others could only hope. And as the Admiral settled back against his pillows, breathing easier than he had in years, Riggs understood one thing with absolute clarity. His power was still growing. Somewhere along his journey, it was as if the roof of his limits had been removed. Every breath, every hardship only made him stronger. The healer's wing of the Stonegrave estate was quiet, filled with the gentle sound of cascading water from indoor channels that ran along the walls. Riggs oversaw Elian's transfer himself. The healers prepared a private chamber for her, sunlit, airy, with woven sea silk blankets and bowls of cool water gently bending in steady patterns along the ceiling. Devlin stood beside Riggs as attendants carried Elian through the corridor, his hat clutched in both hands, as though he feared dropping it would break whatever fragile composure he had left. His eyes glistened, not with tears he allowed to fall, but with the quiet, aching reverence of a man who had guarded hope for so long it had become part of his bones. Elian was borne between them on a padded litter, her body swathed in soft linens, her face as serene and pale as moonlit sand. The attendants moved with slow, deliberate steps, as though escorting something sacred rather than someone sleeping. They entered the prepared chamber, a warm, softly lit room overlooking the gardens below, and just as her litter was carried toward the bed, the hearth fire gave a sudden, violent flutter. Flames shrank low, sputtering into embers, as though a gust of cold air had struck them. But no such gust had come from the door. Instead, a sharp wind pushed through the open window, rustling the curtains like the breath of some unseen force. The temperature dropped enough that Riggs felt the fine hairs on his arms rise. The attendants froze mid-step, exchanging uneasy glances. One made a quick sign against ill omens. Even Riggs felt a shiver coil down his spine, not of cold, but of recognition. Something was wrong, or perhaps simply powerful. The fire, moments ago dim, hissed sharply and nearly went out entirely before stabilizing into a thin, trembling flame. Devlin stepped forward, lifting a hand in a calming gesture. "Don't let it trouble you," he murmured, though his own voice held the tremor of someone long resigned, not unfazed. "It happens sometimes, wherever she goes. Fires die without cause. Winds rise from still air. Rain falls only on the roof above her and nowhere else." He exhaled, a weary resignation in the sound. "I stopped trying to explain it years ago. Strange things cling to Elian the way shadows cling to cliffs at dusk." The attendants, visibly rattled, resumed moving her to the bed, laying her gently upon fresh sheets. Riggs took a moment to study her face, unchanged from the stories, untouched by time or decay, as though the world had paused around her. He wondered if Cale ever knew of this presence that followed her. He wondered if she was like this before she fell into this deep sleep. "She'll be watched daily," Riggs said at last, his voice quiet but firm. "My father keeps the finest healers in the Water Kingdom under this roof. She'll have more care than any palace physician could give. She won't be left alone, and she will be kept secret." Devlin bowed his head, shoulders slumping with a mixture of relief and sorrow. "Cale would have thanked you," he whispered, the name falling like a prayer he still wasn't fully ready to release. Riggs swallowed hard, a tightness gripping his throat. "Then that's reason enough." Devlin reached out and gripped Riggs's forearm, a gesture full of gratitude, grief, and the unspoken weight of a promise passed from one man to another. Then he stepped back, giving Elian one last look before quietly leaving the room. He knew Riggs's path now led north toward Alora, and that whatever came next for Elian would unfold here, far from the storms that lay ahead. Riggs lingered for a breath longer, watching the unsteady flame in the hearth regain its shape, wondering what force moved around this woman, and what it would mean for all of them. Riggs walked out into the estate courtyard just in time to hear Maris's crisp voice echoing across the stone pathways. "Captain Stonegrave." Stonegrave stood stiffly near the fountain, already dressed in Water Kingdom naval blues, looking both proud and suspicious, two expressions that rarely sat comfortably on him. "Yes, Lady Maris?" he asked, attempting a formal bow that looked more like a man dodging a thrown shoe. Maris clasped her hands behind her back. "I see you got my message to come in uniform. Congratulations, your commission has been approved." Stonegrave brightened. "Ah, back where I belong, at the helm of a fine ship." "You will not be in command," Maris interrupted. "You'll be serving under Captain Riggs." Stonegrave's smile died on the spot. He blinked. Twice. "Under? As in beneath him?" "Correct," Maris said smoothly. Stonegrave sputtered. "I am to be, what? His escort? His nursemaid on this fool's errand?" Maris tilted her head. "Think of it as family service." Stonegrave groaned. "Wonderful, years clawing my way up the command chain only to become a babysitter on a hopeless mission. The seas are endless. Do you know how vast the world's waters are? We could search a lifetime and never—" "That is enough," Maris said, voice sharpening. "Your orders come directly from my father and the Maritime Council. You will obey." Stonegrave muttered something profoundly unflattering about destiny under his breath, something involving storms, fools, and the dubious value of family obligations. But Maris only cast him a triumphant little smile before turning smartly on her heel and disappearing back toward the manor. Riggs tried and failed to hide the tug of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Watching those two spar was like witnessing a pair of cats who despised each other yet still shared the same sun-warmed windowsill. Below, in the lower harbor, Riggs's new ship waited at anchor. She was a sleek Water Kingdom brigantine, her pale blue hull catching the evening light and glimmering like polished stone beneath shallow waves. Silver trimming gleamed along the edges of her sails, the fabric taut and pristine, rippling with restrained power each time the wind shifted. The vessel looked built for speed and precision, a predator's grace wrapped in naval discipline. She was beautiful, swift as a hunting falcon, deadly as a storm surge. And she was his. Riggs stood at the edge of the pier, drinking in every line of her hull, every glint of metal, every subtle movement that hinted at the strength coiled within her frame. He had sailed on many ships, fought aboard others, survived on more than he cared to number. But this was different. This was not borrowed duty or forced obligation. This was command. This was purpose. When the Admiral finally joined him at the docks, supported on one side by a quiet healer who moved with the reverence reserved for fragile relics, he laid a steady hand on Riggs's shoulder, grounding him with the warmth of it. The old man's breath was thin, but his eyes were bright, proud, and sharp as a carving blade as he looked from the ship to his son. "She is named Stormwalker," he said. "Built for long voyages, built for command, and now, built for you." Riggs bowed his head. "Thank you, Father." Waiton Stonegrave smiled faintly. "Bring her home, Riggs. Bring yourself home, and find the woman you love." Riggs nodded, throat tight. "I will." The crew readied the sails. Orders rang across the deck. Stonegrave boarded his assigned escort ship, a smaller warship called Wave's Spear, still muttering his curses about destiny. Maris watched from the breakwater, arms folded, eyes sharp. Riggs lifted a hand in farewell, and after a moment, she lifted one back. The mooring lines were pulled aboard. The tide tugged them toward open sea. Riggs opened his mouth to give the order, then noticed the arches pulling back on their strings and pointing toward the sky. He looked up and screamed, "Archers! Hold!" A shadow swept across the deck. Crew members grabbed at rigging, ducking instinctively as something vast and winged dove towards the deck. "Hold your fire!" Riggs shouted. The archers froze mid-draw. A massive griffin, golden mane, powerful talons, feathers streaked with storm gray, swept through the air and landed with a thunderous impact on the foredeck, claws scraping deep grooves into the wood. Mako. The sailors recoiled, some falling backward onto barrels or coils of rope. Riggs stepped forward, grinning despite the chaos. "Mako," he said warmly, raising a hand. The griffin stretched his wings once, half as broad as the ship was wide, then folded them neatly, lowering his head. He nudged Riggs's chest with his beak in something dangerously close to affection. "Good to see you too," Riggs murmured, scratching behind a massive ear. "Thought you'd abandoned me for good." Mako gave a low, resonant trill that shook the water in the barrels. Stonegrave, watching from his own deck, shouted, "By the deep, Riggs, control your beast!" Mako turned his head slowly toward Stonegrave, eyes narrowing with deliberate menace. Stonegrave ducked behind a mast. The crew began whispering in awe. It spread across the deck like ripples in water. "Is that his? A griffin? Did it follow him across kingdoms? He commands beasts now? Is he chosen?" Riggs heard none of it. He simply pressed his forehead to Mako's and whispered, "Ready to help me find her?" Mako's answering cry exploded into the sky, loud enough to rattle the rigging. Riggs straightened and gave the final command. "Set the sails." The sheets unfurled. The wind filled them. The Stormwalker surged forward, Mako perched proudly on the prow like a living figurehead. Chapter 7. The Endless Search. 6 years at sea had carved Riggs into something harder than the young man who first stepped aboard Stormwalker. The sun had bronzed his skin, the wind had shaped his stance, and the endless search had sharpened every line of his face. The sea taught a truth few understood. If you hunt long enough, the ocean hunts you back. Riggs had scoured every stretch of blue water across 3 kingdoms, charting and recharting routes until the maps blurred and the ink stained his fingers. He chased rumors through smoky merchant taverns where sailors whispered half-truths over mugs of cheap ale, and he dove into the shattered ribs of pirate wrecks searching for signs, anything that might point him toward her. He fought through ambushes in reef channels, storms that tore masts like twigs, and skirmishes where blood mingled with brine until he could no longer tell which belonged to him. Some nights, when sleep finally caught him, he saw the faces of every soul he had hauled from the jaws of death, watching, wordless, as though asking him why he lived when others hadn't. Other nights, there was only Alora, her red hair burning at the edges of memory, her voice faint as surf against distant shores, her absence a sharper wound than any blade he had taken. 6 years, 6 long, wandering, merciless years, and still she remained nothing more than a ghost on the horizon, always just beyond reach. Riggs stood at the bow of Stormwalker, the wind clawing at his coat as the ship groaned into a colder, heavier swell. The water here was darker than normal, not navy blue but ink black, as though the depths hid something ancient and watching. Behind him, Stonegrave stormed up the deck with all the subtlety of a naval broadside. "This is madness," Stonegrave snapped. "Absolute madness. 6 years of chasing the girl's shadow, and now this." He thrust one arm toward the horizon, where gray waters dissolved into a trembling fog. "You want to take us into waters sailors don't speak of unless they're drunk." Riggs didn't turn. "This is our strongest lead in months." "It's a story," Stonegrave hissed. "A tale told by spice traders too deep in their cups. Islands in the far west, beyond maps, beyond charts, home to kraken, mermaids that drag men screaming to the deep, squid as long as a city street, sharks the size of ships." Riggs finally looked at him. "You've survived worse." "That's the problem," Stonegrave shouted. "I'm tired of surviving your worst." Riggs let the wind fill the silence between them. He had heard Stonegrave break before, once during a storm that nearly shattered Wave's spear, once during the plague scare in the Southern Isles, but never like this. This was a man worn thin by years of chasing a dream that wasn't his. Riggs breathed in deeply, the cold air biting at his lungs. "I'm not stopping now." Stonegrave groaned and rubbed his face. "Of course you aren't. 6 years, Riggs. 6! And what do we have? A ledger full of pirate kills, a reputation strong enough to keep half the Blackwater fleets on edge, and hope," Riggs said quietly. Stonegrave froze. Riggs continued, softer. "You may not believe it anymore, but I have to. She's out there, Stonegrave. I know she is." Stonegrave sank onto a coil of rope, muttering, "I should have retired from service, ran merchant runs. Instead, I'm following you off the edge of every map the Water Kingdom ever drew." Riggs hid a small smile. "You wouldn't have lasted a week." Stonegrave glared half-heartedly. "Point stands." Riggs turned his gaze back toward the horizon. The fog had thickened into a dense, rolling curtain, swallowing distance and depth until the world felt smaller, more suffocating. The swells rose and fell with a slow, deliberate weight, as though the sea itself disapproved of their presence, pushing back, warning them away from waters not meant to be trespassed. And Mako, a tightness cinched around Riggs's throat before he could stop it. Mako had been gone for 6 months now. The Griffin was never a creature of predictability. He had always come and gone as he pleased, sometimes vanishing for a week or two before appearing again in a blaze of golden feathers and indignant screeching. But 6 months. 6 months was different. 6 months carved a hollow place behind Riggs's ribs that he could not quite fill. He told himself Mako was simply hunting farther afield. He told himself Mako was alive, riding some distant thermal. He told himself Mako would return the moment he was truly needed. But a quieter voice, the one that spoke only in the dark hours of night, wondered whether he had sailed too far, wandered too deep into uncharted waters for even Mako to find him. Riggs closed his eyes, letting the brine-laced wind move across his face. "We've returned home 3 times, he said quietly, the words pulled from somewhere deep and tired. "Every time my father was still alive. Every time I was able to heal him a little more. But I could see it in him. The strength he used to command so effortlessly is slipping through his fingers like sand." Stonegrave fell silent, the rare kind of silence that meant he understood more than he let on. "He needs me," Riggs went on, his voice softening. "Elian needs me. And Alora." His throat tightened, the last name catching as though it carried the weight of every mile he'd sailed. He swallowed hard, steadying himself against the ache rising within him. "She's out there, somewhere," Riggs said. Stonegrave let out a slow breath. "And if she's not?" Riggs opened his eyes. The storm winds brushed against his face, cool and sharp. "Then I'll search until the sea takes me," he whispered, "but I'll never stop." Stonegrave stared at him a long moment, worn, frustrated, but with a flicker of respect still buried beneath the exhaustion. "Well," Stonegrave muttered, standing again, "if we're truly about to be eaten by a kraken, I'd like one last cup of rum before it happens. Send a barrel with me when I return to my ship." Riggs almost laughed. "Go easy on it. You'll need your wits." Stonegrave groaned. 6 years, and not once have you let me indulge in dramatic despair. It's cruel, Riggs, cruel." Riggs didn't answer. He only stared into the fog, uncharted unknown, and felt his resolve harden like stone. He would never give up. Never. Not until he found her, or the sea swallowed him whole. The next day the storm hit without warning. One moment the horizon was a pale sweep of fog. The next it was swallowed by a wall of black clouds rising higher than any cliff Riggs had ever seen. The wind shifted, shrieking in a pitch that made every man on deck freeze. Then the sky fell. A sheet of rain slammed across the stormwalker, staggering the crew. Riggs shouted orders, but the wind tore his voice away. Lightning ripped across the heavens, jagged, white, and impossibly close. The sea beneath them heaved, lifting the ship violently before dropping it in a freefall that stole the breath from every throat. "Stonegrave's ship!" someone screamed. Riggs whirled, but visibility was gone. Just towering walls of water, rising and falling like the very spine of the world shifting beneath them. Another wave hit, massive enough to throw half the crew to the deck. Riggs gripped a rope, his knuckles white. He bent the water, he felt it. But these waves were not like ordinary swells. They were alive, roaring with ancient fury. He pushed back with all the strength he had, guiding the ship's bow into the wave to keep it from rolling. "Hold steady," Riggs shouted. He wasn't sure if anyone heard him. Through the sheets of rain, he caught a glimpse of Wave's spear. Stonegrave's ship clung desperately to the next swell, its sails shredded, its mast swaying dangerously, and then it vanished behind a rising wall of black water. "Stonegrave!" Riggs yelled, bending the sea upward, lifting the Stormwalker toward the crest for a better view. But the next wave came crashing down like a collapsing mountain, and Stonegrave's ship was nowhere to be seen. Riggs's stomach twisted. "Keep searching!" he shouted to the lookout in the high mast. But the man in the crow's nest had barely braced himself when a rogue wave, taller than a fortress wall, slammed into the Stormwalker. The lookout was ripped from his perch, flung screaming into the raging sea. "Man overboard!" Riggs didn't think. He commanded. His hands sliced through the air, water bending with him. A column of seawater surged upward, catching the drowning man around the chest and lifting him clear of the breakers. Riggs guided the water toward the deck, lowering the man gently onto the planks as sailors rushed in to drag him to safety. Riggs's heart pounded, his limbs shook. Bending against a storm like this drained him fast, but he had no choice. He climbed the slick rigging toward the shattered crow's nest. If he wanted to spot Stonegrave's ship before it was too late, he needed a higher view. "Captain, it's not safe," a sailor cried up to him. Riggs kept climbing. The mast swayed violently, groaning under the strain of the storm. Rain stung his eyes. His fingers slipped more than once, but he reached the top and hauled himself onto the lookout platform. From there, he saw nothing but churning chaos. Black waves, white foam, sheets of lightning cutting across the sky. No sign of Wave's spear. No sign of Stonegrave. "Come on," Riggs whispered to the storm. "Give me something." But the sea gave him nothing except a deafening crack. The mast splintered. Riggs felt the jolt before he heard the sound, a deep, tearing snap that shook the entire ship. The lookout platform lurched violently beneath him. The world tilted. His footing vanished. The mast broke in half. Riggs was flung into the air, the shattered timber collapsing beneath him. Rain and wind swallowed him whole as he plunged toward the black water below. He hit the sea hard, like falling onto stone. The icy shock stunned him, knocking breath from his lungs. He struggled upward, fighting the weight of the storm pressing down on him. Light flickered above the surface. Thunder bellowed overhead. He broke through, gasping. Behind him, the mast's broken half floated, just enough wreckage to cling to. He grabbed it, coughing violently as the waves battered him. He looked around wildly. "Stormwalker!" The ship was there, but already being swept away. No helm, no mast, no way to steer. The storm seized it like a toy, dragging it backwards into the darkness. Riggs screamed, "Turner, turn the ship!" But the wind tore his voice apart. The Stormwalker became a pale blur disappearing into the towering waves, the crew powerless to fight the raging sea. Riggs clung to the floating mast, the storm swallowing everything around him. He was alone, swept into a sea no map had ever named, a sea that did not care whether he lived, drowned, or vanished with the rest of the world. Hours later, the storm died as suddenly as it had risen. One moment, the world was devouring itself, black clouds, monstrous waves, lightning ripping the sky apart, and the next, the sea fell still, rolling in slow, heavy breaths beneath a pale morning sun. Riggs floated alone amid the wreckage. The mast fragment he clung to drifted listlessly through an ocean littered with broken spars, coils of rope, empty barrels, torn canvas, and splintered timber. Everything else was gone. No hulks on the horizon, no sign of Stormwalker or Wave's spear. No voices, no sails, just him. And the endless blue, Riggs forced himself upright onto the mast beam and began pulling floating debris toward him. Ropes, netting, planks, a cracked barrel lid. His fingers were numb, his muscles shaking uncontrollably, but he worked until the pieces gathered. Slowly, methodically, he lashed them together with frayed rope until something resembling a raft took shape. By the time he crawled onto it, his body trembled so violently he nearly rolled back into the water. He lay flat on the uneven surface, face half in shadow, half in sun, shivering as the ocean gently rocked him. Hours bled into night, and night thinned into a colorless dawn that carried him into another day. Time lost its edges. The sky shifted, the waves rose and fell, but Riggs felt himself drifting somewhere far outside of all of it. He drank what little water he managed to cleanse through sheer force of bending, but each mouthful cost him dearly. Every attempt felt like trying to lift a stone mountain with fingers worn to bone, the effort wringing him dry until he lay trembling afterward, lips barely damp. By the third day, he could no longer lift his head. Hunger hollowed him from the inside out, carving his limbs into brittle shapes that felt more like wax than flesh. Even the rhythm of the ocean, the heartbeat of the world he had always known, felt distant, muffled, as though he were sinking beneath layers of heavy cloth. He sprawled across the warped boards of his makeshift raft, cheek pressed against a sun-baked plank that radiated heat like a fever. His pulse thudded slow and uneven. He could still sense the water around him, the life threaded through it, but he was too far gone to reach for it now, too weak even to be afraid. Perhaps this was how his story ended, not in a clash of blades, not swallowed by fire or battle, not in the triumph he had chased across half the world, just quietly dissolving into the endless blue. His vision drifted in and out of haze, every blink heavier than the last, until a shadow slid across him, broad, dark, and moving against the sun. Riggs blinked, disoriented, his dry eyes straining to focus through the heat shimmer and exhaustion. The world wavered, shapes blurring like paint in water, and he forced himself to look up, unsure whether what he saw was real or simply another trick of a dying mind. Something dark moved above him, wings casting long shapes over the raft. But he was too far gone for hope. Storm-worn hallucinations, sea fever. Then whomp! A massive weight slammed onto him, knocking the breath from his lungs. Riggs let out a strangled gasp as something cold, wet, and enormous collapsed across his stomach and chest. The smell hit him next, raw salt, brine, and blood. He forced his eyes open. A fish the size of a large dog, split nearly in two by deep talon marks, lay flopping weakly across him, its mouth gaping silently. Riggs stared. What? Another shadow crossed him. This one real, this one familiar. With a gust of displaced air and a heavy thump that nearly capsized the raft, Mako landed, massive wings folding tight, golden mane ruffling, talons gripping the lashed planks with practiced balance. The raft dipped dangerously under his weight, but held. Mako tilted his great feathered head, studying Riggs with those enormous amber eyes that held an uncanny blend of judgment, concern, and the sort of impatient expectation only a griffin could manage. The wind ruffled the gold and bronze plumage along his neck as he leaned closer. Riggs's throat scraped like sand as he tried to speak. Mako? The word came out barely more than a breath. The griffin blinked once, slow, deliberate, then lowered his beak and nudged the massive fish he'd dropped, shoving the still bleeding carcass farther across Riggs's lap. The gesture was not gentle. It was purposeful, almost bossy. Mako fixed him with a stare so pointed and unmistakable that Riggs didn't need words to understand the meaning behind it. Well, are you going to eat? The expression was absurdly clear. A sound broke from Riggs's chest, somewhere between a laugh and a sob, thin and ragged and full of disbelief. His hands trembled violently as he dragged the fish closer, tearing into its flesh with the wild desperation of a man whose body had forgotten what strength felt like. Warm blood coated his fingers, salt and iron filling his mouth, but he forced each bite down, feeling life seep slowly back into brittle limbs. Mako stood proudly beside him on the raft, wings half spread for balance, posture regal and self-satisfied, like a creature wholly convinced he had just saved the world. Maybe, Riggs thought dimly, he truly had. At least his world. He swallowed another mouthful, breathing hard, and felt something warm loosen inside his chest. "Good to see you too," he whispered, voice hoarse from thirst and gratitude in equal measure. Mako answered with a soft, rumbling trill, low, soothing, and almost affectionate. And for the first time in 3 days, surrounded by endless sea and an uncertain fate, Riggs felt something other than fear or exhaustion tightening around him. He felt hope. Mako returned like clockwork each dawn and dusk, sweeping down from some unseen height to drop another enormous fish onto the raft before disappearing into the sky again. Riggs didn't know where the griffin hunted or rested, only that he came back every time, silent, dependable, almost reassuringly predictable. The meals kept Riggs alive, though barely. The raft drifted wherever the currents pulled it, far beyond any charted lane. The sun burned him by day, the cold gnawed at him by night, and the endless rolling of the sea wore down what little strength he regained. 2 weeks later in the morning, the water grew strangely still. Riggs felt it before he saw anything, an unsettling quiet beneath the surface, as if the ocean itself were holding its breath. Riggs forced himself upright, shoulders trembling, his gaze sweeping the endless sweep of gray-blue water. "Mako," he called, the word thin and fragile against the wind. Only silence answered, an emptiness so complete it seemed to swallow the sound whole. Then the sea beneath him shifted, not with the rise of a gentle swell, not with the dip of a harmless ripple, but with a darkness, a vast, moving shadow gliding just under the surface, a shadow far too large to be a whale, far too smooth, too deliberate, too close. Before Riggs could draw another breath, the water beneath the raft rose in a sudden bulge. A massive force rammed upward from below, splintering the planks with a deafening crack. The raft leapt into the air as though struck by the fist of a god, and Riggs was thrown violently into the ocean, his shout ripped away by the rush of waves. Freezing water closed around him like a trap. Salt flooded his mouth. His vision spun in chaotic spirals of blue and white. He kicked wildly, fighting upward until he broke the surface in a gasping spray just in time to see what had hit the raft. The raft burst upward in a violent plume, tumbling end over end as something enormous surged beneath it. A shark, longer than the deck of his brigantine, thick-bodied and ancient, cut through the water with terrifying ease. Its tail, thick as a tree trunk, carved a deep furrow through the sea. Its dorsal fin rose jagged and towering above the waves like the spine of a sea monster from old sailors' nightmares. And the creature was turning. Its pale belly rolled into view, gleaming sickly in the shifting light. Then its jaws opened, vast, serrated, hungry, aligning its terrible maw directly toward him as it began its next charge. Riggs spun and dove, letting instinct and terror guide him. The shark lunged. He felt teeth clamp into his coat. Not flesh, but close enough to tear a scream from his throat. The pull nearly snapped his spine. The world became a blur of darkness and pressure. The shark dragged him downward with terrifying speed. Riggs clawed at the fabric, lungs burning. He fought to shrug himself free, kicking frantically as the coat resisted, then slipped loose. The shark vanished into the deep with it. Riggs burst upward through the crushing dark, lungs burning, chest convulsing as he fought for the surface. His vision flickered at the edges, buzzing with black static, and the shimmering skin of the ocean above him looked impossibly far away, like a sheet of rippling glass just out of reach. He kicked harder, muscles screaming, when suddenly the water around him dimmed. A shadow pooled beneath him. He forced himself to look down. The beast was rising again. A massive shape surged upward from the depths, a hulking mountain of muscle and teeth, a living nightmare carved from hunger and instinct. Its jaws gaped wide, rows of serrated teeth glinting in the thin shafts of refracted sunlight, as it accelerated toward him with terrifying purpose. "Move, Riggs. Think. Do something." His mind flashed, not to the panic, not to the pain, but to Water Kingdom naval tactics, the memories of great beams driven through water with crushing force, bending the very sea into a weapon. He recalled the way the ocean carried weight, how density could be reshaped, how pressure could be harnessed like a giant fist. Riggs reached deep, scraping together the last thin scraps of strength inside him. He felt the water beneath his feet, its weight, its cold steadiness, the raw potential waiting inside every droplet. He seized it, shaping it, coiling it beneath him like a spring drawn to breaking. Then he bent it. Hard. The water erupted upward in an explosive column, slamming into the soles of his feet and launching him skyward with a force that ripped a raw shout from his throat. He shot through the sea like a spear hurled by the gods, the world blurring into streaks of blue and white as he hurtled toward the wavering light above. He burst from the surface, flying for a heartbeat, spray trailing behind him in a glittering arc. Below him, the shark's jaws snapped shut on empty water, teeth slamming together with a sound that vibrated through Riggs's bones. The beast's snout broke the surface, thrashing in frustration before sinking again, circling. Riggs splashed back down several yards away, gasping, arms trembling violently. The current carried him away just enough to buy a breath. Nothing more. He kicked hard for the remains of the raft, praying it would hold long enough for Mako to return, praying the shark wouldn't make another pass. The shadow circled beneath him. Closer, hungrier. Riggs gritted his teeth. "I'm not dying out here," he whispered into the churning sea. "You hear me? Not like this." The shark turned and began charging again. Riggs hauled himself across the shattered remains of the raft, every muscle in his arms burning as though fire had seeped into his bones. The ruined platform dipped perilously beneath him, half submerged and groaning under even his slight weight. Planks shifted and flexed with ominous cracks, and the rope bindings, frayed and slick with seawater, hung in loose, useless strands. He could feel the instability beneath him like the chest of a dying beast, and he knew, deep in the instinctive place where survival lived, that he had only seconds left. The water around the wreckage dimmed once more. A shadow rose beneath him, spreading outward like ink swirling through glass. A tremor rippled through the waves, subtle at first, then unmistakable. A focused, rising surge of motion only one kind of creature could create. A predator lining up its strike. Riggs rolled fully onto the wreckage, scrambling to gain his footing on the tilting mass of splintered wood, and the shark erupted from the water. Its jaws slammed into the raft with a force so catastrophic the world seemed to explode around him. Wood detonated into fragments, jagged shards flying through the air like a hail of knives. The impact pitched the raft violently sideways, nearly flipping it end over end. Riggs was thrown hard onto his back, the wind knocked from his lungs. But through the chaos he saw something fall beside him, a dark shape tumbling through the spray. A broken spar, thick, torn loose during the shark's assault. One end had shattered into a vicious point, sharp as a lance, wide as his forearm. The wood cracked and splintered, but deadly in its jaggedness. Riggs seized it with both hands, fingers slipping on wet wood before he tightened his grip. The shark circled him again, its massive dorsal fin slicing an arrogant arc across the surface, the creature's immense bulk churning the sea into violent swells. Riggs rose to one knee, legs trembling beneath him, the spar held like a weapon born of desperation and raw survival. The raft listed dangerously, threatening to roll, every movement testing his balance. Pain screamed through him, muscles torn, ribs aching, vision pulsing with black edges, but he forced himself upright. The shark angled in. The sea shifted. Depth and shadow converged. It was coming again. Its massive body surged upward, jaws opening, wide enough to swallow him whole. Cold, black eyes locked on him. Riggs braced the spar, angled it downward, and waited until he felt the rise of water beneath him. "Come on," he whispered. "Come on, then." The jaws closed around the raft, and Riggs drove the spar upward with everything he had left. The point entered the shark's mouth just as its jaws snapped shut. The force of the bite, terrifying, unstoppable, drove the spar deeper, slamming the jagged end upward through flesh, bone, and brain. A deep, sickening crack echoed through the water. The shark convulsed violently, its entire body spasming. The raft pitched, nearly rolling Riggs back into the sea. Foam boiled around the beast as its muscles fired wildly in the throes of death. Then, stillness. The enormous head hung off the side of the raft, slack-jawed, the spar still jutting from its skull. Water lapped against its ruined form as blood drifted in long ribbons below. Riggs stared at it, panting, disbelief crashing over him. He had killed it, not with bending or overwhelming power, but with nothing more than timing, raw instinct, and a splintered piece of wood driven into the right place at the exact moment he needed it most. Riggs collapsed on his back, chest heaving, hand trembling around the spar. He didn't feel victorious, just alive, barely. He closed his eyes and whispered, "Alora, I'm still coming." Riggs sat hunched on the battered raft, the taste of salt and adrenaline still sharp on his tongue. The sea around him was quiet now, eerily quiet, as if even the ocean respected the death of the monster that had ruled these waters. The shark's massive body drifted just beneath the surface, slowly turning in the swell. He pulled it closer by the fin, summoning what strength he could. If Mako didn't return soon, he'd need food, and this beast, however terrifying, was at least edible. He dug his fingers into the thick hide and tore free a section of flesh, hot with blood and still twitching from the last remnants of life. The meat would keep him alive for a while, but as he shifted the carcass to cut away more, something caught against his palm. A rigid shape buried just beneath the flesh where the spine curved toward the skull. Riggs frowned and pushed aside torn muscle. A metal shackle protruded from the shark's backbone, only an inch or two visible through mangled tissue. It resembled a locked collar plate, shaped to clamp around bone and anchored deep with cruel precision. A length of chain links ran down the ridge of the shark's neck, swallowed by tissue that had grown around it long ago. It wasn't rusted, it wasn't aged, it was deliberate. "What in the world?" Riggs murmured, leaning closer. The metal caught the light with an eerie, unnatural sheen, a dark, muted luster that somehow gleamed without reflecting, a quality so wrong that the fine hairs along Riggs's arms rose in warning. It protruded from the ruined shark's spine like a shard of forged night, the surface inscribed with faint angular cuts he didn't recognize. Curiosity and unease warred inside him as he reached out. The moment his fingertips brushed the device, a violent shock tore through him. It wasn't pain, it wasn't heat, it was something far worse. Like invisible hands had plunged into the center of his being and pulled, hard, wrenching something essential loose. Riggs gasped, stumbling backward. His bending flickered, then vanished entirely. The constant awareness of the water around him, the pulse he always felt beneath the surface like a second heartbeat, extinguished in an instant. His strength didn't simply weaken, it drained from him, siphoned away from a place deeper than muscle or bone, the inner well from which bending drew its power. For a moment he felt hollowed out, unanchored, as though his very identity were being bled into the metal. He tore his hand away in panic. The sensation stopped at once, snapping off so abruptly he staggered as his strength settled back into him with a trembling rush. Heart hammering against his ribs, Riggs stared at the embedded device, dread coiling cold and heavy in his gut. Whatever that metal was, it was no ordinary iron or steel. It felt ancient, intentional, crafted for a purpose more sinister than he could yet understand, something made to bind or suppress or devour Gehenna power itself. And someone had driven it straight into the shark's spine, anchoring it there like a leash or a command. He shuddered, realizing the ocean wasn't the only thing hunting in these waters. Riggs tore off what meat he could salvage, keeping his hands far from the chain. He felt weaker than before, lightheaded, his breath tight, but he forced himself to push the body away. The carcass rolled once and slipped beneath the water, sinking slowly into the abyss with the strange shackle disappearing last. Riggs sat back, shaking, trying to steady his breathing. His palms tingled. His limbs felt foreign. His bending was still there but muted, like a voice shouting through thick walls. As he stared into the dark water, one thought pressed through the haze. Someone bred or controlled that monster. And if they placed metal like that in the spine of a creature so large... 2 weeks passed beneath an uncaring sun. 2 weeks of drifting, of watching the horizon blur and fade, of forcing down strips of sun-dried shark meat until even the taste seemed to scrape the back of his throat. Riggs lay half-curled on the raft, weak but stubbornly alive, when Mako finally returned. The griffin cut across the sky like a burning arrow, wings gleaming gold in the late afternoon light. Riggs pushed himself upright, relief flooding him so sharply his eyes stung. "Mako!" he rasped. But Mako didn't land. He swooped low, close enough that Riggs felt the gust of his wings, then released something from his talons. It dropped onto the raft with a wet thump. A bird. Broken neck, still warm. Mako circled once and flew off without so much as a greeting, vanishing toward the far horizon with urgent purpose. Riggs watched him disappear, chest tightening. "What are you doing out there?" he whispered. Later, as he prepared the bird, he saw it, glinting faintly beneath the feathers just under the skull. Another shackle, a tiny metal ring fused directly into the spine, identical in shape and color to the device he'd found in the shark. Riggs froze. A cold dread crawled under his skin. Large apex predators getting shackled and set loose was one thing, but a small seabird? Something that could barely harm a child? Who would waste time binding something so insignificant? Riggs pulled the feathers back more carefully this time, never letting his fingers brush the metal. The same unnatural sheen, the same faint, humming wrongness that made his skin prickle. Whatever this alloy was, it wasn't forged by any kingdom he knew. He hesitated before eating it. The bird's blood clung to his fingertips, and every instinct warned him that this wasn't right. But survival left little room for principles. He took a careful bite. The meat tasted metallic but not spoiled. It went down better than the shark, though still raw, still stringy, still unpleasant. Riggs forced himself to swallow. "Whatever you are," he muttered to the shackle as he flicked the bird's head overboard, "I'm not letting you touch me again." In the long stretch of days that followed, Riggs began to notice a pattern. Subtle at first, then unmistakable. Every morning, a single bird appeared in the sky above him. Not a flock, not wandering seabirds passing with the wind, just one. It would circle high above the raft in slow, deliberate loops, never diving, never perching on the drifting timbers, never letting Riggs out of its sight. He waited, day after day, for it to tire and land on the raft, or even drift away in search of food. It never did. The bird simply circled hour after hour as if tethered to him by an invisible string. At first he assumed it was hunger drawing the creature near. Perhaps it smelled the scraps from the shark meat. But no amount of waiting changed its behavior. It kept a perfect distance, silent and watchful like a feathered sentinel. And without fail, sometime in the afternoon, Mako would come. Riggs always heard him before he saw him, the distant roar of wings, the predatory cry that rattled across the waves. Mako streaked across the sky in a golden blur, diving with reckless fury. He struck the circling bird midair, talons tearing through feathers and bone, with a savagery Riggs had never seen in him before. Then, without a pause, Mako swooped low and dropped the broken body onto the raft before climbing back toward the distant horizon, banking sharply as if racing to some unseen task. Riggs watched him go, confused and increasingly uneasy. The next day it happened again. A small, dove-like bird circled him until Mako shredded it and left its carcass on the raft. The day after that, a hawk. Another day brought a crow with a wingspan nearly as wide as Riggs's arm. Once, an enormous eagle descended from the clouds, circling with an intelligence that made Riggs's skin crawl. Mako killed it without hesitation. Each time, Riggs discovered the same thing beneath the feathers. A metal shackle fused directly into the spine near the base of the skull. The devices varied only in size, never in design. The same dark metal, the same unnatural sheen, the same subtle hum of wrongness that made Riggs's fingers prickle if he came too close. He stayed well away from the metal after his first painful encounter with the shark's implant. As for the meat, the deeper cuts of the larger birds were often spoiled or tainted, foul-smelling in a way that warned him not to risk it. But the blood from the smaller kills drifted into the water, and soon fish began gathering beneath the raft in quick flashes of silver. Riggs discovered he could use the inedible scraps as bait. He tied thin strips of sinew to a shard of wood, dropped the makeshift lure over the side, and managed to pull in a handful of small fish each day. They were scarcely more than mouthfuls, but they kept him from starvation when Mako did not leave enough behind. Still, the pattern troubled him. The birds weren't wandering aimlessly. They weren't lost. They came alone, one each day, all fitted with the same cruel device. And Mako hunted them with the same relentless purpose, killing them as if they were a threat only he could understand. Riggs cleaned the worst of the blood from his hands and leaned back on the raft, staring up at the pale sky where the birds always appeared. "Why?" he whispered to the open sea. "What are you trying to tell me?" The horizon gave no answer. Only the steady, circling shadow, already forming in the distance for the next day, reminded him he was not alone out here. He was being watched, every single day, by something intelligent enough to use the smallest of creatures as its eyes. And whatever hunted him, Mako hunted back. Riggs spotted it first as nothing more than a smear of color on the horizon, a faint disruption in the endless line where sea met sky. At first, he thought his mind was tricking him again, conjuring land the way it had conjured hope during the worst of the hunger and heat. But as the raft drifted closer and his vision steadied, he realized it was real. Land, an island, green slopes rising like a promise from the water, dark cliffs jagged as broken spears, a spine of volcanic stone cutting high into the clouds, stark and imposing. For the first time in days, something ignited inside him, a flicker of fierce, undeniable hope. It burned in his chest like a spark catching dry tinder. "Finally," he whispered, his voice cracked and raw. "Finally." But the sea had other plans. The current twisted beneath the raft, subtle at first, then unmistakable. The raft began to drift south, slowly, steadily, sliding along the island rather than toward it. "No," Riggs breathed, panic tightening his throat. "No, no, no, don't you dare." He braced both hands against the splintered wood, leaning with all the strength he had left, trying to will the raft toward the northern beaches. The waves pushed back with stubborn, indifferent force, as though the entire sea were nudging him away from salvation. Riggs drew a shaky breath and tried bending the water beneath the raft. Slow pressure, then harder, pushing against the current. But he was too weak, the raft too heavy, the ocean too vast. The water stirred, swirling reluctantly beneath him, shifting the raft only a few feet before the current reclaimed it with contemptuous ease. He stared at the island as it drifted past him. So close he could almost smell the trees baking under the sun, close enough to imagine shade, fresh water, the solid ground beneath his feet. Too close, far too close to surrender. Riggs made his decision in a heartbeat. He dove. The cold hit him like a wall of knives. It stole his breath instantly, turning his muscles stiff and his thoughts sluggish. Panic clawed up his throat as the ocean seemed to pour itself into his bones. The raft drifted further behind him. He forced his limbs into motion. One stroke, another, then another. The current shoved him sideways, dragging him along the coastline, but every time he sputtered or choked on seawater, he dug deeper, into Gehage ability, into instinct, into sheer stubbornness. He bent the water in front of him just enough to break its surface tension, to give him a burst forward every few seconds. The swim became an agony of cold and fear. He kept glancing beneath him, expecting to see the shadow of another monster rising up from the dark. The memory of the shackle in the shark's spine haunted him. Still he swam. By the time his fingers brushed sand, he barely felt them. His knees crashed into the shallows, then into the gritty black stones at the waterline. He dragged himself long enough to clear the tide before collapsing on the beach. He didn't notice the sharp rocks slicing into his legs and arms as he clawed his way onto dry land, didn't notice the shallow cuts filling with sand and blood, didn't feel much of anything. Riggs's vision pulsed in and out, colors bleeding together as the shoreline tilted beneath him. His teeth rattled violently, each shiver sending shocks through his bones, and his thoughts scattered like birds startled from a treetop. Brief flashes of clarity swallowed immediately by the cold fog settling into his mind. He tried to lift an arm and found it unresponsive, heavy as stone. Even breathing felt like a task he had to remember with each faltering heartbeat. This might be it, he thought dimly, the words drifting through him without weight. He lay half-conscious in a shallow cradle of sand and jagged black rock, the wind clawing across his soaked clothes as the cold crept deeper, spreading through his chest, his limbs, his very will to move. The beach stretched away in a wavering smear of gray and volcanic shadow. Then a sound broke through the haze, a deep rush of displaced air, followed by the soft, deliberate whisper of feathers large enough to stir the sand. Rigid talons settled on his shoulder, not digging in, but gripping with careful pressure. Riggs forced his eyes open through the blur. Mako stood over him, not diving, not roaring, not swooping in for another kill. He simply stood there, massive and golden, his mane catching the last weak light of day, warmth radiating from his body like a living hearth. His amber eyes held no frenzy, no hunger, only steady watchfulness, as if he had been waiting for Riggs to wake. The griffin slowly bent his powerful limbs and settled onto the sand beside him. Feathers brushed the side of Riggs's numb arm, and then Mako eased himself closer, curling his great mixture of fur and plumage around Riggs's trembling body. The warmth was immediate, thick, enveloping, protective. The cold retreated by inches. Mako brought no fish this time, no bird with a shackle, no desperate offering thrown onto the raft. He didn't even turn his head toward the horizon. He was simply there, anchored like a guardian stone, wings half furled to shield Riggs from the biting wind. Riggs exhaled shakily, the heat seeping into his frozen limbs until the trembling dulled. He swallowed, voice little more than a rasping breath. "Good, boy," he murmured, even though Mako was anything but small or boyish. Riggs let himself sink into that warmth, letting Mako breathe for the both of them when he could barely manage it himself. The griffin didn't respond, didn't croon, shift, or even nudge him. Instead, Mako remained perfectly still, silent as the stone cliffs behind them, his unblinking gaze fixed on the darkening coastline as if daring anything in the world to come near. He watched the horizon like a sentry carved from feather and stone, unmovable and unwavering, while Riggs, finally safe, shielded and no longer alone, drifted into the first real sleep he had tasted in weeks. Chapter 8: The Mysterious Island. The morning sun pressed warmly against his skin as Riggs stirred on the sand, the faint breeze carrying the scent of tropical flowers and brine. For the first time in weeks, he woke without the sway of the sea beneath him. His body ached, stiff from cold and exhaustion, but warmth soaked gradually into his limbs. He pushed himself upright, sand falling from his clothes in soft cascades. Mako was gone, not in the way he vanished for days on the open ocean, returning with gifts or warnings. The beach held no sign that the griffin had remained even a moment after Riggs lost consciousness. Riggs's chest tightened, not with fear but with something quieter, an ache he had felt too many times before. Mako had saved his life and then flown away to whatever duty or purpose pulled him elsewhere. Riggs tried to take comfort in that. He stepped forward onto firmer sand, breathing the air deeply for the first time. The island was beautiful, lush green slopes climbing upward toward volcanic cliffs, trees draped in hanging vines, and the distant rush of waterfalls echoing from within the jungle's dense heart. Birds chattered among the branches. The rhythmic crash of waves against distant rocks underscored it all. He had no idea where he was, but he was alive. Riggs set off along the shoreline, scanning for fresh water, fruit, anything he could use. His stomach growled loudly. He had drained his energy getting to the island. He moved slowly, wary but determined. After several minutes, he felt it, a pull, a shift in the air, like the sensation of someone bending nearby. He turned. A group of 5 approached from a narrow path leading inland. They wore long white robes, simple but elegant, cinched at the waist with strands of braided cord. Each also wore a band of cloth looped around the neck. A strange adornment, but Riggs assumed it was some local custom, or perhaps a sign of status. Their skin was sun-kissed, their hair dark and bound neatly beneath linen wraps. But what struck him most was that each of them felt different. The first was a man built like a mountainside, his shoulders broad enough to make Riggs think of Stone Kingdom troopers. Even before he moved, Riggs felt the density in him, the grounded, massive presence of a stone gahag, his robe stretched across his chest, barely containing the bulk beneath it. Beside him walked a woman whose presence rippled gently, subtle as a tide. Riggs sensed her before he even met her eyes. The water in the air shifted around her with quiet harmony. She was Water Kingdom trained, or something close to it. Her blue eyes reflected the sea itself. The third stepped forward with a soft smile, a slender man with nimble hands. He extended them toward a nearby tree bearing small, hard fruit. With a gentle gesture, almost like coaxing a child towards sleep, the fruit warmed, swelled, and ripened in seconds, filling the air with a sweet perfume. Nature Gehage. Riggs stared, a slow ripple of disbelief passing through him as he tried to reconcile the sight before him. Gehage of different abilities, each unmistakably marked by their elemental gifts, walking side by side in the same place, on the same island, moving together as if this unlikely gathering were the most natural thing in the world. Every instinct in him warred between awe and suspicion, unable to decide whether he was witnessing a miracle or stepping into a trap. The Nature Gehe plucked 2 ripe fruits and held them out. "For your strength," he said softly. "You have traveled far, Water Brother." Riggs hesitated only a moment before taking them. His instincts told him to be cautious, but his body was desperate. and the man's bending felt gentle, natural, free of deceit. He bit into the fruit, juice flooding his mouth, sweet and bright. The nourishment hit him instantly, easing the tremble in his limbs. The woman stepped closer, the white fabric of her robe whispering against the sand. "Our master requests your presence," she said, her voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of certainty that left little room for refusal. "She wishes to speak with you." Riggs lifted an eyebrow. "Your master?" She inclined her head with a smooth, reverent motion. "Yes, she sensed your arrival the moment your feet touched the shore." The stone Gehege rumbled low in his chest, his voice like distant thunder rolling over cliffs. "And she insists you not wander the island alone." Riggs let his gaze drift between them, weighing options he didn't truly have. He knew nothing about this island, nothing of who ruled it, nothing of its customs or dangers, and nothing of whether his ship or Stonegrave's had survived the storm or vanished beneath it. These strangers were Gahag, though, disciplined, seemingly unified, and showing no immediate hostility. If there was even a small chance they held news of the wider world, or possessed a means of sending him home, he couldn't afford to turn them away. He exhaled slowly and gave a measured nod. "All right, lead the way." The nature Gahaga's smile warmed, gentle and reassuring as he gestured toward the narrow jungle path. "Come," he said, "she has been waiting for you." As they began to walk, leaves brushed gently against Riggs's arms and the canopy closed overhead in a woven dome of light and shadow. The island seemed alive, not just with animal sounds, but with a strange, humming harmony beneath it all. Something about this place felt old, intentional, watched. Riggs glanced once over his shoulder at the empty beach where he had washed ashore, silently hoping his ship had survived, and wondering where Mako had flown to. He pushed forward, following the robed Gahaga deeper into the island's heart, each step carrying him toward the mysterious who had summoned him, and toward answers he wasn't entirely sure he wanted to hear. The humid air thickened, wrapping around him like warm cloth as vines draped overhead and broad-leafed plants brushed his shoulders. For several minutes the jungle pressed close, the path little more than a narrow thread carved between towering trees. Then, without warning, the world opened. The path widened into a clearing so expansive, Riggs stopped mid-stride, taken aback by the sight that unfolded before him. A village. No, a settlement large enough to rival a thriving coastal town in the Stone Kingdom, spread across the clearing in organized rows. Longhouses built from pale timber and slabs of dark volcanic rock lined the central square with precise symmetry. Cooking pits smoldered at the ends of wide communal tables, the faint scent of charred roots lingering in the air. At the village's heart, a broad freshwater pool shimmered beneath filtered sunlight, its surface so still it could have been glass. It should have been alive with clamor, voices calling to one another, the laughter of children, the thrum of routine and daily life. But instead, the entire settlement moved with slow, unnerving softness, like a dream half-remembered or a world walking underwater. Hundreds of Gehege drifted through the village, yet they did not behave as any gathering of bending-born people Riggs had ever known. There was no conversation, no laughter, no irritation, no curiosity. Their faces carried no expression at all, not peaceful, not troubled, simply absent. They walked in steady, unhurried lines, eyes half-focused, moving around one another with eerie coordination. Several of the villagers drifted past Riggs without so much as a flicker of recognition, their gazes unfocused, their movements strangely fluid. Durability. One man nearly collided with Riggs, adjusting his path at the last possible second without showing the slightest spark of surprise or annoyance, as though Riggs were nothing more than a tree or a shadow to step around. A child perched beside a well, weaving baskets with small, nimble fingers, never lifted her eyes as he passed. Her hands repeated the same motions again and again, perfectly precise, eerily rhythmic, like a puppet caught in an endless loop. A cold ripple slid down Riggs's spine. Something was terribly, fundamentally wrong. It felt as though he were walking through a village of living statues, warm, breathing, moving, yet hollowed out in some essential way, their awareness drowned beneath a veil he could not see. Riggs's gut clenched. "What happened to them?" he whispered, unable to tear his eyes away from the vacant faces around him. His guide did not answer. She simply continued forward, robes whispering across the packed earth as if his question had never been spoken at all. They passed beneath a towering stone arch etched with swirling patterns of scales and waves, ancient, painstakingly carved symbols that sent a shiver of recognition through him, even though he couldn't place why. Beyond it, looming like a mountain-born sentinel, rose a massive structure, part temple, part fortress, part cavern hewn directly into the island's rock. Wide pillars framed the entrance, each wrapped thick with creeping vines that had grown around them like skeletal fingers gripping old bones, as if nature itself were trying to hold the building in place, or restrain whatever lay within. The closer they drew, the more Riggs felt a subtle thrumming in the air. Not sound exactly, more like pressure, a pull, as though the very stones vibrated with a heartbeat not their own. His guides led him inside. What he saw there made him stop cold. Hundreds of worshippers knelt in rows upon the smooth stone floor. Men, women, even children, all gehagi of varying kinds, their heads bowed, hands resting on their thighs. None shifted, none blinked, none breathed deeply enough to disturb the air. They stared forward in absolute silence, as if frozen mid-prayer. Riggs felt as though he had stepped into a mausoleum. His steps echoed far too loudly, thunderous in the vast chamber. Not a single kneeling figure turned. Not one pair of eyes acknowledged him. He walked deeper, heart pounding, as if he alone held color in a painting drained of it. Ahead, two massive iron doors towered at the far side of the hall. They were forged from blackened metal, the surface etched with spiraling marks like a dragon's rising breath. A score of gehege flanked the doors, guards perhaps, but it was impossible to tell. They stood perfectly still, their chests barely rising with breath, their faces devoid of awareness. Riggs felt a line of cold sweat gather at the back of his neck, sliding slowly beneath his collar as he stared at the massive iron doors ahead. There was something deeply wrong about them, an ancient heaviness, a presence pressing outward from behind the metal as though the chamber beyond was holding its breath. He couldn't shake the sense that whatever lay inside was watching, waiting, aware of him. He swallowed hard, suddenly conscious of the crushing weight in the room. The rows of silent worshippers kneeling in perfect stillness, the suffocating hush that smothered even the faintest sound, the subtle vibration thrumming through the soles of his feet like a distant heartbeat trapped beneath the stone. Then, with a slow, grinding moan that reverberated through his bones, the two colossal doors began to swing open. The sound was deep enough to rattle his ribcage, as though the island itself were shifting to make way for what lay within. The air changed at once. It slid across his skin like a cold current. Sharp, electric, fundamentally wrong. The kind of wrong that lived in ancient stories whispered to frightened children, or in the instinctive part of every creature that knew when to flee. Every instinct Riggs possessed screamed in unison. He had made a mistake coming here. A grave, irreversible mistake. His escorts moved without hesitation, gliding forward with the same eerie grace as the worshippers behind them, and their hands guided him toward the threshold. The moment Riggs crossed it, the atmosphere transformed completely. The air grew dense, almost viscous, muffling every sound the way deep water swallowed noise. His boots no longer echoed against the stone. Even his breathing felt stifled, as if the chamber itself was absorbing each exhale before it could reach his ears. He stepped deeper still, and knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the marrow, that he had passed into a place mortals were never meant to stand. The chamber beyond was vast and circular, lit only by torches burning with pale flame. Shadows clung to the walls like living things. And at the center, at the far end of a raised dais, sat a figure on a throne of blackened stone. Riggs froze. The man, or what had once been a man, looked ancient beyond measure. Long gray hair spilled down from his scalp in tangled sheets, draping over the shoulders of a body that seemed locked in time. Moss and trailing vines climbed up the throne and over his limbs as if growing from him, not around him. His skin had turned the color of riverstone, gray, cracked, motionless. He looked as if he had died sitting upright, and somehow continued to sit. Then Riggs saw the eyes, clouded, black-flamed, alive, barely. Thin chains extended from behind the figure's head, dozens of them, stretching out like metallic tendrils to connect to the base of the skulls of the kneeling slaves encircling the dais. Each slave knelt in perfect stillness, eyes wide open and fixed forward, their backs unnaturally straight, their breathing so shallow Riggs couldn't tell if they lived. The sight struck Riggs with a force that bypassed thought entirely, jolting something deep and primal awake inside him. This wasn't reverence, it wasn't devotion, it was enslavement, a grotesque parody of worship twisted into something far darker, far older. Every chained body knelt not out of choice but because something deeper than bone commanded it. One of his escorts stepped forward, voice echoing strangely in the oppressive chamber. Kneel before the Queen. Riggs didn't move. He couldn't. His body felt locked between horror and disbelief, as if his mind refused to accept what his eyes already knew. The tableau before him, the ancient husk on the throne, the chains vanishing into living flesh, the silent, unmoving slaves, was too wrong, too vast to process in a single heartbeat. Kneel, the escort repeated, the word edged now with something colder, a quiet threat pulsing beneath the tone. Riggs took a half-step backward, not a conscious act of defiance, but a reflex born of sheer shock. What is this place?" he whispered, voice cracked and unsteady. The answer rose from the very ground. Stone surged upward around his ankles in a sudden, brutal embrace, snapping into place with the precision of a jaw closing on prey. He hadn't even drawn a full breath before thick vines erupted from the cracks in the floor. They wrapped around his shins, spiraling upward, tightening with a strength that belied their plant-like appearance. His knees were wrenched downward, his legs buckled. He hit the cold floor hard, forced into a kneeling position even as every muscle in his body strained to keep him upright. Then the slaves spoke. Not individually, not staggered or overlapping, but all at once. Hundreds of mouths opened in perfect synchrony, perfectly timed, as though they shared a single breath. And from that unified mass poured a voice that did not belong to any one of them. A female voice, layered with echo and age, resonant enough to fill the enormous chamber without rising above a whisper. It was ancient, commanding, and so steeped in power that Riggs felt every hair on his arms lift in terrified recognition. The Queen had spoken, and she was nothing human. "Welcome, Riggs Stonegrave." Riggs's blood seemed to turn to ice as the voice echoed through the chamber. His gaze fixed on the shriveled figure slumped upon the throne, its lips closed, its limbs motionless, its body more corpse than king. Yet the words continued to pour forth, not from that withered mouth, but from everywhere at once. The chains embedded in the slaves' necks shivered like living things, and the glassy eyes of the kneeling captives reflected the flickering torchlight with a sheen so unnervingly bright that Riggs felt as though dozens of mirrors were staring back at him. "We have watched you for a long time," the voices murmured, layered, resonant, and unsettlingly calm, as if the ancient entity speaking already knew every answer he might give. Riggs forced down a hard swallow, trying to steady the tremor in his voice. "Who are you?" he rasped, barely containing the fear rising in him. "What do you want with me?" the chorus answered with a soft, almost intimate tone that sent a fresh chill up his spine, its gentleness laced with a hunger older than any mortal kingdom. "There will be time for such answers." Behind the tangled mass of vines and matted hair, the hollow sockets of the ancient man's skull sparked with a faint, unnatural light, black flames guttering like dying embers attempting to breathe again. But first, rest. Riggs tensed, confusion knotting his brow. "Rest," he managed, unsure whether the word was an instruction or a threat. "That storm," the voice continued, flowing through the slaves' mouths as seamlessly as wind slipping through reeds, "depleted our strength, drawing you across the sea, shaping the winds, bending the waves to deliver you here. It demanded a great expenditure of power." A cold heaviness dropped into Riggs's stomach. The storm, the monstrous waves, the howling gale that had torn his ship apart and nearly dragged him to the bottom of the ocean. "You created that?" The words felt raw, scraped from somewhere deep inside him. "Of course," the Queen replied in a tone so gentle it made the admission even more terrifying. "Though the creature sent to guide you proved imperfect. Even our servants sometimes lose themselves to primal instinct." A jolt of recognition shot through Riggs, the shark with the agonite device embedded beneath its skull, the one that had nearly devoured him in the black water. The realization twisted inside him like a hooked blade. A sudden shift in the air drew his attention upward, and for the first time he truly noticed the ceiling, The torches guttered slightly, their flames dimming as though reacting to a presence heavier than the stale air itself. Then he saw them. Birds. Not dozens, not hundreds, but thousands, packed into the rafters so tightly their feathers overlapped like scales on a serpent. Doves, hawks, ravens, gulls, owls, eagles, species that should never have shared a single tree, let alone a single chamber, sat shoulder to shoulder in unnatural stillness. Their wings remained folded in perfect symmetry, their bodies rigid, their eyes unblinking as they stared down at him with eerie unified focus. Not one moved, not one uttered a sound, not one even twitched. It was as though the ceiling itself had grown eyes, cold, sharp, merciless, and every single one was fixed upon Riggs's kneeling form. His pulse hammered violently against his ribs, each heartbeat loud enough that it seemed to echo in his ears. In that moment, with the enslaved Gahage kneeling around him like statues, and the ancient corpse on the throne speaking through 100 borrowed mouths, Riggs understood with suffocating clarity that he had stepped into a snare woven long before he was born. Something on this island had followed him across oceans. Something had learned his name. Something had watched him through storms, through birds in the air, through a shark in the deep. It had called him here. And now that he was finally in its grasp, Riggs realized, more completely than he ever had in battle or prison or the wilderness, that he was in greater danger than at any other point in his life. Riggs's pulse hammered as the chorus of voices shifted into a new cadence, deeper and colder, like a tide pulling back before a breaking wave. "Take him," the slaves intoned in perfect unison. "Bring him to the cells with the others. He will learn what awaits him should he choose the wrong path. In the morning, we will speak again." A chill ran through Riggs's spine. Wrong path? Others? He didn't dare ask. Not with the kneeling bodies staring blankly and the chained figure on the throne watching through borrowed eyes. Stone tightened around his ankles again, forcing him upright as the escorting Gehenna seized his arms and guided him back toward the vast hall. The giant iron doors thudded shut behind him, sealing away the murmured voices and leaving the room in a suffocating silence broken only by the soft drag of his feet across stone. The guards did not speak as they escorted Riggs down through the temple's descending corridors, their footsteps echoing in a slow, synchronized rhythm that reminded him of a funeral procession. The deeper they went, the dimmer the torchlight became, shrinking from warm orange glow to a weak, flickering smear barely strong enough to cast their shadows against the narrow stone walls. The air grew colder with every step, thickening into a damp chill that clung to his skin and carried the sharp metallic scent of wet stone and old iron. At last, the passageway widened into a cavern carved directly into the mountain's heart. Its ceiling vanished into swirling darkness high above, and its walls, hewn from black volcanic rock, were lined with rows of iron-barred cells that stretched so far into the gloom, Riggs couldn't see where they ended. Before he even registered what he was looking at, the sound hit him. A deafening uproar of voices crashing over one another in waves of panic, fury, and raw human fear. These were not the vacant murmurs of the village above, not the hollow trance of the worshippers in the temple. These voices were alive, awake, desperate. "Let us out," someone screamed, their voice shredding with the force of it. "You can't leave us here. Please, please!" Another cried, the plea echoing down the stone corridor in a way that made Riggs's chest tighten. "Over here! Someone new! Gods, they brought someone new!" A third voice shouted, tangled with disbelief and hope. Hands shot out between the bars, grasping, clawing, straining toward him as the prisoners surged forward. Faces pressed hard against the gaps, skin pale where metal met flesh, eyes wide with terror or burning with rage. There were men and women of every age and build, some thick with muscle, others skeletal from starvation, but all wore the same horrific mark of captivity. A metal band locked around the right wrist. The dull gray metal caught the faint torchlight, revealing faint grooves etched along its surface, patterns that seemed to pull the eye and unsettle the mind. The bands looked deceptively simple, but something in them radiated a quiet, malignant purpose. The sight of the metal bands sent a chill through Riggs that had nothing to do with the cold air in the cavern. There was something profoundly unnatural about them, a rigidity that seemed to repel the very world around it, a coldness that felt deeper than temperature alone. Instinct prickled along his spine, telling him these were not simple restraints, but instruments crafted with dark purpose. Even from several paces away, he could sense what they were doing. He felt an absence radiating from each prisoner, a hollow void where a Gehege's elemental presence should have stirred beneath the surface. It was as if the metal itself reached inward, drinking deeply from whatever spark the prisoners possessed, siphoning away their strength until nothing remained but silence. Their connection to the elements wasn't merely muted, it was being devoured, smothered by that dull gray ring clasped around their wrists. And the more he looked, the more Riggs realized that the bands weren't restraining the prisoners' bodies at all. They were crushing their spirits. And the sight made Riggs's heart hammer painfully against his ribs as the guards shoved him forward into the darkness of the prison hall, deeper toward whatever fate the dragon had in mind for him. Riggs had seen something like it before, embedded in that monstrous shark's spine. But this one was forged into a cuff, locked tight against the prisoner's skin, the metal's sheen almost absorbing the torchlight. He felt a prickle at the back of his neck. One prisoner, a man with wild eyes and tangled hair, thrust his banded wrist forward. "Don't touch the metal!" he shouted, voice cracking. "It burns you from the inside. It steals your ability. It—" A guard lifted a thick obsidian staff and brought it crashing against the bars with a thunderous clang that ricocheted through the cavern, silencing the screaming prisoner instantly. The sound vibrated in Riggs's teeth, and a sick twist coiled in his stomach as understanding began to take shape. So that was what the bands were for. He didn't know the name of the metal, nor the exact sorcery binding it, but he recognized its effect instinctively. This was more than simple suppression. This was extraction. Elemental power didn't merely fade under its influence. It was stripped away thread by thread, leaving nothing but an empty shell behind. The Gehege spirit, normally vibrant, connected to the elements that shaped a person's very identity, was being choked into a hollow silence. Now, looking down the rows of cramped stone pens, Riggs saw the full horror. Hundreds of Gehege trapped in narrow cells, each with that dull gray shackle gnawing into their wrist, each cut off from the power that had once defined their place in the world. The sight of them. Strong men slumped like broken dolls, fierce women trembling as though their fire had been extinguished, elders muttering prayers they no longer felt the water respond to, made Riggs's throat tighten. His escort guided him to an empty cell near the corridor's end. The iron bars rose from floor to ceiling, black and unyielding, like the ribs of some great beast meant to swallow him whole. A faint draft whispered through the crack between two stones, carrying the scent of damp moss and despair. Inside, the stone Gehaga rumbled, voice low and commanding. Riggs remained where he stood, resisting the pull of the guard's grip. "Why am I here?" he demanded, his voice raw with anger and fear. "What do you want with?" The vines returned, wrapping around his calves, shins, knees, forcing him across the threshold. He stumbled into the dark, hands catching against the rough stone floor, just as the bars slammed shut behind him with a metallic finality that echoed through the chamber. The uproar in the cavern fell away, fading not gradually but all at once, as if someone had pulled a shroud over every voice. Hundreds of faces, gaunt, furious, terrified, turned toward Riggs in perfect, breath-held silence. Eyes of every color and age fixed on him with the intensity of people staring at an omen they could not yet decide was salvation or doom. His escort, having completed his task, pivoted sharply on his heel and strode back down the corridor without so much as a backward glance. The dim torchlight swallowed him quickly, leaving Riggs alone with the weight of hundreds of stairs pressing in from every direction. Riggs pushed himself upright, though his body trembled from exhaustion, fury, and a dawning sense of dread that settled into his ribs like a cold stone. He took in the sight around him, row upon row of cramped stone pens built into the volcanic walls, each holding a Gehage stripped of everything that made them who they were. Some leaned against the bars, hollow-eyed and trembling. Others sat rigidly in the shadows, their hands curled into fists around the metal bands locking away their connection to the elements. A few stared at him with desperate hope, many more with despair. Hundreds of them, all collared, all trapped, all powerless. And now he was one of them. He exhaled through clenched teeth, the reality of his situation pressing down with suffocating clarity. The Queen hadn't simply imprisoned him. She had thrown him into the heart of the suffering she'd created, a living testament of what she intended for him. From the cell to his left, a voice rasped through the darkness, hoarse and cracked, as though the speaker had spent days screaming into the void. "You shouldn't have come here, stranger." Another voice drifted from deeper in the row, softer but no less bleak, the words threading together like a whispered prophecy. "No one chosen by her ever leaves." The whispers spread like a cold wind rolling through the cavern, brushing against Riggs's skin and sinking beneath it. Hundreds of defeated voices murmuring in different languages, different accents, yet all echoing the same truth. He wasn't the first to be dragged before the Queen, and no one had escaped her yet. Riggs had barely adjusted to the darkness when he sensed movement. Soft footsteps, controlled breathing, bodies shifting in the shadows. Shapes peeled away from the far corners of neighboring cells. Faces emerged, drawn and hollow but alert. These prisoners were not like the villagers above. They had awareness behind their eyes, fear etched deep into their expressions, and the kind of brittle tension found in people who had survived far too long on hope that never fully died. An older man stepped forward, his thin gray hair plastered to his scalp with sweat, deep lines carved around his eyes. He gripped the bars separating their cells, and though his hands trembled, his voice held a rough steadiness. "Well now," he murmured, looking Riggs up and down, "you must have sailed a long way to end up in this cursed hole." Riggs took a step closer. "Who are you?" "Name's Hadron," the man said. "Used to sail merchant routes between the Stone and Water Kingdoms. 6 months back, my ship was boarded in the dead of night. No warning, no flag, just white-robed fanatics who moved like ghosts." He let out a humorless laugh. "Thought we were being taken by pirates, until they left all the non-Gehage crew floating alive in the water and dragged the rest of us aboard." He shifted his grip, knuckles whitening. "They only take the gifted, only the Gehagi, all the others they let go." Riggs felt something cold settle beneath his ribs. "Where do they take them?" "Here," Hadron said simply. "Always here. The Queen's Isle." Riggs frowned. "Queen?" Hadron nodded toward the massive doors far down the corridor. Even from here, Riggs felt the faint thrumming behind them, the pulse of the thing he had just seen. "That creature on the throne, that's who they call their queen." Riggs opened his mouth to speak, but Hadron raised a hand. "Don't bother asking what she is. None of us know. But she's no human, that's for sure. Been sitting on that throne for gods know how long. Feeds on us, I think, or something like feeding." He glanced over his shoulder, voice lowering. "We've seen the pattern." Riggs leaned in. "What pattern?" The older man gave a shaky exhale. "First comes the bracelet." He lifted his right wrist, revealing the dull gray agonite band clamped to his skin. "Keeps our bending locked down. Keeps us weak." "I've felt something like it before," Riggs admitted quietly, thinking of the shark's spine and the draining pull he'd felt. "What happens next?" Hadron's expression darkened. "Some prisoners, always the strongest Gehag, are taken from their cells after a few weeks. Their bracelets get exchanged for something else." He swallowed. "A collar. Thick, heavy metal thing, and at the back of it is a spike." Riggs felt his stomach twist. "A spike?" "Driven straight into the spine," Hadron whispered, voice cracking. "They scream for a long time. Then they go quiet." A woman in the next cell stepped forward, her eyes haunted. "They take them through those big iron doors," she said, pointing down the corridor, "into the throne chamber, sometimes for a few hours, sometimes a full day. And when they come back," Hadron continued, "they're changed." Riggs braced himself. "Changed how?" Hadron hesitated, searching for the right words. "Less themselves, like something's been scooped out of them. Each cycle they return emptier, voices flatten, faces stiffen, they stop crying, stop hoping, stop fighting." He drew a trembling breath. "And when they've gone enough times, when there's nothing left of the person they used to be." "They're released," the woman whispered. Riggs's heartbeat thudded hard. "Released where?" he asked. Hadron gestured upward toward the silent village. "Up there, among the white robes, serving in her little empire. None of them speak much. None of them feel. They carry out orders, gather more Gehagi, build her shrines, like puppets hanging from invisible strings." Riggs felt cold settle deep into his bones. Hadron's knuckles whitened as he gripped the bars, pulling himself closer until the dim torchlight carved deep lines across his gaunt face. "Whatever that thing is, whatever truly sits on that throne, it needs us alive," he whispered, voice trembling with a mixture of fear and bitter certainty. "It feeds on us, on our bending, on something deeper than flesh. Some say it takes our spirits, if you believe the old whispers." Riggs felt the cavern tightening around him, as though the very stone walls were leaning inward, pressing against his lungs. He wasn't merely a captive in a foreign land. He was prey, singled out by something ancient and calculating, chosen for a purpose he still couldn't see. And morning was approaching, bringing with it a reckoning he wasn't remotely prepared for. Hadron lifted a trembling hand and pointed toward a shadowed corner of the cavern where a cluster of cells stood slightly apart from the rest. The torches near them burned low, their flames a strange, flickering blue that sputtered weakly, as if reluctant to cast their light on what lay beyond. "The newest ones," he murmured, "the ones taken most recently, the ones she drains first." Riggs felt a cold knot tighten in his throat. "Why show me this?" "So you'll understand," Hadron said, his voice hollow with resignation. "So you'll grasp what awaits you at dawn." Riggs forced himself forward, hand trailing along the bars for balance. Prisoners reached for him as he passed, hands clawing at his sleeves, brushing against his arms, grasping with desperate strength, but he barely registered them. Something ahead tugged at him, pulling his attention like an unseen hook lodged deep beneath his ribs. The further he moved, the colder the air became. The voices faded. Even the torchlight dimmed, shrinking to a ghostly shimmer that clung to the stone like frost. Then he reached the cell Hadron had meant. At first, all he saw were shapes hunched in miserable clusters, figures slumped against the walls in various states of shock. A man rocked back and forth, whispering broken prayers to gods no one believed listened in this place. A young girl stared numbly at the stone, her eyes glassy and vacant. A nature geheg shook uncontrollably, the metal band on his wrist pulsing with a faint sickly glow, residual drain humming through it like dying embers. But then his gaze snagged on a flicker of color. Bright, impossible to mistake. A strand of red hair, vivid even in the dim, guttering torchlight, caught the edge of his vision like a blade. Riggs's breath collapsed into a jagged gasp. The sound tore from him before he could stop it. "No, no, please." The woman swayed slightly from side to side as if her body no longer remembered how to stand still. Her eyes were unfocused, glazed vacant, staring through the wall rather than at it. Her breathing was shallow, perfectly even, like the trance walkers of the upper village, yet different, less restrained, more broken. His voice cracked and failed. He swallowed hard, forcing the word out again, barely more than a whisper. "Alora?" She turned. Her movements were slow, almost mechanical, as though the command to look had traveled through water before reaching her muscles. Her pale gaze slid over him, empty, emotionless, and did not linger. She blinked once, twice, then looked away again without recognition, or worse, without even the faintest spark of care. Riggs's fingers curled so hard around the bars that the cold iron bit into his palms, carving thin crescents into his skin, but he barely felt the pain through the rising storm inside him. He leaned forward, voice trembling with hope and fear all tangled together. "Alora," he repeated, louder this time, his chest shaking with the effort. "Alora, it's me. Look at me. Please, look at me." But she didn't react. Not even a flicker. Her eyes drifted past him as though he were nothing more than another shadow among many. Not a hint of the fire he remembered lived in them. Gone was the sharp, teasing spark that used to light up her face when she mocked him. Gone was the fierce stubbornness that had pulled him across kingdoms, the grit that had made her challenge the world rather than bow to it. Gone was the warmth that had wrapped itself around his heart in stolen moments beneath northern starlight. All that remained was a shell, breathing, swaying faintly, but hollowed out so completely she barely seemed alive at all. Riggs's legs trembled, threatening to give way beneath him. Something inside him cracked, not loudly, but with a slow, crippling pressure that made it almost impossible to breathe. Hadron stepped closer, moving with the hesitance of someone approaching a wounded animal. He rested a solemn hand on Riggs's shoulder, offering what little comfort he could. That's what she does to them, he murmured, voice heavy with sorrow that had clearly been carried for far too long. She drains them, piece by piece, until nothing familiar remains. For some, it happens quickly. Others resist longer. It depends on the strength of their spirit and on how much the Queen wants from them. Riggs swallowed hard, his throat tight enough to ache. How long has she been here? He asked, though part of him already feared the answer, dreading what those empty eyes truly meant. As far as we all know, she has been here the longest, years maybe. It seems the Queen was holding her back for some reason, or so I'm told. But she was taken about 3 days ago to the main chamber, Hadron murmured. Maybe 4. She's strong, stronger than most we've seen. That's probably the only reason there's anything left of her at all. Riggs closed his eyes against a wave of grief so sharp it nearly stole his breath. He had survived storms, prisons, pirates, and 1,000 miles of ocean to reach her. And now, when he finally found her, she wasn't herself. He pressed his forehead to the bars, breath trembling. "I'll get her out," he whispered, not caring who heard. "I don't care what it takes. I'll get her out." Hadron squeezed his shoulder, pity darkening his features. "Then pray to whatever gods you believe in," he said softly, "because you're staring at the fate that waits for all of us. The Queen doesn't give back what she's taken." Riggs lifted his head. His eyes were no longer filled with fear. They burned with something sharper. "Then she's going to learn," Riggs said quietly, "that she took from the wrong man." Chapter 9. A bargain with evil. Dawn came with no sunlight, only the dim glow of the torches guttering along the prison hall. The prisoners around Riggs stirred the moment the first echoes of footsteps traveled down the corridor. Heavy boots, measured pace, armor shifting in rhythm. The guards were coming. "Stand back from the bars," one of the prisoners whispered, voice tight with dread. "Don't give them a reason." But reasons, Riggs realized, were meaningless here. Fate had already been chosen for them long before dawn. The guards emerged from the gloom, Stonegrave, Naturegehege, Firegehege, all wearing the same blank expressions as the villagers above. Their eyes were glassy, empty. Puppets bound by unseen strings, they unlocked the far cell first. Hadron grabbed the bars, knuckles white. "They're taking the new ones," he said quietly, "the ones with collars." Riggs watched helplessly as the first prisoner was dragged out. A thick metal collar circled his neck, a wicked spike extending from the back and burrowed deep into his spine. He walked stiffly, not fighting, not because he accepted his fate, but because the collar suppressed even the instinct to resist. One by one, the collared Gahagi were led from the cell block. Then the guards reached Alora's cell. Riggs pressed against his own bars, heart pounding. No, don't take her." Alora moved toward the guards without hesitation, without emotion, without recognition in her eyes. Her collar glinted in the torchlight, the spike disappearing into the soft skin at the base of her skull. The guards didn't drag her. She walked, like she no longer belonged to herself. "Alora!" Riggs shouted, voice raw. "Alora, look at me!" She turned at the sound, but her expression didn't change. Her eyes passed over him with the faint curiosity one might give a drifting leaf or a passing cloud. Then she was led away, the guards shepherding the collared group toward the shadows. Riggs sank to his knees, fingers gripping the cold floor, breath unsteady. He had spent years searching for her, surviving the impossible to reach her side, and now she was tethered to something ancient and monstrous. Bound to it, fed to it, and she didn't even know him. Hours passed, though it felt like only heartbeats or eternities in equal measure. At last, the guards returned for him. They unlatched his cell, placed stone shackles around his wrists, and guided him from the prison. No words, no threats, just inevitability. They led him through winding corridors deeper into the temple's heart. The air grew cold again, thick with that dark, humming pressure he had felt before. The closer they drew to the throne chamber, the heavier the air became, like the world itself was bending around the thing waiting inside. The iron doors opened with a groan that scrapped through his bones. The throne room was exactly as he had left it. Vines coiled like snakes across the stone, the ancient figure unmoving upon the throne, the chained slaves kneeling in their eerie rows. Except now, there was one difference. One of the chained slaves, directly beside the dais, had red hair spilling down her back. Alora. A chain extended from behind the throne and disappeared into the metal collar at the base of her skull. Her posture was perfectly straight, her breathing shallow, her eyes unfocused. She didn't look up as he entered. Riggs stopped short. The guards didn't need to shove him. His feet rooted themselves the moment the sight before him registered. His breath caught sharply, his heartbeat stumbling in his chest as though the world had tilted beneath him. "No!" he whispered, the words scraping painfully out of his throat. "No, no gods, Alora!" Her name shattered inside him. He lurched forward, instinct overriding reason, but the stone restraints clamped around his wrists snapped tight like closing jaws, grinding into bone until pain seared up his arms and forced him motionless. He could do nothing but stare. And then the slaves spoke, every one of them at once. Their mouths opened in perfect, horrifying unison as a single voice, layered, echoing, impossibly old and unmistakably feminine, rolled through the chamber like a haunting chant vibrating in the marrow of his bones. "You see, Riggs Stonegrave," they intoned, voices fused into a single terrible harmony. "Why you were brought here." Riggs trembled, not merely from fear but from the sickening weight of realization pressing down on him. As he was dragged closer to the throne, his vision sharpened through the curtain of vines and matted hair, revealing the contours of the figure seated there. The long, tangled mane, the rigid, powerful jawline, the heavy brows carved in a permanent expression of authority. He knew that face. He had seen it carved into ancient stone walls, painted in noble murals, honored in statues that filled plazas across the Water Kingdom. The first king, the conqueror of legend, King Hakot. But that was impossible, utterly impossible. Hakot had lived tens of thousands of years ago. No mortal, not even a Gahag of extraordinary ability, could survive the march of millennia. And yet the body on the throne was here, neither alive nor dead, preserved in a state that defied every natural law, not merely preserved, inhabited, occupied. A deeper chill crawled slowly down Riggs's spine. "What are you?" he breathed, his voice so thin it nearly vanished in the suffocating stillness. "What are you doing to her?" The slaves, Alora among them, tilted their heads in a single, perfectly mirrored motion, their gazes empty, their bodies rigid, their chains quivering with a faint, unnatural pulse. "Alora serves," they answered as one, "just as you will serve." Something deep inside Riggs cracked at the sound of that, some fragile piece of hope or sanity splintering under the weight of what he was seeing. The fear that had been twisting in his gut evaporated, burned away by something far hotter, far sharper. His grief ignited like oil. His rage rose like a breaking storm. He lifted his head, breathing through a tremor that ran from his jaw to his fingertips, and when he spoke, his voice was low, shaking, and deadly. "I will never serve you." The voices laughed, softly, cruelly echoing around the chamber. "Oh, Riggs Stonegrave," the voices purred, hundreds of stolen throats speaking with one silken, venom-laced mind. "Everyone serves, eventually." The torchlight trembled as though recoiling from the sound. Shadows crawled higher along the cracked stone walls. The ancient body on the throne, King Hakot's preserved husk, lifted its head a fraction, and the hollowed eyes smoldered with a black, unnatural fire that rippled like ink stirred beneath glass. In that moment, a truth settled into Riggs's bones with the cold weight of the sea's deepest trench. Whatever sat on that throne was no king, no legend, no mortal ruler from old stories. It was something far older, something imprisoned in a shell of withered flesh, something ravenous enough to reach across centuries, and it had fixed its attention on him. Riggs was hauled forward, his boots sliding helplessly over stone polished smooth by generations of kneeling prisoners. His shoulders wrenched backward with each pull of the chains, but he scarcely felt the pain. His mind was locked on the figure ahead, on the presence radiating from the throne like a suffocating heat. Behind him, the massive iron doors groaned shut with a booming finality, sealing away even the faintest trace of daylight. The chamber darkened until only the glow of guttering braziers lined the walls, thin flames wavering in bowls choked with ash. Their light cast long, trembling shadows across creeping vines and blood-darkened cracks running through the floor. The air thickened as he was dragged deeper inside, heavy with the stench of stale incense, rotting foliage, and something metallic and sour, something that made the back of his tongue prickle. It reminded him of dried blood and old wounds that refused to heal. Riggs lifted his head despite himself, breath shaking, and froze. The throne was less a seat and more an ancient growth, roots and stone fused together, veins of moss and strangling vines winding over its surface in thick, matted ropes. Upon it sat what he had first taken for a corpse, an emaciated figure slumped beneath tangled webs of hair that spilled to the floor like dead seaweed. The body had long outgrown its clothing, remnants of robes hung from the limbs like abandoned shrouds. Vines crept across the figure's torso, blooming in the hollows between ribs as though nature had begun reclaiming its occupants centuries ago. "We have watched you, Riggs Stonegrave." The sound crawled across the floor like smoke. The harmony was wrong. Too many voices overlapping, too perfectly matched. They didn't echo. They consumed the space, vibrating in the stone itself. Riggs felt the words more than heard them, as if they threaded through his bones. "For years you hunted the sea, searching for this girl." Alora's head jerked slightly as if pulled by an invisible string. "But she is inconsequential." Riggs's stomach twisted. "Don't. We are not interested in your mortal infatuations." His pulse hammered hot under his skin. "Then why drag me to this cursed place? What do you want?" A ripple passed through the linked slaves. Their pupils dilated until almost black. The torches guttered, pulled sideways by a sudden gust of air that came from nowhere. "There is another woman," they whispered, the sound deeper now, layered like stones grinding beneath the earth. "One tied to you not by choice, but by fate. One whose blood is far older and far more valuable." Riggs stiffened. "Who?" The vines around him tightened, sensing the spike of fear. The slaves' chests rose in a single slow breath. "We are the last dragon." A cold shock sliced down Riggs's spine. He stared at the withered figure on the throne, at the unmoving flesh, the hollow cheeks, the hair knotted thick as rope. Everything in the chamber seemed to lean in toward it, as if the room itself bowed before what sat there. Riggs forced himself to stand straighter despite the stone shackles biting into his wrists. Every instinct told him to run, to tear Alora free, to smash the throne and the chains and everything in this cursed place. But he could do none of that. Not yet. The chained voices spoke again, rolling through the chamber like a tide of cold air. "We have watched you for years, Riggs Stonegrave," the slaves murmured, their tones layered and echoing as though 100 mouths were a single throat. "We watched your ship cut across the kingdoms, watched storms claim your comrades, watched you cling to driftwood, refusing death, all for her." Riggs's gaze flicked to Alora. Vacant, kneeling, her hair spilling like a fallen banner of fire against the cold stone. The sight stabbed through him, sharp as any blade. "My search," he said, voice low and shaking with fury, "was for her. All these years, I crossed half the world to find her." A ripple passed through the chained slaves like a single creature inhaling. "And yet," the layered voice replied, drifting from 100 throats in perfect harmony, "your little mortal attachment is nothing beside what draws us to you." The figure on the throne stirred, vines whispering as they slid across ancient stone. The black-flamed eyes fixed on him, burning with an intensity that felt older than memory. "We are the last of our kind," the voices intoned, growing deeper, heavier, resonant enough to vibrate in Riggs's ribs. "The final ember, the final breath of the dragon whose bones formed the ridges beneath continents. The last to survive the slaughter King Hakon wrought upon my people." Riggs's heartbeat stumbled. A dragon. Not a myth. Not a symbol. Rear, speaking through a corpse. "That's impossible," Riggs managed, but his voice faltered as the truth pressed in. "The legends say King Hakon forged an alliance that the dragon freely gave him power over the elements." He didn't finish. The chamber itself answered. A violent shudder ripped through the stone, an eruption of fury so sudden Riggs staggered where he knelt. Dust showered from the ceiling in gritty curtains. The torches guttered sideways, flames bowing in a blast of unnatural wind. Every slave jerked as one. Every set of hollow eyes snapped toward him. And from hundreds of throats, a single shriek tore through the chamber. Metallic, savage, and agonized, like a blade dragged across ancient bone. "Lies!" The word cracked like thunder. The air itself recoiled, and Riggs felt the temperature sink, cold enough to bite straight through his skin. The word cracked through the hall like a thunderclap. The ancient figure on the throne twitched for the first time, Just a fraction, but enough to make Riggs's stomach drop. Lies you have been fed since birth, the voices thundered. Hakon did not receive power. He stole it. He did not befriend the dragon. He enslaved her. Riggs staggered as the earth lurched again beneath his knees. Chains rattled. The prisoners in the cells shouted in fear. Even the emotionless guards twitched as if the being's fury threatened to rip them apart. The voices dropped to a lower, burning growl. He hunted us, one by one. Every winged brother, every scaled sister. Their bones blackened the mountains, their blood-filled rivers. And when all had fallen, he bound the last of us in chains such as these. The chains attached to the throne rattled violently, as though something unseen were straining against them, and forced our essence into his bloodline. Riggs stared, throat dry. No, the Gehegi. Yes, the voices spat. His descendants, the heirs of his theft. The Gehegi exist because he carved the dragon's power from flesh and sealed it into his own. Riggs felt sick. All his life he had been taught that Gehegi were chosen, carriers of ancient blessing. You know only the tales Hakon crafted to hide his crimes, they hissed. He was no hero. He was no savior of dragons. He hunted us, beast by beast, flight by flight, until only I remained. Riggs tried to swallow, but his throat had gone dry. But the stories. He slaughtered every dragon, they thundered, harvested our essence, forged shackles of agonite to bind our spirits. He did not unite our powers with his bloodline. He stole them. He forced them into his veins. The chains rattled. The body on the throne jerked as though straining against invisible restraints. When my kin lay extinct, he chained me in the heart of his fortress. And when he feared death, feared age, feared the waning of his stolen power, he bound my essence to his own flesh. But then, the voices whispered, soft as a blade sliding between ribs, age weakened him. The great and mighty tyrant, undone by time. His spirit faltered, and in that moment, I struck back. A pulse rippled along the chains, black energy spidering through the metal. I hollowed his spirit, the voices said, their many throats weaving into one terrible harmony. I filled the void he once stole from me. And when Hakon's sons finally realized what I had become, what I was becoming, they took this body, this shell he left behind, and dragged it here to the edge of the world, believing distance would smother me. They thought separation from my original form would weaken me. A low, vibrating hum rolled through the chamber, rattling the chains. It did not even close. Riggs felt sweat gather at the base of his spine, sliding cold beneath his shirt. His voice came out hoarse, barely under control. Why bring me here? I'm not part of this. You misunderstand, the chorus replied, soft as sinking ash. You are not the one I seek. I want Elien. Riggs's stomach dropped, the floor seeming to tilt under him. No, he breathed, the word barely forming. Yes, the voices murmured almost tenderly. The woman you harbor, her blood hums with a resonance I have not felt in millennia. The vines crawling over the ancient throne rippled with anticipation, as though tasting the air. Her blood, the dragon said, carries what mine once held. Riggs's pulse thundered in his ears. Elien, Kale's mother. The woman he had sworn to protect for Kale's sake, now the focus of something immeasurably ancient and hungry. The dragon's voice deepened, becoming a wound of sound, raw and seething. She bears the final spark of the lineage that stole everything from me. Through her, I can reclaim what was ripped from my soul. Through her, these chains will break, and the prison Hakon forged will crumble. Riggs's breath stuttered, hollow with disbelief. You want her power. I want my life back, the dragon hissed, its fury spoken through dozens of mouths. And she is the key. We would not have found about Elien if not for our eyes above, the many throats murmured. These creatures hear all, see all, and whisper their secrets to me across wind and water. A soft rustle spread across the rafters, wings shifting, talons scraping aged wood, like a single enormous beast breathing overhead. It was they who overheard the truth, the dragon continued. A man of the Water Kingdom, full of pride and folly, speaking too loudly of a woman who seemed to be unable to die. A woman who affects the weather without even trying. A woman you hide. A woman tied to Hakon's cursed line by blood. Riggs felt his limbs turn cold. You hit her well, Riggs Stonegrave, the voices went on, sliding into a low, almost amused cadence. But every time my spies drew close, every time one of my winged servants marked your trail, that beast intervened. A rumble of anger shook the vines clinging to the throne. "That griffin," the dragon hissed, "struck my servants from the sky with a fury that bordered on the divine. One by one, he shredded them, tore them apart, chased them from the winds themselves. Oh, how I long to break that creature, to bind him as I bind the others, twist his essence into one of my eyes." It paused. "But a beast like that is not tamed." The chamber fell silent, save for the faint drip of water somewhere deep within the stone. Riggs kept his eyes on the slaves' faces, but felt the dragon's attention coil around him like a tightening serpent. "You value this girl." The slave's doubt gaze flicked toward Alora. "Far beyond reason. You would tear apart the world to save her." The statement struck too close for Riggs to answer. "A useful trait," the dragon said softly. "So I will offer you a bargain." The chains stretched outward from the throne gave a sharp, metallic twitch. Even the birds overhead shifted, as if drawing nearer to hear. "I can release her," the dragon whispered. "I can unwind my hold from her spirit. I can return her to you untouched." A breath caught in Riggs's throat, and then suspicion tightened like a fist. "In exchange," the voices said, "you will deliver her to Elian." Riggs felt every muscle in his body go rigid. The dragon continued without hesitation, its tone sliding toward reverence. "Elian's blood is steeped in ancient power. Her lineage runs along the very vein of Hakon's theft. Her flesh was shaped to bear what was taken from us. Only she can sustain my essence." A faint tremor passed through the chamber, as though the world itself recoiled from what was spoken. "I will move my spirit from Hakon's withered shell into the girl you cherish," the dragon murmured, a slave at her side lifting an arm in a grotesque imitation of a gesture. The chain that bound the slave's spine to the throne rattled softly, a metallic whisper that seemed to coil straight around Riggs's throat. "Her body is young, unbroken, resilient, malleable, a suitable vessel to bear me for a time." Riggs felt his pulse hammering so hard it shook his vision. Alora, used as a container for this ancient, ravenous spirit. The thought alone nearly tore him apart. And then, the dragon's many voices continued, sinking into a low, intimate resonance that made the torches flicker back and forth like frightened birds. "You will deliver that vessel to Elian, the true host, the one whose blood carries the last living thread of the power stolen from me. In her body, and only in her body, I will rise again in full." The implications hit him like a blow to the chest. Alora would be a living sheath for a monster. Elian, the final destination, and the dragon, reborn through the bodies of both women he swore to protect. The vines gripping his legs tightened with deliberate cruelty, forcing him lower, as if the very island bent him toward obedience. His breath came thin and sharp. Every instinct screamed to fight, to tear every chain in the room apart, but the cold reality of what the dragon commanded pinned his thoughts like a knife. He tried to speak and found no voice. Tried to breathe and found only fragments of air. His mind whirled with terror, fury, and an impossible choice. When the voices pressed closer, it felt as if the entire cavern leaned in with them. Hundreds of mouths breathing the same words in a single, terrible whisper. "Choose wisely, Riggs Stonegrave," they hissed, the sound slipping like smoke down the back of his neck. "Your path lies before you, and the lives of 2 women rest in your trembling hands." Riggs forced himself to breathe, the vines tightening around his legs, as if eager to feel his answer. His voice shook, not from fear of death, but from the enormity of what stood before him. "It's true," he said quietly. "I love her, Alora. I'd die to save her." The slaves' many heads turned toward him in eerie unison, their eyes reflecting the same hollow fire. The dragon's voice slid through them like oil being poured from a height. "We know. But," Riggs continued, emboldened by the sharpened edge of desperation in his chest, "what about the others? All these people you've taken? All these Gehege chained to you? What becomes of them?" A sickening, fractured laugh burst through the room, dozens of mouths echoing the same sound at once, twisting it into something inhuman. The vines along the floor writhed, reacting to the dragon's amusement. "What use," the dragon crooned, "have I for mortal servants once my essence is restored?" Riggs felt a coldness bloom inside him. He swallowed hard. "I can feel it," he said softly, words steadying as they left him. "I can feel the intent behind what you're saying. You're not just seeking freedom, you intend revenge." Silence settled over the throne like dust, heavy, ancient, suffocating. Then, with a slow and satisfied exhale spoken through dozens of mouths, the dragon answered. Wise beyond your years, Stonegrave. Yes, I intend to reclaim what was taken from me. Every shard of it, every stolen breath, every stolen power. The nearest slaves leaned forward as if drawn by invisible strings, eyes widening with the dragon's rising fervor. And to cleanse the stain of Hakon's line, the voices whispered darkly, every Gahage must die, for only in their deaths is the tether cut. Only then can my power be whole again. Riggs's stomach clenched. All of them? Every Gahage in the kingdoms? That's genocide. A correction, the dragon replied in a tone that bordered on serene. A restoration. Riggs struggled against the vines, fury heating his blood. You're talking about wiping out entire kingdoms, children, villages, families, entire races. Yes. The word hung in the air like a dropped blade. But, the dragon added, its voice dipping into something that almost sounded indulgent, I will grant you an exception. You and your mortal love may be spared. Riggs stared at Allura, slumped, vacant, shackled, her spirit trapped in a web of the dragon's making. You will choose an island, the dragon murmured, and I will allow it to remain untouched. A refuge, a sanctuary, yours to inhabit when the world is remade. Something sparked in Riggs's chest. Dangerous, reckless, but alive. A plan. A fragile, desperate plan. If the dragon believed he would serve, perhaps he could gain enough ground to free Allura, free Elian, and destroy the creature's essence before it ever reached its true host. Riggs lifted his head. I agree. The vines loosened instantly, almost lovingly, as though rewarding obedience. The chained slaves inhaled in one synchronized breath. The birds above shifted restlessly, feathers rustling like distant thunder. Then it shall be done, the dragon said. My spies tell me your ship will be nearing the eastern shore in a matter of an hour. You will meet them there. Allura will go with you. Riggs's heart lurched painfully at the mention of her name. And know this, the dragon added, its voice dripping with quiet menace. She will survive no more than a month with my essence inside her. After that, she will wither, perish, collapse into ash. Riggs stiffened, but said nothing. He had no choice but to let the horror unfold. For now, the dragon murmured, I will unwind myself from her spirit briefly. A pulse shuddered through the room. The chains rattled. The air trembled as if torn by invisible claws. Allura gasped. Her eyes snapped open, green and alive and full of fire. Riggs? Her voice broke on his name, raw with shock. You, how did you, Riggs, you came? She never finished. A roar, silent yet deafening, erupted from the dragon. The chains glowed black. Shadows surged toward Allura, wrapping around her like molten shackles. Her body arched violently as the dragon's essence slammed into her. The chamber exploded with light. A blinding, white-hot surge poured into Allura, consuming every chained slave in the throne hall. One by one they collapsed, drained husks falling like wheat felled by a scythe, their life force ripped away and funneled into Allura's trembling frame. Her irises went white, her breath vanished, and when she spoke again, it was not her voice. 1 month, the dragon hissed through Allura's mouth, the sound echoing like a hurricane ripping through a canyon. Bring me to Elian, or she dies. Behind the throne, the figure of King Hakon, the ancient husk that had held the dragon for millennia, began to crumble. The skin split first, then the ribs. The vines shriveled. Dust poured from the hollowing eyes. The body collapsed inward, then fell apart entirely, dissolving into a drift of ash that scattered across the stone steps. The dragon's essence was gone. King Hakon was truly dead. And then Allura, her body now forced to carry the coiling ancient spirit, crumpled into the waiting nest of vines. She sagged as if every thread of life had been pulled from her limbs, her head falling forward, her breath barely stirring the air. The chains connecting her to the decaying corpse behind the throne snapped free with a sharp metallic crack, recoiling into the stone walls like enraged serpents searching for new prey. A sudden gust swept through the chamber. The torches vanished into darkness with a single collective gasp. Their flames snuffed out as if swallowed by an unseen mouth. Shadows surged across the throne room. Silence crashed down, thick and smothering, so absolute that Riggs could hear the frantic pounding of his own heartbeat. One truth rose inside him with the clarity of steel heated white hot. He had 1 month, one impossible month, to save Allura, to save Elian, to save everything, or lose them both forever. Riggs did not hesitate. He crossed the cold stone floor and gathered Alora into his arms, lifting her gently as though she were made of something fragile and precious. She did not stir. Her head lolled against his shoulder, hair falling across his forearm in a dark waterfall of red. Her body was light, too light, yet in the same breath unbearably heavy with the burden she carried. Because he could feel it. Not just warmth, not just life, but a pressure pulsing beneath her skin, deep in the marrow of her bones. A slow, rhythmic thrum like the heartbeat of a sleeping storm. It radiated through her chest and down her spine in waves of searing heat, coiling against his palms with a force that felt older than kingdoms, older than the sea itself. The dragon's essence. Alive. Waiting. Watching. Riggs nearly buckled under the surge of it, a tide so immense it threatened to tear through Alora's body entirely. But he tightened his grip, jaw clenched, breath shuddering against her hair. "I've got you," he whispered into the dark, though he wasn't sure if he was reassuring her or himself. With Alora held close, her fragile mortal frame trembling faintly with the power inside it, Riggs stepped toward the temple's exit, toward dawn, toward danger, toward the single month that would decide all their fates. "Hold on," he murmured, though she couldn't hear him. "I'm getting you out of here." He forced his legs beneath him and stepped out of the throne chamber. The moment he passed through the temple doors, the world changed. The hundreds of villagers, those strange, half-conscious Gehegi who had wandered the streets like dreamers, now stood blinking at one another in utter confusion. They looked around as if seeing the village for the first time. Some touched their own arms, as though confirming they were awake. Others collapsed to their knees, weeping without understanding why. "Where are we?" one man gasped. "What happened?" cried another. I was home, and then," a woman whispered, pressing her fingers to her temples. Was it a dream?" an old water Gahaga murmured, trembling. Riggs didn't stop to answer. They had been freed when the dragon abandoned its throne, but only because that essence now burned inside Alora. He knew the dragon could reclaim them, or worse, lash out through Alora's body if he lingered. He tightened his grip and pushed through the crowd. No one stopped him. They parted instinctively, sensing danger, sensing something colossal in the unconscious woman he carried. The forest thinned as he raced eastward. The air grew cleaner, sharp with salt. Waves whispered against distant sand, and then through the trees the shoreline came into view. Two ships loomed just offshore, sleek silhouettes anchored against the morning light. One bore the pale blue hull of his own command. The other, slightly shabbier but unmistakably familiar, belonged to Stonegrave. A rowboat lay beached on the sand, oars still wet. Standing beside it, wings half spread as if he had been pacing, was Mako. The griffin's amber eyes fixed on Riggs instantly. He screeched, a sharp, triumphant cry, and bounded forward, wings beating, sand kicking up beneath his talons as he ran to meet them. He stopped just short, nuzzling Riggs's shoulder, feathers bristling as he examined Alora's limp form. "I know," Riggs whispered, breath shaking. "I know. Help me get her to the ships." Footsteps pounded over the sand. Stonegrave broke through the tree line with a dozen sailors behind him, his face red from the run and from barking orders. "Riggs, by the gods, we're in the—" He froze. His eyes dropped to the woman in Riggs's arms. Riggs saw recognition bloom. Stonegrave's throat worked as he swallowed, voice suddenly thin. "Is that? No, can't be. After 6 years?" He shook his head, almost laughing, almost crying. "You did it. You actually bloody did it." His men gathered behind him, stunned into silence. Even hardened sailors who had seen storms, war, and death stared with wide-eyed awe. This was the woman their captain had crossed half the world to find. The woman whose memory had driven their pursuit for years. The woman the Fire Kingdom hunted like prey. "She's alive?" one sailor whispered. Riggs nodded, shifting her weight in his arms. "She is, but she won't stay that way unless we move. Now." Stonegrave snapped to attention, barking orders as if the entire world had just shifted under his feet. "Right then! You heard him! Clear the oars, get that boat ready to shove off! And someone fetch a blanket, are you blind? She's freezing!" Mako gave a low, protective rumble, positioning himself beside Riggs as if daring anyone to reach for Alora uninvited. Riggs felt a strange, fierce relief burn behind his ribs. After 6 years, 6 years of storms, blood, pirate hunts, rumors, and empty horizons, he had her. He finally had her. But as the rowboat slid into the waves and sailors helped him aboard, one truth settled over him like a shadow. He had only a month to save her life, and the greatest threat he had ever faced was now inside the woman he loved. Chapter 10: A Changed World. The voyage home ended beneath a sky that refused to behave. The clouds crawled in restless patterns, scattering and reforming with unnatural speed, their shapes twisting into fleeting spirals that dissolved as quickly as they appeared. The wind pulsed in strange bursts, sometimes warm, sometimes cold enough to sting. Even the sea churned with a rhythm that felt less like weather and more like pulse. And at the center of it all lay Alora's still, fragile body, rigid beneath blankets, unmoving except for the faint, nearly imperceptible rise and fall of her chest. Her breath was shallow. Her skin had a dim, uncanny glow, the dragon's stolen essence flickering within her like a torch hidden behind thin cloth. Riggs never left her side during the entire crossing. He didn't sleep. He barely ate. Every hour felt like sand slipping out from between his fingers. By the time the Stonegrave estate came into view, the island was shrouded in a belt of fog that coiled along the cliffs like something alive. Rain greeted them in a sudden torrent, the kind that fell all at once rather than in drops, only to stop instantly the moment Alora was carried down the gangplank. Crewmen stepped back on instinct, whispering prayers. Even Stonegrave went pale as he watched the rain avoid her body in a perfect ring. The healers met them in haste. Riggs carried Alora up the path himself, refusing help, refusing delay. The estate's corridors lit as he passed, flames brightening in their sconces, then dimming again as if bowing or recoiling. It set his nerves on edge. When he reached Elian's chamber, the sight of her only added to the hollow ache in his ribs. She lay exactly as he had left her, quiet, soft, untouched by time, the faint warmth of her strange life still flickering beneath her skin. For a moment, he stood between them, two women locked in two different prisons, a dragon's power coiled like a fist inside one, and the last quiet spark of a dying bloodline inside the other. He didn't know how to bring the dragon out. He only knew time was drowning them. Footsteps sounded behind him, slow, careful, familiar. "Riggs," the Admiral murmured, his voice low and steady, "I need a word." Riggs didn't turn. "Not now, please." "It cannot wait." Riggs clenched his jaw, breath trembling. "Father, she has maybe weeks, days if I'm wrong. I can feel how wrong this is inside her. I don't have time for discussions about anything else." A quiet sigh answered him, one weighted with years, with worry, with something Riggs had never heard from the Admiral before: hesitation. "This isn't about anything trivial," his father said gently. "It concerns my future and yours." A pause, and the future of our family. Riggs still didn't turn. His hands hovered over Alora's arm as if afraid to touch her and afraid not to. "Father, whatever this is, it can wait. It cannot." The Admiral stepped closer. Riggs could see him in the reflection of a polished brass wall fixture. Pale, tired, thinner than months before. His breath was shallow. His shoulders carried a weight far heavier than his rank. "In my condition," the Admiral said softly, "my time in command grows short. The Navy cannot be left without a Stonegrave at its helm. Tradition will demand a successor, and that successor, father, not now, is you." Those two words struck the air like a drumbeat. Riggs finally turned, staring at him in disbelief. "What? No, absolutely not. I don't want command. I don't want rank. I don't want anything except to get this dragon out of her and save her life." A faint smile touched the Admiral's tired face. "And that is why you're suited for the role. Duty above glory. Commitment above comfort." Riggs shook his head violently. "I'm not talking about duty. I'm talking about something consuming her from the inside. Please, Father, I need to figure out how to make the transfer." The Admiral took a slow breath, steadying himself. Riggs saw the faint tremor in his hands, small, almost invisible, but there. "We will find a way. Our healers are gathering now, but you and I must speak soon, very soon, before I retire." "Then we can talk after she's safe," Riggs said firmly. "Not a breath sooner." The old man studied him for a long moment. Seeing the strain in Riggs's eyes, the exhaustion in his stance, the frantic hope knotted tightly inside his chest. At last, the Admiral nodded. "Very well. See to her first, but remember, Riggs, what waits in the shadows of your responsibilities cannot be delayed forever." Riggs didn't answer. He was already at Alora's side again, lifting her gently toward Elian's bed, desperate for answers, desperate for time. And behind him, the Admiral stepped away slowly, leaning heavily on the stone wall, the weight of command and the future he hoped to place in Riggs's hands, settling heavily on his shoulders. Devlin had been waiting just outside the healing chamber when Riggs carried Alora into the estate. The old caretaker took one look at Riggs's face, then at the limp woman in his arms, and his weary eyes widened, not in shock but in a deep, aching worry that had been waiting years for a reason to rise. "Her color," Devlin murmured, stepping closer, trembling hands hovering near her cheek. "She looks fevered. But it's not heat, is it?" And his voice hitched as he noticed something glinting at Riggs's side. "What is that? That chain? There's a piece of it still attached to her. Saints above, man, what happened to her neck?" Riggs stiffened. A single broken link dangled beneath Alora's jaw, little more than a jagged shard of the ancient chain that had fed the dragon's essence into her body. Its metal gleamed with that same wrong luster he'd felt in the shark's spine. Devlin reached toward it instinctively, and Riggs lurched back. "Don't touch it," he snapped, breath shaking. "Whatever this metal is, it drains Gehage power. Almost took mine." Devlin froze, hands suspended in the air. "I'm no Gehage, but by the gods, why bring it with her?" Riggs swallowed hard as a desperate idea took shape. Foolish, reckless, but maybe the only path left. "She said Elian was the true host," he whispered, voice thick with dread. "Only her body can hold the dragon's full essence, and if that's true, maybe the metal can force it out of Alora and into Elian where it belongs." Devlin stared at him, horror and hope warring in his eyes. "You mean to forge it? Into something that can pierce the body?" Riggs met his gaze. "A spike. A conduit." Devlin's face paled, but he nodded. Within minutes, the estate's smiths were summoned, brought to a courtyard forge still glowing from the morning's work. They murmured nervously, glancing at the strange piece of metal Riggs handed them with tongues held at arm's length. "Do not touch it," Riggs warned. "Use no bending." The first smith tried anyway, curiosity overriding fear, and the moment his skin brushed the link, he jerked backward as if he'd grabbed a live coal. His breath hitched. It pulls." The others gave the link a wide berth, but they worked fast. Sparks shot high into the air as hammers struck metal that hummed like an angry hive. The shard was reforged, lengthened, thinned, sharpened, until a slender spike rested cooling on the anvil. Riggs took it using layered gloves wrapped in leather, careful not to let the metal touch even a fingernail. Riggs's heart hammered so hard it felt as though it might crack his ribs from the inside. Every possible outcome raced through his mind in chaotic flashes. If this failed, if the gamble backfired, if Elian died because of him, if the dragon took both women and left nothing but hollow shells in their place, he cut the thoughts off before they could fully form. He couldn't afford to imagine the consequences. He had only one chance, and hesitation would destroy them all. The healing chamber was unbearably quiet as he entered, the kind of silence that felt weighted, as if the air itself held its breath. Elian lay motionless on the bed, covered in soft white linens that rose and fell with such delicate slowness it was hard to tell if she breathed at all. In repose, she looked almost serene, like someone caught in the gentlest part of a dream. But Riggs knew better. He remembered how the hearth flames had guttered out when she was brought inside, how an unnatural wind had forced the shutters open, and how the room had seemed to tilt under the pressure of a presence none of them could see. Elian did not sleep. She endured. Something inside her resisted, strained, held back the storm of a being far older and far more terrible than any mortal could comprehend. Riggs's stomach knotted as he stepped closer to her bedside. "Devlin," he murmured, his voice low but firm, "lift her chin for me." Devlin hesitated, not out of doubt, but out of reverence, then obeyed with trembling hands. The old caretaker slid one palm beneath Elian's jaw, tilting her head just enough to expose the soft hollow at the base of her throat. His breath shook as he stepped back, leaving the space between Riggs and Elian open, waiting. Riggs tightened his grip on the spike. Even wrapped in layers of leather and cloth, he could feel the cold emanating from the metal. An unnatural cold, like the stillness of deep caverns untouched by sun or sea. He positioned the point over the delicate skin above Elian's collarbone and drew in a long, unsteady breath. Please, he whispered, though he wasn't sure if he pleaded with the sea, the spirits, the ancestors, or whatever gods still bothered to listen. Please let this work. Please don't take her from us. Then, before fear could claim him, he drove the spike forward. Elian's body reacted instantly. Her back arched in a violent, unnatural bow, lifting her shoulders and hips clear off the mattress as if an invisible force had hooked its fingers beneath her spine. Her head snapped back, hair cascading like a dark waterfall over the linens. A shockwave of raw energy pulsed outward from the point of contact, rattling every jar and basin in the room. Riggs staggered but didn't let go. Whatever happened next, he would see it through. Her eyes flew open, not with clarity, not with consciousness, but white-hot, every trace of human color consumed by a furious light. The air convulsed around her, rippling outward like a shockwave. The braziers hissed and flared. Wind tore through the room, sending papers flying and extinguishing half the lanterns. Then a voice roared through Alora's body. At last, a proper host. Her mouth moved, but it was not her voice. It echoed like a dragon's scream inside a cavern, full of triumph, and then full of rage. Treacherous little mortal, it spat. You think to fool me? This body, this broken vessel, is a prison, not a vassal. I cannot. Elian convulsed again. The dragon shrieked, She's pulling me in, how? How can she be this strong? The chain connecting the spike to Alora's severed link flared white-hot. The room smelled of burning metal, burning magic. Riggs staggered back, shielding Alora's body as it seized and spasmed with the force of the struggle inside her. Elian's body rose an inch from the bed. Alora's body lifted too, dragged forward by the chain of energy. The dragon's scream pierced the walls. Power crackled between the two women like a living lightning storm. And then Devlin moved. He saw the way the chain glowed, saw how the energy pulsed between the two bodies, saw the exact moment the dragon tried to claw its way back to Alora, and he understood. He grabbed the chain with both hands. Devlin, no! The moment Devlin seized the chain, the metal reacted like a living thing. A searing flash leapt up his arms, and the stench of burning flesh filled the room. The heat was instantaneous. So fierce and unnatural, it bypassed pain entirely, scorching straight through skin and muscle, as though determined to brand itself into the very marrow of his bones. His arms glowed an angry, blistering red, then darkened, blackening in sickening patches as the metal drained the life from him. But Devlin did not release it. He clenched his jaw so hard a vein stood out in his temple, and with a raw, guttural sound torn from the deepest place in his soul, a sound Riggs would remember for the rest of his life, the old caretaker drove his heels into the floor, braced his ruined arms, and ripped the spike free from Elian's body. The world broke. The chain snapped with a shriek like tortured steel, and a blast of white light erupted outward in a violent ring, slamming into every wall and scattering loose papers and tools like leaves in a storm. Riggs shielded his eyes, gritting his teeth as the energy punched through him, buzzing like a swarm of hornets beneath his skin. When the brilliance finally dimmed, both women collapsed at once. Elian falling limp in her bed as though all the strings holding her upright had been cut, and Alora dropping bonelessly beside her, rigid but still breathing. Then Devlin fell. He hit the floor with the heavy final thud of a felled tree, limbs splayed unnaturally. Smoke curled from his sleeves and rose in thin, wavering tendrils from the blackened flesh of his forearms. The scent of char and burnt cloth hung thick and suffocating in the air. Devlin! Riggs dropped to his knees so fast the impact jarred his bones. He slid an arm beneath the old man's shoulders, lifting him gently. Devlin! Devlin! Stay with me. Look at me. For a terrifying moment, Devlin didn't move. Then his eyes fluttered open. They were clouded with agony, pupils unfocused, but some fierce, stubborn spark still lived behind them. He turned his head a fraction toward Riggs, breath rattling in his chest like broken glass. Riggs, he rasped. A cough tore through him, violent, bloody, and red flecked his lips, staining his chin. Still, he forced the words out, voice strained but steady with intent. Listen, listen to me. Riggs took his hand, careful, so painfully careful, to avoid the burned patches, though even the gentlest touch made the ruined skin crack like scorched parchment. Devlin didn't flinch. He had moved beyond pain. He had something left to say, and he would spend the last of his strength to say it. She's yours now, Devlin whispered. My charge, my duty. I pass it to you. Promise me, Riggs Stonegrave. Promise you'll guard her. Protect her. Keep her safe, as I did. Riggs's throat closed. I swear it, he choked. On my life, I swear? Devlin exhaled softly. Something in his gaze eased, lightened, as if he had been carrying a weight since the dunes of the Deadlands, and finally set it down. He whispered. His hand went still, his eyes dimmed, and Devlin, the man who had guarded Elian for so many long years, died with Riggs's promise still warm in the air. Alora stirred with a soft, broken gasp, her eyelids flickering before she finally blinked awake. For a heartbeat, she seemed lost, unfocused, her gaze drifting across the ceiling as though she had surfaced from 1,000-year sleep. Then her eyes found Riggs. Recognition struck like sunrise. Riggs? Her voice trembled, thin, raw, but unmistakably her own. Relief hit him so hard his knees weakened. He slid an arm beneath her shoulders and lifted her gently onto the bed, arranging the pillows to keep her propped upright. She leaned into him as if she couldn't quite hold her own weight, breath shaking with the effort of simply existing. "You came for me," she whispered, her fingers curling weakly into his sleeve. "I did," Riggs murmured, brushing a stray strand of red hair from her cheek. 10 years late, but I came." Before she could answer, footsteps echoed down the hall. Hurried, urgent. Maris reached the doorway first, her gown brushing the stone floor like a tide. She froze at the sight of Alora sitting upright, color warming her pale cheeks. "Riggs?" Maris breathed, eyes widening. "Who is—" Riggs helped Alora sit straighter. "Maris, father, this is Alora, the woman I told you about." Admiral Stonegrave stepped in behind his daughter, leaning a little on the doorframe. His usually formidable expression softened with cautious curiosity. Alora attempted to straighten herself, offering a weak nod. I'm honored to meet you," she whispered. Maris crossed the room quickly, kneeling beside the bed, her usual sharpness melting into something warm and surprisingly gentle. "You poor thing. Riggs said you had endured something terrible, but I had no idea. Don't worry, we'll look after you. You're safe here." Alora's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Behind them, Stonegrave cleared his throat. Not the Admiral, but Uckland Stonegrave, the brother-in-law Riggs had been forced to tolerate for years. "Well," Stonegrave muttered, folding his arms with unearned authority, "that's one crisis sorted, I suppose. But what about the other woman? What becomes of Elian?" The question sliced through the room like a blade. Riggs's jaw clenched. He looked between Alora, alive, exhausted, safe, and Elian's still form on the neighboring bed. "Keeping her here," he said quietly, "is no longer an option." His father frowned. "Why?" "Because if the dragon knew where she was," Riggs answered, "others may know as well. Its spies were everywhere. Birds, sharks, anything with wings or blood." He took a steadying breath. "If the creature finds its way back to its true body, it will slaughter every Gahag in the world to reclaim its full power." The Admiral stiffened. Maris's face drained of color. Stonegrave, ever unhelpful, lifted both brows. "So, we kill her then? Problem solved." Riggs turned his head sharply. "You think I haven't considered that?" Silence crashed into the room. Riggs reached for the dagger at his belt with a slowness that felt almost ceremonial, his fingers closing around the hilt as though the act itself required a reckoning. When he drew it free, the blade caught the lantern light and cast it back in a cold, crystalline shimmer, an edge forged for cutting flesh, not for mercy. The weight of it settled heavily into his palm, and with it came the crushing awareness of everything that hung in the balance. Every life the dragon had consumed, every village it had hollowed out, every Gahag it would slaughter if allowed to return to the body that waited for it. He stepped toward Elian's bed. No one spoke. No one reached out to stop him. The Admiral watched with a haunted stillness. Maris stood rigid as marble, and even Alora, propped weakly against her pillows, held his gaze with eyes darkened by grief, fully understanding the stakes. This was not a moment for comfort or intervention. It was a moment of impossible choice. Riggs stood over Elian, her peaceful face illuminated softly by the dancing lights of nearby lamps. The dagger hovered above her heart, the point trembling in the air. He looked down at the woman who had survived the Fire Kingdom's cruelty, who had endured an arrow through her chest only to live against all reason. He thought of her son, the man who had sacrificed himself so Riggs and Stonegrave could escape, and he saw Devlin, burned, broken, dying, placing Elian's fate into his hands. Riggs's grip faltered. His hand shook so violently the blade quivered. Riggs lowered the blade just a fraction, just half an inch, and froze. His chest tightened painfully, stealing his breath. "I can't," he whispered, voice cracking under the weight of everything he carried. "I won't." With a shuddering exhale, he slid the dagger back into its sheath. His hands trembled so fiercely he had to steady them against his thighs. Across the room, his father released a long, shaky breath, the tension easing from his shoulders. Maris closed her eyes briefly in relief. Stonegrave muttered a curse under his breath, something sharp and impatient, but Riggs barely heard him. His choice was made, and whatever came next, he would bear it. "We move her," Riggs said at last, his voice steadier now, shaped by purpose rather than fear. "Somewhere they'll never think to look. A place so obvious the Fire Kingdom already crossed it off their list." Maris folded her arms, brow furrowing. "A hidden place? Somewhere remote?" Stonegrave scoffed lightly. "Remote is relative when your enemy commands half the world. Where exactly do you plan to hide a woman who radiates enough power to warp the weather?" Riggs turned toward the window, the sea breeze slipping through the cracked pane and stirring the lantern flames. The wind carried the scent of salt and distant storms, familiar grounding. "Alcamet," he said softly. Silence rippled across the room. Maris blinked. "Alcamete, Riggs, that island was burned, its people scattered or killed. The Fire Kingdom scoured it from one end to the other." "Exactly," Riggs replied. "They searched every cottage, every cave, every ash-covered ruin. They slaughtered entire families looking for Alora. They sifted through the rubble until nothing was left to find." He met each of their eyes in turn. Why would they ever go back? With the whole world still unchecked, why return to the one place they already thoroughly destroyed? A slow grin crept across Stonegrave's face, rare and almost smug. "Well now, I didn't think you had it in you, lad." He tapped his chin appreciatively. "Using their own brutality against them. Quite clever." He shook his head with something dangerously close to pride. "Almost makes me proud." Alora looked up at Riggs from her pillows. Exhaustion etched deeply into her features, but hope flickering faintly in her eyes. "Alcamet," she murmured, barely above a whisper. "No one will look for anyone there." "No one," Riggs agreed. He straightened, resolve forming like steel beneath his ribs. "We take Elian where she'll be safest," he continued. "Hide her where no kingdom will think to look." His gaze drifted toward the distant horizon beyond the window, then returned to Alora, steady, unbreakable. "And once she's secure, we figure out where this dragon's body is and how we kill it." The Admiral shifted in his chair, leaning forward despite the healer's quiet attempt to steady him. His eyes, still sharp beneath the lines of age, fixed on Riggs with a gravity that seemed to hush the entire room. "You mentioned something," he said, voice low and deliberate, "when you told us of that creature in the throne, that it claimed Hakat chained it in his castle." Riggs nodded. "Yes, it said Hakat enslaved it, kept it bound in some fortress he'd carved out for himself." A thoughtful hum rumbled in the Admiral's chest. "Then there is a lead we can follow. In the earliest stories, before kingdoms rose and borders shifted, Hakat's domain was deep inside what is now the Leaf Kingdom, buried under a canopy of trees so ancient their roots have their own legends." He drew a breath and winced faintly. "I've seen drawings of those ruins, old, fragmented sketches from the first expeditions, carvings of walls swallowed by vines, stone halls forgotten by time. If Hakat truly imprisoned the dragon, that castle may still stand." Riggs absorbed that, the implications sinking like stones into still water. "That may be the answer," he murmured. "But before I chase anything, before I set foot in that forest, I need Elian hidden somewhere no one will ever find her." He glanced toward Alora, the quiet understanding already in her eyes. "And I need her safe before I leave." Maris stepped closer, resting a gentle hand at the foot of Alora's bed. "And she will be," she promised. "Alora should stay here and recover. She's strong, but she isn't ready to travel. Not yet." She softened her tone as Alora opened her mouth to protest. "Even you can feel it, can't you? Your body needs time to steady itself." Alora closed her eyes, exhaling. "I hate it," she admitted in a whisper. "But, yes, I feel it." Maris squeezed her hand. "Good, then trust us." Her gaze shifted to Devlin's still form beneath a linen shroud in the corner. She inhaled slowly, reverently. As for Devlin, I'll take care of him. He will be honored properly, buried by the sea alongside the ancestors of our family line. Her voice softened to a near whisper. It's where heroes belong. Riggs's throat tightened, but he nodded, gratitude flickering across his expression. He straightened. I need ships, he said, looking to the Admiral. Enough to move Elian discreetly, and enough to get me to the Leaf Kingdom after she's hidden. The Admiral chuckled without humor. A pity you didn't come home sooner, he rasped. Half the fleet sailed out on missions while I was too weak to command them. He gestured toward the harbor's direction with a weary hand. What remains is what fate and my stubborn lungs left behind. Riggs waited. The fleet now consists of 4 vessels, the Admiral continued. Your flagship, the Kingdom, the pride of our line. Your own ship, Stonegrave's brigantine, and a smaller trading vessel belonging to one of his business partners. Stonegrave smirked faintly. Reliable ship, cheap to run, won't win any races, but she stays afloat most days. Riggs ignored him. 4 ships may need to be enough, Riggs said quietly, beginning to think through routes, timing, dangers. But we cannot involve anyone outside this room. No crewman, no healer, no officer can know who we are transporting or where her true destination lies. The Admiral's face hardened. Agreed. The fewer who know, the safer she is. Maris's gaze sharpened. And the safer the world is. Riggs exhaled, feeling the weight of a dozen futures closing in around him. The responsibility to Elian, the need to protect Alora, the legacy of his father, and the looming shadow of a dragon too ancient and wounded to be predictable. Then it's decided, he said at last, voice quiet but unshakably firm. We hide Elian where the Fire Kingdom would never think to look. And when she's safe, his eyes lifted, meeting his father's, then Maris's, then finally Alora's. I go to find Hakote's castle. Stonegrave gave a short, impressed snort. Look at you, he said, thinking 10 moves ahead. He crossed his arms with something that almost resembled pride. Never thought I'd see the day. Riggs didn't answer. He was already staring out the window at the darkening horizon, his thoughts half a world away. There was no turning back now. He would hide Elian, he would face the ruins, and he would learn how to kill a dragon. Preparations stretched across several long, consuming days. Days filled with hushed conversations, sealed orders, and quiet urgency. Word spread only where absolutely necessary, and even then in half-truths and misdirections. Riggs barely slept. Between stabilizing Elian, checking on Alora, and working through naval logistics with his father, the hours bled into one another like water running down stone. On the 4th evening, as the sun dipped low over the sea and cast the harbor in molten gold, Riggs found Stonegrave down by the wharf. He was hunched beside one of the trade vessels, engaged in an animated and unusually polite conversation with its captain. A burlap pouch exchanged hands with a subtle clink of coin. Riggs approached, brow drawn. What exactly are you doing? Stonegrave straightened swiftly, flashing the kind of grin that could sell seashells to a fishmonger. Keeping up appearances, lad. He gestured to the ship beside him. Would look strange if my vessel sailed with your little fleet without making at least one small trade beforehand. This captain will spread word that I hired his hold for a few crates of northern spices. He tapped the now absent coin pouch. Keeps him from wondering why I'm sailing light. The less suspicion, the better. For once, Riggs believed him without debate. Stonegrave's schemes were usually self-serving, but this one carried the sharp logic of experience. Later that night, Stonegrave found Riggs on the balcony overlooking the moonlit harbor. Lanterns flickered across the decks of the 3 Water Kingdom ships as crews made final checks. Stonegrave leaned against the railing beside him, surprisingly subdued. Riggs, there's something you may not have considered. Riggs raised a brow. Which is? Stonegrave scratched his jaw. Your flagship, the Kingdom, may not be the best ship to carry Elian. Riggs stiffened. Explain. Stonegrave held up a finger. First, the flagship swarms with crew. More mouths, more ears, more eyes. We can hide her, but not from the entire ship for long. A second finger rose. Second, if the Fire Kingdom is looking for her, and make no mistake, if the dragon knows someone else could know, they'll assume she's aboard your largest vessel. They'll strike it first, hardest. Riggs exhaled slowly, feeling the truth settle like heavy ballast in his chest. Stonegrave went on, tone sharper with practicality than usual. My brigantine is small, fast, Fewer men to pry, fewer to talk, and I know exactly where we're heading. If we run into trouble, I can take Elian to Alchemy quietly, and you can meet us there with the flagship." Riggs watched the reflection of the ships below shimmer across the dark water. He considered the risks, the optics, the strategy. Stonegrave was right. The smaller ship would draw less attention. And Stonegrave, despite every flaw, had proven himself loyal when it mattered most. Finally, Riggs nodded. "All right, Elian goes with you." Stonegrave's grin was genuine, brief but genuine. Good man, the fewer who know, the safer she is. They parted then, Riggs toward the kingdom, Stonegrave toward his own brigantine. By dawn, all 4 vessels stood ready. Elian, swathed carefully in warm linens and carried with reverence, was transported aboard Stonegrave's ship under the cover of morning mist. Maris supervised every step, ensuring no curious sailor wandered close. Mako perched on a nearby parapet, watching with fierce, silent intensity, amber eyes tracking every movement as if he were the guardian of the entire operation. Riggs boarded the kingdom, the wind tugging at his coat as he stepped onto the familiar deck, now his command ship. He looked once more toward Stonegrave's slim brigantine bobbing lightly at anchor. Its sails were already unfurled, snapping sharply in the growing breeze. When the first horn sounded from the harbor tower, the fleet moved as one. Riggs raised his hand, and the flagship's sails filled with wind. Stonegrave's vessel turned eastward, slipping toward the open sea like a swift, silver knife. "Set course," Riggs commanded quietly. "For Alcamet." And with a groaning chorus of timber and rope, the ships of the Stonegrave fleet slipped beyond the shelter of the bay, their prows cutting toward a land scorched and abandoned, a place the Fire Kingdom would never think to look again. The first 2 weeks at sea passed in a deceptive calm. They had passed the first of the volcanic isles 3 days ago. They now skirted the last of the chain of volcanic islands just as dawn broke, dark plumes rising into the sky like columns of shadow, the water around them warm and strangely still. Riggs stood often at the rail of the kingdom, scanning the horizon, half expecting storms, half fearing the dragon's influence might reach even here. Instead, the sea remained unnervingly quiet. Stonegrave's brigantine kept a steady distance ahead, its smaller frame cutting the waves with enviable speed. The trading vessel followed behind like a dutiful shadow. All 3 ships moved in clean, practiced formation, a silent, determined convoy slicing toward Alcamet. On the 4th morning, everything changed. Riggs had just relieved the night watch when the lookout shouted down from the masthead, voice taut as a bowstring. "Sail to Port Bow." Riggs's stomach tightened. Color? A pause, a curse. Then, "Red and black, Fire Kingdom." Every crewman on deck went rigid. Riggs didn't hesitate. "Bring us around, wind to starboard, full speed, we run." Orders flew across the deck. Sailors scrambled up the rigging, pulling canvas tight. The ship groaned as it swung sharply away from the cutter, slicing toward them. A long, narrow vessel with crimson sails and a prow carved in the shape of a roaring flame. Stonegrave's brigantine responded instantly, snapping into a hard turn to follow the flagship's escape route. The trading vessel lumbered behind, slower but still obedient. For several breaths, Riggs dared to hope the cutter might hold its distance. Fire Kingdom ships didn't always chase larger fleets, especially not ones flying Stone Kingdom colors. But then, "Captain," the lookout's voice cracked. "More ships, stern horizon," Riggs spun. His chest seized. 5 black silhouettes rose over the distant line of the sea, their sails catching the morning light like burning wings. Even from here he recognized their build, Fire Kingdom corvettes, fast, maneuverable, deadly in numbers, ready, waiting, not by chance. His pulse hammered. "How far?" "Gaining fast, sir." Riggs gripped the rail until his knuckles whitened. The volcanic heat rolling off the nearby isles suddenly felt suffocating, pressing against his lungs with every breath. Beside him, the helmsman swallowed hard. "They were lying in wait," Riggs murmured. "They were waiting for us." Another lookout cried, "The cutter is altering course. She's signaling the others." Riggs's heart dropped like an anchor. This wasn't a patrol. This wasn't coincidence. They had been found. Riggs stared across the broadening stretch of restless blue towards Stonegrave's brigantine, so small against the vast sea, so terribly exposed. That ship carried Elian, the one woman who might halt the dragon's rebirth, and with her, the fragile sliver of hope upon which the fate of every Gahaga balanced. Seeing her vessel dwarfed by open water made his chest tighten painfully, as if some invisible hand had closed around his ribs. How could the Fire Kingdom possibly have known? Their destination had been chosen at the last moment, their timing kept secret, their route concealed even from their own crews until sails were set. The realization settled over him like a cold fog, seeping into his bones, colder than the sea wind that whipped across the deck. This wasn't bad luck or a stray patrol. Someone had known exactly where they were going and when. Someone had told the Fire Kingdom where to wait. But who? The horizon darkened as crimson sails multiplied, rising one after another, until the enemy fleet spread like a tightening snare across the morning light. The sea churned beneath them, each ship cutting a path of fire-colored reflections along the waves. And far above, impossibly high yet unmistakable, a lone bird traced slow, deliberate circles in the sky. It did not dive or cry out or drift lazily as wild birds did, but hovered with eerie patience, as though observing, cataloging, reporting. Riggs felt dread settle into something heavier, harder, certainty. They had been betrayed. But by whom? He gripped the rail, knuckles white, staring at the ring of crimson sails closing around them like the jaws of a beast. The question pounded through his skull in rhythm with the rising wind, each beat sharper, louder, impossible to ignore. How did they know? Chapter 11. His True Colors. Fire descended from the Fire Kingdom ships in sweeping arcs that lit the sky like falling stars, each burning projectile trailing a comet tail of ember and smoke before crashing into the sea or smashing against the hull with earth-shaking force. The explosions sent pillars of steam billowing upward, swallowing portions of the deck in a suffocating mist that smelled of char, salt, and scorched pitch. Riggs steadied himself against the forward rail as another blast struck the upper quarterdeck, spraying shards of splintered wood across the ship and driving several sailors to their knees. Despite the chaos, the Water Kingdom crews moved with trained precision. They hauled the massive sharpened beams, tree-length logs shaped into deadly points and reinforced with iron, into their launch frames. Waterbenders braced beneath the beams, bending the sea itself into coils of pressure that gathered beneath the weapons like giant, tightening springs. At Riggs's command, they released the restraints, sending the first beam hurtling across the waves with stunning speed. It struck the nearest Fire Kingdom cutter dead amidships with a crack that split the night, the small vessel jerking violently before its hull gave way, and it crumpled into the waves in a plunging rush of foam and broken timber. Shouts of triumph broke out across Riggs's deck, but the moment was short-lived. A fresh volley of fire rained down from the enemy formation, this one heavier, more coordinated, almost disciplined in its ferocity. Flames licked across the starboard rail as one blast struck close enough to rock the flagship, the shockwave hurling a spray of boiling seawater over the crew. Riggs extinguished a burning sleeve with a sweep of water drawn from the air and spun toward his first officer. Lieutenant Orthus, face streaked with soot and sweat, hurried to his side. He spoke between clenched teeth, trying to be heard above the howl of the wind and fire. "Admiral, your old ship, the Stormwalker, has taken severe damage. She's holding afloat, but barely. 2 masts compromised, bow breach confirmed." Riggs's jaw tightened as he absorbed the report. "And casualties?" "Not fully known yet, sir," Orthus answered. "Their signal flags indicate they're still combat-capable for the moment." Riggs nodded grimly. "And the others?" Orthus gestured toward the haze where flashes of red sails flickered between the smoke columns. "Stonegrave's brig remains untouched, the merchant vessel as well. Neither has taken a single volley." A fresh roar overhead forced them both to duck as another ball of fire streaked past and struck the sea close by, erupting in a violent hiss that blanketed the deck in a blinding cloud of steam. Through the clearing veil, Riggs stared toward the silhouettes of Stonegrave's ship and the trading vessel, both gliding along the outskirts of the battle completely unscathed. It should have been a blessing, a stroke of luck. But something inside him recoiled at the sight. The Fire Kingdom cannons were not simply missing those ships. They were ignoring them. Riggs felt an uneasy pressure settle beneath his ribs, a sense that something unseen had shifted beneath the surface of events. It gnawed at him, subtle, persistent, like a warning echo carried on the wind. The flagship was taking the brunt of the assault. His own vessels bore the scars of the enemy's aggression. Yet Stonegrave's ship, the smallest and fastest in the fleet, carrying the one life they could not afford to lose, remained untouched. A cold certainty crept over him, spreading like frost beneath the heat of battle. This was no accident, no coincidence, no fortunate twist of fate. They were not being attacked at random. They were being positioned, nudged, driven. Across the horizon, more red sails rose, 5, then 6, then more, advancing in perfect formation, tightening the circle around them with predatory patience. And far above the chaos suspended against the gray sky, Riggs noticed a single bird gliding in wide, lazy circles. Its path did not waver. Its attention did not drift. It simply watched, silent and unnervingly still. The knot in Riggs's chest hardened. They had been found, and someone, somewhere, had betrayed them. As fire rained down once more and the enemy fleet drew ever closer, one question pounded in Riggs's skull with the force of a war drum. How did they know? Chaos erupted across the deck as the firestorm from the Fire Kingdom vessels poured down in sheets of searing light, the heat warping the air and forcing men to crouch low behind railings that hissed under the onslaught. The Kingdom carved through the waves with desperate speed, her hull groaning as if she understood the danger bearing down on her. Riggs moved across the pitching deck, shouting orders through the roar of flame and splintering wood, trying to read the rhythm of the battle, even as the sky itself seemed determined to burn. A sailor sprinted toward him, smoke-stung eyes wide with panic as he pointed frantically toward the port side. "They're trying to ram us!" he yelled, voice cracking. Riggs wheeled around, confusion tightening his chest. None of the Fire Kingdom ships were close enough to attempt such a reckless maneuver, and he scanned the smoke-blurred horizon, expecting to see some hidden frigate slipping from behind the enemy line. "Where?" he demanded. "They're already on us!" the sailor shouted, thrusting his arm toward the rear of their convoy. "Not them! The trade ship!" Riggs rushed to the rail, weaving between crewmen hauling lines and buckets of seawater, and when he finally reached the edge, he felt the world lurch beneath him as he saw the merchant vessel, Stonegrave's convenient, harmless little addition to their escort, cutting through the waves at full speed, its bow angled deliberately at the Kingdom's exposed flank. He opened himself to the sea, calling for water to surge upward and shove the vessel aside, but he knew even before the strain hit his ribs that it was too late. The traitorous ship had closed the distance, its momentum carrying it forward with brutal certainty. "No, hold!" Riggs shouted as he thrust both hands out, but the ocean could not answer fast enough. The impact came with a sickening, thunderous crack, the sound of timbers shattering and beams splitting open as the trade ship's reinforced bow crushed into the Kingdom's hull, tearing a jagged wound through the flagship's side. The deck heaved violently, men tumbling across the planks as water exploded upward through the breach in a violent surge. Riggs staggered, grabbing the rail as the mast above groaned under the strain of the collision. Through the chaos, he caught sight of Stonegrave's warship, sleek, fast, and perfectly positioned, altering its course with chilling precision. Instead of circling back to protect the flagship, Stonegrave steered directly toward the heart of the Fire Kingdom formation, slipping through a gap Riggs suddenly understood had been waiting for him all along. "Stonegrave," Riggs breathed, the word leaving his lips like a dying ember. Stonegrave's ship swung wide, catching the wind cleanly in its sails. It glided smoothly, not fleeing, not struggling, not reacting, but positioning itself with calculated ease beside the Fire Kingdom cutters. And then, as the Fire Kingdom vessels ceased firing on his ship entirely and turned their attention toward tightening the noose around the Kingdom, Riggs felt the truth slam into him harder than the impact that had nearly ripped his ship in two. Stonegrave hadn't turned to fight. He had turned to join them. Riggs's heart didn't simply sink. It felt as though something wrenched it downward, twisting and hollowing him out from the inside. The betrayal was so sharp it bordered on physical pain, a tightening in his throat that stole his breath as he gripped the rail hard enough to bruise his fingers. One of the deckhands staggered up beside him. "Sir, what do we do? Why would they attack us?" Riggs stared across the churning water, the trade vessel still grinding against their hull, The Fire Kingdom ships coordinating with terrifying unity, and Stonegrave's warship cutting through the waves like a predator returning to its pack. His voice, when it finally emerged, was low and steady, but every word felt carved from stone. "Because," he said, never taking his eyes from the horizon, "he betrayed us." And as the red-sailed ships tightened their formation, forming a wall of fire and steel around the kingdom, while Stonegrave drifted smoothly into their ranks, Riggs realized this was no ambush of chance or luck. Someone had known their course. Someone had known their purpose. Someone had known about Elian and Stonegrave. Gods curse him, had been part of it all along. A trumpet sounded over the waters from the largest Fire Kingdom vessel. Suddenly, the Fire Kingdom ships wheeled away and began their retreat into the gray horizon, their crimson sails bright as spilled blood on the wind, carrying off Stonegrave and Elian with cold, triumphant precision. They had what they came for. The rest of Riggs's fleet was meaningless to them now. "Admiral!" Riggs's first officer stumbled across the slanted deck, gripping the rail as the vessel sagged beneath him. "The Kingdom is taking water. She's sinking fast." Riggs didn't waste a heartbeat. He sprinted down the tilting stairwells into the bowels of the ship, each step dropping him deeper into the suffocating stink of flooded timber and panic. Lanterns swung wildly from their hooks. Men splashed waist-deep through churning seawater, shouting over one another as they fought a losing battle against a tide that belonged to no mortal realm. "Clear the hold," Riggs commanded. "Move. Give me room." The sailors scrambled aside, dragging tools, crates, and terrified shipmates with them. Riggs waded forward into the icy surge, teeth clenching as the water slapped against him with brutal force. The Kingdom, a towering behemoth 344 feet long, 58 feet wide, 52 feet above the waterline, and 31 below, was drowning. The storm-driven ram of the traitorous merchant vessel had torn open her hull like a beast's jaw, leaving a gaping, 10-foot wound that spat seawater into the hold with the pressure of a ruptured dam. The water had risen past his shoulders, then his chin. And still Riggs held his ground. By the time it reached the crown of his head, he had to tilt his face up just to breathe. Any other man would have abandoned ship, scrambling for a ladder and leaving the lower deck to fate. But Riggs refused. Too many sailors would drown before they even reached the stairs. He would not let the Kingdom take them, not while he still had strength to stand. He could feel the weight of it. Every crushing ton of ocean forcing its way inside, threatening to drag down timber, crew, and all their hopes with it into the abyss. He pushed his body to its breaking point. His muscles screamed, his lungs burned, his bones felt as though they were fracturing under the impossible strain. He planted his feet against the deck, drew a breath deep enough to scald, and bent. The water inside the ship seized at once, as though the ocean itself had recoiled from him. The flood slammed against his will, trying to drag him under, clawing its way toward the center of the hold with the weight of thousands of gallons compressing against his ribs. His spine quivered. His vision flared at the edges in bursts of white. Still he pushed. "Patch the breach," Riggs shouted, his voice raw and cracking from the strain. "Now move." The entire flood began to reverse, not gently, not smoothly, but with a wrenching, furious resistance as Riggs forced it outward, bending its momentum against the natural laws of sea and pressure. Every drop fought him, clinging to the wood, slamming against him like a living thing determined to drown its captors. He spread his arms wider, muscles trembling, fingers splayed as if pressing against an unseen force. The water surged backward, exploding through the shattered hull in a violent white geyser that sent foam spiraling across the waves outside. He held the remainder in a towering wall, an impossible barrier between the ocean and the dying ship, his body shaking as if the entire sea pressed against his spine. "Hurry!" Riggs roared, "before she breaks apart under the pressure." Carpenters scrambled like ants along the damaged hull, sliding tarred planks into place, hammering with frantic speed as pitch sizzled against wet wood. Each blow of their mallets reverberated through the ship like a heartbeat fighting to keep time. Riggs felt himself slipping, his lungs burning, his joints screaming under strain no mortal skeleton was meant to bear. His knees buckled once, twice. He forced himself upright, blood dripped from his nose, sweat stung his eyes. Still he held the sea. And beneath it all, beneath the roar of water and the shouts of sailors, he could hear it. A deep, sickening crackle rising from within his own body. Tiny fractures rippling through bone, like branches splintering under too much weight. He felt each one. Sharp stabs in his forearms, a grinding throb in his ribs, the brittle creak in his spine as if it might snap clean through. But Riggs did not stop. He could not. Even as his skeleton protested with every terrible crack and shudder, even as the pain lanced through him bright enough to blur his vision, he locked his stance, tightened his grip on the ocean's weight, and forced it back with every ounce of will he possessed. "Almost there!" a carpenter shouted as the final plank slid home. Pitch was slapped across the seams. Hammers struck until the cracks vanished beneath tar. Riggs felt it the instant the breach sealed. The shift in pressure, the wall of water outside slamming against solid timber instead of the hollow space he held open with sheer will. He let go. The ocean struck the hull like a battering ram, but the wood held fast. The ship groaned, then steadied, floating instead of falling. Suddenly above him, a sailor screamed from the upper deck, his voice splitting through the ringing in Riggs's ears. "The kingdom is rising!" Riggs froze, chest heaving, the words sinking into him like a shock of cold water. And it was true. He felt it, not with his eyes, but with every instinct that understood the sea. The deck beneath him shifted. The oppressive pull dragging the ship downward eased. The timbers lifted, inch by trembling inch, as the ocean released its grip. Men above cheered. Others sobbed in disbelief. Some simply stared in stunned silence as the massive flagship, half-sunk moments before, rose back toward the surface, her hull buoyant again, her weight balanced, her life reclaimed. The kingdom had not only survived, she ascended from the edge of death. Riggs sagged against the bulkhead, his breath ragged, his limbs shaking uncontrollably. He had bent more water in those few minutes than most Gehegi would touch in their entire lives. His vision wavered, but beneath the exhaustion burned a sharper, colder fire. Stonegrave had betrayed him. Elian was in enemy hands, and now the kingdom was crippled. The cheers on deck had barely died down when a shout rose from the starboard rail, a cry raw with urgency. "Survivor in the water! Grab a line! Pull him in!" Riggs pushed through the crowd, still unsteady after forcing the sea itself to retreat, and reached the rail just as sailors hauled a half-drowned man over the side. He collapsed onto the deck boards in a shuddering heap, coughing seawater from his lungs. His clothes were soaked and torn, but what caught Riggs's attention was the coat he wore, the captain's coat of the merchant vessel that had rammed the kingdom. But it wasn't the same captain Riggs had seen days earlier on the docks. Riggs knelt, gripping the man's shoulder firmly. "Who are you, and where is your captain?" The man flinched like a beaten dog, his breath shaking as he tried to sit upright. "Dead," he rasped. "Stonegrave came aboard in the night and killed him. Claimed he needed the coat, needed me to wear it. Said it would confuse anyone watching." Riggs's stomach twisted. "Why did you ram us? Speak plainly." The man's mouth trembled, and when he finally met Riggs's eyes, the truth shone there with the kind of guilt that could not be faked. "Stonegrave has my son, sir, a boy of 9. He was a cabin boy on the ship. He said if I didn't strike your flagship the moment he raised the lantern signal, they'd cut the child's throat and throw him into the sea. He promised he'd let him live if I obeyed." The deck seemed to tilt again, though the sea had calmed. Riggs felt every muscle in his jaw tighten until it ached. "And the others on your ship? Where are they?" "Gone," the man whispered. "Taken by longboat in the night. Only 5 of us were forced to stay aboard, forced to die with it." His voice cracked. "The others are with Stonegrave now." Riggs exhaled slowly, fury and dread warring in his chest. The betrayal cut deeper now that he could see so clearly how thoroughly Stonegrave had planned each step. "Then you know where he's taking her," Riggs said quietly. "You must." The man shook his head helplessly. "We weren't told everything, sir, but I heard them speaking as they boarded. One of them said the body must be delivered to Durian Keep." Durian Keep. The name struck Riggs like a hammer blow to the sternum. Cold washed through him, heavier than seawater. Of all places, of all cursed, accursed places, that fortress had haunted too many chapters of his life already. He had bled there, starved there, lost parts of himself in its stone corridors. and now he was being drawn back to it again. A sailor muttered an oath under his breath. Another crossed himself instinctively. Riggs rose slowly, feeling the weight of that destiny tightening around him like a rope. "We can't attack a land fortress with ships," he said, voice low but steady. "Not with our vessels half broken and bleeding men." He glanced toward the listing hull of the Kingdom, patched but groaning with each wave. "And the flagship won't survive another fight until she's rebuilt." He turned to his officers gathering nearby, their faces smeared with smoke, blood, and exhaustion. "Signal the remaining ship. We return to the Stonegrave estate. We regroup, we repair, and we plan." "You're certain, sir?" the first officer asked. Riggs nodded once, his gaze drifting to the horizon where Stonegrave's ship had vanished with Elian. "We have no choice. We sail home, and then we find a way to storm Durian Keep," his hands curled into fists at his sides. Stonegrave would pay for this treachery, and Riggs would tear down the walls of that fortress, stone by stone, if that was what it took to protect Elian, to protect everyone, and to put an end to the dragon's return. The battered fleet turned toward home, the sea silent around them, but the storm that waited ahead was already gathering in Riggs's chest. The crew watched Riggs with a mixture of reverence, fear, and an almost childlike awe, as if they were witnessing the birth of some old sea myth, rather than the exhaustion of a man who had nearly drowned himself forcing the Kingdom back to the surface. Word of what he had done, how he had held back the crushing weight of the ocean with nothing but his own will, had already spread through the ship faster than fire leaping through dry rigging. Men whispered his name as if speaking it too loudly might invite the sea itself to respond. Yet admiration mixed with confusion as they observed the stranger details their new admiral carried with him. Some murmured about how he had consumed nearly half the food prepared for the journey in a single sitting. A wild exaggeration, of course, but Riggs had eaten enough for 4 men without pausing to breathe, shoveling bread, meat, and even hard ship biscuits into his mouth with mechanical urgency just to keep his body from collapsing. Others noted that he moved with a stiff, uneven gait, shoulders hunched as if someone had carved deep bruises into the bone. His hands trembled when he reached for the railing, and a few swore they heard him choke back a grunt of pain simply drawing a breath. If he removed his coat, they would have seen the truth. His body was mottled with purple and black, his ribs fractured in more places than whole, his arm bearing the deep ache of a near break, his legs trembling from the effort of simply staying upright. The strain of lifting an ocean had nearly torn him apart. Finally, Riggs straightened, though every movement cost him, and addressed the nearest deck officer in a voice roughened by exhaustion, but still carrying the authority of a man no one dared question. "Drop anchor," he said. "Lower me into the sea." The order rippled through the crew like a gust of icy wind. Several men blinked in disbelief. A few exchanged bewildered looks. One young sailor actually stammered, "Sir, into the sea? You want to be lowered?" Even among experienced sailors, swimming was a rarity, a skill many believed invited the attention of creatures better left undisturbed. To willingly descend into deep water, wounded and exhausted, struck them as madness. Riggs didn't bother explaining. He only rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, "Have the cook prepare a meal for when I return." The ship's cook, a stout man named Barrow, with a scar across his left temple, wiped his hands on his apron and called up from the galley hatch, "Would smoked sea bass suffice, Admiral?" Riggs recoiled as if slapped. "Anything but fish," he said, unable to hide the disgust twisting his voice. "I'd sooner eat ship biscuits full of weevils, or the rats from the hold." A few sailors broke into uneasy chuckles, unsure if he was joking or genuinely preferred vermin to seafood. The truth was simpler. Months aboard the pirate ship had forced him to live on nothing but fish, uncut, unseasoned, unending. Even the smell now made his stomach twist. Moments later, the crew rigged a thick rope harness beneath Riggs's arms. They worked with the gentleness of men lowering an idol rather than a man. Careful, precise, still half afraid he would crumble like shattered coral under their touch. Riggs stepped to the rail and braced himself as they began to lower him into the waves. The sea welcomed him like a living thing. Cold washed over him in a shivering sheet, but instead of burning, it soothed, like hands settling over his wounds. The moment his legs submerged, he felt the water pull at him with a whisper of recognition, as if answering a command he had not yet spoken. When he let the rest of his body slip beneath the surface, the sensation intensified. He inhaled sharply and let the power release. The water responded instantly. It seeped into his skin, threading through his veins, soaking into every bruised muscle and fractured bone. He allowed it, guiding it with careful precision, feeling the water cushion and align what had been battered and torn. Heat pulsed outward in glowing tendrils around him, lighting the sea in shifting bands of deep blue and pale turquoise, illuminating his body in wavering radiance. Above him, the hull of the kingdom loomed like a dark cliff, but around him the ocean bloomed with movement. Shadows slid through the glowing water, first small fish, then larger shapes. Within moments, the sea around him swirled with life, silver-backed fish forming a slow spiral, rays gliding in wide loops, and even two sharks circling him in graceful arcs, their movements eerily calm, almost reverent. The crew watched from above, leaning over the rail, speaking in hushed tones as if witnessing a sacred ritual. Not even the most seasoned sailor among them had ever seen water bend like this. Life converging rather than fleeing, currents pulsing with luminous energy, the sea itself reshaping to breathe life back into a man. Riggs closed his eyes, letting the water knit him back together, letting its healing weight settle into his bones. When he resurfaced, he would not be completely whole again, but he would be stronger. And the hunt for Stonegrave and for Elian would begin with a fury the Fire Kingdom could not possibly comprehend. The return to the Stonegrave estate should not have felt triumphant, the kingdom limping home but still afloat, Riggs still breathing despite the odds. But as the ship rounded the final headland and the harbor unfurled before them, Riggs felt something else entirely, hope he hadn't dared to entertain. Dozens of Water Kingdom warships crowded the bay, more than he had seen in one place since he was a child. Tall masts bristled with pennants, their colors snapping in the wind, and the docks overflowed with sailors unloading crates, reforging weapons, repairing hulls. The estate's harbor, normally busy but almost ceremonial, now swarmed with the heavy activity of a fleet drawn home by crisis. As the kingdom eased toward its birth, he saw two familiar figures waiting at the end of the dock. His father stood tall despite the cane at his side, the sea wind tugging at his silver-streaked hair. Maris stood beside him, arms crossed, eyes sharp and searching. They had been waiting for him, hoping for him, praying, perhaps, that he would return at all. The moment Riggs stepped onto the gangplank, the old admiral took two decisive steps forward, more energy in those strides than Riggs had seen in years, and seized his son's shoulders with a mixture of relief and barely contained fear. "Where is Stonegrave's ship?" Wayton demanded, voice tight. "And where is Elian?" Riggs swallowed, the words like sand in his throat. "Father, Stonegrave betrayed us." He felt the dock heavy under his feet as he said it aloud. Maris stiffened beside Wayton, her expression shifting from confusion to horror and then to something colder, wounded pride mixed with the fury of someone who had placed even a molecule of trust in a man who didn't deserve it. Riggs continued, explaining everything. The attack, the merchant vessel under duress, Stonegrave's sudden break for the Fire Kingdom fleet, the impossible timing that proved someone had known their every move. The admiral listened without interrupting, jaw tightening until the sinews stood out against his neck. When Riggs finished, Wayton exhaled slowly and said, "The world has changed since you left these waters." He glanced past Riggs toward the full harbor, as if its turmoil spoke the rest for him. "Events have unfolded faster than any of us could prepare for." Riggs frowned. "What happened?" Wayton exchanged a look with Maris, and only then did Riggs notice the faint tremor in his father's hand as he adjusted his grip on the cane. "News arrived 3 days ago," the admiral began, "that King Harland of the Stone Kingdom and his entire royal family were killed." Riggs stopped breathing. "Killed? How?" "Poisoned," Wayton said grimly, "at a banquet in their own palace, with such precision that none survived." Riggs felt his stomach lurch. "And who sits on their throne now?" Wayton hesitated, but only for a heartbeat. "A man named Thorn will act as king until it is voted on, but it is likely it will be him officially. And there is other news. The Fire Kingdom has a new king as well. A cold certainty slid down Riggs's spine, settling like ice at the base of his ribs. He didn't need to ask the name. He already knew. Hakot, Riggs whispered. Wayton nodded once. King Hakot. Riggs closed his eyes, fighting the surge of rage, disbelief, and sick dread that crashed through him. But the Admiral's voice had not yet finished its descent into darker waters. That is not the only news, Wayton said quietly. You should also know that Fire Kingdom forces have crossed into Stone Kingdom borders. Towns near the coast have fallen. Villages have burned. Riggs's jaw clenched. And the Stone Kingdom fleet? Scattered. Reeling. For some reason, they were spread out on different missions. Some returned here for aid. Others were already lost before the warning was sent. Riggs swayed unsteady, but Wayton held up a hand. There is one more thing you must hear, he said. Believe me, son, I struggled to believe it myself. Maris put a steadying hand on Riggs's arm, gentle, concerned, more sister than businesswoman in that moment. Wayton continued. There are rumors that an army has risen in the Fire Kingdom's shadow, an army of escaped prisoners. Riggs stared. Escaped? From where? From Durian. The name hit him like a fist to the ribs. Durian, the chains, the pit, the cold stone walls, the screams, the smell of metal and misery. The weight of a decade he thought he'd drown under. They call themselves the Kallian Army, Wayton said softly. Riggs blinked, stunned. Kallian? After their leader, Wayton said, his voice steady and soft, a man named Kale. The world tilted. Riggs didn't feel his legs give out, not at first. He only realized he had fallen when Maris and his father caught him by the arms and lowered him onto a crate beside the dock. He stared forward blindly, air burning in his lungs. Kale, alive. The word throbbed in his ears like a drumbeat he could not slow, a truth too large to fit inside him. Kale is alive. Stonegrave's betrayal, the dragon's threat, the Fire Kingdom's rise, the fleets at war, all of it blurred for a moment into distant noise as one impossible truth anchored itself in Riggs's heart. Kale, his friend, his brother, the man he had mourned for 10 long years, was alive, and leading an army. Riggs squeezed his eyes shut, overwhelmed, broken open, unable to stop the tremor running through him. His father rested a hand on his shoulder, firm, steady, understanding. Riggs, Wayton murmured, the world is changing faster than any of us imagined, and we will need you for what comes next. But Riggs barely heard him. All he could hear was the echo of a name he had thought lost to the grave. Riggs pressed his hands against his knees, breathing hard as the shock of Kale's survival ebbed enough for the world to come back into focus. The harbor stretched before him in a glittering sweep of white sand, carved cliffs, and deep aquamarine water. But today it felt changed, different, charged with the tension of a world shifting beneath his feet. Ships of the Water Kingdom fleet crowded the piers in numbers he had not seen in years, their sails furled, their crews disembarking in restless clusters. Even in the distance, he could sense the hum of an anxious kingdom gathering itself for something far larger than any single man. Wayton's expression hardened. The acting Stone King Thorn is no ally. If what I have heard is true, he is a traitor to his own people. A chill threaded up Riggs's spine. He already knew where this was going. He's aligned with Hakot, Riggs said quietly, dread sinking into his stomach. Isn't he? Wayton nodded once. Aligned, bought, or threatened. Whichever the case, he is no ally to his own people, much less to us. Messages were intercepted. I have read them myself. Thorin has been feeding the Fire Kingdom information, and he agreed. Willingly, it seems, to stand aside while Hakot advances on Stone Kingdom lands. Maris's breath caught sharply. Coward, she spat. Traitor. Wayton exhaled, weary and furious. Yes, a traitor in every sense of the word, and the Stone Kingdom has no idea. They believe Harlan's death was a single blow, not the beginning of an invasion shaped from within. Wayton continued. I have proof, he said, drawing the sealed documents from inside his coat. One of our ships took these off a Fire Kingdom messenger at sea. These letters, with Thorin's personal seal, confirm everything. Enough to unseat him, enough to convince the council of his betrayal. His father's eyes sharpened with something like hope. If those reach the right hands, the Stone Kingdom might overthrow him. Elect a ruler who refuses to bow to the Fire Kingdom. And if they do, they may stand with us. Riggs nodded. Allies are the only way to get Elian back. If they discover what she really is, we lose everything. Wheaton finished for him, and the dragon wins. Before Riggs could continue, he felt a stir of warmth behind him. He turned, and there she was. Alora descended the last steps of the gangplank, steady only because determination held her upright where strength failed. She wore a simple leather tunic cinched tightly at the waist, a blade belted at her hip. Her hair, though tangled and dull with exhaustion, still gleamed like a tangle of red fire in the morning sun. Her eyes, fierce, tired, unbroken, fixed on Riggs with a look that stole the breath from his lungs. "I'm going with you," she said. Wheaton blinked, surprised by the fire in her voice. Maris's brows shot up in approval. Riggs took a step toward her, already shaking his head. "Alora, you need to rest, recover. You can barely stand. I can do this." "No," her voice cracked like a whip. "I have already lost years to darkness. I won't lose another hour to waiting. If you try to leave without me, Riggs Stonegrave, I swear on every star in this sky that I will burn the fleet to cinders and strand you here with me." A stiff breeze swept in from the sea, carrying the salt of distant storms, tugging her hair back from her face like a banner of flame. She glared at him with a fire that looked capable of leveling mountains. Riggs opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, finally exhaling in tired surrender. "All right," he murmured. "You come." A breath escaped her, not relief, not gloating, but something gentler. She stepped into his arms and let him steady her, though she pretended she didn't need it. Maris swept forward and wrapped Alora in an affectionate, bone-crushing hug. "Stars above, I adore you," she declared without hesitation. "Riggs, do marry this woman soon so I can call her my sister without scandal." "Maris," Riggs tried, though even he wasn't sure if it was a protest or a plea. She turned to their father with glowing pride. "Isn't she perfect, father?" Wheaton gave a rumbling chuckle, the sound tired but genuine. "It seems the Stonegrave line is blessed with no shortage of passionate women. The family grows fierier by the hour." Alora managed a small smile, weary but bright. Riggs felt the world shift again, but this time the change steadied him, anchoring him instead of knocking him sideways. He had proof of treachery. He had allies rising in unexpected places. He had a father who still fought despite failing health, a sister who had claimed him with fierce loyalty, a woman beside him whose courage could ignite worlds, and somewhere beyond the horizon, a friend long thought dead. Chapter 12. Justice and Fate. Riggs stood at the prow of his old ship, the vessel he had first commanded before ever setting foot aboard the kingdom, its timbers familiar beneath his boots, its rigging humming with the same steady tone he had known years before. Behind him, 48 Water Kingdom warships fanned out in disciplined ranks, turning their hulls toward the north. The kingdom herself remained behind at the estate, her towering masts stripped for repair after nearly breaking apart under the weight of the sea Riggs had forced from her hull. There had been no time to wait for her rebirth. The hunt demanded swiftness, not grandeur. Maris's furious parting words drifted through his mind as the wind filled the sails. "If you ever see that good-for-nothing, treacherous, sea-rotted husband of mine again, promise me you'll make me a widow before you come home." Her grip on his arm had been fierce, her eyes bright. Riggs knew she had meant every sharp syllable. Stonegrave had betrayed him, but too many lives hung in the balance for vengeance to eclipse purpose. The cry from the lookout broke across the deck like a snapped line. "Scout returning!" The light cutter swept across the waves, its hull cleaving the surf as it slid alongside Riggs's ship. The scout captain scrambled aboard, saluted, and spoke hastily, breath still ragged from exertion. "Admiral, we found them. A convoy. Massive, smaller warships in front, barges behind, all heading north. They didn't spot us." Riggs felt the sea inside him go still. "How many?" "Dozens," the captain answered. "Maybe more. They're avoiding the Stone Kingdom's main routes. Could be trying to skirt the edges of their defenses." Riggs strode to the chart table lashed to the midship deck, snapping open the canvas map. His finger traced the islands ahead. Jagged volcanic shapes, some barely wide enough to hold a tree, others dense with forest and cliffs. "Bren," he said quietly to his first officer, "bring the captains to me, all of them." Within an hour, the captains boarded Riggs's ship, forming a semicircle around the chart, their uniforms damp from the mist, faces drawn with concern. These were seasoned officers, men who'd served under his father for decades, and yet they watched Riggs as though he were some force of nature they had not yet learned to predict. Riggs pointed to the string of islands. "We'll use these to mask our presence. The convoy will round this point." He tapped a narrow channel, "and we'll be behind it. Wind at our back, tide in our favor. They'll never see us until it's too late." A murmur of approval rippled through the group until Riggs continued, "We can't sink them." The murmurs snapped into stunned silence. Captain Oren, a broad-shouldered man with a scar across his jaw, blinked at him. "Admiral, we're facing Fire Kingdom warships, barges carrying soldiers. If we don't strike them down, they'll carve through the Stone Kingdom's coast like rot. What do you mean we can't sink them?" Riggs met every pair of eyes in turn, because somewhere in that convoy could be Elian. Several captains exchanged confused glances. Oren frowned. "Elian, the woman from the estate?" "To you," Riggs said, the words tightening, "she may seem a single woman, but she is more dangerous to the stability of our kingdom than every ship we have combined." Another captain, younger, stiffened. "Then we sink her ship before they can use her." "No," Riggs's voice cut him off like the crack of a whip. "If we sink the wrong vessel, how will we know she was destroyed? How will we know the threat is ended? We wouldn't. And if she survives, they can use her. The only way to ensure she is no longer a weapon in the Fire Kingdom's hands is to capture the ships and search them. Every single one." Silence rippled across the deck, heavy and sharp. These captains had destroyed fleets. They had burned pirate dens to ash, but they had never been told to spare their enemies. Not like this, not when the stakes were this high. At last, Bren inclined his head. "Then we fight to capture." The others followed suit, though unease lingered in their eyes. Riggs didn't blame them. He felt the same knot of dread in his own stomach. He finished setting the positions on the map, then turned his gaze to the islands ahead, their cliffs rising like jagged teeth from the sea. Under their shadow, his fleet dropped sails, slipping silently into narrow passages. Volcanic ridges shielded them from the open water. The wind shifted just as Riggs had hoped, curling around the islands and pressing gently against the backs of their sails, the perfect wind for pursuit. One by one, the Water Kingdom warships vanished behind the cliffs, waiting, crouched like hunting cats. The sea went quiet. The men held their breaths. And then, around the far point, the first Fire Kingdom warship appeared. Then another, then 3 more, followed by a train of barges moving with grim determination. They entered the kill channel without hesitation, unaware of the jaws waiting in the shadows. Riggs's eyes narrowed. The trap was set. The convoy was drifting directly into it. The sea exploded into chaos the moment the first Fire Kingdom ship realized the trap it had sailed into. Flames blossomed along its deck like erupting suns, flung skyward by panicked firebenders attempting to clear a path. But Riggs's fleet surged from behind the sheltering cliffs with ruthless precision, sails snapping into the full grip of the wind as 48 Water Kingdom warships thundered forward in unison. "Hard to starboard!" Riggs shouted, and his helmsman spun the wheel. The entire line bowed with the maneuver, sweeping into a crescent that closed around the convoy like the tightening jaws of a predator. The Fire Kingdom ships responded instantly, 35 warships angling themselves into a defensive line, their sails bursting into flame as Fire Gehag hurled molten heat into the wind. The air shimmered with currents of blistering energy, each blast streaking across the waves and slamming into Riggs's advancing fleet. "Water teams extinguish," Bren commanded, and the Water Gehag aboard Riggs's ship raised their hands. Jets of seawater bent upward in coiling arcs, crashing into the burning sails before the flames could find purchase. Men shouted, ropes strained. The hull lurched beneath Riggs's boots as another flaming projectile smashed into their mast, neutralized only when a geyser of water swallowed it whole. All across the battlefield, Water Kingdom ships closed the distance, turning what should have been a distant artillery war into a brutal melee. Grappling hooks flew, boarding planks slammed down, steel kissed steel in sparks that sprayed across the waves. Despite their surprise, the Fire Kingdom warships fought with terrifying ferocity. The sky seethed with fire. The sea boiled where fire met water. Ships listed, burned, toppled, or split as bending collided in raw elemental fury. Riggs kept his eyes on the thickest part of the convoy, the center, where the barges churned through the waves in awkward, lumbering lines. Some held crates stacked nearly to their masts. Others were packed wall to wall with soldiers, hundreds of them hunched beneath woven canopies, shields raised against the spray, packed so tightly they could scarcely move. Alora stood beside him, gripping the rail with one hand and channeling fire with the other. Her aim was true. Her power was monstrous. Arcing fireballs leapt from her palms and streaked through the air in long, blazing curves, each one bright enough to burn after images into Riggs's vision. But as soon as a fireball reached a Fire Kingdom warship, a counterforce rose to meet it. A wall of flames smothered her attacks mid-air. A twist of wind sent the fire plunging harmlessly into the sea. A shield of heat absorbed the blow entirely. Their Geheg were strong, alarmingly strong, and Alora hissed in frustration, her eyes narrowing with each failed strike. "They're too concentrated," she growled. "Too many of them on the command decks. Every one of my shots gets intercepted." Riggs glanced toward the barges again, long, low silhouettes slicing unevenly through the water, their decks crammed beyond reason. "Those soldiers aren't Geheg," he said. "They're common troops. The officers wouldn't risk riding with them. They would be on the warships. If you want to make an impact, focus on the barges." Alora turned her head toward him, and a slow, predatory smile curved across her face. "Now that," she murmured, "is advice I can use." She stepped forward, unsteady, pale, still shaking from the dragon's remnants in her blood, but when she raised her hands, the air around her brightened with a terrible, brilliant heat. For a heartbeat, everything stilled. Then she unleashed Hades. A torrent of fire tore from her palms, splitting into 5 massive arcs that soared overhead and rained downward across the nearest barges. The first impact blasted a hole straight through the deck of a troop transport. Flames erupted from below, swallowing the soldiers before they had time to scream. The barge groaned, twisted, and sank in less than a minute, soldiers slipping off its collapsing sides and kicking uselessly against the boiling water. The second barge fared no better. Its canvas canopy burst into a storm of fire that rolled over the tightly packed troops like a living tide. Within moments, the barge turned sideways in the waves and capsized, dragging nearly 300 soldiers beneath the surface in a frenzy of foam and flame. The sea filled with shrieks. Men leapt from the listing vessels, only to find the water around them churning with boiling pockets of steam where fire still roared above. And Alora did not stop. She moved with grim efficiency, bending wave after wave of fire into the troop-laden barges. Soldiers burned, others drowned, trapped beneath the sinking hulls. Some leapt into the sea only to be dragged down by the panicked mass of men beneath them. Bren swallowed hard, watching the devastation with grim awe. 300 soldiers in a single barge, he muttered. 200 in another. Gods have mercy. Mercy is not what they came here for, Riggs answered. And even as he said it, one of the Water Kingdom brigs took a direct hit. Its mast snapped in half, crashing onto the deck like a felled tree. Flames erupted across the rigging, and though the waterbenders fought desperately to extinguish them, the ship's hull split open and it began to sink bow first into the sea. Another warship beside them was overrun by Fire Kingdom Marines during a boarding attempt. Riggs watched in fury as its crew was cut down, the survivors forced to jump into the churning water to avoid being butchered on the deck. A third ship capsized after taking 2 direct fire blasts to its hull. The losses were mounting, and still the Fire Kingdom fought with brutal discipline, their warships tightening their formation to shield the remaining barges. The sea turned crimson with blood and black with charred remains. Smoke curled into the clouds. The roar of flame and the crash of water, bent against fire, shook the air itself. Riggs gripped the railing as his fleet battled ship by ship, deck by deck, inch by inch. Even with Alora's devastating strikes, even with the advantage of the ambush, even with the brilliance of the trap, they were far from winning. The battle had grown so thick and violent that the sea itself seemed to churn with blood. Riggs's ship rode a surge of stained water as bodies and burning debris drifted past, the air heavy with the smell of salt, smoke, and scorched flesh. All around him, Water Kingdom Marines leapt onto Fire Kingdom decks, clashing blade against blade in brutal, close-quarter combat. The shouts of dying men traveled across the wind like fragmented ghosts. But Riggs's eyes fixed not on the carnage, nor on the burning warships, nor even on the sinking barges still belching bubbles of trapped men beneath the waterline. He stared instead at the ocean itself, where dark shapes prowled beneath the surface. The sharks had come, drawn by the massive spill of blood from the countless skirmishes. Hundreds of them, a circling frenzy of fins and shadows, glided just beneath the waves. The smell must have driven them mad. Every new splash, every wounded soldier falling into the water, sent ripples of motion beneath the surface as the predators surged in to feed. A shudder traveled up Riggs's spine, but it was quickly replaced by a different, hotter surge of emotion. Rage. Because in the center of the Fire Kingdom flotilla, cutting through the waves with arrogant speed, he saw a ship he recognized instantly. The Wave's Spear. Stonegrave's sleek, pale-hulled vessel. The same ship that had vanished eastward the day he betrayed them, taking Elian with him. "Bring us about," Riggs roared, pointing at the traitor's ship. "Hard, now!" His helmsman spun the wheel and the Stormwalker responded sharply, slicing through the crimson-stained water. Stonegrave was trying to flee the chaos, using the cover of the warships to slip out of reach. Clever, infuriatingly clever, but not clever enough. Riggs planted his feet at the bow, closing his eyes for a single instant as he reached down deep, past his exhaustion, past the burning strain of earlier bending, past the fear gnawing at his ribs. He reached for the water itself, calling to it in a command that ran through his bones. The sea answered like a living thing. The water in front of the Wave's Spear convulsed, forming a powerful backward drag. The ship juddered, its bow plunging as if caught in a sudden undertow. Its sails snapped, canvas straining violently. Men tumbled across the deck, shouting as the vessel fought the invisible current Riggs had summoned. Riggs felt the force of it slam into his chest like a hammer. His teeth ground together as the strain tore through his ribs. His muscles trembled violently. Too much bending, too soon. But he pushed harder, forcing the sea to hold the traitor in place. "Brace!" Bren shouted as Riggs's own ship accelerated toward the struggling ship, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The collision hit with a brutal crack, wood grinding against wood. Riggs was already moving, launching himself across the gap before the hulls had even finished scraping together. He landed on Stonegrave's deck like a thrown spear. A dozen Fire Kingdom Marines surged to intercept him, blades flashing in the firelight. Riggs moved through them with the raw, unstoppable fury of a man carrying betrayal and loss in his veins. His sword cut through parries, turning aside enemy blades with quick, ruthless precision. His body still ached from the strain of ship-saving bending weeks before, but rage carried him forward, lending him a speed that defied reason. Alora landed beside him a heartbeat later, though far less gracefully. She stumbled as her boots hit the deck, gasping, one hand braced on the railing as she fought to stay upright. Fire flared weakly in her free hand, but the toll of battle and the remnants of the dragon's essence had drained her nearly to collapse. "Stay behind me," Riggs said. She shook her head, breath tight. Not a chance. She looked weak but determined. Fires went out, her energy too depleted. She drew her sword and smiled as she sprinted to one side and began fighting along the sailors who were boarding. Riggs lost sight of her as he forced his way through another cluster of sailors. One lunged at him with a spear, another swung a heavy boarding axe, and he dispatched them with methodical brutality, cutting a bloody path through the chaos. He fought his way toward the rear deck, driven by an instinctual pull he couldn't ignore. Minutes passed, and the fighting raged. Then he saw him. Stonegrave. Standing above Alora, who had been caught and thrown to the deck, his boot pressed firmly on her chest, a sword angled against her throat. The traitor looked wild-eyed, sweat streaking down his face, his once fine coat torn and soaked with seawater and blood. Riggs felt something inside him ignite, a bright, searing fury that burned hotter than any fire Alora could summon. "Stonegrave, why?" Riggs shouted, blade lifting. Stonegrave's lips twisted in a bitter sneer. "Riggs Stonegrave," he spat, "the favored bastard of a family that was never truly mine. Tell me something. Did you ever once wonder what it was like for me? The stain they didn't even pretend not to see? The shame they hid from the world?" Alora struggled beneath his boot, but he pressed harder, forcing a soft gasp from her. Stonegrave's eyes gleamed with something old and ugly. Then you came along, the hero son, the heir in all but name. And what chance did I ever have after that? None. And so you will surrender now, or she dies beneath my blade. Riggs took a step forward, every muscle coiled. Stonegrave, he said quietly, you sold your family, you sold your kingdom, you sold every man and woman who trusted you. You are no Stonegrave. You are no brother of mine. Oh? Stonegrave snarled, leaning the blade closer to Alora's throat. And what are you? You think yourself noble? Loyal? You think you are above the rest of us? His next words never came. A shadow fell across the deck, a vast, sweeping shape that plunged the entire ship into momentary stillness. A shrill, piercing screech tore through the air, so sharp and powerful the flames themselves seemed to flicker. And then Mako dropped out of the sky. The griffin hit Stonegrave like a falling boulder. Claws as large as daggers clamped around his shoulders, lifting him bodily into the air before he had time to react. Stonegrave screamed, flailing wildly, his sword tumbling from his grasp. He tried to swing his remaining arm at Mako, desperate, terrified, but the griffin struck with lightning speed. Mako's beak clamped down, shearing Stonegrave's arm off above the elbow with a single brutal snap. Stonegrave shrieked, a sound torn straight from the depths of visceral horror, and Mako released him. The traitor plummeted. 200 feet of open air yawned below him, the sea a roiling sheet of crimson and gray. Riggs stepped to the rail, chest heaving, watching Stonegrave's body tumble downward through the smoke and ash and dying daylight. Stonegrave hit the water hard enough to send a spray of red-tinted foam into the air. He surfaced a moment later in frantic, desperate thrashing. His severed arm left a ribbon of blood spiraling around him, widening into a cloud beneath the waves that carried on the current like a beacon. He looked up at the deck where Riggs stood framed against the smoke-filled sky, his face half-shadowed, half-etched with cold fury. Stonegrave's voice cracked as he shouted, "Riggs, Riggs, please! You're not really going to kill me, are you? You wouldn't kill your own brother." Riggs's jaw tightened. The wind whipped at his hair, at the tattered sails behind him, at the smell of blood and fire and defeat in the air. He stared down at the man who had betrayed their family, their fleet, their kingdom. "I'm not going to kill you," Riggs said at last, his voice carrying across the waves. Stonegrave's expression shifted in an instant, from terror to fragile, blooming hope. But Riggs didn't look away. "I'm just not going to save you." The hope drained from Stonegrave's face as quickly as the blood poured from his severed arm. And then the sharks came. They surged upward in a frenzy, drawn by the blood in the water and the thrashing of a wounded man. Fins sliced through the crimson foam. Pale bellies flashed beneath the surface. In a heartbeat, more than a dozen massive shapes converged. Stonegrave's scream tore across the ocean as the first shark clamped down on his leg, jerking him beneath the surface. He reappeared a moment later, flailing wildly, only for another beast to latch onto his shoulder. The water churned with violent bursts of movement, teeth flashing white in the murk, as the swarm tore into him with mindless hunger. His shrieks didn't end quickly. They rose, cracked, fell, and rose again, raw, animal sounds of a man discovering too late that betrayal offered no allies, no mercy, and no escape. The water whipped into a froth around him, the crimson spreading wider and darker with each passing second. One final scream broke loose, a high, wet, ragged plea, and then the sharks pulled him under in a violent surge. The sea swallowed him whole, leaving only blood rippling on the waves. Alora stepped beside Riggs, one hand braced against the railing. Her voice was steady, almost quiet, but edged with the fire still burning in her veins. He got what he deserved. Riggs didn't answer at first. His gaze remained on the boiling red stain slowly fading into the sea, a grim punctuation to Stonegrave's betrayal. The screams had stopped. The ocean, indifferent, rolled on. Behind them, the noise of battle had dwindled. The thundering clash of steel had softened to scattered cries, then to groans, then to silence punctuated only by the creaking of damaged ships and the slap of waves against hulls. Riggs turned slowly, surveying the aftermath across the vast battlefield of shattered masts and drifting debris. The ships that had fallen to enemy boarding had been reclaimed. War banners that had burned now hung limp or smoldering on broken spars. Small boats were already being lowered to pull survivors from the water, both friend and foe. The surviving Water Kingdom crews moved across the decks like exhausted ghosts, some bloody, some limping, all of them bearing the hollow-eyed look of men who had fought death itself and managed to steal a breath beyond it. They had won. Hours later, aboard the Stormwalker, Riggs stood over a table strewn with charts, casualty logs, and hastily scribbled captain reports. His shoulders sagged from the weight of what the battle had cost him. 12 ships lost from his fleet, nearly a quarter. Of the 36 remaining, only 17 could still sail into another fight. The rest were gutted, crippled, or leaking too heavily to trust in battle. But victory had come with spoils of its own. Although Ellian wasn't on board any of the ships, they had managed to capture all 35 Fire Kingdom warships in the convoy. 3 of the supply barges still floated, the rest lying in splintered heaps or smoldering ruins somewhere beneath the waves. It was a cataclysmic loss for the Fire Kingdom and a lifeline for Riggs's desperate cause. One of his captains entered the cabin, removing his helmet as he bowed. "Admiral? Orders regarding the prisoners?" Riggs straightened slowly, exhaustion stiffening every bone. "Chain every Gahegi," he said. "Keep them separated and closely watched. They're to be returned to the Water Kingdom as prisoners of war aboard the vessels too damaged to fight." The captain nodded. "And the rest? The ordinary soldiers and sailors?" Riggs studied the map a moment longer, his gaze drifting to a cluster of small islands to the northeast. Uninhabited, close enough to reach, barren enough to hold men without hope of escape. "Unload enough provisions for 6 months," he said. "Food, water, tools. Those who don't wish to join our crew will be left on the shore of the closest island. We don't have time to deal with them properly." "And if they starve after that?" Riggs looked up, the weight of Stonegrave's betrayal, Ellian's peril, and the gathering storm of war darkening his expression. "Then they starve," he said quietly. "Our duty calls us elsewhere." The captain bowed again and stepped out. Riggs leaned heavily on the table, closing his eyes as the lantern light flickered across the blood-stained wood. They had won one battle, but the war, for Ellian, for Kale, for all the kingdoms, had only just begun. Riggs stood at the bow as the winds shifted, carrying with them the salt-stained scent of the Stone Kingdom coast. They were no more than a day from the capital when a sudden flutter of wings drew every gaze upward. A messenger bird, sleek, dark-feathered, arrow-fast, cut across the pale sky, gliding low over the deck. Mako didn't hesitate. With a piercing screech and a violent snap of wings, he launched from the tallest mast, a streak of bronze and fury. The bird never stood a chance. Mako collided with it midair, a burst of feathers spiraling downward like scattered ash. The griffin raked its talons once, then carried the limp body up to the lookout nest, satisfied with his kill. Riggs swore under his breath. "One day," he muttered, rubbing his temples, "I'll figure out how to teach that beast the difference between a friendly dispatch and an enemy spy." But Mako was already tearing into his prize. Fortunately, the message scroll had slipped free during the attack. It tumbled through the air and landed with a light thump at Riggs's feet, rolling to a stop against the wood as if determined to be found. He bent to retrieve it, brushing away a smear of blood where Mako's talon had grazed it. The seal was unmistakable. Deep blue wax stamped with a crest carved in the shape of crashing waves. His father's mark. Riggs felt his chest tighten. He broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. His father's familiar? Bold script swept across the page, sharper than Riggs remembered, but steady, as though the old admiral had written it with his jaw firmly clenched. "Riggs, one of our messenger birds returned this morning with a message I did not expect to read in my lifetime. An old ally of my father's, one I long believed dead, has resurfaced in the Stone Kingdom capital. He goes by the name Zubi. He will meet you at the docks." Riggs lowered the parchment slowly, letting his eyes linger on the ink as the ship rocked beneath him. Who was this Zube? How old must he be if he was a friend of Riggs' grandfather, his long-dead grandfather? Mako screeched triumphantly above, scattering feathers from the mast like falling snow. Riggs tightened his grip on the railing, the sea breeze cutting across his face. The Stone Kingdom capital loomed closer with every crashing wave, and Riggs felt the slow stir of something he had not felt in many months, hope and dread woven into one. Riggs ordered his fleet to anchor deep within the northern fjords, hiding the bulk of his strength from Stone Kingdom eyes. Only his original ship, the Stormbreaker, the one he'd sailed on before inheriting the kingdom, continued on toward the capital's docks. Alora, pale from exhaustion yet refusing to stay behind, walked beside him as the gangplank thudded onto the stone pier. A lone figure stepped forward. He was small, barely up to Riggs' ribcage, but built like a compact boulder wrapped in a scorched cloak. His hair, a silver-streaked tangle, looked like it had been dragged through 3 battlefields and a barrel of ale. His nose was wide and bumped, his boots caked in old dust, and a sword hung at his side, nicked and worn but far from neglected. His voice, when he spoke, rasped like gravel soaked in smoke. "So," the gnome said, squinting up at him, "you're the sea captain causing all the ruckus out in the fjords." Riggs blinked. "You must be Zuby." The gnome barked a sharp laugh. "Gods no, Zub's the important one. I'm just the disappointment." He jabbed a thumb toward his own chest. "Name's Gruen, King's Guard. Legend if you ask the right drunks, not that any of them remember why." Only then did Riggs notice the 2 men a few paces behind him. Latus, who Riggs recognized instantly, gave a respectful nod. The other, elderly, patient-looking man with calmer energy than Gruen stepped forward. "I am Zube," he said. His voice carried the calm weight of a man who'd survived more wars than he'd spoken about. "And I knew your father when he was no older than you are now. I was a friend to your grandfather. You do not know me, but I know much of you. Kale spoke of you often in the years we shared a cell tower after your escape. A decade of stories about the man who always pushed him harder than fate." Zuby's expression hardened. "Another of Kale's closest companions is in danger. Regan Darkwater has risked everything, and we may have one chance, one to save him." Lotus stepped in. "Your father's message said you carry proof against the acting king." Riggs reached into his coat and withdrew the sealed papers, Stone Kingdom correspondence, coded military orders, and the damning signature of Thorn. "This is everything I found." Zuby accepted them carefully, nodding once. "If these are what I believe they are, we may finally have what we need to unseat a traitor." Beside them, Gruen was staring hard at Alora. She stiffened, then scowled. "What are you looking at?" Gruen scoffed, offended. "Not you, sweetheart. You're far too short for my tastes." Alora blinked at him. "You're half my height." "Exactly," Gruen said, as if that proved a point. "Giant tribe women, now those are proper ladies, arms like tree trunks, could toss me clear over a wall if I misbehaved. Lovely, really." Alora gave him a long look, unsure whether to be insulted or amused. Then Gruen pointed a stubby finger at her face. "But I'll tell you what, there's posters plastered all over the Fire Kingdom looking exactly like you. Hakot's missing daughter," he smirked. "Guess they didn't search the ocean well enough." Alora only smiled, a sharp, dangerous smile that made Gruen's grin widen in appreciation. "A firebrand," he said. "Good, I knew I liked you." Zuby cleared his throat, folding the papers. "We should go. Time is no ally of ours." Riggs adjusted his cloak, took Alora's arm gently, and stepped off the dock. The wind blew from the direction of the palace, cold sharp, filled with the weight of what he was walking toward. Together they began the long walk toward the palace gates. Chapter 13. Mist and Sacrifice. The wind rolled across the deck in long, steady breaths, catching the sails and drawing the fleet northward in a vast crescent of canvas and creaking timber. Riggs stood at the bow of the Stormwalker, his old ship reborn into something far greater, watching the horizon narrow into a single thread of gray ocean and distant cloud. The air tasted of salt, steel, and the weight of too many kingdoms shifting at once. Behind him stretched a sight he never imagined he would lead, a combined fleet of Water Kingdom cutters and Stone Kingdom warships, their prows carving through the waves in disciplined formation. Blue banners rippled beside banners of black stone, the 2 colors whipping together in a restless dance that spoke of uneasy beginnings and desperate purpose. Events had moved with such ferocity after he had stepped onto the palace steps that Riggs still felt as though he were catching up to his own shadow. Zuby had taken the proof. Those damning letters, those coded orders splashed with Thorn's treachery, and placed them into hands powerful enough to make the truth impossible to ignore. The uproar had struck the capital like a hammer blow. Thorn had been unseated before nightfall. His right-hand general, Malkin, dragged down with him. Their executions had followed swiftly, the square filled with thousands who once called those men protectors. What rose from the ashes, Riggs still struggled to believe. Rhaegar Darkwater, once an outlaw, once a prisoner, had been chosen by the Stone Assembly to take the throne. Not just freed, not just pardoned, crowned. King Rhaegar. Riggs had barely had time to grasp the magnitude of it when the next revelation struck him like a bowline to the chest. Chaol was alive. Not only alive, but leading an army of escaped prisoners, deserters, and runaways in a land Riggs had grown up believing was nothing more than a myth whispered to children on stormy nights. Japata, a place said to swallow men whole, a land that did not exist except in the corners of old maps and the nightmares of sailors who swore they had glimpsed ruins rising from the mist. But the Fire Kingdom wanted Chaol. And if they wanted Chaol, then Chaol mattered in ways Riggs did not yet understand. He tightened his grip on the rail. The wood groaned softly beneath his fingers. A gust lifted his hair as the fleet shifted into a new formation, the ships fanning out in a crescent behind him. Alora rested below deck in his cabin, still recovering, still far from strong, but determined to stand beside him. And somewhere on those waves, in the grip of the Fire Kingdom, was Elian, Chaol's mother, the woman Riggs had sworn to protect even at the cost of his own life. He exhaled slowly. Japata lay ahead, shrouded in mystery, hiding a battle that could decide the future of more than one kingdom. And Riggs knew, felt it in a way that sank past thought and into the very marrow of his bones, that if the Fire Kingdom was marching to seize Chaol, then he would reach him first, even if he had to tear apart the continents to do it. The conviction settled over him like armor, a promise forged in old debts and older loyalties. Chaol had once saved his life when he was young and reckless. Now Riggs would repay that debt in full, even if the cost was measured in kingdoms. He would reach Chaol before the Fire Kingdom did. He would reclaim Elian before the dragon reclaimed her power. And he would stand beside an old friend against a storm that had been gathering since before any of them were born. An ancient reckoning that had slept beneath the world's skin for thousands of years, only now rising to swallow them all. The fleet surged forward, hulls cutting through the waves with a growing sense of urgency, crests foaming white as the wind filled their sails. The horizon ahead grew sharper, brighter, as though the world itself were widening to make room for what awaited them. Japata waited, and so did destiny, vast, terrible, and inevitable as the tide. Riggs gripped the Stormwalker's railing as dawn seeped across the horizon in a thin wash of silver, the first hesitant light revealing the dark teeth of masts far ahead. The lookout's warning carried across the deck with a crack of fear, and Riggs didn't need a spyglass to recognize the silhouettes rising like jagged spears out of the dim morning haze. A Fire Kingdom fleet, over 100 warships, were cutting steadily toward Japata, exactly where Chaol and the Kallian army would be positioned for the coming battle. They were early, painfully early, and Riggs had sailed too far ahead of his own combined fleets to do anything except stare into the approaching disaster taking shape on the water. He weighed the situation with a sinking heaviness in his gut. If the Fire Kingdom sighted the Waterstone Coalition behind him, if even a hint of their allies' presence broke across that horizon, every plan they had labored to build would crumble. The enemy would adjust course, outmaneuver them, and descend on Chaol's forces long before Riggs could intervene. The tenuous alliance forged in the shadow of Thorn's betrayal, the fragile hope of two kingdoms standing together at last, and the slender chance of saving Elian, all of it hung by a thread that could snap in an instant. A breath trembled out of him, nearly lost to the sea wind. There had to be a way to turn the odds. And then, as quickly as a spark catches dry tinder, the idea struck him so hard his fingers curled against the rail. Mist, not a little, not a drifting evening fog, a veil wide enough to swallow a fleet whole. Riggs stepped forward, allowing the cold spray of the sea to touch his face as he reached out over the water. His arm still ached from the bone-deep fractures he'd mended not long ago, but the ocean didn't care about bruises. It responded to will, to instinct, to the quiet command of someone who could listen to its pulse and answer it in kind. He bent, not with brute strength, but with deliberate, shaping intent. A thin ripple spread outward as he altered temperature and pressure across the surface of the waves. The response was immediate, a faint, ghost-like vapor rising in slow tendrils from the sea. He guided it gently, then pushed harder. The mist thickened, rolled, and expanded in broad strokes across the water, as if giant, invisible brushes were sweeping white paint across the morning sea. Within seconds, the Stormwalker drifted forward into an immense curtain of vapor, so dense Riggs could no longer see the deckhands standing only a few paces away. The world narrowed to a cocoon of swirling white, muffling sound and swallowing the horizon until sky, sea, and air blended into a single shifting shroud. Behind him, someone breathed a stunned curse. "Admiral, I can't even see 20 feet ahead." "That's the idea," Riggs replied, voice thin with concentration as he kept the bending steady. "If we vanish from our own eyes, then we vanish from theirs." The fog continued its slow expansion until the entire vanguard of the combined fleet disappeared into its cover. The Fire Kingdom warships, still oblivious, cut forward toward Japata without adjusting course, their black sails sliding through the dim morning like beasts hunting toward a kill they believed would be unopposed. It cost Riggs dearly to maintain the illusion, far more than he had ever admitted aloud. The effort ran through his limbs like molten iron poured into brittle metal, searing and heavy, making every joint tremble beneath the weight of bending the sea's breath into a shroud. Every bone he had mended since the Validers. The kingdom groaned in protest, as though remembering their fractures and threatening to reopen under the strain. Sweat gathered at the base of his spine and slipped, unwelcome and cold, beneath his shirt. His lungs worked in short, clipped pulls, each one measured against the sheer difficulty of holding an ocean's worth of moisture suspended in a form nature had never intended. But he held, and he would continue to hold. He would not fail. Not while Kale's army marched forward, unaware of the danger drifting just yards away. Not while Elian's life flickered closer and closer to its final embers. Not while the dragon's awakening shadow stretched long enough to swallow every kingdom he had sworn, quietly, stubbornly to protect. Riggs drew in a slow breath, steadying the violent tremor in his arms, forcing the mist to remain thick and impenetrable as the Fire Kingdom fleet drifted past, blind, ignorant, and blissfully unaware of the fleet closing in behind them. Wrapped in that white, unnatural silence, the Stormwalker glided deeper into the fog, her hull cutting through the shroud as though moving through a world between worlds, held apart by Riggs's will alone. "Hold formation," Riggs told his crew, his voice low but sure. "We remain unseen until they're committed. Once we pass them, we break away and head to Japata." Hour after hour he bent the sea into vapor, weaving it tighter and thicker as their ships drifted silently through the night. By the time the moons had set and the sky began to pale, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and his ribs felt wrapped in iron bands. Yet he refused to release his hold, not while they could still hear the muffled thrum of Fire Kingdom drums somewhere off their starboard side. Not while enemy crews barked the occasional challenge into the mist, only to be met by a calm, convincing answer from one of Riggs's own hidden ships. The ruse held. All night it held, but Riggs' body was failing. When dawn crested the horizon, warm light spilled across the sea like a blade. The moment the sun touched the surface, the mist shuddered, and Riggs knew he couldn't force it to cling any longer. His strength buckled. The fog dissolved in a slow, shimmering retreat, peeling away from the Stormwalker and the Allied fleet like curtains drawn back from a stage. And in that instant, before the sea breeze had even finished clearing the last wisps of vapor, a Fire Kingdom cutter just ahead sounded a shrill alarm. A burst of signal flags shot up its mast. "Orders to hold course," the lookout shouted down. "They're coming alongside." Riggs cursed under his breath. "They've spotted us." Before he could determine if they should run, fight, or pray, Alora's voice cut sharply through the chaos. "Riggs, get me one of the captured Fire Kingdom captain's coats. Now." Her tone left no room for hesitation. Riggs snatched the crimson and black coat from where it hung among the captured gear and tossed it to her. She threw it over her shoulders, straightened the collar with a snap, and strode to the railing with a confidence that made half his crew stare in confusion. By the time the Fire Kingdom ship drew close enough for Riggs to see the whites of the officer's eyes, Allura stood tall at the Stormwalker's rail, chin lifted, jaw set, fire simmering behind her eyes. The questioning officer stepped forward, ready to demand identification. Allura didn't give him the chance. "How dare you challenge me?" she said, her voice carrying pure flame, cutting across the water with enough authority to still the wind. The officer froze, his eyes narrowed, then widened in shock as recognition slammed into him. "Princess," he stammered. "Princess Allura? I had no knowledge you had been found, much less that you led part of the assault yourself." Her eyes blazed, the air around her shimmering with heat. "If you value your skin," she growled, "you will slink to the back of the fleet and keep your nose out of my way. Question me again and I'll turn your deck into ash. Do you understand?" The man bowed so quickly he nearly toppled overboard. "Yes, Princess! At once, Princess!" He signaled frantically to his crew and the Fire Kingdom cutter veered sharply away, falling obediently behind the column of warships. Silence settled across the Stormwalker. Riggs exhaled, long and slow. Then he glanced at her sideways. "Princess?" he echoed, one brow lifted. Allura shrugged with exquisite, infuriating nonchalance. "My father is the king," she said matter-of-factly, "which makes me a princess." Riggs stared at her, exhausted, impressed, and only slightly intimidated. Riggs had only just begun to believe their dangerous ruse might hold when a sharp cry rose from the Stormwalker's lookout. "Fire Kingdom cutter off the port bow, challenging one of ours." Riggs snapped his gaze toward the ship in question. Through the thinning mist, a smaller frigate flying Fire Kingdom colors drifted into view. On its deck stood a lean, dark-haired man Riggs had met less than 2 weeks ago. Long enough to know the name, yet long enough to know the measure. Reagan. The Fire Kingdom cutter raised its challenge flags, demanding identification, and Riggs felt Allura tense beside him. "That's Reagan's ship," she whispered. Riggs gave a short, bitter nod. "It is." A heartbeat later, the cutter repeated its demand, more insistent this time. Before Riggs could even curse, Reagan acted. His ship angled its helm sharply, catching the wind with a ruthless snap of canvas, and drove his ship straight into the cutter's side with such precision and ferocity that the impact cracked like a breaking mountain. Splinters erupted skyward. Men screamed. Riggs saw soldiers flung across both decks as the cutter buckled under the force of the collision. Allura clutched the rail. "Riggs, can you help him? Can you bend the water? Waves, tide, anything?" Riggs didn't answer at once. His eyes remained locked on the chaos. On Reagan, who stood amid the destruction with steady resolve, barking orders, unflinching while fire and seawater warred around him. Riggs exhaled slowly. "I could help," he said at last. "If I had the strength, I could pull the wreckage apart, or capsize the cutter before they retaliate." Allura turned toward him, hope flaring. "Then do it." But Riggs shook his head, jaw tightening. "If I do that, the entire fleet will know we're not Fire Kingdom. One ship colliding suspiciously is bad luck. 2 ships intervening with bending?" His gaze swept the horizon, counting masts, counting risks. "They'd see us for what we are. We'd doom every ship behind us." Allura's voice wavered. "So we leave him?" Riggs swallowed hard. "He rammed that ship to protect us, to protect the fleet." His voice steadied, though the words felt like cold iron on his tongue. "Reagan is brave, he's selfless, and in the short time I've known him, I've seen enough to know he's a man of honor." The admission burned. "But honor won't save him?" she pleaded. He sighed. "No, but it will save the rest of us." Behind them, the ruined cutter sagged into the sea as Reagan's frigate tangled with it in a deadly snarl of fire and listing hulls. Riggs forced himself to look forward, toward Japata. Hours later, the jagged coastline rose from the fog, sharp cliffs and volcanic ridges cutting the sky. The Stormwalker slid ahead of the fleet, Riggs at the bow. He lifted his hand. "Raise the Kallian banners!" A flag modeled after Mako unfurled along the masts, snapping in the wind like a returning war cry. The fleets behind him followed, a wave of color spreading across the sea. A town sat outside Japata's massive wall along the coast. On its edge was an ancient rundown dock. Riggs stood silent, feeling the weight of every life, every battle, every choice that had carried him here. Riggs walked down the gangplank, moving with the rigid, purposeful stride of a man who never quite stopped expecting trouble. The Stormwalker rocked gently behind them, the ropes creaking as soldiers swarmed across the docks of Japata, Gnomes, desert fighters, escaped prisoners, and Stone Kingdom troops all mingling in tense, uneasy waves. The air felt heavy with anticipation, the distant roar of Darkpaw war cries bouncing faintly through the mountain pass ahead. Riggs turned and stopped. A man in a fitted coat stepped out from the press of bodies, his face stern and steady, his posture unmistakably disciplined. Recognition hit Riggs so sharply he nearly forgot to breathe. Cale. They closed the distance before either of them fully processed it, embracing in a collision of relief, disbelief, and all the years between them. "You made it out of that prison," Riggs said with a grin, pulling back to look him over. "Didn't believe the stories until I saw the men who swore you were the one who led them. My old student, the one who could barely swing at a stonecutter. Looks like my training didn't go to waste after all." Cale laughed, a sound harsh with exhaustion, but undeniably alive. "There's no doubt about that." A sudden rush of wind spiraled over the docks. Riggs looked up in time to see Mako descending in a magnificent arc, wings spread wide as he landed beside them. Soldiers and villagers alike backed away in awe, whispering like children watching a legend walk out of a tale. Riggs knelt instinctively. "The infamous Mako. I owe him more than a few dinners." The moment was fleeting. Trouble carved its way back across Cale's face. "Riggs, we have trouble. A large Fire Kingdom force landed to the west. We'll need to fight on the plains." Riggs nodded, calm settling over him as naturally as drawing breath. "I know. We sailed in alongside them." "What?" Cale asked, disbelief flashing in his eyes. "They were part of the ruse. It was the idea of a young Stone Kingdom officer. You should meet him. He's commanding their forces." Cale's muscles tightened. "Where is he?" Riggs lifted an arm and pointed toward a gathering on the far end of the dock, where a tall figure was giving orders to a cluster of soldiers. "Over there." Cale stared as if seeing a ghost. Riggs could feel the shift in him, the breath catching, the momentum building, as Cale pushed forward with sudden urgency. Riggs followed at a careful distance, uncertain of what Cale expected to find. The officer's back was broad and strong, moving with a deliberate, disciplined command. As Cale drew closer, his steps faltered, heart hitting him like a blow. "Reagan?" The officer turned. The face was young, too young, and untouched by the scars of war. Yet the resemblance was unmistakable, carried like a shadow in the line of the jaw, the shape of the eyes. Cale stumbled to a halt. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I thought you were someone else." "My name is Cicero Darkwater," the young man replied. "Are you Cale?" "I am. Darkwater?" Cale repeated, narrowing his eyes. "Then, you're related to Reagan?" Cicero nodded, the grief settling over him like a storm cloud. "He was my father." Riggs felt the weight of the moment settle between them. The past, the dead, and the living, all drawn together in a single breath. Riggs spent the next hour moving through the chaos of Japada's staging grounds, coordinating with Stone Kingdom officers, Water Kingdom captains, and the hardened survivors of Cale's army. The ridge above them shuddered as stonebenders. Dozens of them drove their hands into the earth and pulled up a wall of jagged rock to fortify the pass. Dust billowed in rolling clouds, drifting across the plateau like smoke from a dying forge. The rhythmic boom of shifting earth echoed against the cliffs, a grim reminder that they were building their last line of defense. Riggs set to work just behind the wall, directing sailors and soldiers to drag down masts and spare sails from the ships. With practiced efficiency, he lashed the canvas between tall stakes, building wide medical tents that snapped and pulled in the cold mountain wind. The air smelled of volcanic ash and pine sap, mingled with the sharp tang of fear drifting through the ranks. Riggs stood beneath the long shadow of the cliffs, rinsing his hands in a basin of cool water. The makeshift medical tents, no more than sails stretched over timber frames, flapped in the rising wind as the army settled into uneasy preparation. Most of the men around him carried only the small hurts that came from days at sea and hours of unloading cargo. Rope burns across palms, twisted ankles from leaping to the docks, shallow cuts, bruises, and the stiff soreness that grew familiar on long marches. It was quiet work, almost peaceful, though every man here could feel the coming storm gathering on the far side of the pass. Riggs was binding a sailor's sprained wrist when he sensed someone watching him. He looked up to see Cale standing a short distance away. The commander's posture was steady, his mismatched armor catching glints of the dying light. Dirt and wear clung to every piece of him, yet beneath it all lived that same grounded presence Riggs remembered from years ago, a presence shaped by resilience rather than the absence of fear. When the sailor thanked Riggs and jogged off, Cale finally approached. "I remember when you healed me back in the tunnels, after I had been stabbed in the back," Cale said quietly. "You have a gift for it." Riggs dried his hands on a strip of cloth, the fabric coarse against his palms. The motion was slow, deliberate, as though he needed those few seconds to gather himself before answering. "That seems like a lifetime ago, but yes, I seem to," he replied. "Sprains, bruises, bones that don't want to set right. I can ease pain when it grows too sharp and hold death at bay sometimes." He looked at Cale then, really looked, and saw the gravity behind his friend's eyes. This wasn't curiosity. It wasn't casual interest. It was a request forming, a request heavy enough that Cale had needed time, maybe even courage, to bring it forward. Riggs straightened, sensing the shift. "Ask it," he murmured, and Cale's silence, just for a moment, said everything about how difficult the asking would be. Cale nodded thoughtfully, his eyes flicking to the ridge where dark shapes moved on the far horizon, the monstrous formation of the Dark Paw Warriors. "Then I need you back here," he said firmly. "Not on the front line." Riggs stiffened. "I've never hidden behind my men, Cale. Not once. I lead from the front." "I know," Cale interrupted softly, raising a hand. "I know who you are. I know how you fight. I know what you've done. You want to break the enemy's charge with your bare hands, to take their fire and extinguish it before it reaches us. And gods know, part of me would rest easier if I had you beside me out there." He looked at the med tents, their pale sails flapping like wounded wings. "But you can save more lives here than you can destroy out there." Riggs felt the words like a weight settling deep in his ribs. He glanced toward the stone wall where fighters gathered. Reagan's soldiers, Cicero's veterans, freed prisoners from Durian, hardened Stone Kingdom troops, and the ragged but unbroken survivors of the Kallian army. Men preparing for death, men he had fought beside, men who would expect him to be among them when the Fire Kingdom struck. He swallowed hard. "It feels wrong," he admitted, "standing in the rear while others bleed." Cale's voice softened, yet carried a steady iron that drew Riggs's gaze back to him. "Your strength is not only for breaking, Riggs, it's for lifting men back from the brink. When the Dark Paw Warriors hit us, many will fall, many will die, but some only you can save." Cale stepped closer, gripping Riggs's shoulder. "You're one man, but one man who can turn the tide, not with a sword but with life itself. Let me have you where you'll do the most good." Riggs closed his eyes, breathing out slowly as the realization settled into a kind of reluctant acceptance. He had always charged ahead, always carved his way to the front. It was instinct, it was identity. Yet now he understood the wisdom beneath the request. He opened his eyes again. "All right," he said quietly. "I'll stay. I'll heal whoever I can." Cale's gaze warmed. "Good. Something tells me we'll need every soldier." Cale gripped his shoulder and turned ahead to the makeshift stone walls. Riggs looked again at the med tents stretching behind him, their canvas walls glowing faintly in the dawn light. He could already imagine the wounded being dragged there, the screams, the blood, the desperate hope. Riggs had just finished securing the last of the canvas roofs when a ripple passed through the soldiers gathered along the wall. Quiet at first, just a shiver of tension running across the battlements like wind through tall grass. He glanced up from arranging the crates of bandages and splints, brushing dust from his palms as he tried to gauge the cause. The murmurs rolled down the parapets in uneven waves, drifting all the way to the rear encampment where the healers had set up their triage tents. A moment later, the earth beneath his feet gave a low groan, a subtle vibration that pressed into his boots and up his legs. Riggs straightened at once. It wasn't the sea's familiar heartbeat or the distant echo of thunder. This was something far more primal, like the land itself was bracing. Then he heard it. At first, it was only the suggestion of sound, soft, disjointed, almost deceptive. But as it grew, as it swelled and layered upon itself, Riggs recognized the horrible rhythm of it. Thousands of paws striking the earth in synchronized hunger, claws tearing through soil, bodies scraping through underbrush, A chorus of guttural barks and snarls filled the valley, rolling off the stone walls and reverberating through the air like a storm of beasts. The Darkpaw were charging. The sound became a living thing, thundering, snarling, slamming against the high cliffs, and tumbling back down in an echoing roar that made even the seasoned soldiers along the walls stiffen. Riggs felt the pressure of it in his ribs, as though the pack were sprinting straight through his chest. He moved toward the opening in the tents, stepping out far enough to see the line of defenders stiffen atop the wall. Spears angled downward, archers drew. Stonegrave planted their feet and touched their palms to the ramparts, reinforcing the ancient structure with their power. Then the world seemed to inhale. A single, suspended moment, and the valley exhaled violence. The Darkpaw hit the wall. The impact shook the entire pass. Riggs felt the tremor all the way in the back lines, felt the teeth of the assault sink into stone. The walls shuddered beneath the weight of thousands of snarling bodies slamming themselves upward, clawing for purchase, trying to scale the sheer face with rabid determination. The cracks boomed like cannon fire. Dust sifted down from the battlements. The battle had begun. Riggs forced himself away from the instinct to run toward the clash. He had been on the front line his entire life, blade first, fearless, reckless, always looking death in the eyes to see which of them would blink first. But today, by Kale's order, by strategy, by necessity, he held the back. He would save lives here, not take them out there. He steadied his breath, turned back toward the rows of cots and the healers gathering basins of water, bundles of herbs, slings of linen. He noted every assistant's pale face, every trembling hand. He couldn't blame them. Even from here, the snarls sounded close enough to touch. A horn blared along the wall. Riggs recognized the pitch. Breach attempt. A scream followed. Then two more. Moments later, the first silhouettes appeared through the haze of dust and smoke, stumbling figures emerging from between the tents, dragging themselves forward with uneven steps. A Stone Kingdom soldier collapsed before he reached the first cot, blood pooling from a wound in his side. Behind him came three more men, one clutching a shattered shield, another limping with a broken leg bent at a sickening angle. Then a young woman, barely older than a girl, was carried between two comrades. Her armor had been raked open by claws. Her breaths were wet and rattling. "They're coming in fast," one of the stretcher-bearers panted. "Too fast." Riggs rolled up his sleeves and nodded for the healers to begin triage. His pulse quickened. His mind sharpened. This was the place he had sworn to hold, where death could be delayed, where life could be reclaimed long enough for the front to remain strong. "Bring me the worst first," Riggs said, voice steady despite the tremor beneath it. "And keep the pathways clear. We'll be seeing more." As if answering him, another boom thundered against the wall, followed by a cascade of dust and a ragged cry from above. Riggs didn't need to see over the battlements to know the Darkpaw were climbing higher, pushing harder, fighting with the frenzy of creatures tasting blood and victory. He tightened the straps on the leather bracers at his wrists and placed his hands over the first dying soldier's chest. "Hold the line," Riggs murmured, though his voice was nearly drowned beneath the howls rising in the valley. "Bring them to me. We fight our war here." And as the battle roared on the walls above, the war for their lives began in the tents below. Between stabilizing one wounded man and reaching for another, Riggs lifted his gaze toward the stone wall rising above the tents, and the sight that met him momentarily stole the breath from his lungs. Amid the spray of arrows, the crush of bodies, and the snarling tangle of Darkpaw hurling themselves upward, Gruen moved with a speed and elegance that bordered on unnatural. The gnome darted through gaps in the defender's line as though gravity bent differently for him, his twin blades flashing in sweeping arcs that seemed almost choreographed. Every step he took was light, precise, and purposeful, turning brute violence into something that looked disturbingly close to art. Even here, even in the chaos of battle, Riggs could not help but marvel. Gruen fought as though the world slowed around him, as though every wolfkin lunge, every swipe of a claw, every desperate swing of a sword existed only to be dodged, countered, and woven into the gnome's deadly rhythm. It was a dance, one Riggs had never seen matched by any warrior of any kingdom. Then, without warning, Gruen vaulted onto the parapet, sprinted along the narrow stone ledge with the casual confidence of a man crossing a tavern floor, and hurled himself off the wall entirely. Riggs's heart seized as he watched the small figure drop into the roiling mass of wolfkin flooding the narrow breach at the pass's center. The gnome landed in their midst like a thrown dagger. What followed was a blur of motion so rapid Riggs couldn't fully track it. Flashes of steel, bursts of fur and snarling jaws, and Gruen's voice cutting through the din in sharp, biting commands. The breach, moments ago seconds from being overrun, began to stabilize. Then it held. And then, unbelievably, the tide pushed back. Minutes later, from the churn of battle smoke and dust, Gruen emerged alive, panting, his armor shredded in several places and his beard singed, but on his shoulder he bore the limp form of a wounded man far larger than himself. He carried him as though weight were an insult, staggering only when he reached flat ground and passed the soldier into waiting arms. Riggs steadied the wounded man, but his eyes remained fixed on Gruen, the small, battered warrior who had single-handedly stopped the breach long enough to save dozens of lives. Even in the midst of blood, screams, and death, Riggs felt something like awe lodge itself in his chest. Gruen fought like a force of nature, quiet, controlled, devastating, and Riggs knew with cold certainty that the line at Japata Pass would have shattered without him. And the battle was only just beginning. A sharp, panicked scream cut through the rhythm of Riggs's work like a blade. One of the tent attendants stumbled backward, pointing with a trembling hand toward the shoreline. Riggs followed her gaze, and his stomach lurched. Cutting through the morning haze, inches from the Japata docks, a Fire Kingdom warship slipped into view. It had approached low and silent along the rock line, using the cliffs to mask its sails until the very last moment. Now it loomed, packed rail to rail with armored soldiers, 500 at least, its shadow stretching across the water like the hand of a giant reaching for the heart of their defenses. Riggs seized his sword from the ground, the worn leather grip familiar beneath his fingers, and surged toward the shoreline with every intention of throwing himself into the fray before the enemy could land. But a hand, no larger than a child's, shot out and planted itself firmly against his hip, halting him with surprising force. "Not you," Gruen said. Riggs turned, already bristling, but the gnome's expression was iron. Sharp eyes, steady breath, every inch of him coiled and ready. Gruen jerked his chin toward the medical tents where more and more wounded were beginning to limp in, streaming back from the front line like water through a breach. "They need you," he said. "All those boys bleeding out in your tents, they're your battlefield, not this one." Riggs opened his mouth to protest, but Gruen was already looking past him toward the advancing ship, assessing the situation with the cool precision of a man counting cards. 500 men, he muttered, almost to himself, crammed together like crabs in a pot, every last one armored. He tapped the metal bracer on his wrist with the tip of one blade. And armored men sink faster than stones. Riggs blinked, unsettled by how casually the gnome stated it. Gruen pointed toward the long, narrow dock jutting into the water. "That walkway's a choke point, 6 abreast at most, maybe 5 if they're clumsy. They won't be able to swarm. They'll come at me like a belt of onions, one layer at a time." Riggs stepped forward, jaw tight. "Then take whatever men you need. I'll call down the nearest group." Gruen's laugh cut him off. He waved a hand dismissively without taking his eyes off the approaching ship. "Men? Yours would only slow me down." He stretched his shoulders, rolled his neck, and drew both blades with a graceful, practiced motion that sent a shiver up Riggs's spine. "Besides, I've been waiting for a proper, honest fight since we left the Stone Kingdom." He gave Riggs a crooked grin that carried equal parts mischief and bloodlust. "Finally," he said as he began striding toward the dock with a spring-heeled trot, "a fair fight." And before Riggs could say another word, Gruen was already charging down the wooden planks alone, blades flashing like mirrored lightning as the Fire Kingdom ship slammed its hull against the dock, its soldiers preparing to pour onto the boards exactly the way the gnome wanted them to. Riggs watched him go, heart pounding with dread and reluctant awe, before turning back toward the tents where another stretcher was already being carried in. Riggs could only stand at the edge of the makeshift hospital encampment, torn between horror and awe. as Gruen reached the end of the pier and met the first wave of Fire Kingdom soldiers head-on. The gnome moved with a grace that defied every law of body and weight, darting between armored legs, sliding under shields, springing skyward with elastic precision. His twin blades carved arcs of silver around him, each stroke so fast Riggs could barely follow it. Men fell in rapid succession, their bodies tumbling into the sea or stacking atop one another on the planks. In minutes, the dock itself became a rising barrier of corpses, an accidental wall that choked the enemy's advance and forced those behind to climb over their dead comrades to reach the solitary warrior cutting them down. Riggs felt the hairs rise on his arms. It was like watching a myth come alive, or a force of nature take human shape. Even the Fire Kingdom soldiers seemed to hesitate, unnerved by the ferocity of someone barely reaching their waists. Then he heard it. A groan deep in the timbers, the sound of strained beams and old nails pulling free. The dock began to tilt. At first it was subtle, a shift in weight, the slightest sag under the crushing press of bodies. But the more soldiers surged forward, the more the ancient boards bowed. Riggs stepped forward, heart hammering. "Gruen," he started, but his voice was swallowed by the clash of steel and the roar of men. The entire structure lurched. A deep crack echoed through the bay. The dock split. In a single violent heave, the rotting timber gave way, collapsing beneath the weight of corpses, armor, and living warriors. Riggs watched helplessly as the entire mass, men, wood, and Gruen himself, plunged into the swirling, blood-stained water. The ocean erupted in a froth of foam and debris. Helms and shields sank instantly. Screams were cut short as armor dragged its wearers under. And Gruen, God's Gruen, vanished with them, swallowed whole by the surge. Riggs's breath caught, the shock hitting him like a blow to the ribs. But he had no time to process the loss, not even a heartbeat. A sound tore across the valley, a deep, thunderous vibration that seemed to rise from the bones of the earth itself. Riggs's head snapped toward the main pass, toward the towering stone ramparts where the bulk of the fighting raged. Then it hit. A blast of raw, uncontrolled energy erupted from somewhere beyond the walls. An expanding wave of pressure and light so intense that Riggs felt it in his teeth before he could even see it. The force slammed into him like a breaking tide, stealing the air from his lungs and nearly knocking him backward. His vision went white, seared clean by the blinding flash. He threw up an arm to shield his eyes, but it was too late. Everything vanished behind a veil of brilliant burning light. And as the ground trembled beneath him, Riggs felt the unmistakable truth. Something inside the pass had just unleashed power on a scale he had never felt before. Chapter 14. Dust and Ashes. Riggs staggered through the settling haze, boots grinding across terrain blasted beyond recognition. The moment he crested the torn ridge and looked over the devastation left by Cale's explosion, his breath caught. There was no battlefield left, only a scar carved into the earth by power no mortal should have touched. The blast had reduced trees to blackened ribs, rocks to powder, soil to pale dust that puffed beneath his steps like ash from a funeral pyre. Even the wounded groaning behind the triage lines had paused to stare at the ruin, whispers passing like fearful wind. What did their leader unleash? Riggs didn't know, but he knew one truth instantly. Cale had nearly died doing it. Movement in the distance drew Riggs's eyes. Through the drifting smoke, two figures emerged into a clearing, one shrouded in crimson flames, the other kneeling, hood slipping from his head as he struggled to stand. Cale, Fike. A growl rose in Riggs's chest. Before he could move, the ground trembled with rapid, thunderous paw beats. Two beasts collided at the edge of the clearing, a hulking armored bear barreling in beside Fike, and Mako launching down at full speed, feathers slicked with soot, talons gleaming. The impact shook the valley. The two creatures rolled, biting, clawing, tearing at each other in a whirlwind of fur and blood. But Riggs barely saw them. His eyes locked on Cale, ragged, exhausted, barely upright, as Fike came for him in a blaze of murderous heat. Riggs broke into a sprint. Every direction was chaos. Stone Kingdom troops clashed with Fire Kingdom soldiers. Kallian fighters held the breach. Wolfkin tore through flanks. The air roared with flame, steel screams, and the crack of collapsing stone. But Riggs's world narrowed to a single point of fire and shadow ahead. "Cale!" he shouted, though the battlefield swallowed the cry whole. Kale and Fyke slammed together in a violent dance of elements. Sparks leapt from every strike. Kale moved with surprising speed. Water and wind and lightning fused in desperate improvisation. But Fyke pressed him with the confidence of a predator who believed he had already won. Riggs cut down a firebender who lunged at him, then another. He barely felt the blade in his hand. He barely heard the screams around him. All that mattered was reaching Kale before that madman burned him alive. But Regan reached them too. From the southern ridge, the Greypaw Wolfkin thundered into the Fire Kingdom's rear lines, and Regan himself tore into the chaos like a blade forged in rage. He was cutting a path toward Kale with the same single-minded fury Riggs felt burning beneath his own ribs. Their eyes met briefly across the battlefield. Riggs, amazed Regan was still alive. "Riggs!" Regan bellowed. "I see him!" Riggs roared back. "Keep those dogs off me, Darkwater!" Regan barked a fierce grin and plunged into the next rank of soldiers. Riggs surged forward, slashing a spear from a soldier's hands and driving a knee into the man's chest before ripping free and sprinting again. But then the world changed. Fyke raised both arms and called fire with a force that turned the very air molten. A tornado of flame twisted into being between his hands, swelling, building, devouring every ember and stray spark across the battlefield. The light flared so bright, Riggs had to shield his eyes. "Kale, move," Regan shouted. But Kale didn't move. Kale couldn't move. He was on one knee, body shaking, blood dripping from his nose and ears. He summoned what little remained inside him, blue fire surging from his palms to meet Fyke's oncoming inferno. The collision was cataclysmic. The blast hurled Riggs backward, knocking both blades from his hands. Smoke and dust suffocated the air. The ground shook with such violence he feared the valley floor would crack open. Kale screamed, straining, fighting, failing. Fyke laughed, advancing, savoring, killing. Riggs forced himself upright, every movement sending a jolt of pain through ribs that had barely finished knitting and bones that still felt as if they had been hammered hollow. Ash scalded his lungs with each breath, turning his throat raw, and the smoke stung his eyes until his vision blurred at the edges. Regan was still fighting his way across the battlefield, too far to intervene, and Mako, bloodied, limping, feathers half-singed, was trying desperately to close the distance but could not hope to reach Kale in time. Through the haze, Riggs saw Kale falter, one knee striking the blackened ground as his strength gave out. Above him, framed by a backdrop of churning flame, stood Fyke. Arms raised, fire coiling around him like a living executioner, the killing blow already forming in his hands. In that instant, a cold, brutal certainty struck Riggs. If he did nothing, if he hesitated even a heartbeat longer, Kale would die. His instincts surged first, then his training, then the quiet, desperate voice inside him that remembered the boy Kale had once been, the boy Riggs had trained, the man who now bore the hopes of the world on his shoulders. Riggs reached for water, but the battlefield had been scoured clean. The explosion had turned streams to vapor, puddles to dust, soil to brittle gray powder. The nearest hint of moisture lay far beyond the ridge, hundreds of feet away in the distant sea, its presence faint and thin beneath the roar of the battlefield. There was no water here, not a drop, not a breath, nothing but fire, ash, and death closing in on Kale like the jaws of some ancient beast. He closed his eyes, teeth grinding as he reached deep, not just into the ground, but into the distance where the ocean waited. He felt the sea like a pulse under the world. He latched onto it with shaking hands, not physically, but with the instinctive pull of his bending. His veins felt as if they would burst. His ribs ached. His bones groaned. Riggs reached deeper, not into the battlefield, not into the air, but into the memory of the sea itself, the place where his strength lived when everything else had burned away. "Come to me," he commanded in the silent space of his mind, a plea and an order bound together. For a moment the world gave him nothing in return, no whisper, no pull, no tremor of response, just fire and smoke and the dying screams of men. Then he felt it, a pulse beneath the earth, faint at first, like a heartbeat echoing through the stone. Then another, then a rising pressure building in the soil, in the air, in the very marrow of his bones. Somewhere far behind him, beyond the scorched field, beyond the shattered ridge, the sea answered. It moved. A distant roar rose as the shoreline heaved, waves swelling as if some enormous creature turned in its sleep beneath their surface. Water tore free from the deep in a violent surge, racing inland in rivulets that widened into streams, then into a rushing torrent that carved through ash and rock. The flood gathered speed, gathering mass, weaving along the channels Riggs instinctively opened for it. He felt it coming, like a living force. Riggs raised his arms, every muscle trembling under the strain of pulling the sea across half a mile of land. The water rose with him, a serpentine crest unfurling into a massive sheet, towering over the battlefield like the lifted hand of an ancient god made of tide and storm. His breath hitched as he forced the wave higher, shaping it into a single, devastating blow. And with a raw, guttural cry that scraped his throat bloody, Riggs brought it crashing forward. The surge slammed into the clearing with unimaginable force. Fire vanished in an instant, snuffed out as if it had never existed at all. Fike's inferno shattered beneath the impact, the water ripping him from his stance and flinging him backward so violently his body carved a furrow in the charred ground. Steam erupted upward in a blinding cloud, the hiss so loud it rang like metal shrieking on stone. For the space of a heartbeat, the battlefield froze. Cale sagged to his hands, barely conscious, air punching from his lungs as the wave's remnants washed past him in a cooling sweep. Reagan, now close enough to reach him, lunged through the settling steam with a roar, tackling Fike before the man could recover. Mako, bloodied but relentless, dove in, clamping his beak around Fike's wrist to pin his remaining weapon. And Cale, shaking, pale, but unbroken, forced himself upright. The high blade gleamed in his hand, runes shimmering like starlight. One precise stroke, Fike's head fell. His body crumpled, and the Fire Kingdom army, those close enough to witness it, broke like a wave shattering on stone, their cries of terror rolling across the valley. Riggs saw almost none of it clearly, his vision blurred at the edges, black creeping inward, his chest rattled with every breath, lungs scorched from smoke and the violent pull of distant water. His arms trembled uncontrollably. Every bone in his body felt as if it had cracked under the weight of the power he had torn from the sea and hurled into the world. But Cale was alive. Reagan was alive. Mako stood triumphant, wings raised in defiance and victory. The battle had turned. Riggs drew one more shuddering breath and let it out slowly, a hoarse whisper threading the air between smoke and sunlight. It was enough. Above them, the rising sun broke through the lingering haze, casting a pale golden beam across Cale, Reagan, and Mako. The retreating horns of the Fire Kingdom wailed in the distance, echoing off the mountains like the first gasp of a dying storm. The tent flap rustled like a weary sigh against the evening wind, and Riggs felt the temperature shift as a new presence stepped inside. Broad-shouldered, iron-haired, and carrying in his eyes the deep, storm-soaked gravity of a man who had walked through hell and returned with a story he might tell only once. Reagan turned toward the sound and muttered the name before Riggs could place him. Gruen. The gnome stood at the threshold of the rubble-strewn tent, framed by the dying lantern light like some battered relic of the old world, his cloak charred along the hem and his sword hanging loosely at his side with its blade nicked but stubbornly unbroken. His voice rolled out in gravel and smoke, rough from shouting, rougher still from whatever drowning of sorrow he had practiced for years, or perhaps the sudden absence of that drink weighing newly on his bones. "Thought I'd find you all here," Gruen rasped, his gaze sweeping over the group with a slow assessing pull that lingered on Cale before drifting to Reagan and finally settling on Riggs. "Word is you lot pulled off another miracle, again." Riggs arched a brow, unable to stop the wry surprise rising in him as he took in the gnome's soot-streaked face and the proud, undiminished set of his shoulders. "I haven't seen you since the dock. I thought you were dead." The smirk Gruen offered in return was crooked and unapologetic, and as he dragged a calloused hand through his silver-streaked mop of hair, he looked every bit the mad, brilliant swordsman Riggs had been told of. "I was dead, briefly, but death, like most things, found my company intolerable." Reagan huffed a laugh beside Riggs, arms crossed as he leaned casually against a support beam. "You're sober?" Gruen stretched his neck until it cracked, rolling his shoulders as if he were easing into a familiar but long-abandoned armor. For the first time in far too many regrettable years. Figured if today was the day I got split open like an overripe squash, I ought to face it with clear eyes and a steady hand. Terribly overrated, by the way. Cale stirred on the cot then, the man waking as though surfacing from a deep, heavy sea. He blinked through the haze of pain and exhaustion before managing a faint smile. "I still can't believe you're Balak's son?" With theatrical flourish that seemed impossible for someone of his stature and weariness, Gruen dipped into a crooked bow. "Aye, the disappointment of House Balak. That's why I go by Falren. Black sheep, burnt bridge, and scandal rolled into one charming, undersized package. Best sword Japada's ever seen, or so I keep reminding them, loudly and repeatedly." He straightened with a casual tap against the hilt of his blade, the motion almost affectionate. "Of course, they only started calling me a legend after they thought I drank myself into an early grave. Funny how reputation improves when folks think you're no longer around to ruin it." Gruen's expression shifted as he glanced beyond the tent toward the scorched battleground, the lantern light catching faint reflections on his battered breastplate where soot and dried blood dulled what once must have gleamed proudly. "But not today. Today, I showed them this old gnome still remembers how to dance." Riggs watched him closely, studying the man with the same intensity he had once reserved for enemy officers and storm patterns at sea. Gruen stood like a pillar amid ruin, scarred, weathered, and immovable, and even Mako, resting protectively near Cale's cot, shifted with a subtle acknowledgement of the presence of a warrior who had walked through fire and come out harder than steel. Regan remained lounging casually against the post, though Riggs could see the admiration hidden beneath his relaxed drawl. Riggs himself hovered near Cale, still chewing what had become the most overworked and least enjoyable piece of jerky he had ever forced himself to finish, simply because he needed energy. Balak lingered to the side, arms folded behind his back, his sharp gray eyes flicking over each face in the tent with the watchful vigilance of a man who had seen entirely too much loss to take any gathering for granted. Cale, now more awake and sitting upright with Mako resting protectively at his side, looked to Gruen with a softness Riggs rarely saw in him. "You don't seem surprised I'm alive." A faint tug lifted one corner of Gruen's mouth, not quite a smile, but something like relief masked beneath bravado. "You and death have had an uneasy relationship. I figured you'd wriggle out of it one more time." The tent fell quiet for a moment, a silence born not of tension, but of the weight settling over them, victory mingled with dread, hope tangled with the memory of how close they had all come to ruin. Then Gruen stepped farther into the lamplight, his gaze sharpening to a heavy and commanding focus. "But while we're celebrating miracles, we'd best not forget what we're walking into." Riggs felt the shift instinctively, the pivot from jest to truth. Gruen turned toward Cale. "You've seen what Cale can do, raw, untamed, untrained power," he said, gesturing toward the cot, and that was with the better part of his strength drained. No discipline, no boundaries, just instinct and fury. He paused, and Riggs felt the air thicken, as though every breath in the tent recognized the gravity of what came next. But if Zuby ever takes those bands off, a tremor passed through the tent like a cold wind. Everyone stiffened. "I don't think he'll be able to control what comes out," Gruen continued. "Not even him." Cale frowned, confusion and worry threading through his expression. "He's always been in control, even during the Battle of Durian Keep." Gruen nodded. "Exactly. Because of those bands. Because of that disc on his back. Decades of tempering that power, forcing it inward, sharpening it like a blade. But take those restraints away?" He drew a slow breath and shook his head in quiet warning. "I don't know what happens, but I know what doesn't. Any army that stands against him." Balak's voice whispered through the air like shifting ash. "And he plans to take them off?" "He's not the same since Elian was taken," Gruen said. "I've seen it in his eyes. He's not fighting for a kingdom anymore. He's fighting for his daughter." Cale's voice softened, almost breaking. "She's still alive?" Balak answered with steady certainty. "She's a captive of the Fire Kingdom, held in chains and surrounded by an army, but not forgotten. She's the Princess of Japada," Gruen added with reverence, "beloved by her people, raised in the halls of stone and sun. She is the hope of the next age, and to Zube," he let the silence speak, "she will always be his little girl." Riggs watched the truth strike Cale like a physical blow, saw the stiffness in his shoulders as decades of longing and grief collided with the sudden knowledge that his mother lived. Cale swallowed hard. "I'm going to get her back." "That's good to hear because," Gruen said, arms folding confidently across his chest, "you won't be the only one." A tremor rippled through the ground, soft at first, then growing stronger, until it felt like the heartbeat of the mountain itself. The tent poles quivered, dust sifted from the ceiling. Outside, soldiers parted with instinctive discipline. Reagan stepped out first, then Riggs followed, his breath catching as the gates of Japata groaned open with the sound of ancient stone gears grinding to life, revealing the full might of a kingdom rising to war. Columns of gnomes marched forward in immaculate formation, helms gleaming beneath violet torchlight, their tabards displaying the double hammer crest of Japata. The sound of their synchronized boots striking earth, thud, 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 rolled across the valley like a storm tide. Riggs let out a long, appreciative whistle. "I've seen fire dancers more disorganized than that." Balak motioned toward the opening. "Look, boy, look well." Cale rose, his legs trembling with exhaustion but held firm by something deeper, lineage, destiny, and a weight Riggs knew few men could bear without buckling. As Cale stepped into view, the entire gnomish army pivoted with machine-like precision and dropped to one knee, creating a wave of sound that echoed up the mountainsides. Mako raised his head, releasing a piercing cry that split the air. Reagan moved as though to steady Cale, but the man did not falter. He raised his chin, eyes burning with a strange mixture of fear and pride. And in that moment, Riggs saw him not as the boy he had once trained, but as a prince standing at the threshold of his destiny. Gruen knelt before Cale, his voice clear and unwavering. "Prince Cale, the Japata army is at your command." Silence rolled in like fog. Riggs stepped closer, lowering his voice for Cale and Reagan alone. "Cale, there's something you need to know. About Elian." Cale turned sharply. "What is it?" "I'll tell you, but not here. Not yet." Reagan's tone hardened. "Riggs, no." Riggs met both their eyes, letting them see the weight he had been carrying since the moment he learned the truth. "You both need to hear it, but it's not something I can just say." He looked out over the kneeling army, the banners whipping in the rising wind, the gathering shadows shifting like omens across the valley. "Because if I'm right, if it's true, then everything we've done up to this point, all of it, is the calm before the storm." Cale's brow furrowed. "What are you saying?" Riggs exhaled slowly, feeling the enormity of it settle deep in his chest. "I'm saying we have to stop Zuby." Reagan blinked in disbelief. "Stop? You're insane." Riggs didn't flinch. Good-intentioned or not, he's about to awaken something he has no idea how to control, something even he, unchained, can't overcome. Cale looked back at the kneeling ranks, thousands of soldiers waiting for his command, and Riggs saw the crown of stone settle onto the young prince's shoulders. The army that marched beneath the rising sun was unlike anything Riggs had ever seen in all his years at sea, in war, or in stories whispered across kingdoms. As they advanced across the open valley, he found himself moving at the head of a force so diverse and improbable, it felt less like a military column, and more like the final gathering of the world's forgotten legends, each one summoned now because the alternative was absolute ruin. The Japata gnome warriors marched with mechanical precision, their formations shifting and rotating with clockwork grace, every bootfall landing in perfect unison like the heartbeat of a great machine. Beside them strode the mountain giants, towering figures whose long strides shook dust from the earth, their shadows stretching across the grasslands like the silhouettes of ancient gods. Interspersed among them were the ragged yet determined survivors of the Kalian army, former prisoners of Durian Keep, who marched not with polished discipline, but with grim purpose. Hardened by chains, starvation, and years of brutality, they had somehow survived together. Riggs' own sailors from the Water Kingdom walked in smaller clusters, their sea-weathered skin and homespun armor looking almost out of place amid the stone shields and runic plate of the other forces, though their presence lent a sense of familiarity that steadied him more than he wished to admit. Among the ranks moved Stonegrave, stoic, silent, bodies shaped by earth and duty, alongside Stone Kingdom soldiers loyal to their new king. And above all of them soared Mako, circling overhead like a golden standard come alive, a griffin whose presence drew murmurs of awe from every corner of the army. Even the giants looked up when he passed. It was a symbol unlike any Riggs had known, a united force forged not by treaties or kings but by necessity, fear, and a shared understanding that the world had begun to tilt toward catastrophe. They reached a natural crossroads at the mouth of the valley, where the path forked toward the Fire Kingdom's burning plains on one side and the distant green of the Leaf Kingdom on the other. The forward march slowed, then halted, ranks compressing as the leaders stepped to the front. Riggs stood beside Regan, Cicero, Gruen, and Cale, watching the converging armies settle into a vast living tide behind them. He could feel the weight of what needed to be said gathering in his chest. He had already told them the truth, told Cale the truth, yet saying it where all these forces could hear felt like a second confession, heavier than the first. Cale's face was pale beneath the strain of the past days, though his eyes had hardened with purpose. Regan stood solid as an oak tree, jaw tight, arms crossed as though bracing for the next blow. Cicero held his spear upright, his usually stoic expression replaced by a soldier's grim readiness. Gruen looked as though he'd seen this crossroads in a dream and was only now realizing the nightmare had caught up with him at last. Riggs drew a breath, tasting dust and anticipation. "You all know what we're marching into," he began, his voice carrying over the murmuring winds and the distant clatter of armor. "And you know what we're marching for. Cale's mother isn't just a captive anymore. She's possessed, bound to the spirit of the last dragon, a dragon that's been caged for millennia, desperate to return to its true body." Several officers shifted uneasily. Even the giants muttered among themselves at the word dragon. Riggs continued, forcing himself not to flinch under the weight of their eyes. "That spirit is trying to escape her, trying to reach its own flesh, somewhere in the Leaf Kingdom forests. If it succeeds, if it reaches that body," he shook his head slowly, "there won't be a kingdom left in the world strong enough to kill it. Not the Water Kingdom, not the Stone Kingdom, not Japata, not even all of us combined." Cale's jaw clenched so hard Riggs could see the muscle ticking along the bone. Riggs went on, his voice lowering as though the truth itself might fracture if spoken too quickly. "But odds help me that there may be one way to free her from what's inside her, to stop the dragon and save Elian both. Right now, the spirit clings to her because it is bound there, trapped in place. But if the Fire Kingdom Prince forces a connection, the dragon's spirit may escape her and flee to him. That gives us a chance to destroy the spirit without having to destroy Elian." "But," Riggs continued, feeling the weight of every listening ear behind them, "none of that matters if the dragon has a place to flee, if its original body still exists somewhere in the Leaf Kingdom. If it reaches that flesh again, we lose everything. No kingdom survives a resurrected dragon, not mine, not the Stone Kingdom, not Japata, not any of us." Regan exhaled slowly, the sound not quite defeat but the acceptance of a grim necessity. Gruen muttered, "So we go into the Leaf Kingdom and put a blade through this beast's heart. Sounds simple enough." "That's one way to look at it," Riggs replied, lifting his gaze toward the path that wound eastward into the thick expanse of the Leaf Kingdom's ancient forests. "We march there first. We find the dragon's body. We destroy it, cut off that threat forever." He turned then to Cale, speaking more softly. "And when that's done, we go after Elian. We stop Zuby if we have to, but we save her." Cale didn't answer right away. His eyes drifted across the sea of warriors behind them, gnomes kneeling in disciplined rows, giants leaning on giant-forged hammers, sailors readying bows, Gehegi gripping their stone-bound wrists, Mako circling overhead like a silent vow. Riggs had barely finished speaking when the sound of rapid hoofbeats cut through the murmuring ranks. 2 riders burst into the crossroads, one from the southern road leading toward Durian, the other from the forested path that wound east toward the Leaf Kingdom. Both were breathless, dust caked on their boots, sweat streaking their faces. The southern scout dropped to one knee. "Prince Cale, Commander, urgent news. The Fire Kingdom has massed its full strength at Durian Keep. Thousands, siege engines, supply wagons stretching beyond the horizon. They're preparing to march north within days." A ripple of tension swept through the assembled officers, Before anyone could speak, the second rider staggered forward, lean, trembling, his cloak torn at the shoulder by what looked like claw marks. Kale's breath caught. "Ray?" She lifted her head. A young woman stood before them, her leather armor scuffed, her hair matted with ash, her bow slung across her back. Every piece of her gear was functional, built for war rather than ornament, and her stance, normally proud and steady, wavered under the weight of exhaustion and grief. Her eyes, usually sharp and unflinching, were rimmed with red. "Leaf Kingdom." Her voice cracked. She forced the words out. "The Leaf Kingdom burns." A silence fell so complete the wind itself seemed to hold still. Ray wiped at her face with a shaking hand, smearing soot across her cheek. "A dragon has awakened. Our armies, they're locked in battle, doing everything they can to hold it back. But we're losing ground. Whole villages are gone, forests turned to cinder. I rode for 2 days without rest to reach you." Kale stepped toward her instinctively, and Ray's composure nearly shattered at the sight of him. She bowed her head, jaw trembling, breath hitching as she tried to steady herself. Riggs exchanged a glance with Reagan and felt the crossroads tighten like a noose around them. 2 fronts, 2 catastrophes, 2 enemies. The Fire Kingdom marching north, and the dragon laying waste to the east. There was only one Kale, only one army. Kale turned to face his commanders, and in his eyes, Riggs saw the same fierceness that he had seen years ago. He was not a man choosing between battles. He was a prince choosing the fate of kingdoms. "We divide," Kale said at last, his voice steady despite the storm behind it. "The Japata army will march south to Durian. They will blockade the Fire Kingdom inside its keep and hold them there, no matter the cost." Balak bowed his head in solemn acceptance. Kale continued, turning toward Riggs and the others beside him. "But the dragon? We cannot ignore the dragon. Riggs is right. If it reaches its true body in the Leaf Kingdom, the world ends. So the strongest of us, the ones who can make a difference against such a beast, will go east." Riggs felt the weight of Kale's next words before he spoke them. "Regan, Riggs, Gruen, Grath, Stonevale, Alora, and myself." Ray stiffened, hope flickering in her eyes. Kale nodded toward her. "Ray, lead us to your kingdom. We go to face the dragon." The warriors behind him straightened, each feeling the gravity of the path ahead. Gruen rolled his shoulders with a grunt that might have been excitement. Grath Stonevale, towering and mute as ever, gave a solemn nod. Alora's eyes smoldered with fire and resolve. Regan tightened the strap on his bracer with grim purpose. Riggs felt something settle inside him, a cold, steady clarity. They were walking into the heart of a storm older than empires. Kale turned once more to the massed army stretching across the hills and forest roads. "Hold Durian," he commanded. "Hold the Fire Kingdom inside their walls, and hold until we return." He didn't need to add if we return. That truth hung unspoken in the air. Ray bowed her head, tears glinting in eyes usually too hard for such softness. "Thank you, all of you," she whispered. "My people will not forget this." Riggs rested a hand briefly on her shoulder. "Lead the way," he said quietly. "Let's finish this before the world burns." They rode hard and fast, the handful of horses laboring beneath them, as Ray led the way through tightening corridors of char and ruin. Mako soared overhead, a dark shape against a grayer sky, circling, scouting, occasionally screeching a warning when pockets of smoke thickened too sharply for the riders below. The deeper they pressed into the Leaf Kingdom, the more the world changed. Ash drifted steadily from above, soft as snow but carrying the scent of ruin. It clung to Riggs's cloak, gathered in Ray's hair, and coated Kale's armor in a pale gray sheen. Each breath tasted like burnt sap and scorched earth. Even the horses snorted in discomfort, flanks trembling beneath the weight of the unnatural sky. "What happened here?" Alora whispered, awe and horror threaded in her tone. They received the answer moments later. A distant roar rolled across the land, not merely sound but force, rattling bones, vibrating the very ground beneath their horses. Riggs felt it in his spine, a deep, ancient thunder that carried the promise of extinction. Ray's horse shied, nearly unseating her. "That," Ray said, voice tight with grief, "is why I rode to find you." As they neared the forest edge, the world brightened with unnatural light. The smoke parted like a torn veil, and suddenly they saw it, what remained of the once great Leaf Kingdom woods. Huge swaths of ancient forest, thousands of years old, were ablaze. Flames leapt higher than towers, devouring redwoods older than civilization. Entire canopies collapsed in slow-motion cascades of sparks. Choking smoke turned the horizon into a blurred smear of fire and shadow. And beneath that burning sky, they heard it again. A roar so vast it shook loose clods of earth from the banks and sent birds fleeing in terrified flocks. Most fell from the sky already aflame. They urged their horses forward until they reached the last curtain of living trees. The path opened, and every one of them pulled up short. The Leaf Kingdom army stretched across the valley like a living tapestry. Archers, mounted guards, spear phalanxes, elemental casters, all rallying around a single monstrous threat. Riggs estimated them at 100,000 strong, arranged in battered ranks around the center of the burning expanse. But their formation was nothing, compared to what stood at its heart. "Gods above," Reagan breathed. The dragon was the size of a castle. A living range of dark, stone-encased flesh, scales large as fortress gates, limbs thicker than city towers. Trees and moss clung to its hide as if it had slept so long the earth itself had mistaken it for bedrock. Its wings unfurled in slow, terrifying spans that cast shadows along the landscape. Its tail swept through the flaming forest with effortless devastation, uprooting trees, crushing battalions, carving valleys in its wake. Fire erupted from its throat in columns of molten fury that speared the heavens. Riggs felt his ribs tighten as if the beast stole air simply by existing. Reagan swallowed hard. "I thought it would be much smaller." Then, without looking away, slowly reached for the flask at his belt. His hand shook faintly as he tugged the stopper free. Before he could bring it to his lips, a smaller, calloused hand snatched it. Gruen tipped the flask back and drank half in one enormous pull. Riggs stared at him. "I thought you didn't drink anymore." Gruen exhaled, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and tossed the empty flask aside with a clatter. "I don't," he said with deadpan finality. He turned back toward the dragon, this mountain of living flame, and let out a grunt that carried equal parts awe and exasperation. "Someone," Gruen muttered, rolling his shoulders and adjusting the grip on his sword. "Should have told me I'd need a bigger blade." Beside him, Kale sat frozen, breath shallow, eyes reflecting the inferno spreading across his homeland. Riggs tightened his grip on his reins. They had come to slay a legend, but what towered before them was something else entirely, a god wearing the corpse of a mountain.